Beryl, how many gray wolves did you say there were in total?
78, what's wrong?
Bucket replied without hesitation.
That's not right.
There should be more than 100 in total.
There are 78 here.
The total we picked up on the road didn't exceed 10.
So where did the remaining dozens go?
Luo Chong asked in confusion.
Mu Tong was stunned after hearing this. He was originally the best person in the Han tribe besides Luo Chong, and he immediately understood this.
Moo.
At this time, a beast's howl suddenly came from the more west direction of the cave, startling everyone in the cave. Everyone on alert, guard the entrance of the cave.
I'll go out and take a look.
After arranging the tribesmen to rely on the entrance of the cave for defense, Luo Chong carried a bow and arrow on his back and a spear, turned around and sneaked towards the source of the sound. About 1 kilometer further to the west of the cave, on a sunny hillside, the remaining 27 gray wolves appeared there. They were the remnants of the survivors. According to Luo Chong's inference, the wolves may have had an internal struggle before, causing them to commit suicide. They killed each other and then divided into two groups. In fact, this is also a normal phenomenon. This large-scale wolf pack is originally a miscellaneous army that gathers temporarily in winter. If the alpha wolf does not bring enough benefits to the group, then division and internal fighting will be a matter of time. At this time, on this sunny slope, this small wolf pack was besieging a large thunder beast. Brontotherium is a close relative of woolly rhinoceros and elastodon, and is also a type of ancient rhinoceros. It is covered with light gray, armor-like thick skin. It can reach an adult height of more than 3 meters and weighs several tons. Its appearance is almost the same as that of a rhinoceros. There is no difference. The only difference is the big horn on the nose. Generally, rhinos have a sharp and long horn on their nose. Most of these horns are made of horn, which is the same material as human fingernails. But thunder beasts are different. Their horns are not pointed, but in the shape of a capital T. The material is made of the same calcium as bones. They are very huge and strong, and have always been known as siege rams. But in Luo Chong's view, it was just a rhinoceros with weirdly long horns. As for why it was called a thunder beast, it was unknown. The lone thunder beast in front of me could only struggle to hold on under the siege of a pack of wolves. Although its skin was very thick, it was not without its weaknesses. It was still very weak in the leg sockets and abdomen. As the saying goes, an elephant will be killed by ants, let alone a pack of wolves. This thunder beast tried its best to dodge and resist, but it looked very weak and powerless. However, it still tried its best to dodge and protect itself. Even if his limbs were bitten more, he would not hesitate. But even this can't make it last for a while. The wounds on the limbs leak out a lot of blood. In the cold winter, this situation is especially serious. The desperate thunder beast seemed to be ready to accept its fate, but at this moment, it suddenly discovered Luo Chong hiding behind a bush. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in its dead gray eyes. It was not a desire to survive, but a glimmer of hope. It was more like a plea, with very complicated eyes. Luo Chong also noticed the look in its eyes, but he was still a little hesitant. He could tell that this thunder beast was asking for help, but not for himself. Who was it asking for help for? Could it even sacrifice its own life? The thunder beast saw Luo Chong's hesitation, but it didn't have much time. The blood that kept flowing was taking away its life. While avoiding the bites of the wolves, it raised its head again, still using that kind of looking at Luo Chong with pleading eyes. He let out a sad roar. The besieging wolves also followed the thunder beast's gaze and spotted Luo Chong. Two evil wolves immediately sprang out and bared their teeth at Luo Chong vigilantly, as if to say not to disturb their good deeds. Now that he was discovered, Luo Chong couldn't hide anymore. He simply showed his bow and arrow. 2 arrows flew out. One of the two gray wolves responsible for warning was shot in the eye and the other in the neck, killed on the spot. The other gray wolves were suddenly stunned, looking at their companions who had been shot by arrows and fell to the ground, as if they were recalling that snowy night. Many of their companions died under this strange weapon. At that moment, there was a commotion among the wolves, and they seemed to want to escape, but when they turned around and found that Luo Chong was alone, they immediately became furious. This was Chiguagua's provocation. In an instant, all the hatred points were pulled over by Luo Chong, and all 25 gray wolves rushed towards Luo Chong. Less than 100 meters away, Luo Chong only shot 4 arrows quickly, and the wolves had already rushed forward. "Oh my God!" Luo Chong screamed in fright, and threw his long bow away, hitting a gray wolf that rushed towards him. Taking advantage of the situation, a lazy donkey rolled on the ground, and picked up the golden wolf lying next to him. Gun. With a golden gun in hand, Luo Chong's confidence greatly increased. The foundation of martial arts practice for many years in his previous life was still there. The golden gun was danced in Luo Chong's hands, either picking it up, stabbing it, splitting it, or sweeping it away. The martial arts routine of picking a line with a gun and sweeping a large area with a stick was used. Luo Chong held a golden gun and broke out in the direction of the thunder beast while killing the gray wolves that besieged him, so that he was always facing the enemy to prevent being attacked by the wolves from the front and back. In the short distance of 100 meters, Luo Chong cut a bloody path, and the blood stained the white snow. 11 or 12 gray wolves, picked to death by golden spears, covered the ground. Luo Chong was also having a hard time. The animal skin robe on his back was also torn, revealing 2 bright red bloody wounds inside. A piece of the animal skin wrapped on his right calf was also bitten off, but luckily no skin or flesh was injured. The remaining dozen gray wolves were still chasing after him, but Luo Chong had already run to the side of the thunder beast and continued to wield his golden gun to harvest the lives of the wolves. The thunder beast also knew that Luo Chong was in trouble alone, and consciously guarded Luo Chong's back. Although it was unable to attack, it still used its huge body to block the sneak attack from behind for Luo Chong. In just 5 minutes, only 6 of the 27 gray wolves were left, and 2 of them had their legs broken by Luo Chong's gun. At this time, the gray wolves no longer dared to continue attacking. They had been killed by Luo Chong's gun. The golden gun broke their nerves, and Luo Chong, who was covered in blood, was like a demon god. They were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. "Run, I've run all over the place and left it all for me." Luo Chong was also beaten to death by the wolves at this time. The 2 new wounds on his arms kept stimulating his nerves. He raised the golden gun with one hand, aimed at the escaping gray wolf and threw it hard. There was a muffled sound of puff, and a gray wolf was instantly nailed to the snow by the flying golden spear. It frightened the other 5 companions to death, and they were as anxious as a bereaved dog. Unwilling to be reconciled, Luo Chong picked up the long bow thrown on the ground and shot 2 arrows again, killing the 2 gray wolves that had fallen behind. Just when Luo Chong was about to continue the pursuit, the thunder beast behind him let out a weak roar and called out, "Live in Luo Chong." Hearing the roar of the thunder beast, Luo Chong turned around and saw that the thunder beast was still supporting its huge body tremblingly with its bloody limbs, but under the protection of its 4 rotten legs, its bulging abdomen, but there was not a single wound. Under Luo Chong's gaze, the thunder beast looked up to the sky and roared loudly, seeming to have exhausted all its strength, and its whole body was trembling slightly. Plop, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the thunder beast's bulging belly also deflated. Luo Chong's eyes widened and he looked at this scene in disbelief. The thunder beast did not hesitate to have its limbs bitten off, but also tried its best to protect his belly, actually for the sake of the child in his belly. The icy cold wind blew by, but Luo Chong felt warm in his heart, and the wounds on his body seemed to be less painful. It seemed that all the blood shed was worth it for this moment. There was no rain in the sky, but Luo Chong's eyes were moist. In the blurred vision, the thunder beast moved his body slowly with all his strength, turned his head to the newly born cub, and stuck out his tongue with loving eyes, mouth after mouthful. Licking the cub's afterbirth, wiping the dirt from the baby's body. The little thunder beast had its eyes closed, its immature body twisting slightly, as if enjoying the comfort of its mother, and moaning like a sleepwalker, not knowing at all that its mother would leave it forever. But at the moment when the afterbirth was licked clean, the female beast suddenly raised her head and looked at Luo Chong, her eyes full of pleading, and 2 lines of blood tears suddenly oozed from her bloodshot eyeballs, and flowed down from the corners of her eyes, drop by drop. The tears falling on the cub were full of love and reluctance, but more importantly, they were determination. The mother animal lowered her head and gently pushed the cub towards Luo Chong with the big horn in front of her nose. The legs that were bitten in front suddenly knelt down towards Luo Chong and looked at Luo Chong closely with a pair of red eyes. Those eyes were full of pleading, and a hint of perseverance that could not be refused. "Okay, I promise you, I will take it away and raise it, don't worry." Luo Chong wiped the tears that had formed into ice crystals at the corner of his eyes, took off his tattered animal skin robe and wrapped the little thunder beast, took back his long bow and golden gun, picked up the little thunder beast, turned around and walked towards the cave. The mother beast also closed her eyes forever the moment Luo Chong picked up the little thunder beast. On this hillside, which Luo Chong later called Tuga Ridge, a young man with 2 bloodstains on his back walked unsteadily on the snow to the east, leaving a line of deep footprints on the hillside. "Damn, it's so heavy. I weighed more than 100 kilograms just after I was born. Can I return it, MMP?" Luo Chong held the little thunder beast in his arms, and complained crazily about the weight of the little guy in his mind as he walked. Finally, 20 minutes later, he walked back to the cave with this little meat ball weighing more than 100 kilograms. He was also very tired. The fierce battle, coupled with the wounds on his body, was too much for his already immature body. The open space at the entrance of the cave in front of them was also covered with fresh blood. 3 gray wolves with many holes were lying there. The people of the Han tribe were also looking around with their spears vigilantly. The tribesmen who were looking around saw that their leader was shirtless and returned injured, so they hurriedly came to help him. "Chief, are you okay? Why are you still injured? Are there any enemies? We will go with you to take revenge." Feather was the first to run to Luo Chong, and took off his animal skin robe and put it on Luo Chong's body. On the body. "I'm fine, I just met the remaining group of gray wolves and had a fight with those beasts, but unfortunately a few of them escaped. By the way, you two, watch this little thing carefully and don't kill it. This is the animal we want to raise." Luo Chong weakly waved his hand to Feather, sat down on the ground, put the little thunder beast aside and handed it over to the 2 women to look after, and then grabbed a handful of clean snow from the ground and put it in his mouth. "Chief, those wolves didn't run away. Just now we heard the howling of wolves over there. After a while, 3 wolves came and we killed them all. They are bleeding there now." Shirtu also hurried over at this time, took a snakeskin water bag and handed it to Luo Chong. He pointed at the 3 gray wolves over there and reported to Luo Chong. Luo Chong drank water and listened to Shitu's story. Only then did he realize that just when he was welcoming the birth of the little thunder beast alone, the gray wolves that had escaped just now actually ran back to the cave and were killed by the clansmen. After understanding what happened, he also breathed a long sigh of relief. The wolves were finally wiped out. From now on, the tribe can have a wider range of activities. At least they no longer have to live in fear every day. After drinking water and resting for a while, Luo Chong also told everyone what happened just now, especially the origin of the little thunder beast and the story of the female beast Fudi Tugu. The tribesmen were all silent after hearing this, and the men seemed to have no reaction. They participated in hunting every day, faced life and death all the time, and seemed a little indifferent to things like feelings. Some women sobbed softly and kept wiping their tears. The affection of a mother animal licking her calf can easily resonate with them, especially these adult women who have experienced life and death difficulties and have given birth to 1 or 2 children. Maybe I can better understand the despair that a mother felt at that time. Luo Chong made a decision at that moment. He wanted to bury the female thunder beast on the hillside as a memorial to future generations. The women unanimously supported this decision, while the men did not object to Luo Chong's waste of food approach because there was enough food in the tribe. The female thunder beast is so big, how much meat does it cost? The next thing is simple. The purpose of coming out this time has been achieved, and the salt mine has been roughly explored. Luo Chong first packed a small bag of trona crystals, and then asked people to seal the entrance of the cave with stones to prevent it from being discovered again. What beast takes possession? Then he led 10 people to Tuga Ridge to bring back the wolf corpse on the ground. He also had people pick up some branches and stones to cover up the body of the female thunder beast, and prepared to bring the copper shovel over the next day. It digs holes for burial. A group of 30 people finally met at the entrance of the cave, cut branches, and made 2 simple wooden raft sledges, and dragged all the hundreds of gray wolves back to the tribe using Ruru and Huishan. With the return of the tribesmen, the story of the thunder beast Tugu was also told by the women to their children. The children all sympathized with the little thunder beast who had lost its mother and came to watch one after another. Most herbivorous animals are very tenacious. For animals such as cows, horses, and sheep, the cubs can stand up and walk around on their own as soon as the fetal hair dries within an hour or even 10 minutes after they are born. They can also find their mothers on their own. After breastfeeding, you can eat a small amount of grass for about a month. Rhinoceros are in a similar situation, but the situation of little Brontosaurus is special. It should be born prematurely in less than a month. According to the breeding habits of herbivores, they usually give birth collectively in spring and summer when plants are growing luxuriantly, because at that time, the weather is warm, food is plentiful, and the survival rate of the cubs is high. But the little thunder beast was obviously born a month earlier, and now it's half a day old, and it still can't open its eyes. If it wasn't still breathing and moving, everyone would have thought it was dead. That night, the little thunder beast and the 8 wolf cubs all lived in the cave. It was too cold now, and these guys were just born, so they were really worried that they wouldn't be able to survive outside. In order to solve their food problem, Luo Chong also found 2 lactating cows from the herd. However, their calves had been separated that snowy night, and now they had no calves to feed, so Luo Chong, I am going to use them to feed the little ones. But the 2 sides were still very uncooperative. The wolf cubs were too small and couldn't be reached. The baby thunder beasts were born prematurely and wouldn't move at all except sleeping. The 2 cows were unwilling to feed them. Being forced to do nothing, Luo Chong could only milk the milk by force. With the help of more than a dozen big men, Luo Chong successfully squeezed out the milk for the first time in his life. Yes, he also milked the milk in his previous life. I've never done this before. Of course, there is a price. The 2 cows held in pain in the wall for half the night. The few little ones who managed to drink the fresh milk survived tenaciously, especially the little thunder beast. Luo Chong could only open the mouth of this immobile guy and let Chu Bing drink milk into it. The effect of feeding the milk was also remarkable. The baby rhinoceros, whose skin was milky white and a little red, went from sleeping quietly to snoring. Chu Bing liked this little guy very much, so he hugged the meatball and slept with him that night. The next day, Luo Chong took 20 people to Tuga Ridge again according to the previous plan, dug a big pit with a shovel and buried the female thunder beast in it, and piled a pile of stones on it as a tomb. From then on, it has become the landmark of Tugiling. In the last month of winter, the Han tribe also spent their time in peace and busyness. A week passed, and the wolf cubs and the little thunder beast all opened their eyes. 2 weeks have passed and the 8 wolf cubs have begun to eat broth and cooked food. This is the best way to weaken their wild nature. A small group of furry animals, as long as a newly full moon era, wandered around the wall all day long. The light red color on the little thunder beast's body has also faded, turning into a pure milky white color. There is also a small bump on the nose, where the horns should be. Moreover, it can now stand up and walk around on its own, and it also goes to find the cow by itself every day. Feeding, but still very sleepy. The cow was reluctant at first, but remembering Luo Chong's cruel torture, she finally gave in and honestly became the nurse of the little thunder beast. The 3rd week. Run, run, catch up with those dogs. Come on, you can do it. Chu Bing led the little thunder beast and chased several wolf cubs hard in the wall. The little rhinoceros, which was not yet full moon, was already panting from exhaustion. What do you call it? Runaway? That's not a nice name. When Chu Bing and the little thunder beast walked past Luo Chong, who was nailing the ship's planks, Luo Chong suddenly said this. What do you call it? Chu Bing grabbed the little thunder beast that was still jogging, stopped and asked. Well, let me teach you a word, run, which means to run very fast. From now on, you can just call it run. It sounds better than running. Run Ben, Ben Ben, you have a new name. From now on you will be called Ben Ben, run Ben Ben. Chu Bing announced the new name to the confused little thunder beast, and then ran away to chase the wolf cub. 4th week. In terms of woodworking, 70 standard longbows have been completed. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, less than 1 fir wood is used. The material of a longbow is 1.8 meters long, and more than 10 fir branches can be cut out of a thigh-thick fir tree. Longbow materials, 70 longbows are only 1 tree 7 or 8 meters high. Every longbow was finally corrected and tested by Luo Chong, and the quality was absolutely no problem. With woodworking tools like saws and planes, the standard longbow made was even better than the one Luo Chong had. Finally, a sisal fiber bowstring is installed, and a layer of insect wax is applied, and it is ready for use. During the rest of the time, the women were making feather arrows, but they were all without arrow shafts. They just glued the tail feathers in advance, because Luo Chong planned to start making bronze arrow clusters after the next mining. That is, arrows, and the arrows that the tribesmen use for training now are still the more than 200 that Luo Chong had in stock. One morning in the 4th week, all the adults of the Han tribe, each holding a long bow, lined up in 3 rows for shooting training. First row, target the hay bale 100 meters away, raise the bow, prepare, and release the arrow. More than 20 feathered arrows flew through the air, arriving in a blink of an eye in just 100 meters. Some arrows hit the haystacks, while others flew into the sky. Some people did not even shoot the arrows, but fell directly on their feet. Front. Stone, why are you holding your bow so high? It's a flat shot, not a throw. Just like when you hunt with rocks, aim directly at the target and don't hit the sky. Lu Er, your arrow didn't shoot out again. I told you not to hold the arrow tail with your fingers. Instead, use your index finger, middle finger, and ring finger to pull the bowstring. Hold the arrow tail between your fingers, but don't hold it. Yes, Luo Chong is teaching the tribesmen how to shoot. He is still in the most basic stage of shooting. As for shooting the target accurately, it cannot be said that no one can do it. It can only be said that those who can do it are very talented in archery. Luo Chong taught them the Mediterranean stringing method, which is the 3-finger stringing method. It is also the standard stringing method for Olympic competitive recurve bows. This stringing method is most suitable for tall longbows. The legendary method of pulling the string with the thumb is the method used by the Mongolians when riding and shooting. It usually needs to be operated in conjunction with the finger pull, otherwise the fingers are very easy to be injured. The tribesmen were shooting arrows in rows, and Luo Chong kept correcting their mistakes and instructing them on some archery essentials. Time passed day by day, and winter was coming to an end. At the end of the 4th week, Rat came over again and made another transaction. A total of 6 clay pots were traded, but this time there were not only boys, but 3 women. The 6 boys were all from the Li tribe. The boy who had been traded by Shuda was also surprised. He did not expect that some of his own tribe members would be traded here. Luo Chong also knew very well that there would not be many such transactions. After all, clay pots are not consumables. Although each tribe has needs, there will always be enough for one day. Besides, each tribe can afford, the population is also limited. No, if you want to continue to grow, you have to think of other ways. Finally, at the end of the month, after another full moon, the ring moon that the rat witch mentioned appeared in the next few days. It was actually a lunar eclipse phenomenon. Luo Chong also kept recording the number of days of the ring moon. During the daytime of these 14 days, the shipbuilding work has reached the final stage of assembly. The wooden boards were nailed to the keel with copper nails. This job is simple to say, it is just to make a frame of wood first, and then nail a layer of wooden boards. But even making wooden boards is a big project. There were no electric saws here, so dozens of people had to use frame saws. It took nearly a month to cut together the planks for the ship. Finally, fill all the gaps between the boards with a mixture of fish maw, deer antlers, sisal fiber, and ox hair for final waterproofing. Looking at the finished product of this huge wooden boat, the tribesmen were very happy. They all participated in the construction process. I heard that this thing is used to walk on the water. It is called a boat. It can carry people and many things. Although I have not seen it with my own eyes. I don't know how to use it, but I am still very proud of it. Chief, how can we move this wooden boat into the river when it's so big? Moreover, this wooden boat is very heavy and requires a lot of people to move it together. Beastie used both hands to lift the side of the wooden boat upwards, but the wooden boat didn't move at all, so he asked doubtfully. Haha, actually we don't have to move that far, we can just move the boat there. Luo Chong smiled lightly and pointed to the artificial river not far away. Where? There's no water there. Doesn't it mean that wooden boats float on water? Dolly couldn't understand what Luo Chong meant and asked directly. Well, there is no water now, but we just need to bring the water here. What? If you bring water here, will it still listen to people? The surrounding tribesmen's eyes widened in disbelief, and their jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe what the leader just said. Take the shovel, push a few carts and rattan baskets and follow me. I'll tell you how to bring the water here. Luo Chong picked up a bronze shovel and walked towards the river first. The weather has been very good these days. Although it is still very cold in the morning and evening, the temperature during the day is very high and can basically stay above freezing at noon. There was another moderate snowfall 2 days ago, but it didn't stay on the ground at all and it melted within a day. After 2 consecutive sunny days, the ice on the river became thinner and thinner, and a water line opened near the middle of the river. Spring has arrived quietly, and it's time to divert water to the artificial river. Luo Chong led more than 30 people and various tools to the end of the artificial river. The tribesmen who had not been outside the wall for a long time also came to watch the excitement. A group of children also ran out with 8 wolf cubs that were just 1 month old. Chu Bing also went to bring over Ben Ben, who had just finished feeding and was unwilling to move. Ro Ro and Hui Shan also ran away and could not find their shadows. I can only hear the sound of elephants chirping in the distance. Spring is coming, and people who have been nesting in caves all winter can't help but come out for activities. At the end of the artificial river, there is only 2 meters of land left unexcavated between here and the creek. Now as long as this last barrier is dug out, the water can flow through. The excavation work is to dig from one side of the artificial river to the direction of the creek. A few people are in the ditch, a few people are on the ground, and the remaining people tie the rattan baskets with ropes to serve as hanging baskets, basket by basket from the ditch. Transport the soil out. One morning passed, and when the soil layer was only about 30 centimeters thick, there was already water seepage on the artificial river side. Luo Chong asked the tribesmen below to grab the rope and climb up quickly. He first lit a large bonfire on the shore to keep warm for a while. Then he took off his animal skin robe and tied a rope around his waist for the tribesmen to pull. Take the shovel and go down below to do the final work of opening it up. Water has seeped out from the bottom of the ditch. Luo Chong stepped on the cold mud, pointed his shovel at the bottom layer of soil, and dug at the last barrier of the river. After waving the shovel for more than a dozen times, the moment Luo Chong pulled out the shovel, a strong stream of water spurted out from the gap, spraying out a water column horizontally like a fountain. The gushing river water directly hit Luo Chong. He rushed to the top and flew out, but luckily the rope around his waist caught him in time. "Damn it, this water is so cold, pull me up quickly." Luo Chong was shocked by the icy water. He was pulled ashore by the tribesmen in a few seconds. The tribesmen who had been prepared quickly wrapped Luo Chong in animal skins and let him stand by the campfire to keep warm. The continuously gushing water continuously eroded the soil around the gap, and the huge pressure directly punched out a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter in the gap. Luo Chong was also shivering, wrapped in an animal skin robe, standing on the bank and watching the raging river water rushing towards the artificial river. The water in the river formed a whirlpool due to the strong pulling force. The thin ice on the river surface could no longer bear it. The sound of cracking was endless. The broken ice shards also rushed towards the big hole at the bottom of the river, filling the big hole. The surrounding soil also collapsed due to the impact, and was submerged in the torrent with a crash. Countless swimming fish of different sizes were also drawn into the torrent, and rushed towards the diversion river and river channel. The surging river water rushed all the way to the end of the diversion river near the wall. The water flow violently hit the end of the river, stirring up countless fine waves. The 700-meter-long river was instantly submerged in ice water, and the water level of the diversion river was also visible to the naked eye. Visible speed increase. The little wolf cubs howled in fear, and Chu Bing and Ben Ben also ran behind Luo Chong in fear. Not only was it safe, but there was also a bonfire, which was more comfortable than other places. Under the watchful eyes of all the tribesmen, after more than 10 minutes, the water flow became calm again, and the natural river has been connected with the diversion river. However, the river water is still a little turbid now, and the soil at the bottom of the river has been rolled up. On the chaotic water surface, the broken ice floes were slowly wandering, and some swimming fish that had been stunned by the impact of the current also floated up with their white bellies turned over. Fish, there are so many fish. Go get the basket and catch those fish. A woman holding a child saw the fish swimming with their bellies turned upside down in the river. She screamed excitedly and pointed at the fish and kept shouting. The tribesmen who had been worrying about how to lift the wooden boat into the water just now were all wide-eyed. The river water had really led to it. How about it? The water is very close to us now. We won't have to run so far to get water in the future. Luo Chong said to the tribesmen while looking at the gradually clearing river water. Regarding the matter of digging rivers to divert water, it still had a great impact on the thinking of the tribesmen, especially those who came from the original Xiading. They used to get water from the natural pool in the cave, but in late autumn and winter, when the spring water stopped flowing, they had to use stone basins to get water from a small river 3 kilometers away. At that time, the people of the Xiading tribe were very envious of the Han tribe who owned pottery. They thought that maybe having more pottery would help them store more water. However, Luo Chong's behavior refreshed their understanding of water. This is too violent. In order to save 2 steps to fetch water, I diverted the river water directly to the door of my house. How willful. However, the people who had been living in the Han tribe had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. At the beginning, Luo Chong did not let everyone continue to store food, but mobilized all the tribesmen to dig the river and make bricks. At that time, the tribesmen thought that Luo Chong dug this trench just to get those bricks. When the beast was accidentally captured in the man-made river a month ago, the tribesmen thought that digging the ditch was just a trap. At this time, when they saw the river filling the long ditch, the tribesmen finally knew the ultimate purpose of digging the river. Of course, this is only the first step in digging the diversion river. Digging canals and cultivating land along both sides of the diversion river is the ultimate goal. Just do it, spring has arrived, and the plan to cultivate the land must be put on the schedule immediately. After all, the season waits for no one. At noon, after the Han tribe had a dinner to celebrate the completion of the diversion river, in the afternoon, taking advantage of the warm weather, Luo Chong took a bundle of thin ropes and planned the layout of the rice fields with the tribesmen. Planning farmland mainly involves determining the location of water canals. Because planting rice requires that the rice fields be covered with water for a long time, flood irrigation can only be used. At the same time, reasonable utilization of the land area must be taken into account, and this brings up another key point. Problem. How much rice did the Han tribe need to plant? How much planting area is needed? The wild rice that Luo Chong brought back from the swamp originally weighed more than 60 kilograms, but it was all fresh rice. After it was brought back and dried, the weight was only about 70%. Now it only weighs more than 40 kilograms. This kind of wild rice is slightly larger than the rice Luo Chong had eaten in his previous life, about twice as big. The ordinary rice he had eaten in his previous life was about a grain per pound, but the wild rice in Luo Chong's hand was only about a pound per pound. Almost a grain or so. But Luo Chong was not prepared to plant all the seeds. In his previous life, Luo Chong had no experience in growing food. At most, he spent 2 days feeding pigs and growing vegetables in the army, and he was punished after making mistakes. Therefore, he cannot sow all the seeds at once. If nothing grows, he will cry to death. So he only planned to use 1/2 of the rice seeds, about 22 kilograms, of seeds. Then the question came, how many rice plants can be planted in 1 acre of land, and how much farmland the Han tribe needed? From the mother wild rice seen in the swamp, we can see that this kind of rice plant is tall, nearly 2 meters long, and a single rice plant can grow to at least 15 ears or even double the number. It can be seen from this that a single plant of this kind of rice occupies quite a large area. So Luo Chong plans to plant this kind of rice with a row spacing of 40 centimeters. 1 acre of land is 667 square meters. If calculated according to the side length of 25 meters x 27 meters, then approximately 4,156 rice plants can be planted in 1 acre of land. If you want to plant 22 kilograms of seeds, you will need approximately 64 acres of cultivated land. This area is large or small. If it is 64 acres of land and is 400 meters long, then it only needs to be 107 meters wide, which is nearly the area of 6 football fields. This 400-meter-long piece of cultivated land is spread vertically along the south side of the diversion river. The entire plot is close to the end of the wall and is almost 300 meters away from the river. Then 20 water canals are dug horizontally in the cultivated land. Each channel is less than 1 meter wide, probably less than half a meter deep, and extends 110 meters to the south. Such a canal requires 50 adults to dig each time. After all, the Han tribe only has 50 shovels in total. Each person only needs to dig a little more than 2 meters each time. This speed is quite fast, basically half a one can be dug in an hour, and all 20 canals can be dug in just one day. Everything was ready. Just after the 14th ring month, a light rain came unexpectedly on the first day of the new year. All the primitive tribes living on this land breathed a long sigh of relief. It's raining, and it's no longer snowflakes that fall. That damn winter is finally over. Each tribe is also counting the losses this winter has brought to them, how much food has been consumed, how many tribesmen have froze to death, how many tribesmen have starved to death, how many men have died in winter hunting, and how many tribesmen will be able to reach adulthood this year. How many? If you look closely, it's basically terrible. Tribes with less than 100 people will basically lose more than 10 people. Most of these dead humans are children and adult men. This winter that lasted 4.5 months was too long. Many tribes did not have enough food to last until spring, so they had no choice but to give up some of their children and watch them starve to death. Do you think these adults are cruel? Maybe, but they also have a hard life. These adults ate the food that should have been used to feed their children, but they were not satisfied with the status quo. They had to brave the cold and blizzards, and went hunting with guilt and grief for those children, because they also had to feed the tribe. Woman. As long as there are women in the tribe, children can be regenerated, the tribe can continue to multiply, and humans will not become extinct. The reason why they gave up those children was because they were forced to do so. Who doesn't feel sorry for their own flesh and blood, but they didn't choose. Groups of adult men braved the wind and snow to go out hunting. Some of them were lucky enough to collect some nuts, some got nothing and disappeared into the vast snow, and some encountered the herd of animals that was completely wiped out. The luckiest one was, you can encounter lone wild animals. The men will fight desperately and bring the food back no matter what the cost. If they cannot bring it back, they will probably be wiped out. The hunting teams that returned in triumph brought fresh animal meat back to the tribe. No one was happy because the price paid was too high. Almost no hunting team from that tribe returned home in its entirety. Some of the men who came back alive had lost their ears, some had their fingers and toes frozen, and some had suffered various injuries during the hunting, which would be left behind more or less disability. Compared with them, the Han tribe is fortunate. It is also the year when the entire Han tribe develops the fastest and has the most food. Therefore, the elders decided to hold a grand spring sacrifice in the hope that the Han tribe can have a better new year. Good. Luo Chong had no objection to this matter. Sacrifice and human spiritual sustenance were understandable, but a question from the elder stopped Luo Chong. Chief, what God has blessed our tribe? How do we worship him? What kind of God? I don't know what kind of God it is. Of course, I just thought about it. It was impossible to say this. Luo Chong thought about it for a long time. Regarding the issue of faith, Luo Chong was not going to do anything about gods and ghosts. The spiritual worship he was going to promote was ancestor worship, and tribal worship also cultivates the national concept of the tribe. We Han tribe don't believe in gods. Ah? Then what do we believe? Who will protect us? The elder opened his mouth wide in disbelief after hearing this. We don't believe in gods, but we can respect our ancestors. Without our ancestors to reproduce, we would not exist. It is the ancestors of the Han tribe who gave us life, taught us knowledge, let us know how to live, and continue to pass on our traditions. Han tribe, so what we should worship is not the gods, but the ancestors of our Han tribe. Luo Chong looked at the elder and said every word seriously. The elder thought for a long time, It's interesting. This idea of worshipping ancestors is really new, and the explanation is very reasonable. Without our parents, where did we come from? Without the elders who taught us hunting skills and taught us various life skills, how would we survive? Well, it should be thanks to our ancestors. But how should we worship our ancestors? We have never done this before. The elder thought more and more, but he didn't know how to worship our ancestors. After all, he was just an elder, not a witch. Don't worry about this, leave it to me. Luo Chong waved his hand. He had already figured out how to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice for what? Tribes that worship gods generally have totems and the like. They either carve their totems on stones, or draw them directly on their bodies or faces, or carve them on wood to make things like totem poles. The Han tribe there was no totem, so Luo Chong could only offer sacrifices to something else, and that was the flag sacrifice. Yes, the spiritual object that Luo Chong came up with is the flag. Modern countries all have national flags. Although the Han tribe is not a country yet, it still needs to have one. Of course, the flag will not say, "Do justice for heaven, kill the rich and give to the poor." Ahem, there is only one word on the flag of the Han tribe, Han. The Han tribe has no cloth now, so they can only use animal skins to make flags. Fortunately, the Han tribe has no shortage of animal skins, and they still have the materials to make a flag. Luo Chong selected a piece of complete big-antlered deer skin. The hair on it had been shaved off, and it was cut into a rectangle according to the largest area. The characters on it were sewn on with cooked bones, crookedly forming a Han character. As for why bones are used, it's very simple, because there is nothing else. Although Luo Chong can burn pine smoke ink now, if you write directly with ink, the characters will probably be gone after a rain. Other dyes Luo Chong has not been developed yet. After thinking about it, it is better to use bones. And the boiled bones can be preserved. Of course, a flag made of bones sewn on animal skin cannot fly horizontally, so Luo Chong made this flag in a vertical version. It is a vertical strip flag with several holes punched in the upper edge and then threaded with sticks. Just like curtains, it's okay to hang them on a flagpole. The location of the flagpole was decided by Luo Chong in the central area of the city, which was not a residential area to begin with. It would be no problem to build a small square with a flagpole on it in the future. The material of the flagpole is also made of fur, nothing more. It is just straight in length and suitable in thickness. In the 1970s and 1980s, China still used this thing as a telephone pole. There is spiritual sustenance, and of course the ceremony must be carried out. Such a serious matter can't be done without a sense of ceremony, but no one in the Han tribe understands this. When there were only a few people in the Han tribe, there was no belief at all, and there had never been any sacrificial activities. Everyone was exploring, and only Luo Chong had seen more things. Of course, rituals require ritual utensils, such as bells, tripods, trumpets, drums, etc. There is no need to think about bells and tripods. Those things are too laborious to make, not only consume a lot of metal materials, but they have no practical significance. So Luo Chong just wants to be a drum. The drum is different. It is a good thing. It only needs some wood and 2 animal skins to make. Moreover, the sound of this thing is loud and shocking. It can easily arouse people's resonance and unite their consciousness. It is very useful even when there is no sacrifice, such as calling the police. You can beat the drum to give an early warning when the enemy is attacking. You can also beat the drum in the evening to call everyone back for dinner. It can even be used in military training to train cues or formations. In short, it has many uses. Very practical and easy to make. To make a drum, we first need to make a flat barrel without a base. Luo Chong designed it himself, calculated the circumference and size, and then asked the wooden pig and the barrel to saw some oak boards that were wide in the middle and slightly narrower at both ends, and used these boards to surround the drum. A barrel. The fixed material is 2 flat copper rings, which are cast directly from the remaining copper materials of the Han tribe. Some copper nails are also made. The metal reserves of the Han tribe are completely exhausted. Put the wooden planks into a circle, first put a copper hoop around it to fix it, then pour water on the wooden planks and bake it over the fire to set it. The other end of the barrel is constantly tightened with wet hemp rope, and then put another copper hoop around it. Go up and tighten the 2 copper hoops. 2 pieces of bison hide were used on both sides of the drum. Copper nails were used to tightly stretch the hide at the 2 ends of the drum, and fish bladder glue was used to glue the seams firmly. At this point, a large cowhide drum with a diameter of 1 meter and 2 meters is completed. Standing there, it is taller than a child. Ahem, the sacrificial thing must be larger, of course. The wooden dolphins, cripples, and wooden barrels who were working with Luo Chong didn't know what this thing was for. The Han tribe people were also curious, and some naughty children came over and patted it, which made a thumping sound. The noise startled the child. "Chief, what is this drum you are talking about for, and why does it sound so loud?" The cripple was startled when he heard the sound from the drumhead, and asked directly. "Haha, this thing is for beating, but instead of using your hands, it's better to use a wooden hammer. By the way, wooden dolphin, have you finished the 2 drum hammers I asked you to make?" Luo Chong laughed. After giving an introduction, he asked about the progress of the drum hammer. "It'll be ready soon. I've already finished it and I'm polishing it now. Otherwise, there will be wood thorns and it will prick my hands." "Well, polish it carefully and don't worry. If the cowhide is torn when you play the drum, it won't be able to play." "Yes, I know." Mudu replied as he worked, holding 2 drum hammers in his hands. After polishing for a while, he stopped, touched it with his palms to feel where it was not smooth enough, and then continued polishing. The first day of spring has passed like this, and the light rain has been falling all day long. They say that spring rain is as expensive as oil, but the spring rain here is very cheap and endless. The flag that was given to the women to be sewn was finished and strung together with a wooden stick. Dolly also led the men to erect the flagpole at the position marked by Luo Chong. A wooden pulley was installed on the top of the flagpole. Luo Chong made it himself, with a long hemp rope threaded on the pulley for raising the flag. Tong led 4 boys to build a frame for the cowhide drum. It has now been completed and is temporarily placed inside the wall. Before dinner, the drum hammer of the wood dolphin was finally completed. Luo Chong checked it and found that there was no problem. Finally, he wrapped 2 pieces of snake skin on the hammerhead and finished it. Just wait for the weather to clear up and the sacrifice can begin. On the second day of spring, with the first ray of sunshine from the east, the clouds finally cleared and the fog dispersed, revealing the blue sky after the rain and a colorful rainbow connecting heaven and earth. After breakfast, Luo Chong led his subjects, a pair of elephants, and all the Han tribe members, from the elderly elders to the nursing children, to the wasteland designated as the city site. Under the towering flagpole, on a temporary high platform built with blue bricks, there were neatly arranged spears, bows and arrows, a big fish, an ox head, and the remaining 20 kilograms of rice. The elder and Luo Chong stood under the high platform to preside over the sacrificial ceremony. The big cowhide drum was placed on the wooden frame on the side. The shirtless Dolly stood aside holding 2 drum hammers. More than 200 Han tribesmen lined up neatly in a square formation. Standing in front of the high platform, all eyes were fixed on Luo Chong. The sacrifices begin, the drums are played, and the flags are raised. Following Luo Chong's shout, Dolly began to beat the drum hard. Boom, 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 boom. The shocking drum beats resounded through the wilderness, and to the rhythm of the drums, a queue of 7 men walked neatly from the crowd toward the flagpole. The big tree at the front was holding a bronze spear, behind him were Beast Tooth and One Ear, who were carrying an arrow pot and holding a long bow. 4 people, feathers, stones, wooden dolphins, and wooden barrels, each grabbed a corner of the big Han flag, held a bronze spear in one hand, and raised the flag high above their heads with the other. A queue of 7 people walked towards the flagpole, to the beat of drums. The tribal flag escort team carried the flag to the flagpole with the sound of drums, and Luo Chong personally tied the flag to a rope. Raise the flag and watch the clan flag go. Following Luo Chong's shout, all the tribesmen stared closely at the flag, as if they could see some ancestor's revelation from it, and the rhythm of beating the drum became faster and faster. Following his drumming, Luo Chong raised the flag to the top of the flagpole one at a time. After fixing the flag, Luo Chong turned to face the tribesmen, raised his right fist to the sky, and shouted, "My Han dynasty will be prosperous forever. My Han Yongxing, my Han Yongxing." The tribesmen below also shouted, "Kneel down and pray to your ancestors." Luo Chong took the lead and knelt under the flagpole, and the tribesmen followed suit. Even Ruru and Huishan, who were unaware of the truth, also lay on the ground, shaking their big heads and looking left and right to see what the tribesmen would do next. We, the descendants of the Han dynasty, have inherited the ambitions of our forefathers and taught us their abilities. We have mined golden stones in Baoshan, cast copper plows in caves, cultivated fertile fields in the wilderness, built fortified cities in the fields, practiced bows and arrows to defend ourselves, and practiced spears to defend border cities. We have worked diligently to cultivate the fields, multiply the population, and strengthen our troops to make the Han dynasty prosperous. Please protect me from your ancestors, so that the descendants of the Han dynasty may have food when they are hungry, have clothes when they are cold, have a prosperous population, multiply livestock, and have a good harvest of rice. Kowtow once, kowtow again, kowtow 3 times, finish the ceremony, get up, and go to plow the fields. After kneeling down and worshipping, the tribesmen listened to Luo Chong's prayer in confusion. Only the last sentence was not clear. The previous words were still acceptable, which included mining copper, forging plows, plowing the land, building cities, practicing longbows, and throwing spears to defend the tribe. May the ancestors bless us, so that we will have food to eat when we are hungry, animal skins to wear when we are cold, everyone will have more children, the animals will also have more cubs, and we will have a good harvest of rice. As for what the 6 animals are, the Han tribe has cattle, mud horses, bighorn deer, rabbits, elephants, and thunder beasts. They can barely be regarded as the 6 animals. The sacrifice was over. Luo Chong was performing the whole process, and everyone else just knelt down and kowtowed. Then everyone did whatever they were supposed to do. Luo Chong arranged for everyone to plow the land. Due to lack of materials, the Han tribe now only has 2 double-headed plows. Luo Chong personally selected 2 bulls that had been very honest recently, put double-headed plows on them and started plowing the fields. Since these bison have not been trained and cannot walk in a straight line on their own, when plowing the fields, one person can only guide the cattle by the nose, and the other person can hold the plow frame behind. A double-headed plow with 2 bronze plowshares can plow half a meter of land each time, and the soil can be plowed to a depth of 30 centimeters. This speed is still very fast. It can take up to 3 days to complete the plowing of the rice fields. Finally, the land is leveled and can be irrigated. Rows of land were turned over, changing from the original light green to brown soil. The new soil underneath was also nourished by the sun. A group of teenagers who had just been bought in winter, each carrying a rattan basket, were picking up grass roots and other debris on the land that had been plowed by cattle. These things were dug out during the plowing and must be picked them out first, otherwise they will continue to sprout and compete with rice for nutrients in the future. Of course, some grasses cannot survive in the first place. As long as the rice fields begin to be covered with water for a long time, most of the dry grasses will be drowned. Not all plants can tolerate water like rice and reeds. As for fertilizing, there are no arrangements for the time being. Firstly, there is no preparation, and secondly, because Luo Chong feels that it is not needed. Fertilizer is applied because the land has been continuously cultivated for too long, resulting in the loss of nutrients in the land and a decrease in fertility, so artificial intervention is done to increase the fertility of the land. But now this land is cultivated for the first time in history. It is a brand new and good field. Fertilization is completely unnecessary. There is still enough fertility to grow a crop of grain. It took 3 days to cultivate and level the land, but Luo Chong still didn't dare to sow. Why? Because the weather was still very cold in the morning and night, and the temperature was still below zero at night. Who would freeze at night? If he sows the seeds, they probably froze to death in one night. However, there are other cold-resistant seeds that can be sown, namely the grass seeds brought back by Luo Chong. These wheat straw and alfalfa must also be sown, which will be relied on for raising livestock in the future. To the west of the Han tribe city site, this area was planned as a pasture by Luo Chong. At present, grass will be planted first, and the farmland will be expanded in the future. A group of teenagers lined up in a horizontal formation along the grassland, scattering grass seeds as they walked. Don't doubt whether it can grow. You must know that the vitality of grass is very tenacious, and there has just been a spring rain, and the ground there is still some mud on the ground. Once the grass seeds fall to the ground, they will quickly absorb water and nutrients in the soil and begin to sprout and take root. Just scatter the grass seeds. Rice can't be planted for the time being, and the Han tribe is not short of food. So what should we do? After thinking about it, Luo Chong decided to modify the equipment and change shoes. Yes, change your shoes, replace your big leather boots with straw sandals. If there is no cloth, there will be no socks. Wear leather boots barefoot, and each person only has one pair. They wear them for 4 months. Can you imagine not changing shoes for 4 months? Moreover, there are no socks. When the weather is cold in winter, better, now that the weather is warm, some tribesmen take their feet out when their leather boots feel stuffy. The smell can kill an elephant. So the elephants ran away from home. Ruru and Huishan couldn't bear the smell, so they all went to live in the brick kiln outside the wall. They wouldn't go very far. Luo Chong summoned the women in the tribe and personally showed them how to weave straw sandals. In fact, the weaving method of straw sandals is very simple. Let's put it this way, you just need to weave a sole horizontally and vertically, and tie the sole with a few thin straw ropes. Just put it on your feet, like the strappy sandals we see now. With the birth of straw sandals, the tribesmen also started spring cleaning, going to the river in groups to bathe, brush leather shoes, and clean animal skins. There is no way, not to mention that genuine leather items cannot be washed. It is really impossible not to wash them. There is no dry cleaning technology now. Even if they are damaged, they must be cleaned, otherwise they will soon go rancid. Some men who are not afraid of the cold have taken off their animal skins and directly put on grass skirts. Yes, it is grass skirts. In the memory of the original owner of Luo Chong's body, they wore grass skirts in spring and summer, and even grass skirts. Just go naked, and only wear thicker animal skin skirts in autumn. After taking a bath that day, Luo Chong also happily knitted a grass skirt with his tribe members, but after he put it on for a while, he no longer dared to wear it again. Ruru and Huishan chased Luo Chong all over the ground until they used their noses to pluck all the grass skirt off him. The grass on the grass skirt was eaten by them, MMP. Just when Luo Chong was putting on animal skin clothes with a resentful look on his face, the elder also came and told Luo Chong a big event. Chief, we are running out of salt. No salt? Let's eat the cured meat first. There's a lot of salt in the cured meat, so that's salty. Eat the cured meat first. You can also add salt for the time being. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said. Then don't we go to collect salt? I heard from Shirtu and the others that they saw the cave with salty rocks in the cave in Shishan last time. Can't we just collect it directly? the elder asked doubtfully. I've seen that hole. The entrance is too small. Only a child of 3 or 4 years old can get in. You can't let children go down to collect salt. Not to mention that they are too young to do heavy work. What if they can't get up? What should I do? No, it's too dangerous. We have to find a way to open the hole. Luo Chong spread his hands helplessly and explained to the elder. Open? That's a stone cave. How to open it? Didn't the bald tribes in the past use children to collect salt? The elder continued to ask in confusion. No, I firmly disagree with letting children go into the mines. I'm bald. It's me. He's willing to let children do it, but I'm not willing to let children from the Han tribe die. There's no need to discuss this matter. I won't agree. Luo Chong said seriously with a frown. Then, what should we do? Can the stone cave really be opened? The elder saw that Luo Chong was resolute, so the only way left was to open the stone cave, but he still couldn't figure out how to open the stone cave. Of course I can. I have a way to make things from the mountains, but I still lack materials right now. I need to go to Babao Mountain to dig some mines and come back. During this time I'll just eat bacon first. Luo Chong explained confidently. Well, then, I'll tell them to eat bacon first during this period. The elder felt relieved after hearing the affirmative answer. Since Luo Chong said there was a way, he didn't need to worry anymore. Well, that's it. We'll go mining after the land is plowed in the next few days. Then you can keep your home in the tribe. Luo Chong instructed. The elder left and went back to arrange the changes in the tribe's diet in the future, while Luo Chong went to instruct the tribesmen on how to farm the land. The 400-meter-long farmland next to the diversion river is divided into 20 equal-sized rice fields by 20 canals, each covering an area of 3.2 acres. In the rice fields, a man in the front was leading a cow, a man in the back was holding a plow, and behind him were a few teenagers carrying baskets, constantly picking up grass roots and other debris in the soil. Finally, there were a few men following with a plow. A wooden rake smoothed the soil. Luo Chong walked in the very loose plowed soil, squatted down and put his hands into the soil to feel the temperature. The current temperature is not the time for sowing. At least the temperature of the soil layer cannot be lower than 10 degrees before sowing. Then we can wait until we return from mining before sowing. 3 days later, all 64 acres of rice fields were plowed, and the Han tribe began to prepare for mining. Try hard, it's fast, don't stop, we'll be there soon. Aha. Puff. Oh, why are you using so much force? My body is all wet from you. Who told you to let go first? I'm also wet. Stop arguing, look, this wooden boat is so heavy, it can actually float on the water, it's so amazing. Luo Chong led a group of men to work together to lift the wooden boat to the west end of the diversion river. When they reached the place, I don't know who let go first. The wooden boat hit the water directly, and the splash made everyone wet. The 3-meter-wide wooden boat looked very big when placed in the 4-meter-wide river. The tribesmen were surprised when they saw the wooden boat floating on the water. Such a heavy thing could still float. Can this boat really accommodate people? It won't fall into the water as soon as it gets on. Dolly said doubtfully. Of course it can accommodate people. Even if we all get on it, we won't fall into the water. Give me the rope and I'll get in first. Luo Chong said affirmatively. The wooden boat can definitely accommodate people, and there will be no problem with its quality, but the tribesmen are worried. At this time, Luo Chong needs to set an example. He must be the first to get on. The boat was less than 1 meter wide from the river bank. Luo Chong stepped on it in one step. The wooden boat shook in the water, but it always floated on the water. Luo Chong was also safe and sound. how about it? It's no problem. Whoever comes up? If you don't come up, you will have to pull the boat on the shore in a while. If you want to come up, hurry up. As Luo Chong spoke, he tied 2 ropes to both sides of the bow of the boat. The river was too narrow, and it would be difficult to row the boat. He could only work as a tracker on the shore to pull the boat away, and waited until the boat left the artificial river. You can row it. Thump, thump. As soon as Luo Chong finished speaking, several tribesmen jumped onto the boat. Seeing that Luo Chong was okay on board, they became bolder this time. In addition, the wooden boat almost occupied the entire width of the water, and it was not visually noticeable. What fear was created in their hearts? You have never seen the vastness of the sea. Luo Chong looked at them and shook his head with a wry smile, then threw the rope to the people standing on the shore and asked them to pull the boat into the river. It was another farewell. This time Luo Chong no longer went out alone, but went out with more than 20 men, 4 men from the Yuanshu tribe, 3 men from the Xieting tribe, 6 men from the Han tribe. There are also young people traded from the Black Rat tribe, plus Luo Chong. There are 26 people in total. The men who were about to set out each had a spear, a long bow, a copper shovel, a quiver, and 50 feather arrows each. Each of the 4 men from Dashu also brought a short-handled copper axe. Basically, all the adult male laborers from the Han tribe are here, while the teenagers from the Li tribe are left behind in the tribe. They have not yet learned Chinese well, and it is inconvenient for them to communicate. More and more people came to see him off, and adults and children in the tribe came to the river to see him off. The women led their children to load dried meat, clay pots, hay bales into wooden boats, and 20 bison carried large baskets on their backs. The children led 8 wolf cubs to the shore and watched the adults rowing the boats. They came to see the excitement and see what was new. Only Chu Bing came to see Luo Chong off. Chu Bing led Ben Ben to the river and handed a snakeskin water bag to Luo Chong. Chief, what else will you bring back this time? Haha, didn't you have Ben Ben? You asked me to bring you something. I just went to dig some rocks this time. I will be back soon. Luo Chong rubbed Chu Bing's head and then Ben Ben's big head. The horns on his nose were already slightly protruding. I don't want anything. I like Ben Ben very much. It's enough for me to have it, but I also want to go with you. I haven't been to such a far place yet. Chu Bing said, putting his arms around Ben Ben's neck. You are still too young. When you grow up and can protect yourself, you can go out with me. The outside world is still very dangerous. You should be obedient at home and help your mother with more work. Don't forget to continue to learn Chinese characters. Luo Chong kept telling Chu Bing some things. Well, I'll wait for you to come back at home. Chu Bing nodded honestly. Luo Chong said goodbye to all the tribesmen, boarded the wooden boat and rowed upstream with everyone. Dashu and wooden dolphins rowed on Huishan and Ruru, leading 20 cows with ropes on the bank of the river and followed them upstream. Brothers, work harder. Hey hey, hey hey. Let's go mining. Hey hey, hey hey. Mining can smelt copper. Hee hee. Hee hee. Smelting copper to make bows and arrows. Hey hey. Hey hey. Bows and arrows can be used for hunting. Hee hee, hee hee. You can eat meat when you hunt. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Loud chants resounded through the mountains and forests, and on the river, Luo Chong guided the men in rowing in rhythm. There was nothing we could do otherwise. These primitive people were rowing for the first time and did not know the skills of rowing at all. There were 2 rows of people sitting on each side of the wooden boat. If the rhythm of rowing on both sides was not synchronized, they would not be able to move forward. For example, if you row faster on the left and slower on the right, and if you row 3 times on the left but only once on the right at the same time, the wooden boat will deflect to the right or even spin in place, so if you want to quickly master the skills of rowing, make a rhythm and synchronize your rowing movements so that both sides are consistent. The river is a highway in the mountain forest, but going upstream is obviously a little slower, but it is still much faster than walking. It takes more than half a day to walk from the Han tribe to the dark forest, but it only took more than 3 hours to row upstream this time. We arrived at the place where Luo Chong first encountered the big tree. It is expected that if he returns, he will have to go down the river. It only takes about an hour to get home. However, there is only one section of the waterway. The land route from Yuanshu tribe to Babaishan requires 2 or 3 days of walking, and cattle are used to carry the mining camels back. This is why Luo Chong brought 20 cattle. Chief, what will happen if we leave the ship? This is a good thing, and we can't let it be taken away by others. Everyone got ashore at the edge of the dark forest. Rowing all the way made them truly realize the benefits of the boat. It can hold a lot of things, and can seat more than 20 people at a time. It can go so fast and is better than a car. So the tree asked what to do with the wooden boat as soon as it landed. Everyone has been tired all morning. Let's cook and take a rest first. After dinner, we will load the tools and supplies on the backs of the oxen. Together, we will drag the boat into the woods, leaving behind the wooden dolphins and black rats who are familiar with the terrain. 4 teenagers from the tribe will guard it, and the remaining 20 people will each take a cow with me to mine. Luo Chong made the arrangements without thinking, he had already planned these things. Dog, are you okay? I will leave some food for the 5 of you in a while. You will have to watch over here for about 7 sunsets. If you find the enemy, and you still can't defeat it, then abandon the wooden boat and run away, run in the direction of Babao Mountain and meet us there. Don't lead them back to the tribe. There are still your women and children in the tribe. Remember, if you encounter danger and you can't fight it, abandon the ship and run away. If the wooden ship is gone, we can rebuild it. We can do it in a month at most, but if the people are gone, it will be gone forever. Protect yourself. Luo Chong made arrangements and gave Mu Do some detailed instructions. Yes, leader, I have no problem. We must guard the wooden boat. If enemies come, I will take them to Babao Mountain. Mudu repeated Luo Chong's order and replied affirmatively. Well, very good, go pick out some food you like to eat, and leave some more. We can hunt by ourselves on the way, don't worry about us. Luo Chong pointed to the supplies being unloaded from the ship and said. At noon, a group of men cooked several pots of wild vegetable and salty meat soup and had a delicious meal. This is the benefit of spring. Although the temperature is still a bit low, some edible wild vegetables have appeared early. After lunch, everyone worked together to drag the wooden boat to a hidden jungle not far from the river. They also cut some branches and shrubs to cover the wooden boat. The wooden pig took the 4 boys to a familiar tree. The cave is used as a base, not far from the wooden boat. This is also the reason why Luo Chong wants to keep Mudu, because the people of the Yuanshu tribe are very familiar with the surrounding environment. Mudu is not talkative, has a relatively stable personality, and is not a particularly strong person. He stayed to guard the wooden boat. Even if there was an accident, he could escape and report to Luo Chong. Luo Chong took the remaining 20 people, 2 fear elephants and 20 big oxen, and set off again. Dashu and Luo Chong led the way on Ruru and Huishan, and the others followed behind on oxen. The mark Luo Chong left on the road last time he passed here is still there, pointing all the way to Babao Mountain in the east. Leader. Do you suspect there are enemies here? Dashu and Luo Chong were walking at the front. Thinking of the arrangements Luo Chong made at noon, they couldn't help but ask. I don't know if there is, but we have to be prepared in advance. If the enemy comes and we are not prepared, then we will suffer a loss. Also, you are so familiar with this place, have you noticed anything special? Luo Chong turned around and explained to Dashu. Something special? Dashu turned his head and looked around, observing the environment carefully. I feel like nothing has changed. I remember when I brought you back to fight the cannibals, we didn't clean up the corpses left behind. We just took off their hides and weapons. So where did those corpses go? I clearly remember a place. There should be a body, but I didn't see it just now. Luo Chong expressed his observations and suspicions. The body is gone? Could it have been eaten by wild animals? Dashu guessed. You are familiar with this place. Are there any beasts in this forest that love to eat corpses? Luo Chong asked. Ah? It seems that there really aren't any. There are only rabbits, pythons, and wood rats here. There is also a beast that can cry like a child. Could it be that thing ate the corpse? The big tree thought for a moment and replied. What the hell, there's a beast that cries like a child? Then it's a cat named Chun, maybe some small or medium-sized cat. Luo Chong analyzed. I don't know what a cat calls spring, but that kind of animal does cry only in spring. Dashu thought for a moment and said. Well, forget it. Arrangements have been made anyway. I hope nothing will happen. I hope my feeling is wrong. Luo Chong concluded. A group of people walked into the evening, and Dashu led everyone to find a forest creek more than 1 meter wide as a camp for resting at night. Places with water are usually very dangerous, but there are many of them, and they are all adult men, with sophisticated weapons. They are really not afraid of any enemies. If a wild beast comes out to drink water in the middle of the night, it will probably end up as a snack. Everyone made a dinner using the ice water from the creek. According to the big tree, this kind of creek is formed by the melting of ice and snow in spring. It only appears at the beginning of spring and will disappear after a month. It is a seasonal characteristic. Very obvious. This is the benefit of having local indigenous people as guides, otherwise they might not even be able to find water. 20 cows were tied together in a circle, and stones and feathers were given to them for fodder. Luo Chong also got some food for Ruru and Huishan. The two of them were free to move around, but they were not tied up. After a day's journey, everyone rested around the fire early in the evening. Luo Chong arranged for everyone to take turns keeping watch in pairs. If they felt sleepy, they would wake up the next group. This lasted until the latter half of the night, when the sound of rustling leaves reached Luo Chong's ears. Luo Chong looked around, and suddenly his whole body felt bad. What? What the hell is that? Luo Chong sat up from the ground and stared dumbfounded at the north side of the forest. A huge dark red shadow jumped up and down among the branches, quickly. Countless branches and leaves were broken, roaring all the way towards the Han tribe's camp. Oh. Moo. Both Ruru and Huishan roared toward the north. The 20 bulls yelled wildly, but they did not dare to break free from the rope that passed through their noses, so they could only howl nervously. Damn it, get a weapon quickly, there's a monster. Luo Chong's eyes were fixed on the forest to the north, and he stretched out his hand nervously and scratched on the ground. When he touched his golden gun, he finally gained some confidence, but his legs were still very weak and he had not stood up yet. The tribesmen did not need prompting at this time. They had already grasped their bronze spears tightly and gathered together tremblingly, unable to stand up straight. Then, what is that? Is that a human being? Shirtu also stammered with his eyes widened. Gulu. But no one answered his question. Everyone's mouths were secreting saliva crazily and swallowing saliva. Yeah, no one knows what that is. I saw the one jumping up and down among the branches. He was a man with long golden red hair all over his body. He had slender limbs and a huge body. He was more than 3 meters tall. His muscles were so developed that the muscles on his limbs and the chest muscles in front of him were bulging like a string. A basketball-like primate, that might be a giant ape. Originally, everyone shouldn't be so unbearable, it's just that they can't control their physiological reactions. If it were a larger bear, then 20 men holding spears might not be afraid of it, but if they were facing a bear that looked similar to themselves, 2 or 3 times as big as themselves, and extremely powerful, in all aspects they completely crush their own kind, even if everyone is scared to pee. This is completely psychologically oppressive. Form up, quickly form a formation, stand in a circle to defend, don't be afraid, that monster is not a human, he is not our kind, let's kill him together. Luo Chong kept shouting to the tribesmen, directing the tribesmen to line up. Formation is actually to embolden oneself. Oh. Seeing the red-haired giant ape approaching rapidly, Huishan and Ruru seemed to have seen sworn enemies. They were very excited and kept yelling at the giant ape. Huishan even rushed forward. Boom, boom. In just an instant, the rapidly approaching giant ape swooped down from the tree. When it landed, there was a loud bang, and it felt like the earth was shaking. It crossed its arms in front of it, and with a bang, it hit the gray mountain in one fell swoop. Fly out. Damn it, please tell me this is not true. The 2-meter-tall elephant is probably going to be knocked over when he meets me. This is fake. Luo Chong was shouting crazily in his heart, but the fact was right in front of him. Huishan, who was less than 2.5 meters tall, and the red-haired giant ape stood together, not even reaching each other's shoulders, and could only barely reach their chests. The weight of the red-haired giant ape is not light, with explosive muscles all over his body, plus his figure, he must weigh more than 500 kilograms at least. In addition, the giant ape still flutters and jumps down from the tree. It is a basic operation to knock over the gray mountain with a flying grass. But, how the hell can you win this fight? Huishan was knocked to the ground, and Ruru roared and rushed forward, but it only stood in front of Huishan and confronted the giant ape, and did not dare to step forward to fight. The tied buffalo next to it kept moving back, and blood was already flowing out of its nostrils that were snorting white air. It was because the septum between the nostrils was about to be broken open. The giant ape fell to the ground and knocked down Huishan, then turned to face the crowd of Han tribe and opened its mouth full of sticky saliva. Its 4 1-inch-long canine teeth glowed coldly white, and charged away with a deafening roar. Come over. The men standing near the front suddenly had splitting headaches, their eardrums were about to be torn out, their heads were buzzing, and the hand holding the spear could no longer hold it steady. Raise your spear and kill. Luo Chong suppressed his headache, shouted, and took the lead in thrusting the golden spear into the giant ape's chest. Also thrusting out the spear was Dolly, the fiercest man among the Han tribe leaders. However, the expected sound of the bronze spears entering the flesh was not heard. The giant ape waved his arms, grabbed the wooden handles of the 2 spears, and threw them away with Luo Chong and Dolly holding the spears. Plop. Plop. Both Dolly and Luo Chong were hit on a tree trunk not far away, and then slid to the ground, narrowly avoiding spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fight between the 2 sides lasted only a moment. Before the other tribesmen who did not react in time could stab out their spears, the giant ape grabbed a young man from the Black Rat tribe with his backhand, and grabbed his head with his huge palm. There was a clear crack of fracture, and the young man's neck was twisted on the spot. The giant ape grabbed his head and used it as a weapon, and smashed it into the Han tribe's circle formation. Puff puff. After a falling sound, 7 or 8 people in the crowd were knocked down, and the defensive formation instantly collapsed. Run, cough, disperse. Don't fight it head-on. Run farther away and use spears and bows. Run quickly. Luo Chong climbed up holding his bruised chest and loudly commanded his tribesmen to disperse their attacks. There was no other way, the enemy was too powerful, and he was no match for them, so he could only sneak attack from a distance. One Ear, who had just been knocked to the ground by the corpse, got up and stabbed the giant ape in the chest with the copper spear in his hand. The giant ape had just thrown the body away, but had not retracted its two arms. At this time, the door in the chest was wide open, and it was stabbed by Duer's blow, but it did not penetrate very deep. It only penetrated half of the spearhead, which was 7 or 8 centimeters. The giant ape grabbed the spear shaft, and with a click, the spear was broken into 2 pieces. With another backhand slap, One Ear flew away, and the giant ape's sharp claws left 5 deep claw marks on his chest. When they met, they hurt each other 5-1, and Duer was defeated miserably. The grey mountain that had just been knocked over climbed up again at this time, roaring and charging towards the giant ape's back again. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Luo Chong shouted when he saw this, so as to prevent the clan members from being harmed by Qingshu. The tribesmen ducked when they heard the shouts, and in the blink of an eye there was another loud bang. Huishan successfully attacked the giant ape from behind and knocked the giant ape away. The giant ape was knocked upside down and flew 5 or 6 meters away. A young man who had just run a few steps was directly crushed under the giant ape. As the saying goes, take advantage of your illness to kill you. Huishan saw that the giant ape was knocked to the street and rushed forward like crazy. His front leg stepped hard on the back of the giant ape, his big head was lowered, and the 2 sickle-like tusks on his chin were fierce. He stabbed the giant ape's shoulder fiercely, flicked his head, and with a thud, ripped off one of the giant ape's arms. Ouch! The red-haired giant ape held miserably, turned over and escaped from Huishan's elephant leg, grabbed one of Huishan's tusks with his backhand, and broke it off with a click. Huishan also roared angrily, and bright red liquid flowed from the root of the broken tooth. Blood. With a whoosh, a spear shining with metallic luster flew past many obstacles and instantly pierced the other shoulder of the giant ape. The tip of the spear penetrated half a foot into the flesh, but was pulled out by the giant ape. "Brothers, kill him. He is injured. If you are desperate, throw your spear quickly." Luo Chong threw the spear and shouted loudly to the scattered tribesmen. Just when Huishan bravely replaced an arm of the giant ape with an ivory, Luo Chong also took the opportunity to aim at the chest of the giant ape and throw a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the giant ape dodged it and only hit its chest. Shoulder, so he quickly called the tribesmen to apply the finishing blow. The giant ape was also seriously injured at this time. An arm was torn off by Huishan, his shoulder was stabbed by Luo Chong, and his chest was stabbed by Duer. At this time, the pain was unbearable and his ferocity was unleashed. Grabbed the head of the boy who was pinned beneath him, opened his big mouth, and bit down on the neck. Blood spattered everywhere, and a piece of flesh was torn off. "Give me everything you need. Don't let him eat our people. Kill them." Luo Chong saw that this guy actually gnawed human flesh in front of him, and he immediately became angry. He picked up a stone from the ground and rushed forward. In his previous life, Luo Chong had been in the fighting force. When his comrades who fought side by side were killed, even if they were bombed and missing arms and legs, they still had to find a way to bring the bodies back intact. Sometimes, just for a thigh, it would trigger a body snatching. Fighting, this is a tradition left in the army. When you die, you must leave a complete body so that you can give an explanation to your family. At this moment, how could Luo Chong be able to bear it when he was watching his people being eaten by wild beasts? After hearing the leader's call and watching the leader rush forward with a stone, the tribesmen also rushed up from all directions with spears raised. Dolly, who was thrown away with Luo Chong, also got up at this time, holding the spear with both hands, and rushed to the front of Luo Chong. When he was about to get close to the giant ape, Luo Chong threw a stone at him first, hitting the giant ape in the face and blinding one of his eyes. At this time, Dolly rushed in front of the giant ape. While the giant ape was confused, he used all his strength to pierce the giant ape's chest with a pop, stabbing him to the core. Ouch! The giant ape howled miserably and hit Dolly's head with a slap, sending it flying away. Dolly was hit hard on the face and spurted out a mouthful of blood, along with 3 large molars flying out. Puff 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 puff. At this moment, other tribesmen also took advantage of being beaten hard and launched an attack. 7 spears pierced the giant ape's chest from all directions. The giant ape spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, starting to twitch on the spot. A large amount of blood burst out of the body, and the giant ape gradually became silent. Seeing that the giant ape was completely dead, the tribesmen breathed a sigh of relief and sat limply on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the battle started suddenly and ended quickly, but the Han tribe also suffered heavy losses. 2 young men who had just learned Chinese were killed in the battle. 2 generals of the Han tribe. Duer was seriously injured. 5 large wounds were made on his chest. He was hit hard on the head. 3 big molars were lost. He was also beaten. He suffered a concussion and is still retching and vomiting blood. There are no less than 10 other clan members with minor injuries, including Luo Chong. The most seriously injured one was Huishan. This baby dire elephant had one of its big tusks ripped off, and it is still bleeding on its chin. It was the biggest contributor to this battle. If Huishan hadn't severely injured the giant ape, it would have directly if one of its arms is torn off. Even if the Han tribe can win the battle, it will probably be almost wiped out in the end. Where did this monster come from? Without giving Luo Chong time to think, Dashu was not injured just now. He came over and asked Luo Chong, "Chief, what should we do now?" "Pull out the spear first. From now on, the weapon cannot be left in your hand, and the bow and arrow are always ready to shoot. Lift Dolly and Duer onto the backs of the oxen, along with the corpses of the tribesmen. We will set out for Babao Mountain now. It is no longer safe here, so we need to prepare now. By the way, you can find some things that can clean wounds along the way and treat the injuries of Duer and Huishan." Luo Chong thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I will prepare now. I know where there is a blood tree nearby. The sap of the blood tree can wash wounds. You have drank that before." The big tree responded. "Well, let's do it now." Dashu turned around and arranged for the tribesmen to prepare for the transfer. Everyone pulled out spears from the giant ape's corpse. Some young people who had not had the courage to step forward just now poked the giant ape's corpse a few times with their spears. They were all underage boys who had just been traded to the Han tribe in winter. They had never participated in hunting, let alone such a bloody and cruel battle. From the moment the giant ape appeared just now, they had been frightened out of their wits, so the untimely reaction resulted in tragic casualties. The 2 people killed were both such teenagers. The tribesman lifted Dolly onto the back of the ox. One ear's injury was relatively serious, and he was placed on Ruru's back. Huishan did not bear any weight. At this time, Luo Chong was comforting it with the sweet tree roots he had brought. "My mouth still hurts, and I have no interest in looking at my usual snacks." The team was well prepared, with the big tree leading the way and continuing to the Babao Mountain in the east. Along the way, they found a blood tree to clean everyone's wounds. Drink, 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 drink. At this time, a burst of human shouts came again from the direction of the giant ape's attack. Human figures could be vaguely seen moving in the woods, accompanied by the shouts of the crowd. It was estimated that there were at least dozens of people. No, there are still a large number of enemies. Let's prepare to fight. The giant ape just now may be a cannibal war beast. Luo Chong guessed a conclusion based on the situation at the scene and just a little analysis. The man-eating giant ape just now was probably with the cannibals. After all, the last time they encountered the cannibals, they brought mountains of gray and meat with them. From this, it can be seen that the cannibals are very capable of taming wild beasts. Maybe the man-eating giant ape was also tamed by them. It's just because the giant ape moves faster that it pulls the large army far behind, so the battle here is over and the large army has just arrived. No, we can't fight anymore this time. The tribesmen have been exhausted just now, and they haven't prepared shields this time. If they are entangled by enemies several times their size, they will end up in a precipice. After only a few breaths passed, Luo Chong thought quickly and made a decision immediately. He was ready to implement a vicious plan that would maximize his own interests at a disadvantage. Yes, it is definitely a way to benefit oneself at the expense of others. Da Shu, you take 5 young men and all the cattle, take the wounded and corpses, and run towards Babao Mountain immediately. Go now, don't delay on the way, walk faster, find a place to stay after arriving at Babao Mountain. If you can't find anything to eat, kill the cow, Luo Chong quickly arranged. Chief, what about you? Where are you going? Da Shu asked doubtfully. We stay here to block the enemy, attract their attention, and buy you time to escape. Luo Chong explained. No, leader, I won't leave. I can also fight. I am familiar with the terrain here. I can lead the way for everyone. Please let me stay. Da Shu objected hastily. It's because you are familiar with the terrain that I asked you to take them with you. You must bring them to Babao Mountain alive, cure Dali and Duerr, and also take Huishan and Ruer with you. Luo Chongyu said extremely quickly. But. Shut up, are you the leader or am I the leader? I order you to take them away now. Leave immediately. The enemy's shouts were getting closer and closer. The situation was very critical. There was no time to waste time here, so Luo Chong yelled directly at the big tree. Yes, leader, I promise to bring them alive to Babao Mountain. You, take the cow and follow me immediately. Da Shu's eyes were red, and he promised Luo Chong with tears in his eyes. Road. Seeing the figure of the big tree leaving towards the east gradually disappearing in the forest, Luo Chong turned to look in the direction of the enemy's attack and yelled at the 10 remaining tribesmen around him. Brothers, take your bows and arrows and follow me. Everyone pulls a torch from the bonfire and throws it in front. It will be easier for us to aim when the enemy comes over. Luo Chong looked at the bonfire not far away and said. Yes. After hearing this, the tribesmen all obeyed. Scattered torches were thrown to the north. Although the firelight was weak, it illuminated the surroundings clearly in the dark night. However, the Han tribe's camp was completely dark. Luo Chong and the remaining 10 tribesmen were hiding in the darkness. Middle. Everyone, don't make any noise. Wait for the enemy to get close. Listen to my command and fire arrows. After firing an arrow, don't worry about whether it hit or not. Run away immediately. Our purpose is not to kill the enemy, but to attract their attention, lead them somewhere else. Luo Chong saw that everyone had taken out their long bows and put their arrows on the strings. They were all ready, and he carefully told everyone the precautions for the battle. Chief, why don't we kill them? Last time we only had 4 people and only 1 bow, but we still won in the end, asked Tong, who fought with Luo Chong last time. Last time we had shields, which could slightly block the enemy's attacks, but this time we didn't, which would have caused unnecessary damage. We don't have to fight hard, we just need to lure them away. Luo Chong explained in a low voice. Road. Leader, in which direction shall we run? This was the first time that Beastya fought against the cannibals. He didn't know much about the last battle. Anyway, just listen to Luo Chong. After a while, everyone will run south together after firing the first arrow. Not only do we have to run, we also have to shout while running so that the enemy can hear our voices and keep them following. Luo Chong explained while explaining. Chief, isn't the Black Rat tribe living south of here? Why are we running to them? Asked the tree stump in confusion. Go and report to them. Just tell them that there is a large cannibal hunting team nearby and ask them to be careful. After all, they are the ones who have done so many transactions with us. We should tell them. In the darkness, the corners of Luo Chong's mouth gradually turned up, revealing an evil smile. Huh? That's not right. Those cannibals are here to fight us. They don't know the Black Rat tribe, so how could they fight the Black Rat tribe? Cask also asked in confusion. We don't know now. When we bring the cannibals over, they will know. Luo Chong's smile gradually became sinister. Oh. The tribesmen exclaimed in understanding, as if they understood something, but they still felt that something was wrong. However, since the leader had arranged it this way, it was fine to just do it this way. They were not the leader, so they did not have to think about so many things. However, with their IQ and zero education level, it was really difficult for them to understand Luo Chong's vicious plan to bring trouble to the east. Yes, Luo Chong wants to lead the cannibals to the Black Rat tribe, threaten the Black Rat tribe with the help of others, and take the opportunity to annex the entire rat tribe and their more than 100 people. Didn't you say that if no one hits you, you won't join the Han tribe? Well, I will lead people to hit you this time to see if you will compromise this time. The Han tribe needs development, but human life is limited. If you want to develop the population through normal means, you don't know how long it will take. Luo Chong is not a good man or woman. As long as the result is beneficial to him, what methods are used in the process? It didn't matter in his mind. This world is a world where the weak eat the strong, and the virgin bitch will not live long here. Drink, 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 drink. The enemy is getting closer and closer, 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. When the enemy is closer to more than 100 meters, their appearance can be vaguely seen through the weak firelight on the ground. There are about 60 enemies in total, all of whom are adult men. They are naked, some wear animal skin skirts, and some only wear animal skins to cover their crotches. They have strange and ferocious totem patterns painted with white paint all over their bodies, with jingling human bone ornaments hanging on his body, looking very hideous and terrifying. As the enemy approached, the tribesmen became nervous and looked for their targets with bows and arrows. When Luo Chong's order was given, they would launch an attack. As the distance got closer, the cannibal hunting team suddenly stopped shouting. They seemed to have discovered something was wrong. It seemed that it was too quiet. The giant apes were coming to attack. How could it be so quiet? Could it be that all the prey were dead? Already? That's not right. If all the prey are dead, where did the giant ape go? The captain of the cannibal hunting team signaled his brothers to be silent, and then slowly approached the camp with a bone spear. The surroundings were extremely quiet, which made him very vigilant when walking. The sound of walking was very low, and every time he walked look around carefully every step of the way. It was just that the surroundings were too dark, but the firelight around him was a bit dazzling, making it difficult for him to see anything clearly. When he walked 100 meters away from the campsite, he discovered the body of the giant ape. The horrific death of the giant ape corpse shocked the captain. His expression was horrifying, as if he had seen a ghost, and he quickly greeted his younger brother in their language. Everyone, come quickly, our master has been killed. At this moment, if Luo Chong, who was hiding not far away, could understand their language, he would definitely be surprised. He originally thought that the giant ape was an animal domesticated by the cannibal tribe, just like Ruru and Huishan, but he never expected that these cannibals actually called the giant ape their master. Who the hell tamed whom, who was human and who was beast? But if you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to explain how a species as powerful as the giant ape can be so easily domesticated and driven by humans. Then there is only one answer. These cannibal humans are the beasts domesticated by the giant ape. Not only do you have to help them with work, but you also have to serve as food from time to time. This also explained Luo Chong's original doubts. When he first encountered the cannibals on Grey Mountain, Ruru, he was doubting the origin of these two terrifying elephants. You must know that the terror elephant is a giant monster that looks like a small building. Even though Ruru and Huishan are relatively small, the baby elephants always move together with the adult elephants. So how did these cannibal humans treat the little terror elephant? Took away from parents, this kind of thing is very difficult for human beings to do. But if it were replaced by a red-haired giant ape, it would be possible. Not long ago, I saw the scene where the giant ape knocked down Huishan. In addition, when facing the giant ape, Huishan suddenly lost control of his emotions and attacked the giant like crazy. The ape attacks, maybe there really is some deep hatred between them. For example, a group of giant apes killed the parents of Ruru and Huishan, and then captured and enslaved the young Ruru Huishan, so Huishan rushed to take revenge regardless of his own safety. It's a pity that Luo Chong didn't understand what he was talking about, and he didn't know the true relationship between the cannibals and the giant apes. At this time, he was hiding in the darkness and had fully drawn the bowstring, and his arrow was aimed at the captain's thigh with great accuracy. Fire arrows. The enemy leader was calling his brothers in panic to look at the giant ape's body. They were all very frightened. Their master was dead. What would the other giant apes do to them after they return? The consequences would be disastrous. Who killed our master? No one among his younger brothers could answer his doubts. Only Luo Chong stood up and shouted to release an arrow. The next moment, with the clang, clang, clang sound of the bowstring being released, 11 arrows struck quickly, hitting their respective targets one after another. I was hit by the thin spears of those meat apes. Those meat apes are still here. Let's kill them quickly, shouted the leader who was shot by Luo Chong with an arrow in the thigh. Yes, Luo Chong didn't shoot him to death. This guy was the leader at first glance. If he was killed directly, maybe his younger brother would retreat directly without a leader. But Luo Chong only shot him in the thigh. The injury was not fatal, but it was very troublesome, because the arrows of the Han tribe were made of sharp thorns and did not have arrowheads. If they hit the body, they would only leave a deep hole. A small wound will basically not cause death if it does not hit the vital point. But the thigh is a part that needs to be moved frequently. Now it hurts when I walk. You are angry or not. Therefore, as long as the leader still has a little temper, he will chase Luo Chong and Luo Chong's goal will be achieved. The harvest of the tribesmen's first arrows was also very gratifying, and most of them hit the target. This is not because their archery skills are so powerful, but because the enemies were not far away just now, less than 100 meters away, and they were all fixed targets, and they had been aiming for a long time, so most of them hit the target. Few hit the vital points. The first round of arrows passed and only 2 enemies were killed. But this is what Luo Chong hopes to see, to kill as few enemies as possible. Everyone, run away. There are too many enemies and we can't defeat them. After firing the first round, Luo Chong shouted at the top of his lungs, reminding the tribesmen to retreat and telling the enemy his position. As expected, the enemy leader's attention was attracted by Luo Chong. At this time, he angrily pulled out the arrow from his leg and wanted to break it directly, but after thinking about it, he put the arrow away again and shouted angrily. Road. Those meat apes are over there. They are the ones who killed our master. We rush up to kill them, take away their weapons and present them to our master. Otherwise, we will die if we go back. Everyone, rush forward. Come on, kill those meat apes and take away their weapons. The enemies who were not hit by arrows took out stone axes and bone spears and chased them in the direction where the Han tribe was escaping. The enemy leader who was hit by an arrow in the thigh also had a tall warrior carry him on his back. Run quickly, there are too many enemies, let's run south. Luo Chong was still running and shouting. The distance between the two sides was always more than 100 meters, and the enemy could clearly see the Han tribe members. However, this distance was far from enough range for throwing spears or stone axes, which made the enemy leader quite angry. Attention everyone, prepare your bows and arrows. Have you seen the small open space in front of us? When we run there, shoot another round at the back and then continue running. Luo Chong saw a forest in front of him from a distance. Hollow Land immediately gave orders. It is really difficult to shoot moving targets in the woods. Both sides are moving and there are so many trees blocking them, so they can only attack in a slightly open place. Yes. Soon everyone ran to the end of the clearing not far away, adjusted their breathing, raised their bows and nocked arrows, and fired a round of arrows just as the enemy entered the edge of the clearing. In an instant, 3 more people were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. Everyone, run quickly, save your arrows, don't shoot them randomly. Luo Chong shouted again and ran away again. Damn it, catch up with the meat apes in front and kill them. We must snatch back their weapons. Their weapons are too powerful. As long as we dedicate this weapon to the master will definitely spare our lives. Everyone, run fast. The enemy leader also shouted angrily from behind. This advantage in range is really frustrating. The opponent can easily beat you, but you can't do anything to them. The key is that your weapon is so powerful. What the hell are you running for? Why don't we all just open up and have a fight? In this way, both sides chased each other, and everyone ran away in the forest towards the south. The distance between the two sides never widened. When they encountered an open space with slightly fewer trees, Luo Chong asked someone to fire a round of arrows. He didn't shoot a few people, just to make the other party angry and provoke the other party. From the second half of the night, the sky turned white, and the tall and thick black iron trees became increasingly rare. At the edge of the dark forest, everyone has arrived at the foot of a hill with dense woods, but not a very high altitude. After climbing over the ridge in front, you can see the residents of the Black Rat tribe. Everyone, hold on, listen to my orders. The person running at the front will find an opportunity to climb a tree, and then hide in the tree and don't move. We will all shoot a few arrows to cover you, and the others will be ready. Luo Chong shouted while running. Yes. Monkey, you come first, run to the front and hide in the tree, while others shoot an arrow behind. For a while, on the densely forested hillside, Luo Chong led everyone to shoot arrows towards the back. However, after half a night of chasing, the enemies had also learned the lesson. When they saw the arrows coming in front, they immediately found a place to hide, so there was no several people were shot. However, what they did not expect was that a man from the Han tribe had taken this opportunity to climb up the big tree. Without them noticing, they passed under the tree where the monkey was hiding, and then continued to chase other members of the Han tribe. Everyone in the Han tribe was very surprised when they saw that this method really worked. At the same time, they were very happy. They could finally rest for a while. Then they would find a place to hide in a tree and let the enemy continue to pursue them. De Mao, Mao, you two come together this time, find a place to climb a tree, and the others will shoot arrows to cover. Another round of arrows passed, one of the enemies fell, and 2 more people from the Han tribe disappeared. However, the woods were too dense, and the line of sight was often blocked by trees, and it was difficult to see how many people were in front, so the enemies hadn't noticed them yet. Abnormal. In this way, after chasing from the foot of the mountain to the ridge, there were fewer and fewer Han tribesmen, and they had all climbed up the trees to rest. Only Luo Chong and Beastia were still shouting in front to attract the enemy. Beast Tooth, you go up the tree, and I'll cover you. Luo Chong pulled out an arrow and put it on his long bow. "Chief, you go ahead, I'll block it for you." "Where's all the nonsense?" "Execute the order." "Yes." Beast Tooth picked up the long bow and spear on his back, and quickly ran to a hidden big tree. He jumped up a tree with a few kicks and pulled, and hid among the dense branches, without any movement. Luo Chong, on the other hand, stood sideways behind a tree and shot 4 or 5 arrows in a row. He didn't care whether the enemies behind him could understand or not, and shouted, "Fuck you, if you have the ability, follow me, my tribe. Right in front, I'll kill you soon." Then he ran forward, found a tree, climbed up and hid. "Quickly, chase them quickly, don't let them run away, damn, it's so annoying. We must grab their weapons, otherwise we won't survive if we go back." The enemy leader also shouted depressedly. At this time, the enemies had already run up the mountain ridge. In the distance, a tribal settlement, consisting of several large tents, came into view. "Chief, those meat apes seem to have ran back to the tribe, shall we go over there?" "Go over, of course you have to go over, but you have to take a look first, to see how many people there are in those meat apes." The sun had just risen in the sky at this time, and the warm sunshine dispelled the cold and darkness on the earth. However, this day was destined to be a gloomy day for the Black Rat tribe. The members of the Black Rat tribe are making breakfast. Spring is here, and the Black Rat tribe has ended its hibernation and started normal hunting. A woman from the Black Rat tribe took a clay pot and went to a nearby stream to fetch water as usual, preparing to stew a pot of broth for today's breakfast. Just as she was carrying water back to the tribe, she suddenly discovered that not far away, there were many alien men with ferocious white totems painted on their bodies. They had weapons in their hands and were sneaking towards their tribe. The woman was startled and almost threw the clay pot in her hand to the ground. She was panicked, but she reacted quickly. She immediately realized that these aliens were enemies. She had no intention of continuing to cook, so she poured the water in the pot on the ground, turned around and ran toward the tribe with the pot in her arms, shouting as she ran, "There are enemies, there are enemies, there are many enemies. Everyone, hurry up and get your weapons, I'll go back to the tribe." The cannibal hunting team originally wanted to quietly touch the edge of the Black Rat tribe settlement to first observe how many men there were in each tribe and whether those meat apes with strange weapons were hiding in the tribe last night. Unexpectedly, he happened to be bumped into by a woman who went out to fetch water, and now her target was directly exposed. They no longer hide their appearance. Holding bone spears and stone axes, they quickly rushed towards the residence of the Black Rat tribe. The Black Rat tribe also reacted very quickly. When Luo Chong told them that there were cannibals near their tribe, they were ready to fight at any time. Shuda walked out of the tent, holding 2 crudely made stone spears that were not very straight, and shouted quickly. The men got their weapons ready to fight. The women took out the stones they had prepared and stood behind them. The children all went back to the tents and hid them. Everyone had to be fast. The members of the Black Rat tribe acted quickly, and others worked together to move the horses to the gap in the wall to block the gap in the wall, trying to block the enemy's attack. The old rat wizard also walked out with his crutch. Seeing a large number of enemies rushing in the distance, he was very worried about the safety of the tribe this time. Will the Black Rat tribe be destroyed as a result? It would have been better if he had agreed to Luo Chong's invitation to join the Han tribe. At this moment, the rat witch suddenly felt regretful. The enemy quickly rushed over from the rear of the Black Rat tribe. There was no strong fortress here, only a fence made of wooden sticks and vines. The Black Rat tribe was so short of tools that they couldn't even make a circle of horses that the rat witch had originally requested. The cannibal leader frowned when he saw the settlement surrounded by fences in front of him. Then he quickly assessed the strength of the fence and whether it could block his attack, but it was obvious that such a thing could easily be climbed over, or even directly pushed down. There are more than 20 adult men from the Black Rat tribe, plus the boys who are about to become adults in their tribe, and less than 10 boys traded from the Li tribe. The total number is nearly 40 people, but compared with the cannibal hunting team, this is still a lot. Big disadvantage. The cannibals chased them all the way without suffering many casualties, but this was also the reason why Luo Chong deliberately released the water. At this time, their number was still around 50, and they often attacked other people's tribes, and had very rich combat experience. This was also advantages. Shuda and 20 adult men held stone spears and prepared to attack the enemy first, but due to lack of experience, they did not know how far the spears could be shot. The cannibal hunting team often fought with others. They took the lead in attacking when they were about 50 meters away from the wall, and everyone threw a stone axe. It hit the men of the Black Rat tribe. The Black Rat tribe had no shields, and the men hurriedly avoided seeing dozens of stone axes suddenly flying towards them. But their dodge revealed the women and boys standing behind them. Several teenagers were hit by flying stone axes, and their blood spattered on the spot. The rat's eyes were about to burst. He was very angry and shouted at his people, throw the spear quickly, attack the enemy in front, don't let them climb over the wall." In an instant, 20 spears came out one after another, but the cannibal army was also about 40 meters away at this time. Due to the poor quality of the stone spears of the Black Rat tribe, they were not even straight enough and could not fly stably in the air. Only a few stone spears had a range of more than 40 meters and flew into the enemy crowd. After a round of more than 20 stone spear attacks, 6 enemies had just been killed, but this still did not stop the enemy's attack. In the blink of an eye, the cannibals had rushed to 30 meters, and their counterattack began. The remaining 40 or so enemies threw their bone spears together. The people of the Black Rat tribe hurriedly avoided, but there were too many bone spears. The dense bone spears still caused a lot of casualties to them. 3 of them, the woman, 5 boys, and 4 adult men, were shot by bone spears and fell to the ground, seriously injured on the spot. Besides death, there was basically no other possibility waiting for them. At this time, the cannibal army had rushed within 20 meters of the wall. The tribesmen of the Black Rat tribe did not have time to grieve. The rat shouted at the top of his voice, fight back, throw stones." The men, women, and boys who had just survived the rain of spears took prepared stones and threw them fiercely at the enemy. The dense rocks flew past, and the enemies dispersed instantly. They no longer stood in a pile, but began to run back and forth laterally while charging forward. This can effectively avoid the impact of the rocks, even if they are accidentally hit. As long as it doesn't hit any vital points, it won't be fatal. But at this time, the cannibal leader was very confused as to why these meat apes did not attack them with very small and delicate sticks with feathers stuck on them, but instead used these primitive stones to attack. But he had no intention of stopping the attack. Now that the battle had begun, the result must be determined. He was confident that he would win this battle. About 40 cannibal warriors ran towards the wall of the Black Rat tribe while running to avoid the blows of stones. press it up, that broken thing is not strong, we can push it down." The leader of the cannibals yelled from behind. He had an arrow wound on his leg and was running slowly, so he kept lagging behind. Soon, in just 20 meters, the cannibal warriors had rushed to the edge of the wall. At this time, there were still 37 of them, and the others fell to the ground because their vital parts were hit by stones. The men of the Black Rat tribe also rushed to the edge of the wall with spears. They stretched out their spears from the gaps in the fence, preparing to stab the enemies who were about to climb over the wall. However, the cannibals did not directly climb over the wall as they expected. Instead, they circled to both sides, and dozens of people worked together to push these weak fences. With several cracking sounds of wooden sticks breaking, the fence wall was knocked down. The cannibal warriors held bone spears or stone axes and began to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Black Rat tribe members. The two sides fought together in an instant, and the women of the Black Rat tribe also gathered together in twos and threes. Some of them were holding spears, and some were holding stones. They were also fighting with the enemy. They must win this battle. To protect your children from harm. The old rat wizard kept kowtowing to the open space, praying to their god, the Black Rat god, to bless them, but obviously this was of no use. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that the people of the Han tribe would come to save them. The Han tribe had sophisticated weapons. The golden weapons were very sharp. They also had tall green brick walls. The green bricks were harder than stone. They could build the wall very tall to protect their tribe from being attacked. Enemy attack. The rat witch felt very regretful at this time. If they had joined the Han tribe, perhaps they could have lived in such a wall at this time, and the tragedy of being pushed down by the enemy without the wall would not have happened today. He knew the current situation very clearly. Even if the Black Rat tribe could win this battle, their vitality would be severely damaged, and they would even die together with the enemy. How he now hoped that the Han tribe would suddenly appear to save them. However, just when the rat wizard's hope had just risen, a miracle indeed happened. In the sight of the rat witch and many members of the Black Rat tribe, 11 men with tied hair suddenly rushed up from behind the enemy with strange weapons. The leader was Luo Chong, who was wearing a golden crown and gold hairpin. They launched the attack before anyone arrived. The 11 arrows were like the last weight to break the balance, pressing hard against the enemy, predicting the victory of the Black Rat tribe in advance. It turned out that as early as half an hour ago, the cannibal hunting team arrived at the outskirts of the Black Rat tribe. However, the cannibals did not attack immediately. Instead, they observed and rested on the outside. After chasing for nearly 3 hours, they don't have much physical strength anymore. Luo Chong was also observing the situation on the south side of the mountain ridge. When he saw that the cannibals did not notice him, he quickly went down the mountain to gather his tribe. 10 minutes later, the Han tribe gathered together again. Everyone divide the dried meat and eat like this. If anyone has water, give me some. I'm dying of thirst. Luo Chong gathered everyone in a hidden place and whispered. Beastia handed Luo Chong a snakeskin water bag and asked, Chief, where have those enemies gone? They won't find us. It's okay, just keep your voices down. Those enemies are on the other side of the mountain ridge now. They are also resting and will be ready to attack soon. Luo Chong took a sip of water and explained. Attack? Who are they attacking? Isn't that the Black Rat tribe over there? Are they going to attack the Black Rat tribe? Bucket asked in confusion as he gnawed on the dried meat. Luo Chong chewed the dried meat in his mouth and said nothing, just nodded silently. Then why don't we report the news? The fight will start soon. The tree stump said anxiously. Those enemies are hiding in a place to rest now. Now we go to report the news, but there is no trace of the enemies. Will they believe us? Luo Chong explained. Then, what should we do? Let's help them defend themselves? Shirtu asked. We will be at a disadvantage if we defend ourselves now, and the Black Rat tribe will not believe us. We will go to help them when they start fighting. Then we will sneak attack from behind. The effect will definitely be better than fighting from the front. Everyone, rest here first. Come on, let me go ahead and see what's going on. Luo Chong held the dried meat in his mouth and carefully touched the mountain ridge. Half an hour later, the cannibals launched an attack, and Luo Chong followed them quietly with 10 people. When the cannibals rushed to 100 meters, Beastia asked, Chief, why don't we go help? No, wait until they start fighting. If we take action now, the enemy will give up the attack and come back to attack us. Do you want to be chased for a long time? Luo Chong held a piece of grass in his mouth and said nothing. Said slowly, "Oh." Everyone nodded at the same time. When the enemies had already reached the fence of the Black Rat tribe, Luo Chong and the others were still on the hillside 400 meters away. Everyone lined up, target the fence at the foot of the mountain, and shoot with the bow at 45 degrees. Luo Chong suddenly gave the order to shoot. "Ah? Can you shoot it from such a distance?" Everyone was shocked. "Nonsense, of course. Follow the order first, and I will explain it to you when I get back. Don't waste the opportunity to fight." Luo Chong said loudly, then he bent his bow and nocked an arrow, fully drew the bowstring and shot an arrow first. Just kidding, as a former professional soldier, the most important thing is to understand the characteristics of your weapons. For things like longbows, the longest throw of light arrows is 350 meters, and the longest throw of heavy arrows is about 200 meters. Luo Chong and the others, the feathered arrows are all arrows, without metal arrowheads. They should be classified as light arrows, so there is absolutely no problem in throwing them 350 meters. In addition, everyone in the Han tribe was on the mountain at this time. When shooting from high to low, the height difference would extend the parabola of the ballistic trajectory. Under such comprehensive circumstances, it is not surprising that it can shoot 400 meters. Shing! There was a trembling sound of releasing the bowstring, and an arrow quickly flew out from Luo Chong's hand, piercing the sky diagonally. After flying over the highest point of the parabola, it began to slide rapidly, and the target was facing the fence wall he was trying to push. Of enemies. Whoosh, poof. Ah. An enemy who was pushing against the wall was hit by an arrow in the back. He was shot right through him and fell to the ground. All the enemies around him were also shocked. The members of the Black Rat tribe were also surprised. Who was helping them? Judging from the direction in which the weapon was flying, it should be behind the enemy. Then they looked behind the enemy and saw nothing. Where did this weapon come from? On the mountain, is the leader of the Han tribe. He is here to save us. Don't give up, everyone. We will definitely win. Hold on, hold on. The rat wizard shouted excitedly. There was nothing I could do if I wasn't excited. It was too sudden. Just when the rat witch pinned all his hopes on Luo Chong, he indeed appeared like a god to save their tribe. Everyone in the Black Rat tribe also looked up at the mountain to the north, and sure enough they saw a young man with a golden light shining on his head. But at this moment of confusion, the enemy had already pushed to the fence and was fighting with them. The Han tribe people on the mountain were also stunned. Holy shit, can you shoot from such a distance? So they all imitated Luo Chong's behavior just now, raising their bows and arrows to try to see if they could shoot that far. Hey, what are you doing? Put down the arrows. I asked you to shoot, but you didn't shoot. Now they are all shot together. You are not afraid of accidentally killing friendly troops when you shoot arrows. Come down with me. Seeing that they still wanted to launch from such a distance, Luo Chong immediately stopped them. You must know that the battlefield situation is changing rapidly. Maybe if you delay for a few seconds, the fighter opportunity will be missed. Therefore, soldiers regard executing orders as the first military rule. They are afraid of affecting the performance of the commander and delaying the fighter opportunity. Unfortunately, they are not soldiers, and they do not have the sense to resolutely execute orders. The tribesmen knew it as soon as they heard it. They just missed a good opportunity and regretted it. Brothers, charge down with me, and shoot freely when you are 100 meters away. After shouting, Luo Chong took the lead and rushed down. Kill those beasts and avenge the dead tribesmen. The tribesmen also shouted and ran down after Luo Chong. The distance of 300 meters was reached in less than a minute. When the Han tribesmen saw their leader stop and start shooting arrows, they also stopped to look for their target. The target is easy to identify. The enemies are all painted with white totem patterns, which can be distinguished at a glance. 11 archers joined the battlefield. Instead of fighting in close quarters, they attacked the cannibal tribe from a distance. No matter whether they threw spears or stone axes from a distance of 100 meters, they could not throw that far. Arrows representing death poured into the battlefield one after another, and the number of enemies was also reduced sharply. One round of 11 arrows passed by, and 8 enemies fell. Another round of volleys passed, and another 6 enemies fell. The enemy even had more than 2 arrows stuck in his body. That was the result of everyone choosing the same target. After 3 rounds of volleys, the enemy was going crazy, but the tribesmen of the Black Rat tribe became more and more courageous. It has become a situation where 2 or 3 people are fighting against one person. The enemy cannot retreat even if they want to, and the enemy leader has died long ago. Under the volley of Han tribesmen. Stop shooting, brothers, charge forward with me with bronze spears. Luo Chong shouldered his long bow, took off the bronze spear slung on his back, and called for everyone to charge forward together, and the bayonet melee began. Kill. With the addition of the new force of the Han tribe, the situation became even more unfavorable for the cannibals. It basically became a 3-on-1 or even 5-on-1 situation. Coupled with the sharp bronze spears of the Han tribe, the situation instantly became a one-sided massacre. 2 minutes later, the last enemy was stabbed into a sieve by 7 or 8 spears, with holes all over his body, and he fell to the ground unwillingly and died. Chief of the Han tribe, thank you for helping my tribe defeat the enemy. How did you know that we are in danger here? Just after the battle, Shuda pulled out his spear from the enemy's corpse and said gratefully to Luo Chong. How do I know? If I tell you, I am the one who brought the enemy here, would you believe it? Luo Chong cursed in his heart. Of course, he would not say these words. We went to a very far place to collect things. On the way, we passed through the dark forest to the north of you. We met a cannibal tribe there. They sent a red-haired man-eating giant ape to attack us, but we killed him. Then those cannibals continued to come towards your tribe. We originally wanted to come over to report to you, but we didn't expect that the enemy walked too fast and ran in front of us, so we appeared here. Luo Chong explained to Shuda that he was telling lies as soon as he opened his mouth and had no idea what shame was. Man-eating ape, what is a cannibal? The rat wizard asked, in confusion. It's a giant ape that looks like a human, but is much taller than us. It has a lot of fire-colored hair all over its body. The ape man is as tall as 2 of you. The illustration of the animal teeth on the side said. He also compared the height of the rat witch to him. Oh, my God, those are the devils living in the Black Mountain. Our ancestors have seen them before, and they will bring disaster to our tribe. The rat witch staggered in fright and said in panic. What? Your ancestors have seen giant apes? How did you know? Do you know their origins? What kind of mountain is Black Mountain? Luo Chong asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain? That's a stone painting recorded by the ancestors of the Black Rat tribe. Please come to the tent with me. The rat witch said and led Luo Chong into the tent and pointed to a large stone slab standing in the corner of the tent. The painting on the slate is very rough and abstract. It is a dark mountain drawn with charcoal, and many very tall ape men are walking down the mountain. Well, compared to the human being painted next to him, he is indeed very tall. The giant apes went to the human tribe and captured many people. They killed the men in the tribe, captured the women and children, and took these people back to the Black Mountains. The giant apes enslaved these humans and asked these humans to catch other people for them. If they could not catch them, they would be used as food for the giant apes. They came many, many years ago, and these enemies now are the children they captured back then, and the children of those children. They have become as fond of eating people as the giant apes. The rat witch pointed at the paintings and told Luo Chong. The stone painting was very rough. Without the explanation of the rat wizard, Luo Chong would not have been able to understand what it meant. Moreover, the stone painting was probably hundreds of years old when he saw it. Luo Chong was very surprised by the story told by the rat wizard. It turns out that the giant apes were not domesticated by cannibals, but humans tamed by the giant apes, and they were trained into cannibals who loved eating people. Luo Chong was still analyzing the relationship between the giant apes and the cannibals, while Shu De and Shi Wu frowned worriedly. They are very worried. Now they can't even defeat the cannibals. What should they do if a more powerful giant ape comes again? Chief of the Han tribe, please help us and teach us how to defeat the giant ape. Shu De remembered what Luo Chong said just now, that they defeated a giant ape, and thought Luo Chong had any good ideas, so he asked quickly. I don't know how to defeat that monster. We have no good way now. We can only rely on strong brick walls for defense. This time we defeated the giant ape because of the help of Huishan. Oh, you have seen it, those two four-legged beasts with long noses, and we also killed and wounded several tribesmen. We are no match for the giant ape now. Luo Chong explained, saying that he could not defeat the giant ape. What to do? What should we do? When Shu De and Shi Wu heard that they couldn't even defeat the Han tribe, they became even more panicked. Chief of the Han tribe, can your wall block the attack of the giant ape? The rat wizard asked uncertainly. It's not possible now, but we will build a taller wall to block them. We call that tall wall a city wall. In the future, we will live inside that city wall, which can block any enemy's attack. No one can tear down that wall. A wall, not even a giant ape. Luo Chong did not confirm immediately, but said matter-of-factly. Then can our black rat tribe also build such a city wall? Shu De was not interested in what the Han tribe did. He just wanted to know what the black rat tribe could use to block the enemy. No, even if we, the Han tribe, want to build such a tall and strong city wall, it will take a lot of time, population, and a lot of food to build the city wall, but you can build that city wall with us, that the city wall is enough for us to live together. We can work together and defend against the enemies. No enemy can harm us. We will have endless food and the best weapons. Luo Chong tried to invite Shu De. Well, if we join the Han tribe, will you treat our people like the Han tribe people? Mouse Witch asked hesitantly. Of course, there are many people from other tribes in our tribe, and they are living very well now. Moreover, if you join the Han tribe and build that city wall with us, the construction speed will be faster. None of us knows when those cannibals and giant apes will come again. The sooner we build a tall city, the sooner we will be safe. Luo Chong continued to swim. The rat witch was right. This is the truth. After all, there is strength in numbers. The rat witch turned around and discussed with the rat. The two of them thought for a long time and decided that it would be better to join the Han tribe. First of all, they thought that the Han tribe was very friendly and would run over to help when attacked by the enemy. If it hadn't been for Luo Chong this time, maybe their tribe would have disappeared in this battle. Moreover, Shu De was very interested in the weapons Luo Chong and the others used just now. Bows and arrows were something Shu De had never seen before. He had been to the Han tribe several times, but every time he only saw bronze spears, shovels, and axes. Although these weapons look good, they can't hit far, but the thing called a bow and arrow can hit very far. If the people of the Black Rat tribe can also be equipped with such powerful weapons, they will no longer be afraid of the enemy. Leader of the Han tribe, we agree to join your tribe. We hope you can be as good to our people. The rat wizard and the rat boss agreed to join the Han tribe, and then they went to Luo Chong and said it face to face. Of course, you are welcome to join the Han tribe, so that you will all be my tribesmen from now on. I will treat all tribesmen equally and treat them equally.
You will get the same weapons and eat the same food as us. Luo Chong welcomed them with joy. Then when will we move and start building that tall city wall? Of course, the sooner the better. There has just been a battle here. Although the enemies are dead, we don't know if they will come with more people, so it is better to move as soon as possible. Luo Chong said. Then where will we stay first when we arrive at the Han tribe? I remember that your cave is no longer suitable for living. Shuda asked. Also, how do we get across that river? Ratwitch also asked. When we arrive at the Han tribe, we can first set up some tents in the wall for you to live in. Now that the weather is warm, there is no problem living outside. We can build better houses before winter. We can also swim across that river, or build a simple wooden bridge. We can also go there by wooden boat, but we have to wait until the boat that transports the stones comes back. Luo Chong solved various problems for them. Wooden boat? What is a wooden boat? The rat wizard was very puzzled. It's something that can float on the water. It can contain people or other things. It's made of trees. The wooden barrel on the side explained. As long as we talk about carpentry, this guy talks a lot. Really? So magical? Then where are we going to take the wooden boat? Shuda asked aloud. He was also very curious. Go to the place where you walked in winter. If you don't want to swim there or build a bridge, you can camp by the river there first and wait for a few days. When we come back from collecting things, we will take you back with us. Luo Chong arranged road. Okay then. How about this? Let the beast teeth and stones be with you, and let the two of them lead you to the river, to stay there first. The rest of us have to collect things, and we can only come back to join you after collecting them. Luo Chong said worriedly. Chief, what do you want to collect? You have to go so far. The rat wizard asked. Maybe he didn't notice that he had directly called Luo Chong leader. Luo Chong thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to hide this matter from them anymore. Anyway, they were now his own clansmen and they would know about copper smelting sooner or later. If he didn't tell them now, it would appear that he was treating them differently and not taking them seriously. Own people. So he explained, we are going to collect a kind of stone. That kind of stone has metal in it and can be used to make sharp weapons and more tools. It is the kind we use now. Luo Chong said while he knocked on his bronze spear and the golden hair crown on his head. What? This thing is actually made of stone. It's unbelievable. This is so amazing. Chief Khan, can I go and see it with you? The rat wizard said in surprise. You should wait until we get the things back. Now the black rat tribe needs to move. You need to lead the tribe there. If you are not there, the tribe will be uneasy. You are their witch. Luo Chong declined politely. This old man is very old, and he still goes mining with him? You were traveling at the time. The rat witch was right. He still had business to do, so he no longer asked to follow Luo Chong to mine. However, he was still very curious about the stone that could produce metal. The battlefield was cleaned, tents were dismantled, and fences and walls were torn down and piled together to use as firewood for burning corpses. The billowing black smoke shot straight into the sky. The corpses of the enemy and the members of the Black Rat tribe who died in battle were all scattered in the air along with the billowing smoke. Shuda took his tribe members, took some of their only animal skins and pottery, and embarked on a moving journey. Food? It doesn't exist. The tough winter has just passed. They have long run out of food. Now they can only walk and hunt at the same time. Fortunately, Luo Chong left behind the two people, Beast Tooth and Stone, as well as the bows and arrows in their hands. Together with the men of the Black Rat tribe, they also caught a lot of animals along the way and did not let these more than 100 people suffer. Hungry. the rat and the rat which were very curious about bows and arrows. The rat even took the initiative to ask Beast Fong for advice, but the rat which was helpless. He was too old to even draw the bow. Luo Chong also said goodbye to the black rat tribe for the time being, and continued his mining journey with the remaining 8 people. There were no other accidents on the road this time, and everyone was busy on their way. By the time Luo Chong and his party met the big tree again, it was already 2 days later. Dashu and the others were stationed on the east side of Babao Mountain, on the edge of the wetland. There was plenty of water and grass here, including bison and meat Grey Mountain, as well as human food. When Luo Chong saw them, Dashu and the other 8 were roasting a pony. Although Luo Chong had said at the time that if there was no food, they could kill the cow, but they had several bows and arrows, and there was no reason to do so in a place where there was plenty of prey. Unable to catch prey. Lonier's injury has improved somewhat, but he still has difficulty moving. He may have suffered internal injuries. The wound on his chest has been disinfected and is currently healing well. Deli's concussion has been over, and he no longer retches. However, 3 big molars were knocked out on his face, and now his whole face is swollen like a pig's head. If it weren't for his tall figure, Luo Chong would have not necessarily recognizable. Huishan's gums no longer bleed, and there is currently no local necrosis. It doesn't seem to be a big problem, except that the missing tooth will probably never grow back. The 2 little elephants were very happy to see Luo Chong again. They followed Luo Chong for a while. Chief, Beast Tooth and Stone, who are they too? Dashu couldn't help asking sadly as he saw that 2 more people were missing from the team. He thought that Luo Chong and the others had sacrificed 2 more clan members to cover their evacuation. Oh, no, there is something I forgot to tell you. Those enemies chased us all the way south and hit the Black Rat tribe. We killed those enemies together with the Black Rat tribe. Now the Black Rat tribe agreed to protect themselves. Join our Han tribe and we will be a family from now on. Luo Chong fed Huishan fresh grass and turned to the tree. Is it true? Our tribe has all joined the Han tribe. This is great. I can see my family again. Several teenagers from the original Black Rat tribe who were brought by the big tree said excitedly. Ask them if you have anything you want to know. Let's eat more and go mining in the afternoon after resting. If we finish these things early, we will go home early. Luo Chong washed his hands in the stream and started digging from the bonfire. He tore off a piece of horse meat and shouted to everyone. Everyone had a feast of barbecue and started collecting various minerals in the afternoon. The most important ones are copper and tin, and some realgar was collected, but not much. But this time Luo Chong also focused on mining some lime and iron sulfide, which is flake pyrite. The sulfur content in babayashan is too high. Arsenic sulfide, realgar, iron sulfide, pyrite, azurite, copper sulfide, most things contain sulfur, and the lower the altitude, the higher the sulfur content. Luo Chong collected a lot of iron sulfide this time. He did not plan to use it to make iron. Instead, he planned to use its high sulfur content to refine sulfuric acid to solve the purpose of opening the small hole in the salt mine. On Babao Mountain, Luo Chong led everyone to hold a cremation for the 2 young men who died in the battle. Duer was still recovering from his injuries, and Dolly was able to work. Except for his face, which was still swollen, there were no other major problems. But Luo Chong didn't ask him to do any heavy work. He just asked him to take care of one ear, cook for everyone, and keep an eye on the bison. Luo Chong led the other 16 people and worked hard to dig the ore with bronze shovels. Chalcopyrite and tin ore were collected the most, and they filled 24 large baskets. It took 12 oxen to carry them back. The cow carried 2 baskets, and another 10 baskets of pyrite. The remaining loads were kaolin and limestone. Due to the large number of people and the fact that there was a copper shovel to work more efficiently this time, it actually only took 1 day to collect these things, and most of the other time was wasted on the transportation route. On the afternoon of the 7th day before everyone set off, Luo Chong led his tribe and the ox team filled with ore back to the small river, where he met the 5 wooden dolphins who had stayed behind in the wooden boat. Mu Do saw that the clan members who had returned were all tired from work, and some people were injured, and there were 2 fewer people in the group. He quickly asked what happened. After walking for a day and a half, everyone was exhausted. Luo Chong asked people to rest where they were, and unloaded the ore from the cows' backs to let the cows take a rest. One afternoon, the tribesmen caught some hares nearby, had a meal together, and shared with each other what had happened in the past few days. The 5 wooden pigs were very surprised, but they were also secretly lucky. Because they stayed to guard the wooden boat, they did not encounter the enemy. The 5 people were just hunting nearby in the past few days. Not to mention the enemy, they did not even encounter a single figure. Early the next morning, everyone pushed the hidden wooden boat into the water again and began to load the ore. Large baskets were placed directly in the bucket of the boat one by one. Fortunately, the wooden boat was long enough, otherwise it might not be able to hold so much. The 20 large baskets of ore have already made the load of the wooden boat somewhat difficult, and now it can only hold 5 or 6 more people to operate the boat. It was Luo Chong who boarded the ship to take command, and called 2 wounded men, Dolly and Durer, to board the ship, as well as barrels, tree stumps, and 3 feathers. The others all rode oxen home, with Dashu riding Ruru temporarily leading the team. The wooden boat goes down the river at a very fast speed. There is basically no need to paddle. The only purpose of steering the boat with a few people is to adjust the sailing attitude and direction of the boat. If it deviates to one side, just paddle a few times on the other side. The wooden boat drifted on the river for less than 2 hours. Luo Chong, who was sitting on the bow of the boat, had already seen the Black Rat tribe stationed on the east bank and the Han tribe woman fishing on the other side of the river. As expected, the people of the Black Rat tribe did not think of a way to cross the river, but waited on the shore for Luo Chong to come back. They were all very curious to see what magical thing the wooden boat was. The elders of the left-behind tribe also knew what happened and the Black Rat tribe's decision to join the Han tribe. The elders and other tribesmen were very happy. Some tribesmen who had been traded from the Black Rat tribe were also standing by the river. Seeing that their relatives who have been away for more than a month can now see each other every day. When the wooden boat was less than 500 meters away from them, Beastia on the shore had already spotted the wooden boat drifting on the river, and immediately waved and shouted to Luo Chong. "The chief is back, the chief is back, chief, we are here." When everyone in the Black Rat tribe heard that their leader was back, they hurriedly looked up the river. Sure enough, they saw a strange thing made of wood floating on the water and going down the river. Then they waved and shouted. I shouted, not knowing what I was excited about. "Chief, chief, we're here. We're here." "Ouch, what are you shouting for?" "How about Hunter? With such a big group of people, can't I see them?" Luo Chong covered his face and sighed speechlessly. Several other people on the boat were very excited, waving their arms in response to the crowd on the shore, and greeted them happily. A minute later, the wooden boat arrived at the intersection of the small river and the artificial river. Luo Chong stood on the bow of the boat and threw the rope tied to the boat towards the women of the Han tribe, asking them to hold the rope. Luo Chong paddled on the boat. With the help of the women on the shore, the wooden boat was driven into the artificial river. "Chief, chief, we are here. Don't leave us." Shirtu watched Luo Chong sail away in the boat from the east side of the river, and shouted anxiously. "Why are you so anxious? Didn't you see that the wooden boats are full now? I will come back to pick you up after all the stones are unloaded." "Tell me about you, huh? How long have you been here, and you are still on the other side of the river. Why don't you find a way to come over on your own? Can't you just swim across such a narrow river? Luo rushed out of the boat and stood on the shore angrily and said to the stone. Chief, it's not that we don't want to swim over, it's Shuda and Shuwu. They both want to see what the wooden boat looks like, and they don't know how to swim. There are many children, so they haven't swam over. Bestia. He quickly explained. Well, just wait a little longer. When we unload all the ore, we will come back to pick you up. Just when Luo Chong and Bestia were shouting, Chu Bing also led Ben to Luo Chong's side immediately. As soon as Luo Chong came ashore, they gathered around him and chatted non-stop. The white Ben looked at, I felt much better when I woke up. I no longer felt sleepy all day long at first. I just followed Chu Bing around, lowering my head to look for the newly emerged tender grass on the ground. Chief, those long-necked alpacas have lost their hair, the bison have also lost their hair, and those rabbits have all lost their hair. But Ben has not lost her hair. By the way, Chief, why doesn't Ben have hair? Is it because it hasn't grown up yet? Xubing Xiaozue immediately recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. Rhinos, like Ben, don't grow hair. It's not a woolly rhinoceros. Ben will only grow some hair. Even if it grows up, it won't grow hair. Remember? Luo Chong said. Disease science. Chief, is it fun outside? Why do you bring so many tribesmen every time you come back? Chu Bing continued to ask. Of course it's not fun outside. This time we encountered a very powerful enemy. We almost died outside and could never come back. So you have to grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can protect yourself and us. Tribe. Well, when I grow up, I will also learn archery, so that I can protect the tribe and hunt a lot of prey for everyone to eat. Chu Bing said firmly, clenching his little fist. That's very good. Then grow up quickly. Now you go and play by yourself. We still have a lot of things to do. Chu Bing nodded and led Ben to the bank of the river again. The women dragged the rope of the wooden boat on the shore and pulled the wooden boat to the western end of the artificial river. Several people carried a basket and lifted all the oars on it. Luo Chong then directed the 4 people on the boat to row the wooden boat into the river and pick up all the members of the Black Rat tribe. The members of the Black Rat tribe were very surprised to ride on a wooden boat for the first time. Some adults and children were still sitting on the edge of the boat, stirring the water in the river with their hands. The 8-meter-long wooden boat, with ropes tied to both ends, was pulled directly across the river by people, almost occupying the river surface less than 10 meters wide, and could be used directly as a bridge. The tribesmen of the Black Rat tribe climbed onto the wooden boat one by one, and then went from the other end of the wooden boat to the other side of the river and went directly to the west bank. From then on, there was no more Black Rat tribe, they were all members of the Han tribe. The current population of the Black Rat tribe is 137. This is after several transactions with the Han and Li tribes, plus the attrition in this battle. The number of people is not small, equivalent to 1/3 of the current population of the Han tribe. Secondly, so many people poured into the Han tribe all at once, and resettlement was also a problem. The cave has long been unfit for living, so everyone had to set up some tents in the open space inside the wall to live in. The people of the Black Rat tribe didn't care. They lived in tents to begin with and had no objection to this arrangement. In addition, after they arrived, they saw all kinds of good things from the Han tribe. Not to mention anything else, the reserves of meat and animal skins were enough for them to enjoy themselves. In addition, there were so many live large animals. Not to mention letting them live in tents now, they didn't mind even sleeping in the cow shed, so they set up the tent themselves, and set it up next to the cow shed. Stop, wait a minute. Luo Chong saw the place they had chosen and hurriedly shouted to stop them. "Chief, what's the matter? Is there any problem in these places?" Shuda was directing everyone to work, and asked strangely when he heard Luo Chong shouting to stop. "People should not live too close to the livestock pens, otherwise they will easily get sick, and they are afraid that the children will be kicked by the big animals. In addition, those places have other uses. Just put your tents here near the cave," Luo Chong explained. "Oh, that's it. Then, what's the use of those places?" Shuda nodded understandingly, and then asked doubtfully. "Don't worry about this now. Even if you tell me, you don't understand. What I need is not the piece of land, but the soil on that piece of land. Also, from now on, you have to go there to pee and poop. Don't do it anywhere." "Luo Chong, I don't want to explain too much, I really can't explain this to them." "Oh." Shuda nodded confusedly. He didn't know the use of the soil next to the corral, but he knew the last one. "Don't urinate randomly in the residence." This was what everyone did in the Black Rat tribe before. Although he still doesn't understand what maintaining hygiene means, at least the place he lives in will not be too smelly. The people who set up the tent changed places, and Luo Chong breathed a sigh of relief and started to prepare for other things. "Cripple, you can bake some more pottery these days for the new tribesmen to use, and burn some more water tanks. I want to use that one." Luo Chong turned to the lame man and made arrangements. "Oh, Chief, we have brought back so much copper ore, why don't we smelt copper now?" Cripple asked. He now prefers smelting copper to making pottery. When he heard that Luo Chong didn't let him smelt copper, I was a little disappointed and couldn't help but remind Luo Chong. "Let De Zue and the others do the smelting of copper for now. You can do it after the final purification. Now go and bake the pottery. You are the best pottery maker in the tribe, so I let you do it. Others made it. I don't like it." Luo Chong praised the lame man like he was coaxing a child. Yes, leader, I promise to bake the pottery well." The lame man was greatly benefited from Luo Chong's praise and quickly promised. Everyone was busy on their own. In the evening, a simple, thatched house with a pointed round roof was erected. In the evening, the new tribesmen tied their hair under the command of the old people, and distributed pottery bowls and chopsticks to everyone. Everyone had their first dinner together, and the relationship between the clan members became closer. After the meal, everyone gathered around several bonfires to communicate. The men studied the weapons and tools of the Han tribe, and the women exchanged methods of weaving straw sandals and rattan baskets. Mainly the old people were teaching, and the newcomers were learning, and they were also learning. In this process, Chinese vocabulary is slowly introduced to these newcomers. Just when the afterglow of the evening was about to disappear, a man carrying a copper shovel and pushing a cart also started to get busy. "Chief, why are you digging a latrine? Are the things in it useful?" the elder asked doubtfully. "I dug your uncle's latrine." "Which of your eyes saw me digging the latrine?" "I was digging the soil next to the latrine." When Luo Chong heard the elder's question, he felt angry and said angrily, "What I dig is not manure, but the soil next to the latrine." "Chief, what's the use of that soil?" "It's not needed for making pottery. You'd better think of a way to collect salt quickly. So many tribesmen have come again, and the salt we have saved can't hold it anymore." The elder continued to chatter. "Stand up. Didn't you see that I was preparing? What do you think I am digging all this soil for, just to open a salt mine?" Okay, don't worry about it. I know what to do." Luo Chong had been working there, despite the stench, holding his breath and not daring to take a big breath. Now that he was disturbed by the elder, he immediately became impatient. "Can you open a salt mine by digging the soil?" The elder was very suspicious that Luo Chong was covering up his true purpose of digging the latrine. If Luo Chong knew that the elder thought that way, he would definitely spray him to death with a mouthful of salt soda. Well, if there was salt soda. What is there in the soil next to the latrine? The answer is nitrate. Then what is the use of nitrate? Of course it is to make explosives and open salt mines. If you can't find natural minerals like saltpeter, the best way to get it is to look for it near toilets, because this ingredient is contained in animal excrement. Some of you may have seen that in some rural dry toilets, pig pens, and cow sheds, or even at the base of the walls of some old adobe houses, in the spring and autumn, when the temperature is low in the morning and evening, the ground will freeze. A layer of white frost is actually caused by the reaction between the saltpeter in the soil and the condensed dew, resulting in an endothermic phenomenon, so the dew on the nearby ground condenses into frost. In some cases where the content is relatively high, saltpeter will directly precipitate in these places into crust-like or salt flour-like crystals, also known as ground frost. I guess the by sentence, "There's bright moonlight in front of the bed, it's probably frost on the ground," was just made up after he drank too much and saw the frost on the ground. Who knows? The purification and use of saltpeter were familiar to the ancients thousands of years ago. The ancients had already mastered the preparation of saltpeter and the method of making ice from saltpeter. They were generally enjoyed by nobles. After all, not everyone could do it in ancient times. Enjoy ice in the summer. In addition, saltpeter was also called a eliminating stone by the ancients. It was said to be able to eliminate all things, so it was loved by all kinds of alchemists who made alchemy. No matter what the thing was, they liked to throw it into the furnace with the saltpeter to refine it, and then blow themselves up. But thanks to them, gunpowder was included in the 4 great inventions. The preparation of saltpeter is easy, and it is no secret. Put the soil containing saltpeter into a water tank, add water to dilute it, clarify and filter the dissolved mud water, and then heat and boil the resulting filtrate to dryness or directly dry it in the sun to obtain pure saltpeter. Crystallization is similar to the refining method of salt. These refined crystals are potassium nitrate. In the evening of that day, Luo Chong used a small cart and a copper shovel to cut off an entire layer of the land around the corral and toilet. The collected soil made a small mound, which was piled next to the entrance of the cave like a tomb. Early the next morning, Luo Chong found 4 more women to do the work of purifying the saltpeter. He made several large water tanks to dissolve the soil. After it was clarified, he filtered it with hay, and then boiled the obtained filtrate over the fire in a clay pot. Eventually saltpeter crystals will precipitate in the pot, looking like yellowish salt. Chief, is this salt? How can there be salt in the soil next to the latrine? The elder and the lame man said in surprise. They originally saw Luo Chong asking people to burn things again, thinking that something new was about to appear, but they didn't expect to get it in the end. It's actually salt. This is not salt, this is saltpeter. You can't eat it. It's poisonous. Don't touch it. Luo Chong was afraid that they were mixing things up, so he quickly warned. Ah? It's not salt, it's also poisonous. What's the use of this thing? It's a waste of so much firewood. I also need a lot of firewood to make pottery. The lame man asked doubtfully. Since I've done it, of course it's useful. Why do you care so much? You go use the white clay and mud first. I'll pinch something out later. Luo Chong arranged for the lame man. Are you going to make that crucible again? I've learned that crucible. I can just make it for you. The lame man immediately patted his chest confidently. It's a crucible, but it's not the same one as before. You go ahead with the mud. I'll do it myself later. Oh, it's a new crucible, I'll prepare it right now. When the lame man heard that he could learn something new again, he immediately ran away happily. This guy is now interested in burning anything. Speaking of fire, this thing is really magical. Human beings have learned how to use fire to rule the entire planet. Without fire, we can't eat cooked food. Without eating cooked food, the brain will not evolve. Without fire, we can't cook. Making pottery, bricks, and glass, without fire, there is no way to smelt metal. Without fire, there is no way to burn wasteland to cultivate fields. Without fire, humans are just monkeys eating leaves on trees. Luo Chong knows how to use fire, and he is the most knowledgeable person on the planet. After demonstrating the process of cooking saltpeter to several women twice, Luo Chong completely ignored it because he had other things to do. Of course, it's not black powder that can explode granite. Let's not talk about how much black powder is needed to blast the hole. Now we don't even have the materials to make black powder. Nitrate is available, charcoal can be burned, is there sulfur? In fact, it is in pyrite, but the content is limited and refining is troublesome, and even if it is obtained, it is not powerful enough, so Luo Chong used another method, use limited resources to make the most powerful explosive, nitrate, chemical, glycerin and oil. Glycerin can be separated from oil. Because of the wolf incident in winter, the Han tribe obtained a lot of animal oil. There was no shortage of this, so the only thing missing was nitric acid. Nitric acid can be prepared by carbonizing saltpeter and sulfuric acid, but there is no sulfuric acid now, so we can only find a way from pyrite. Pyrite is actually not pure iron sulfide. Its main components are carbon, silica, alumina, and iron sulfide. If you want to use pyrite to prepare sulfuric acid, you must first turn them into metal sulfates, so they must first undergo a reduction reaction. It is very easy to reduce pyrite, just heat it directly, but do not burn it in a furnace, as it may explode. Luo Chong chose a flat piece of land where he usually burned charcoal, piled a pile of firewood on the ground, and then piled flakes of pyrite in a well shape around the firewood, and finally piled it directly into a hill to bury the firewood, leaving only a few ignition holes at the bottom. Then cover the outside of the ore pile with a layer of hay, and finally a layer of wet mud, just like burning charcoal, but leave a few ventilation holes below and on the top to prevent it from being completely suffocated, because the reduction reaction requires oxygen. Finally, a thin branch was clamped with tinder, and the firewood was ignited from the vent below. Because the pyrite contains carbon and sulfur, these ores quickly burned in the mud shell. This heating reduction reaction takes a long time, about half a month. Finally, the iron sulfide in the ore will turn into iron sulfate, and the bauxite will turn into aluminum sulfate, which is metal sulfate, so that sulfuric acid can be produced. Taking advantage of this restoration reaction time, Luo Chong happened to make some special equipment. What equipment is needed to refine sulfuric acid? Mainly the distillation pot and the condenser tube. Again, no matter what you do, you cannot do without fire. The refractory clay of Lizi and he had been prepared, and Luo Chong started the plastic work directly. Lizi watched carefully from the side. In fact, he had no idea that Luo Chong only needed to make a set of such equipment, and he would not let him do it in the future. The opportunity to make it is useless if you learn it. Who would make sulfuric acid every day for fun? Now we don't use that much at all. It's still the same old way of making pottery. First, pinch a round mud cake as the base, then roll some mud strips on top to make a straight cylindrical tube. Then smooth out all the gaps with water. The most important thing is that there are no holes on the upper edge. Closing the mouth, another key thing is the lid. Metallurgical crucibles don't need lids, but this distillation pot does, and it has a lid with a chimney on it. The lid of the pot is also first made of a mud cake, with a diameter slightly larger than that of the crucible, so that it can be placed on the crucible. When using it, cover the pot lid, and then paste the joints with wet mud to seal it. This can only be done from the chimney on the pot lid vents the air. Well, the shape is like the aluminum pressure cooker used at home, the one with a gravity air valve, but this pot has no air valve. The condenser tube is also a pottery tube made of clay. The size of the joint is just right to cover the chimney on the pot lid. A few elbow tubes are pinched as connecting accessories. The most important part is a double-layered condenser. It is a thin tube with a layer of thick tubes on the outside, and the top of this thick tube is open. When using it, you can add cold water from the top, so that the steam passing through the inner layer of thin tubes will condense into liquid. Finally, it flows out from the other end of the tube. In terms of shape, it can be understood as a straw that penetrates the beverage bottle. The straw is the vent tube. The outer beverage bottle is used to fill with cold water and cool the steam in the vent tube. The principle is very simple. Anyone who has passed junior high school physics can understand it. Luo Chong was a man who had attended a military university. There are 3 sets of such equipment of the same size. One set is used to purify sulfuric acid, one set is used to purify nitric acid, and the other set is used to purify soda, which is soda ash. Although some trona was obtained before, the ore cannot be used directly. So it needs to be purified. After the things are kneaded, they are dried and fired. The rest of the work is left to the lame man. He can just bake them directly with the pottery vessels used in daily life. After all the preparations were done, Luo Chong also freed up his hands to inspect the farmed animals. The bison have lost their hair, like alopecia areata, and have lost a lot of hair, exposing patches of skin. This is a forest cow. It does not grow hair like a buffalo. When the winter is cold, they will grow a thick layer of hair. In spring, when the weather gets warmer, they shed again, which is what happens to many animals. What a magical way to keep out the cold. It would be great if humans could grow their own down jackets in winter. Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh. The alpacas have also shed their hair, but they are not bald. The hair on their bodies is just not as thick as in winter, but they still look round and as cute as plush toys. The rabbits have also lost their hair, and there is a group of more than 20 rabbits that are pregnant again. They are really capable of giving birth. The animals are shedding their hair, which means the weather has been warm and the night temperatures are now above freezing, so it's time to start planting. Luo Chong even thinks that in the future, the time for animals to shed their hair can be set as the time of spring plowing every year. As long as the animals shed their hair, it means the temperature is high enough. Their perception of the environment is much stronger than humans. Luo Chong does not have a temperature meter, so this most primitive method can only be used to determine the time for spring plowing. Luo Chong judged from the phenomenon of animal hair loss that the temperature had reached a suitable temperature for sowing. That night, he began to search for various seeds in stock last year, mainly wild rice, peanuts, and peppers. In addition, sisal and cannibalism needed to be planted. Trees, but they won't be planted in fields, but on mountains. Among these seeds, peanuts need to be shelled and soaked in advance. The 4 baskets of peanut seeds from the Han tribe need to be processed first. That afternoon, Luo Chong took a few girls to sit on the open ground to peel the peanuts. The peeled peanuts were all placed in a large water tank. The rat which looked puzzled. He didn't know what Luo Chong was doing, and why he didn't eat the peanuts after peeling them. He kept them aside. Isn't this just for food? Chief, what are you doing? Why don't you eat these nuts? The rat wizard came over and squatted next to him and asked. Oh, it turns out to be a witch. We are going to plant this kind of nut now. Also, this thing is called peanut, and it will be called peanut in the future. Luo Chong said while working. Watson. Peanut, what is planting? The mouse which whispered several times, and then continued to ask. Planting means that in the spring, we bury this nut in the soil, pour some water on it, and a plant will grow out of it. In the fall, dozens of peanuts will grow out of the buried peanut. or several hundred. In that case, if we plant 4 baskets, it will become at least 400 baskets, or even thousands of baskets. Luo Chong explained to the rat witch with his fingers. Is this true? The rat wizard's jaw almost hit his feet in surprise. Of course, as long as we can grow them, these 4 baskets of peanuts will at least become hundreds of baskets. And we not only have to grow peanuts, but also rice. Not only is that delicious, but it grows more and faster. If you plant a grain of rice in spring, it will grow at least 10,000 times in autumn. This is what I said before, using this land to feed 6,000 people, Luo Chong said with certainty. Rice, 10,000 times. Chief, how much is 10,000 times? The rat wizard asked, reciting several keywords mentioned by Luo Chong. 100 you know. 10 100 is 1,000. Luo Chong said with 2 palms stretched out. What about 10,000? 10 1,000 is 10,000, which is 100 hundred. Luo Chong still said with 2 palms stretched out. Gulu. 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 There was a sound of swallowing saliva all around. Chief, look at what else we need to do. I think we should do a good job in planting. It is much more important than hunting. Shuda, who had been eavesdropping at the side, said. Shuda used to be a leader. Facts have proved that those who can be leaders are not fools. Although he only listened to it once, he immediately understood the importance of planting. 10,000 times the food, no matter how hard it is to plant, it is worth it. And this is all true. Luo Chong is not exaggerating at all. After a grain of rice matures, it will grow 20 to 40 years of rice, and each ear of rice can bear 400 to 600 rice grains. According to conservative estimates, there are 500 rice ears per rice ear. This is just rice. Luo Chong said that it is the most conservative statement to increase it by 10,000 times. Chief, I remembered that we brought a few bags of flowers and peanuts when we moved. Can we plant those too? We are not short of food now. I think we can plant those too. The rat wizard suddenly remembered something, and he was excited. Xiang Luo Chong asked. Oh? Really? That's great. In this case, you immediately have people sort out those peanuts and pick out all the intact peanuts. Remember, they must be intact, otherwise they won't grow. Luo Chong also said with some surprise. Okay, I'll have someone do it right away. I'll go right away. The rat wizard used his cane and quickly found his former tribesmen and asked where the stored peanuts were. Chief, what about me? Whatever I do, I can also help. Shuda said anxiously as he watched the mouse wizard leave happily, but he didn't get the task. Please ask a few people to plow the land with me. Luo Chong had only plowed the rice fields before, and then went to mine. The peanut fields and pepper fields were really not plowed. Now that he has manpower, then just make it up now. Oh, then I'll call someone right now. Shuda also left happily. Before dark that day, Luo Chong set aside 100 acres of peanut fields and 36 acres of pepper fields to the south of the rice fields. The 3 crops totaled 200 acres. Early the next morning, Shuda and the tribesmen were learning to put a bronze plow on an ox. A Han tribe woman who had participated in farming before was leading the ox. Shuda was holding the plow behind, watching the soil on the ground follow the movement of the bronze plow. The progress was all turned upside down, very surprising and novel. 2 oxen and 4 plowshares worked together, and the progress was very fast. Luo Chong soaked 22 kilograms of rice seeds in a water tank early in the morning and removed the empty and deflated grains floating on the water. The remaining rice seeds with full grains needed to be soaked for 24 hours. Taking advantage of the time for soaking the seeds, Luo Chong selected the westernmost piece of land in the rice field and started irrigating it, using this piece of land as a seedling cultivation field. As we all know, rice is not a crop that can be sown on a regular basis. It has a seedling stage management, from the germination of the seeds to the growth of a few leaves. This period is called the seedling stage, which takes about 20 days. When the seedlings grow to a certain size, they will taking these seedlings out of the seedling field and transplanting them into the field is called transplanting. The peanut seeds after sorting were also soaked. Peanuts are a planted crop and can be sown directly in fields, but the fields must be plowed first. In order to sow rice, peanuts, and peppers at the same time, Shuda and his people kept plowing the land to catch up with the progress. The workload of 136 acres of land involves working from dawn to dusk, plowing the land, picking up debris, and leveling the plots. People do not rest when the cattle rest, and the cattle do not rest when plowing. When the people are tired, they are replaced by others, and when the cattle are tired, the cows are replaced. 2 bronze plows kept turning in the soil, and everyone's enthusiasm for farming was unprecedentedly high. It took less than 2 days in total. All the planned plots were plowed, the soil became loose and breathable, and the weeds were cleared. Now it is the best fertile land. The soaked seeds were fished out, covered with thatch, poured with water and placed next to the charcoal kiln to germinate. The pyrite burning mud shell is still burning, and the surrounding temperature is just right for germinating the rice seeds. On the 3rd day, the germinated rice seeds were spread evenly in the field, and then covered with a thin layer of soil. Finally, a gap was dug in the canal, and water was released into the field for flood irrigation. Peanut seeds are sown in pits dug in the fields. The distance between each row is half a meter wide and the distance between each plant is 15 centimeters. The person sowing peanuts holds a bowl of peanuts in his left hand and a 15 centimeters long tip in his right hand. Use a shovel made of wood chips to compare with the ground when sowing, then dig a small hole, put 2 peanuts, bury them with soil, continue to the next one, and finally water intensively. Burying 2 in each hole is to avoid the possibility that some seeds will not germinate. If you plant 2 in this way, at least one will grow. If none comes out, transplant it from another hole where 2 have grown. One can make the fields look very neat. The rest of the peppers are grown in a similar way to peanuts, half a meter per ridge, long, which is the spacing between rows, and the spacing between plants is 30 centimeters. They also dig holes, sprinkle a few seeds, cover with soil and water. The process is the same as for peanuts. During the entire sowing period, nearly 200 people in the Han tribe who were over 8 years old were sowing in the fields. Even Luo Chong was no exception. The sowing speed was of course very fast. It only took 140 acres of farm work. The work was completed in half a day, with an average of more than 1 person per acre of land, and no one was very tired. The day after sowing, the Han tribe returned to its normal life. The lame man was still making pottery, and Luo Chong selected a few older children from the new tribesmen to help the lame man. The newly fired pottery must not only be enough for the new tribesmen, but also leave enough stock for the Han tribe to continue to work with them. Trade with other tribes. The 2 brothers Monkey, Dazue and Mao Ermao are also constantly smelting copper. They are 12 years old this year, barely considered adults. Luo Chong also plans to add more manpower for copper smelting to them and is recruiting people these days. The men in the hunting team now have bows and arrows and bronze spears. Hunting is no longer a problem. Usually, any prey found will be killed. Sometimes the prey cannot be eaten on the same day, and because of the weather it was getting hotter and hotter, and for fear that the food would not be preserved, the hunting team had no choice but to stop hunting the next day and stay in the tribe. But a group of people can't just sit idle, so Luo Chong found other tasks for them. Some of them went to the back mountain to collect the spikes of man-eating trees. One was to make more feather arrows. After all, this is strategic materials, which were equivalent to ammunition in the cold weapon era, needed to be stored in large quantities, and the other thing was to plant man-eating trees. The spikes of the man-eating tree will take root and grow after being taken away by animals. When they grow to 3 or 4 centimeters thick, they can be used to make wooden handles for spears. However, all the saplings in the back mountains that can be used to make wooden handles have been collected. It's over, now we can only plant. Luo Chong asked them to insert the collected spikes near the river and water them with the blood and offal of fresh fish every day, believing that they would grow quickly. Some people were arranged to continue cutting down trees, leaving the trunks as wood for building things, and drying the branches to use as firewood. The remaining people continued to hunt in the jungle, but their main task was to catch chickens. Yes, Luo Chong wants to expand the breeding scale of the Han tribe, and the best project is poultry. First, the Han tribe does not have poultry yet. Second, the feathers of poultry can be used to make arrow feathers for bows and arrows. This is also a strategy. Reserve. At present, what affects the Han tribe in making arrows is not arrow shafts or metal arrowheads, but feathers. You can't catch pheasants every time you make arrows. This is too unreliable. Sustainable breeding is the right way. Luo Chong has seen many birds that can be farmed in the woods on the mountain, such as the flightless dodo. This thing is easy to catch, but the meat is not very delicious, but for primitive people, they will not dislike it. Any meat. There are also grouse, guinea fowl, and a bird that looks like a turkey, which Luo Chong is most concerned about. This bird is very big. It can stand as high as a person's knees. It can fly, but not very high. It can only glide at low altitudes, and its diet is very mixed. Fresh grass, wild vegetables, nuts, small berries on shrubs, and insects are all part of its diet. The eggs it lays are light green, between the size of duck eggs and goose eggs. In the meantime, Luo Chong named it red-tail silky chicken, which was a very vivid name. This kind of chicken has a red comb, 2 hanging red wattles on both sides of its mouth, and no hair on its neck. It looks like a vulture, with black feathers all over its body, but its tail feathers and feathers on its wings are it is bright red and can open its tail like a peacock, but its tail feathers are not as big as a peacock's, only about 20 centimeters in length. It is particularly suitable for making arrow feathers, and the meat is very delicious and produces a lot of meat. Picky eaters, very suitable for artificial breeding. This is the main species that Luo Chong plans to raise. In order to catch them, Luo Chong also asked the women to make a round net with the bark peeled off the arrow shafts, and tie some small stones around it as a counterweight. Seeing this kind of chicken when fishing, cast a net directly to cover them, greatly increasing the probability of capture. The other is a new home for these red-tailed black-bone chickens. Luo Chong carved out a place next to the rabbit pen. He first used bricks, sticks, and thatch to build a row of chicken coops, and used branches to form a denser fence around the perimeter. There is no cap on it, because the captured chickens will have their feathers and tail feathers removed first, so that they cannot fly. In terms of feed, for the time being, we collect wild vegetables and grass to feed them. There are not many of them now, less than 20. The demand for feed is not very big. At present, children are doing the work of collecting feed. The activity range is in the grassland to the west of the tribe. Luo Chong spread a lot of grass seeds here, and now the alfalfa and rye grass have grown quite tall, which is perfect for feeding chickens and rabbits. On the 3rd day after sowing, as soon as they woke up in the morning, the 2 old men, the rat witch and the elder, were talking excitedly. Older people always sleep less, so the 2 old men got up so early. Luo Chong rushed out of the wall and was about to go to the artificial river to wash up. Before he reached the place, the elder and the rat wizard shouted to Luo Chong, "Chief, come and see, the rice you mentioned has grown." "The rice is growing? Really?" Luo Chong, who was still a little confused, suddenly became energetic and ran towards the rice field. He saw many green heads popping up densely in the seedling field, and the seeds sprouted and broke through the ground. Okay, it has really grown, and I can eat rice again. Luo Chong said with a choked voice as he looked at the seedlings in the rice field. Chief, what's wrong with you? The elder asked strangely when he saw Luo Chong looking like he was about to cry. Ah? No, it's okay. I'm happy. By the way, you two go tell all the tribesmen not to walk in the fields. If anyone tramples on these seedlings, he will be punished without eating for a day, and let the children watch. Those animals and wolf cubs, please don't come to the fields. Anyone who offends will be starved for a day. Whoever dares to destroy this food will be punished with food, and go tell all the tribesmen. Luo Chong calmed down and turned to the two of them. The old man arranged. Well, we'll tell you all when we have breakfast later. The elder nodded. Chief, how about we use branches to surround this place as a fence? The rat witch came up with an idea. No, that would be a waste of manpower and time. Just tell everyone my ban. Luo Chong waved his hand in disagreement. In this way, when the tribesmen heard the prohibition imposed by the leader while having breakfast, no one objected. Everyone knew that it was food, and it was too late to protect it, so how could it be destroyed? Don't underestimate these primitive people's obsession with food. In the past, they were often hungry. That is to say, life became easier after Luo Chong became the leader. If they see modern people wasting food like this, they will definitely beat him to death, to see who dared not eat all the rice in his bowl. On the seventh day, peanuts and peppers also sprouted and broke through the ground. At this time, the rice had grown its first leaves, and the field was a green scene, full of vigorous life. There were already more than 30 red-tailed black-tailed chickens in the chicken coop, and the rabbits were about to give birth. Luo Chong looked at the animals in the corral and thought again of the four-wheeled cart that had not yet been built. The production of metals directly determines the development of the Han tribe. Because the previous copper reserves were too low, many things in Luo Chong were not implemented, but this time enough ore was shipped, many plans can be restarted. The most important things are saddles, carriages, and oak barrels. Saddles and four-wheelers are all prepared for bighorn deer and bison. Bighorn deer are similar in size to horses and are very suitable for riding. However, because there are no stirrups and saddles, Luo Chong does not dare to try them easily in case he falls. The injury will not heal. Making a saddle and stirrups is very simple. The stirrups are actually just two semicircular bronze rings. The saddle is made of wood and rabbit skin. There are also copper handles on the front and back of the saddle. Then make a few small copper rings. Use it as a copper buckle, use cowhide to braid a set of bits and bridle, and a set of saddle is ready. And because the bighorn deer is an artiodactyl animal with 2 toes on its hooves, the shoe is omitted. Such hooves cannot be equipped with iron palms. Looking at the finished saddle, Luo Chong couldn't wait to bring a male big-antlered deer in its prime, put on a complete set of saddle, and rode the deer in circles on the grassland to the west of the tribe. Drive. Luo Chong stepped on the stirrups, held the reins in his left hand, and held a piece of vine as a whip in his right hand. He kept waving the whip. This was the first time for this bighorn deer to be ridden. It was very uncooperative and could only use the whip comes to tame it. The leader is so powerful. I also want to ride that deer. If I ride that deer, I can run very fast. A new man who had just returned from catching chickens looked at Luo Chong and said, Of course the leader is the most powerful. Many things in the tribe were invented by the leader, including making pottery, burning stones to make copper, raising animals, and growing peanuts. Yesterday I heard that the leader wanted to open a mountain. A companion on the side whispered. Open the mountain, what kind of mountain should I open? Can the mountain still be opened? The person who just now asked in surprise. Shoo, please keep your voice down. I heard that the mountain is being mined for salt, the salty stuff we eat these days. I don't know if it's true. Maybe the leader is lying. Don't tell others, say it. Don't worry, I won't tell others. I also want to see how he opened the mountain and why he can become the leader as a child. What, you still want to be the leader? Have you seen the bows and arrows used by those old people? Those bows and arrows are very powerful. They can shoot people to death from a long distance. That was invented by the leader. I also really want one. Listen. Said the carpenters were working on it. Okay, let's send this black-bone chicken back quickly. Without the feathers, even if you have a long bow, your arrows will be useless. Several people were chatting while walking towards the tribe's chicken coop. They were going to take all the chickens they had caught to the chicken coop. Luo Chong rode for a while and then got off, took the deer to the corral to rest, and started doing other things. The Han tribe currently lacks a water storage container that is easy to transport. Currently, pottery is available, but it is very inconvenient to transport. First, it is fragile, and second, it cannot be sealed. Even if the lid is covered, it is still very difficult to fill it with water. It was easy to spill, so Luo Chong decided to make a wooden barrel. Luo Chong had actually had the idea of making wooden barrels for a long time, but because the barrels needed copper hoops to fix them, and the Han tribe did not have much copper and tin reserves, he had been delayed. Many people may have misunderstandings about the making of wooden barrels. They think that a circle of wooden boards forms a barrel. If you want it to be watertight, you can only use glue. In fact, this is not the case. There is actually no mysterious technology in the method of sealing wooden barrels, but rely entirely on violent squeezing together, squeezing each piece of wood together tightly so that there is no gap in the middle to achieve a sealing effect. The bucket made by Luo Chong is a standard wooden barrel with a capacity of 100 liters. The height of the barrel is 67 centimeters, the diameter of both ends is 53 centimeters, the diameter of the barrel waist is 59 centimeters, and the thickness of the board is 2.5 centimeters. The materials used were scraps from shipbuilding at that time. That is the core material of fur. These wooden boards are all left over from the original shipbuilding that were not long enough, but they are enough to make barrels. Now we only need to modify the shape a little, cut all the wooden boards into the same length, and then cut them into narrow ends and wide middle. A thin wooden board will do. Chief, is this really not going to leak? We used glue to caulk the seams when we first built the boat, but this one doesn't even need caulking? Mudu asked in confusion. Of course not. Do you see any gaps? There are no gaps. So what are you filling in? Luo Chong asked. Mudu held a newly cast bronze hoop with his hands. Luo Chong took pieces of wood and lined them up in the copper hoop. He knocked down the last piece with a mallet, so that the wood pieces turned into pieces with one end closed tight, flared with one end open. Here, brush the inside with water, bake it on the fire pot, and give it a shape. Luo Chong commanded. Oh, what about the other end? Cask asked. Do you still remember how I taught you how to make a wheel? Use a rope to tie it. Wrap the rope around twice, then insert a wooden stick into the rope and tighten it. When it is tightened, put the copper hoop on this end too. Just tap it tightly at the end, and don't forget to stuff the bottom and lid of the barrel into the dug grooves, Luo Chong explained while showing them. Ah? If both ends are sealed, doesn't that mean it's sealed? How can we fill it with water? Mudu asked doubtfully. You are stupid, you don't know how to drill a hole in the lid, then cut a wooden plug to plug it, and pull it out when you use it. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to use? The mouth is so small, and it's inconvenient to pour water. I'm just teaching you how to make a wooden barrel. This type is specially used for transportation. If the opening is too big, what's the difference between it and a pottery jar? If it's just for fetching water, you can make a barrel with only one bottom. You can also add a handle on it to make it easier to carry the bucket. The large wooden bucket used for transportation is very heavy when filled with water. If you can't lift it, you can just roll it away. You will need to use your brain more when making things in the future. Thinking. Luo Chong explained while giving them some tips. Oh, yes, you can also leave the lid off, I didn't think of it just now. In this way, wooden barrels appeared in the Han tribe one by one, transport type, daily use type, with handles. Wooden barrels of various specifications appeared in the Han tribe, but they were all designed by Luo Chong. Wooden pig they still didn't know how to calculate pi, so they could only ask Luo Chong to give a fixed size first, and then they would make it according to that size. Chief, why are we making so many barrels? The elder asked in confusion. Of course it is used. Can it be sold if it is not used up? It is to be traded to other tribes. This thing is more practical than pottery in terms of holding water. Someone will definitely want it. Luo Chong explained. But there is copper on it. Didn't you say that copper cannot be traded? The elder reminded Luo Chong. Well, I know, so those copper hoops contain very little tin and are very soft. It's no problem to use them to hoop barrels, but they can't be used to make weapons and tools. Also, our barrels are very expensive. There are not 10 of them. I won't change the boy. If so many people come to change the barrel just to remove the copper hoop, then I will sell it to him, no matter what. We won't suffer any loss, Luo Chong explained confidently. Now that the wooden bucket is available, the only thing left is the cart. The most important part of the cart is the wheels, but it is too troublesome to make. The load capacity of the cart must be very high. It is not suitable to use arrow shafts as springs, so Luo Chong gave Mudu 2 sets of data and asked them to do it. Make 4 wheels according to this size, 2 large and 2 small. The wood must be strong and there should be no scars or tree holes in the middle, otherwise it will break easily. Luo Chong held up a wooden board with 2 sets of data written on it. Hand the barrel. Well, no problem, we will pay attention. Mu Tong looked at the numbers, took out a copper ruler, looked at the scale on it, and then expressed that he understood. Making the big wheels took a lot of time, so Luo Chong had no time to wait for them, so he continued busy with his own affairs. The mud shell wrapped in pyrite had been burning for 11 days. Calculating that the time was almost up, Luo Chong began to prepare other things. In addition to nitric acid, the most important component of nitrate, glycerin, and oil is glycerol. The preparation of glycerin requires mixing soda and oil to cause a saponification reaction, and then decomposes it into stearic acid, which is soap, and the other part is glycerin. Soda is soda ash, but Luo Chong only has 1 pack of trona fragments, which need to be purified before they can be used. There are 2 types of purification of trona. One is to calcine first, then dissolve, filter, and evaporate to crystallize. The other is just the opposite of this process. First, dissolve, evaporate, and crystallize, and finally calcine. But if there is no high-precision equipment, the second one is done. No, because in the final calcination process, soda ash will be heated and decomposed to release a large amount of carbon dioxide, and then it will be scrapped, so Luo Chong used the first one. Heat the trona fragments in a crucible, take them out and smash them after burning, then put them in a bucket, add water to dilute and dissolve them, clarify and filter them, and finally put the filtrate in a pot and cook until it evaporates completely, and then the pot will soda ash crystals precipitate. Luo Chong asked people to bring out 2 cylinders of lard, and then put it on the fire until it melted. This is the bad thing about animal oil. After cooling, it will solidify into a paste. Unlike vegetable oil, it is always liquid unless it is extremely cold in winter. It will be frozen when the time comes. After the 2 cylinders of lard melt, cool it down slightly. Before it solidifies again, add soda ash and stir it with a wooden stick. Soon, the fat will turn into a thick paste. At this time, pour these semi-finished products into a square shape inside the pottery mold. After letting it sit for a while, the oil will separate into 2 layers. The bottom is solid stearic acid, which is a large piece of soap, and the top will be covered with a layer of light yellow glycerin. This is what Luo Chong wants. The saponification reaction of fats and oils precipitates very little glycerin, only 5% of glycerol is produced, and the other 95% is soap. After the 2 large vats of lard are wasted, the final glycerol is only filled with a jar as big as a human head, and like this, the glycerin still cannot be used and must be distilled into concentrated glycerin. Luo Chong brought a set of distillation equipment, poured glycerin into the distillation pot, covered it with a lid, connected the air pipe, and finally placed a jar at the outlet, sealed all the joints with wet mud, and finally lit a fire. Heating. The heated glycerin vapor is recondensed through the condenser tube and flows out drop by drop as concentrated glycerin. In the end, only half of the jar is collected, leaving only 2/3 of the previous volume. The preparation of glycerin is complete. The tribesmen were very puzzled. Recently, they often saw the leader burning some things, not refining salt, nor burning pottery, nor refining copper. He spent a lot of time, and finally produced a pile of things that he didn't know what they were for. Don't let anyone touch it, say it's poisonous, this is like turning into Breaking Bad. The rat witch was completely confused. The elder knew a little better. He knew that Luo Chong would come up with new inventions every time he burned something. This time he actually burned it for half a month. What he got in the end must be incredible. It was going to be used to open mountains. An artifact. In fact, this understanding is correct. Of course, what we got in the end is amazing. How can it not be amazing? On the 13th day of the pyrite reduction, the reaction finally ended. Luo Chong peeled off the dried mud shell with his own hands. The iron sulfide inside had turned into particles crystallized by iron sulfate, and the alumina turned into silica and aluminum sulfate, straw and firewood turn into carbon residue and ash. Wash these things in a bucket to remove the ash and carbon residue, then pick out the black iron sulfate crystals, and store silica and aluminum sulfate separately. Put the obtained iron sulfate crystals into the prepared distillation pot, connect the pipes and condenser tubes, and start firing again. Several people watched Luo Chong burning there. It had been burning for such a long time, and they also wanted to know what came out in the end. The distilling pot kept making noises, and a lot of steam began to bubble out. The cold water in the condenser interlayer quickly turned into hot water. Luo Chong could only continue to add cold water to cool down. At the last outlet, drop by drop the colorless and transparent liquid dripped into the jar, surprising the people around him. Is that water coming out of the water pipe above? The rat witch resisted and stretched out his finger to catch a drop of water from the exit to see what it was, but Luo Chong was startled at that time. Don't touch. Luo Chong shouted in fright and grabbed the rat witch's hand. The rat witch staggered and sat down on the ground. The rat witch was very puzzled and a little angry. He felt that Luo Chong did not regard him as one of his own tribe, and was still wary of him and refused to teach him these magical techniques. Are you okay? This thing is very dangerous. You can't touch it directly with your hands. It will burn your hands. Luo Chong saw the displeased expression on the rat witch and explained quickly. Can a drop of water burn your hand to pieces? The rat wizard obviously didn't believe it. Really, I don't need to lie to you, just look at it if you don't believe me. Luo Chong used a clay-fired pottery spoon to dip it into it, then took a piece of firewood and dropped a drop on it. Gee! A drop of sulfuric acid dropped on the wood and made a chirping sound. A hole was soon corroded into the wood and burned directly through. The rat witch, the elder, and the cripple were stunned. Damn it, what did I see? Did you see that if you had stretched out your hand just now, it would be like this piece of wood? It's not that I don't let you touch it, it's that this thing is really dangerous. Luo Chong explained to several people. Gulu. The rat witch swallowed, obviously very frightened. If Luo Chong hadn't reacted quickly just now, the consequences would have been, tsk, it was so close. Chief, why is this water so powerful? Do you want to use this water to burn through the rocks on the mountain? The elder asked doubtfully. This is not water. This thing is called sulfuric acid. It is also made from ore. What I want to do is not ready yet. This sulfuric acid is just one of the ingredients. Luo Chong explained. It's not ready yet. What will be made that's more sour than this? The cripple asked in surprise and curiosity. Haha, it's almost done. It will be ready tomorrow. You will see for yourself whether it is powerful or not. Luo Chong said with a smile. The process of distilling ferric sulfate was repeated several times before it was completed. It was a bit too much pyrite, and a lot of ferric sulfate was obtained in the end. After distillation, the iron sulfate decomposed into sulfuric acid and reddish-brown powdery iron oxide crystals, which were collected separately by Luo Chong. The sulfuric acid finally got 2 big jars, and the iron oxide crystals also weighed about 100 kilograms. This is iron powder. It can be used to make some ironware. With sulfuric acid, nitric acid is easy to handle. We took out a new distillation equipment and put the saltpeter and sulfuric acid purified by the women into a distillation pot for distillation. The final product was nitric acid. With nitric acid and concentrated glycerin, everything is ready. Just mix these two things, hey, but Luo Chong doesn't dare yet. If they are mixed together now, it is estimated that the entire Han tribe will fly to the sky on a clay plane. Nitrate, glycerin, and oil is a highly sensitive, potent liquid explosive that is almost impossible to store. The best way is to mix it temporarily before use, because it is too sensitive. How high is it? It basically reaches the point where it will explode in a flash. Burning, high temperature, or impact or large shaking will cause it to explode directly. It is better to separate it when not in use. In the afternoon after preparing the glycerin and nitric acid, Luo Chong asked Lizzie to cast a batch of arrow clusters with a ratio of copper to tin of 5:2, that is, arrowheads. One of the arrowheads had a round head. This was not for shooting enemies, but for shooting enemies. It was the detonator specially prepared by Luo Chong. Nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil are very sensitive and will explode upon impact, so using a bow and arrow to detonate it by hitting it remotely is the safest and most reliable way. Early the next morning, Luo Chong told everyone that they were going to dig mountains to collect salt. Everyone was very excited. They had been preparing for more than half a month, and it was finally time to start. As a result, when the tribesmen saw what Luo Chong had prepared, there were only 2 clay jars. One contains water, nitric acid, and one contains oil, glycerin. Can this thing open mountains? The elders, Rat Witch and Cripple knew that it was no ordinary water, and other tribesmen were also full of expectations, especially the original members of the Han tribe. They knew that the longer the preparation time, the better things would come out. The women are looking after the houses in the tribe today. All the men come with me and bring their weapons, shovels, ropes, big baskets, and the ox team. Let's go pick salt. After breakfast, Luo Chong said to all the clansmen announced. Chief, can I come with you? The rat wizard asked. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Chief, I want to go too. Can you take me with you? I also want to see it. Chu Bing also ran over and said, shaking Luo Chong's thigh. Well, let's do this. The rat wizard will follow, and the elder will stay in the tribe to look after the family. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said. The elder has no objection to this arrangement. Although he is also very curious, he has no objection to Luo Chong asking him to guard the family. The elder is old, and he only needs to watch the tribe get better and better. He has nothing else to ask for. What about me? What about me? I want to go too, I haven't even been out yet. Chu Bing continued to shake Luo Chong's thigh. Haha, why are you following me? You are still so young, can you keep up with everyone? Luo Chong asked with a smile. I can ride Ben Ben and run fast. Okay then, you'll go with me, but you have to listen to the adults and don't run around, do you hear me? Luo Chong nodded and said. Yes, I understand. I will listen to the adults. Chu Bing nodded happily and hurried to find Ben Ben. So, a group of more than 50 people set out for Xishan in a mighty manner, with Ruru and Huishan leading the way. Everyone carried copper shovels, bows and arrows on their backs, and led oxen, which carried large baskets or wooden barrels. Bing followed the ox team on his horse, Ben Ben, looking around at people and animals, curious about everything. Luo Chong carried a bow and arrow on his back, and carried a jar in one hand. The jar was packed in a mesh bag. When the two things were placed separately, it would be okay if they shook a little, as long as the nitric acid was not spilled. Until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived at the cave where Zeding Luo originally lived. Luo Chong asked someone to prepare lunch first. Everyone had a quick bite and took a rest. Half an hour later, they started working. Dolly, who had recovered from his injuries, along with 6 fingers and several strong men from the rat tribe, moved all the large rocks blocking the entrance of the cave and lit several bonfires in the cave for lighting. The salt mine, the hole is still there, still so small, with only an oblate opening. Chief, how do you open this hole? This stone is very hard. We didn't use this kind of stone in the grindstone basin before. Dolly said while looking at the entrance of the hole. Use the 2 jars I brought. Well, you all go out first, take your own copper shovel, and prepare to dig a hole later. Big Tree, you stay and let me help. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said. Oh, how can I help? You take a torch and place it at the entrance of this salt mine. I'll go outside to find a location. Luo Chong took a torch and handed it to the Big Tree and said. Okay, no problem. Luo Chong saw that the Big Tree was ready, so he left the cave and came to the open space outside, looking for the angle and position where he could see the Big Tree's torch, so that he could find a safe detonation point outside the cave for Luo Chong. Archery. About 80 meters outside the cave, Luo Chong found a small slope. This location was very good. There were no trees around. The line of sight was very wide. He could clearly see the torch in the Big Tree's hand, indicating that he was facing the salt at the entrance of the mine. There is a straight trajectory for arrows to fly, and this is it. A few people come here and dig a hole here. It should be half as deep as a person. When you stand in it, you have to reach over your waist. The excavated soil will be piled on the side near the hole entrance. Use a shovel to pound it firmly. Luo Chong broke a piece. Branches were planted on the ground to mark everyone's position. After receiving the order, everyone started digging holes with shovels. This pit was a single soldier bunker prepared by Luo Chong. He would prepare a nearby hiding place so that he would not have time to escape after shooting arrows for a while. While everyone was digging, Luo Chong gave guidance. When the bunker was almost repaired, Luo Chong started to drive people away. You all will leave in a moment, take all the people and cattle with you, and wait at the foot of the hillside of Tugiling 1 kilometer away. After a while, there will be a sound like thunder here, the earth will tremble, and the rocks will crack. Don't be afraid. I did it all. When you hear the sound and feel that there is no movement, come to me again. I will be there. In this pit. Luo Chong vaccinated everyone in advance to prevent them from being frightened in a while, and also to walk farther away. Well, we get it. Dashi nodded. Chief, how can you make the ground tremble, rocks collapse, and make a sound like thunder? Rat asked suspiciously. This is obviously not something humans can do. Haha, I have an arrow that can split mountains and rocks. Luo Chong took out the bronze arrowhead and said mysteriously. Just this, can it crack mountains and crack rocks? I haven't read the book, don't lie to me. Shuda looked unbelieving. Okay, you go quickly, and keep an eye on those cows, don't scare them away. Luo Chong waved his hand and started to chase people away, while he carried 2 jars into the cave. Luo Chong opened the jar containing concentrated glycerin, slowly added nitric acid into it, and then used a pure wooden arrow shaft to gently stir evenly. The whole process took more than 10 minutes, and he moved very gently, for fear of accidentally causing it. Explode. Finally, he got a jar of saltpeter, glycerin, and oil as big as a human head. Luo Chong stuck the jar directly at the entrance of the salt mine, and stuck and fixed it with stones around it, and placed it closer to the entrance of the mine. A bonfire was set up for lighting so that Luo Chong could see clearly outside the cave. After completing all the preparations, Luo Chong came to the bunker and prepared to carry out remote blasting. The bunker was about 80 meters away from the cave entrance, and the salt mine was about 35 meters inside the cave entrance. The blasting center was only 115 meters away from Luo Chong. To be honest, Luo Chong was a little nervous. He was scared. This jar of nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil weighs about 10 kilograms plus the jar, and the net weight of the explosive inside is about 7 or 8 kilograms. How powerful is the 7 or 8 kilograms of nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil? Let's put it this way, if the nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil are detonated in an open area without any cover, it only needs 3 kilograms, then the shock wave generated by the explosion can knock over a person standing 3 kilometers away, 7 or 8 kilograms. Well, just figure it out yourself. Fortunately, Luo Chong was not blasting in an open area. He was blasting in a cave. Most of the explosion power would be blocked by the cave. The entrance to the salt mine would definitely collapse. What kind of granite is just drags in front of 7 or 8 pounds of nitroglycerin? Scum. Luo Chong stabilized his emotions, took a few deep breaths, and felt that the tribesmen had been gone for a while, so he aimed his bow and arrow at the clay jar in front of the fire in the cave, and slowly pulled the bow string. The time was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the location was the entrance of the cave at Xiading Luo. Luo Chong held his breath and concentrated, aiming at the target and pulling the bow string, straight line, fixed target, 115 meters away, target, a clay jar the size of a human head. The bow and arrow were raised slightly, and the finger pulling the string straightened instantly. Zhung, whoosh. There was a sound of the bowstring being released, and the arrows flew out quickly. Luo Chong did not check the target, but threw away the long bow, and immediately made a squatting movement with his head in his hands, opened his mouth wide, and covered his ears tightly. The next moment, the feather arrow equipped with a round bronze arrowhead flew into the cave, crossed a very low parabola, and hit the upper edge of the clay pot accurately. It is a little high, but this does not prevent the detonation of the nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil inside. A fast-moving arrow produces a great force at a point. At a distance of 115 meters, it can penetrate 2 layers of iron armor and even a clay pot. Crack, rumble. The clay pot shattered instantly, and then, an eardrum-breaking explosion sounded. The sound was more terrifying than any thunder. In an instant, the earth began to tremble, and the air waves generated by the explosion began to spread around, turning into extremely fast waves. Shockwave. The shockwave instantly destroyed the surrounding granite, and the entrance to the salt mine turned directly into a deep pit, exposing the large pieces of mineral salt inside directly to the sun. Yes, the roof of the cave has already flown into the sky. The cave at the center of the explosion was half opened. Large rocks flew into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground several hundred meters away. The air wave sprayed out from the entrance of the cave instantly blew away the soil in front of the bunker, directly burying Luo Chong, who was hiding underneath. The shock wave raged all the way around, and all the birds within a radius of 500 meters died instantly. The branches shook, and countless twigs that had just grown were broken by this violent shock wave. A large number of birds and beasts fled in all directions. The forest instantly rang with the cries of various birds and beasts. Birds flew into the sky one after another, and were killed on the spot by the ensuing shock wave in the air. 1 kilometer away, people from the Han tribe were waiting on Tuga Ridge, looking anxiously in the direction of the cave. Suddenly, a strong shock came. The rat witch, who was holding a wooden staff, staggered and sat down on the ground. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion, and countless rock fragments were as high as fireworks bombs. Fly high. Some stones as big as millstones flew 400 to 500 meters around, and small stones as big as fists even flew to Tuga Ridge. Mu the bison panicked and tried to escape, but unfortunately they were all tied to the trees. Benben lost his balance and was knocked to the ground. Ruru and Huishan hurriedly ran down the hillside, covered their faces with their big ears, and found a place to lie down on the ground. Everyone, get down quickly and avoid the flying rocks. The big tree shouted loudly to the tribesmen. Shuda stood there blankly, looking into the distance in disbelief, his face full of shock. The rat wizard sat on the ground and muttered incoherently, "He is not a human, he is not a human. He is a god, a true god." The violent wind generated by the shock wave rolled up large tracts of soil, forming a terrible sandstorm and rushing around. A few minutes later, the elders of the Han tribe also heard a loud noise, and then saw a large number of flying birds in the distance. "It's the leader, it's the leader. He really opened the mountain." The elder waved his cane and shouted to the women and children who were left behind. "Oh, great, we won't eat without salt. The leader is so powerful. He is as omnipotent as a god." On the east side of the river, the leader of the Li tribe, Mao Li, was hunting with his hunting team. Suddenly he saw the same scene. The straight-line distance between them and the cave was about the same as the distance from the cave to the Han tribe. What happened over there? Is it because the gods are showing their power? There are no dark clouds, and it's not raining today. How could this happen? Mao Li looked in the direction of the cave and asked doubtfully. "It seems to be on the other side of the river." A tribesman said. "We'd better go back and ask the witch. The witch can communicate with the gods. Maybe the witch knows what happened." Mao Li said. The tribesmen nodded one after another, and then returned to the tribe, carrying the prey. The same thing happened elsewhere. About 10 kilometers south of the cave, a team of more than 50 people was marching in the forest. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise, which seemed like thunder, but this big, how could there be thunder on a sunny day? Then they saw countless birds and animals running around. What happened over there? A man wearing an animal skin skirt asked doubtfully. The leader, a strong man of about 20 years old, took out a piece of animal skin, with simple water flow directions and mountain veins drawn on it. It was clearly the most primitive map. He carefully looked at the surrounding environment for a while and said to others, "There is a tribe with less than 100 people over there. The leader is bald. We went there last spring. Brother, should we go over there and have a look? Anyway, just like the spring festival in Mengshui Valley, we have to notify the tribes that we are going no matter what. A young boy couldn't help but be curious and encouraged the leader. Well, okay, we were going to notify them anyway. The leader thought for a moment and agreed. Mainly, he was also curious about what happened there. This team is from the traveling tribe. The traveling tribe has no fixed abode and wanders around all day. They are responsible for liaison between various tribes and will also collect and sell some information. They will also notify any large-scale gatherings between tribes. The tribes have to pay them a certain amount of compensation, whether it is food, tools, or animal skins. They will also trade the prey they catch with other tribes. The majority of the tribe is men, and the rest are adult women and boys. Girls born are given directly to other tribes to be fed wherever they go. Sometimes they will also recruit some savages who wander alone to join them. Here in Tuga Ridge, more than 10 seconds after the explosion, everything around became calm again. The tribesmen quickly ran towards the cave, wanting to see what happened there, and to see who the young and exaggerated leader was. How to do all this? The big tree rode the gray mountain all the way to the entrance of the cave. The surrounding area was in a mess, rubble was everywhere, trees fell, and half of the solid cave collapsed. Standing at the entrance of the cave, you can see the sun on the other side, which was blown open at both ends. Tunnel. Chief, leader, where are you? Dashu looked around, but did not see Luo Chong's figure. He only found Luo Chong's long bow nearby. Then he suddenly remembered what Luo Chong said before, I am in this pit. Damn it, where is that pit? The big tree looked at the hole that everyone dug before, and now it has been refilled with soil. Dashu quickly ran over, knelt on the ground, and quickly dug the soil in the pit with his hands, and soon touched Luo Chong's back. Huishan and Ruru were also wandering around. When they saw a man dug out of the soil by the big tree, they went over curiously and poked Luo Chong's back with their noses. After digging a few more times, the tree dug into Luo Chong's arm, and grabbed his arm and pulled out Luo Chong's upper body. Pfft, cough cough cough. Luo Chong spit out the dirt in his mouth, breathed in the fresh air again, and his mind gradually sobered up. Huishan and Ruru were shocked when they saw that it was Luo Chong who came out of the soil. What? Master, has this new ability been unlocked? Has he learned Earth Escape? Chief, are you okay? Dashu asked with concern. Cough cough cough. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. Did the salt mine explode? Pull me out and help me go and see. Luo Chong shook his head, which was still a little dizzy. Although he was buried just now, he was lucky enough to escape the devastation of the shock wave. Now he just suffered from a lack of oxygen in his head after being buried for a while. He just needed to take a few deep breaths and it would be fine. The big tree pulled Luo Chong up and let him rest there for a while. Then the two of them entered the entrance of the cave and walked deep into the heart of the explosion. The entrance to the granite cave, which was originally only a small hole, has now turned into a large pit with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Large pieces of mineral salt are exposed in the pit, and there are some traces of water stains further down. It is likely that water seepage left the hole in the pit in the summer. There may also be traces of brine. Suddenly, between several pieces of mineral salt, several strange things with limbs came into view of the big tree. What's that? Dashu asked, pointing at those strange things. It's a mummy. It may be a child who went to collect salt in the past. He died inside and never came out. Now he's turned into bacon. I don't know how long he's been dead and hasn't rotted. Let's get some firewood later. Luo Chong, he said, looking at the corpses of those children with some unbearability. Seeing the corpses of the children, Dashu also understood why Luo Chong insisted on not letting the children go down to collect salt. 2 minutes later, a large number of tribesmen came over with the ox team. Looking at the horrific explosion scene, they were deeply shocked. This was done by my own leader. What kind of power can do this? Shu circled the mine a few times, then looked up at the vanished roof of the cave, then looked back at Luo Chong. Chief, where are your arrows? The arrow? It's gone. I couldn't find it after it was shot. It might have exploded. Luo Chong said nonchalantly. Did you really use that arrow to open the mountain? Shu still asked in disbelief. The rat witch also turned to look at Luo Chong. He also wanted to know how Luo Chong did it. Humph, of course not. I used the stuff from those 2 jars. Without them, it would be useless, no matter how many arrows you shoot. Luo Chong explained. The meaning of this sentence is very profound. On the surface, Luo Chong means that this is not some kind of divine power. But if you think about it carefully, wasn't the thing in the jar created by Luo Chong? How do ordinary people know how to obtain it from stones? The power to crack mountains and crack rocks. Therefore, although Luo Chong did not admit anything, he became increasingly mysterious in the eyes of his tribe. This blue man was not simple. Okay, it's getting late. Let's start working. The few people who went down first brought up the corpses and burned them. Then they started to collect salt, which are light yellow and translucent stones. Others used hanging baskets to collect salt. Lift up the salt mine and put it in a big basket. Luo Chong started to give orders when he saw that everyone was almost here. Chu Bing led Ben to Luo Chong's side and grabbed Luo Chong's arm sadly. Chief, I know them. Ah? Who do you know? Luo Chong lowered his head to look at Chu Bing in confusion. What was this kid talking about? That's them. They are all people who went into that hole before and never came out again. We used to play together. Chu Bing pointed to the 3 children's corpses that had just been pulled up. Those children were all his former playmates. If they were still alive, they might be about the same age as Chu Bing. Well, children will never be allowed to mine salt again in the future, and now that we have opened this mine, no one will be able to get out. Luo Chong comforted him by touching his sick head. One time. Yes. Chu Bing nodded obediently and started to help the adults collect firewood. Everyone, please hurry up. Once the baskets we have brought are full, we will leave and get back to the tribe before dark. Luo Chong shouted loudly to the tribesmen. Yes. Everyone speeded up. After a while, the 3 mummies were also placed on a big pyre. Chu Bing held a torch to see off the friends in person. The thick smoke rose straight into the sky, taking away the fear and unwillingness of these children. At the same time, in the forest south of the cave, there were traveling tribesmen rushing towards the cave. Brother, look at the smoke over there. Did they start cooking so early? Can we have a delicious meal soon? The young man who suggested coming over to take a look said to the leader. He is the younger brother of the leader of the Yu tribe. I don't think so. There are very few tribesmen who eat in the middle of the day. Most of them eat at sunset. If you think about the thunder-like movement just now, it is probably enough to burn people to death now. Cooking food it's impossible. Everyone, please be careful when passing by. If we encounter danger, we will run. Anyway, we run fast, the leader of the Yu tribe, Fu, said to his tribe. Oh, that's right. I don't know what happened there just now. Let's go and have a look. The boy's curiosity was aroused again. About an hour and a half later, the Niao team's salt mine was almost full, because there was no need to mine it at all. The explosion just now had already broken a lot of it. Just collecting these broken salt mines would be enough to fill the tank this time. Of cattle teams. Everyone was getting ready, and Luo Chong asked people to prepare more torches. It was already around 4:30 in the afternoon. At this time in spring, it usually gets dark around 7 o'clock, and everyone would probably have to walk for a while before returning to the tribe. Just when the Han tribe was about to return, the Yu tribe who came quickly from the south finally arrived. There was a sudden rustle in the woods, and Ruru suddenly turned his head to the south, flapped his big ears and roared there. There are enemies, everyone be on alert. Luo Chong was riding on the back of Huishan and instantly raised his long bow. An arrow had been drawn to the full length of the bow and could be shot out at any time. The tribesmen also raised their bronze spears or bent their bows to point at the place where the sound came from. Who is it? Come out. Luo shouted toward the woods. The next moment, Fu, the leader of the Yu tribe, emerged from the woods. He raised his hands without any weapons and walked forward while talking in dialect that Luo Chong could not understand. Fu did not take out a weapon to show Luo Chong that he had no hostility, but Luo Chong knew very well that there were other people in the woods, so he still did not relax his vigilance. Everyone, come out, or we will kill this person. Luo Chong still shouted to the woods, and at the same time shot an arrow at Fu's feet. Fu was startled and took a step back. This was the first time he saw such a strange weapon. He didn't expect that the small wooden stick could fly so fast, but he also saw that Luo Chong had no killing intention and was just encountering. It's just normal to be vigilant when meeting strangers, otherwise the small feathered wooden stick just now would have been nailed to his body. Since there is no hostility, there is the possibility of communication. Fu quickly scanned the crowd of Han tribe and suddenly saw a few familiar figures. Then he said in another dialect, "Friends, we came here last year. But, we are members of the Yu tribe, is your bald leader still here?" In the Han tribe's team, the 3 men from the Xieting tribe were stunned. Wasn't this man speaking the dialect of their former tribe? The bald leader is dead, and we have joined other tribes. One of the 3 said to Yu Fu. What did he say? Luo Chong sat on Huishan's back and frowned. His people were actually communicating with that guy, but he couldn't understand. This made Luo Chong very unhappy. Chief, that guy is from the Yu tribe. He is looking for our former leader. This Yu tribe is not a bad tribe. They often do things for foreign tribes, but they have to give them things in exchange. The most dishonest of the 3. The man said. Oh? Is there such a tribe? Those in the woods behind are his tribe. Let them all come out and tell him that we will not harm them. Luo Chong was confused at first, and then immediately became interested. The tribesman relayed Luo Chong's words, and Yu Fu immediately agreed. He pulled out the arrow nailed in front of his foot, looked at the sharp bronze arrowhead on it, and then returned it to Luo Chong with respectful hands, his face calm, without a trace of timidity. This guy is a talent. Luo Chong has been observing Fu's behavior and couldn't help but admire in his heart. Anyone who dares to face so many weapons alone without being afraid must either be a bold and careful talent, or it's time for him to be a fool. But obviously, he is not. Luo Chong took the arrow and inserted it into the quiver, and stopped pointing the bow and arrow at him. Yu Fu also turned around directly, shouted to the tribesmen in the woods, asking them to come out, and calmly turned his back facing Luo Chong. He showed no defensiveness at all, showing enough trust and sincerity. Hey, that's interesting. As expected of a person who often communicates with other tribes. When getting along with strangers, how to gain the other party's trust and how to show one's sincerity is perfectly expressed through behavior. Moreover, when we first came into contact, only one person came out. If the situation went wrong, our tribe could run away or save him, which could minimize the loss of our tribe. It seemed that the Yu tribe was really familiar with this routine. A group of men and women came out of the woods, a total of 57 people, including Yu Fu. The demographic structure of the Yu tribe was quite special. Compared with ordinary tribes, they have too few women. In most tribes, there are almost twice as many women as men. However, the Yu tribe only has 15 women, and they are all adult women, not a single girl. There are only 29 adults in the 57-person tribe, including 14 men and 15 women. The rest are all underage boys. Yufu is very young, only 18 years old this year. He is the only leader who has 2 women. My 2 children are only 3 or 4 years old. These guys wore sandals made of animal skin and tree bark on their feet, and animal skin skirts around their bodies. Each man carried a large leather bag on his back, and held a bone spear and a stone axe in his hand. A group of people stared blankly, looking at the oxen and elephants in the Han tribe's team. Can wild animals carry things for people? Aren't wild animals meant for eating? The tribe you are looking for no longer exists. They have all joined my tribe now. Do you have anything to do with them? Luo Chong didn't want to waste any more time and asked Yufu directly. The tribesman just now was very self-conscious. Translated by Luo Chong. Oh, respected leader, I'm here to tell them the time of the Minggu Spring Festival. Yufu said. What is Minggu Chunwei? Luo Chong asked curiously. It means that various tribes hold gatherings in Minggu to exchange blood with each other. People who have just grown up will go there to find their own men or women. Yufu explained, but he was also curious that Luo Chong, as the leader, did not know about this spring meeting. Luo Chong really didn't know this. He inherited the memory of this body, but there was nothing useful. The original owner of this body had never left the open space in front of the cave. What kind of knowledge could Luo Chong have? I heard people in the clan talking about a blind date meeting, but I didn't know where it was. Well, where is Dream Valley? Luo Chong continued to ask. The Valley of Dreams is to the southwest of here. It can be reached within 5 sunsets walk. It is a beautiful valley that looks like you are in a dream. Yufu saw that Luo Chong really didn't know, so he had to continue explaining. Oh, when will the spring festival start? Luo Chong continued to ask. I can tell you, but you have to provide my tribe with food for a day. Yufu pointed at his tribe. Damn it, are you here to blackmail me? You asked for so much food when you asked about the time. Luo Chong got angry as soon as he heard the translation from his own tribe. How could you be so shameless? Yufu saw Luo Chong getting angry and felt a little disappointed. This little leader was obviously a newbie and didn't know anything. Chief, leader, don't be angry. This is how they travel among the tribes. Every year they come to inform each tribe about the spring festival. Each tribe also provides them with food for a day. They also exchange some things with each tribe. Every time it's all like this. The translator explained to Luo Chong. Are you familiar with them? Luo Chong frowned and looked at the translator. We know each other since they come here every year. The translator answered honestly without knowing why. We didn't bring so much food. If you want food, you have to go to our tribe to get it. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, we know the location of the spring festival. At worst, we will wait there tomorrow. Luo Chong thought for a moment. Said. The other party dragged their family all the way to deliver the news, so it seemed like it was not too much to ask for some food, but they were here to collect salt, and they didn't bring that much food. Where is your tribe? How far away is it? It's getting dark. If it's too far away, we won't go. Yufu asked, tentatively. It's right over there, hurry up and get there before it gets dark. Luo Chong pointed to the east and said. Is it the tribe living in the cave in the east? Is your elder wearing a pair of goat horns? Is he still alive? If he is there, we can go there, but it looks like we have to walk at night. Looking at Luo Chong pointing in the direction, Yufu instantly knew where Luo Chong was talking about. Luo Chong was also stunned after hearing this. This guy knows so much. It seems that he has been to the Han tribe before, and he can even tell the characteristics of the elders. Since he was an acquaintance, there is nothing to say. They had to be taken back. Luo Chong wanted to get more information from him. After he came to this world, he had not traveled too far and was not familiar with the surrounding tribes. Are you afraid? We have many people and weapons. If wild animals come out, they will only become our food. It's no problem for everyone to walk together. If you feel that walking is slow, you can let the children sit on the cows, which will make us go faster. Some. Luo Chong pointed to the cattle team. Haha, we, the Yu tribe, are not afraid. It's just that it's dark and we can't see the road in the woods. Yu Fu retorted with a smile. He would not admit to being afraid. Then go ahead and let your kids ride the bull. Okay. The tribesmen of the Han tribe led the way by holding the nose of the ox, while the tribesmen of the Yu tribe put the older children on the back of the ox, and they themselves followed the ox, watching the tall bison carry so many things and still let them pass. When people ride it, they find it very novel. This is a way of traveling that they have never seen before. The group of people walked for 2 hours. It was already dark, but it was darker than the sky in the woods. At this time, they could no longer see the direction clearly. The tribesmen of the Han tribe took out the prepared torches and lit them, and the bright flames shone instantly. Lighted the way home. The traveling tribesmen were also very curious about the torch. The fire emitted by this wooden stick was much brighter than ordinary fire. It would not be extinguished even if it was blown by the wind, and it could burn for a long time. This was something they had never seen before. In fact, the torch of the Han tribe is very simple. It is just a short wooden stick with a layer of grass rope soaked in grease wrapped around one end, so that it can burn more vigorously and last longer. The traveling tribesmen were itching to see it. This was exactly what they needed. You must know that ordinary torches could not burn for a few minutes, and they often traveled outside and had no fixed place to live. They must be in great need of this kind of torch. Yu Fu walked up to Luo Chong and asked how to make such a torch. Luo Chong didn't hide anything and told the key. This kind of torch is very simple, it's just a wooden stick wrapped with a straw rope, but the straw rope needs to be soaked in grease first. Then what is grease? Yu Fu asked confused. I'm lying down, I don't even know what grease is, are you kidding me? Grease, these primitive people really don't necessarily know what it is. When there is no vegetable oil, if you want to obtain grease, you can only use animal fat to refine it. But if you don't have a pot, how to refine it, so it's normal that you haven't seen it before. The long dragon composed of a row of torches headed eastward, and finally returned to the Han tribe before the afterglow of the setting sun completely disappeared. Elders, leaders, they are back, I saw their torches. A child who stayed at home shouted standing on the wall. Open the door quickly and let them in. The elder ordered immediately. Several women quickly moved away from the door and stood at the door waiting for the men to return. In Luo Chong's team, Yu Fu looked at the towering flagpole in the open space ahead, with a large leather flag hanging on it. Is that the totem of your tribe? Is there a witch in your tribe? Yu Fu pointed at the flag and said. He remembered clearly that there was no such thing when he came here before. That's not a totem, that's called a Chinese character, something more powerful than a totem. That's the name of our tribe. Luo Chong explained. Kanzi. Yu Fu muttered quietly, and the group walked to the wall. Some members of the Yu tribe looked at this circle, a high wall made of countless blue stones neatly arranged, and were very surprised. How much manpower and time it takes to polish these stones, even if it takes a few years, no, a lifetime. No, how did they do it? Brother Chief, have you collected salt? I heard the sound of thunder in the afternoon. The elder told us that it was the sound of you opening the mountain. A 7 or 8-year-old girl asked Luo Chong while lying on the wall. Of course I got it. We won't be short of salt in the future. Go down quickly and be careful about falling. Luo Chong said with a smile. Yu Fu on the side didn't understand what Luo Chong said, but he saw the girl lying on the wall. This smart guy immediately thought of the role of the wall. Enemies couldn't climb such a high wall, but people could stand on it. If someone stands on it with a spear, he can definitely block any enemy. What a powerful tribe. When the group arrived at the gate, the elders were already there to greet them. Elder, these are people from the Yu tribe. They came to inform the tribes to go to the spring festival. They also said they know you and want us to provide food for the day. Is this true? Why don't I have any impression? Luo Chong said while introduced the traveling tribe to the elders and asked the elders if they know anything about it. This, leader, how about we talk about it later? The elder looked at the people of the Yu tribe and gave Luo Chong a somewhat complaining look. Why are you not impressed? Damn it, isn't it because we were too poor before and couldn't even afford food for a day, so we couldn't go there for several years? You still ask this in front of outsiders, don't you think you are embarrassed? Oh. Let's prepare dinner first. Make more, we have guests today. Luo Chong responded without knowing why, and then ordered the tribesmen to prepare dinner. A group of people entered the wall, and the tribesmen of the Yu tribe took their children off the backs of the cattle. The men of the Han tribe began to unload the goods. Baskets of large salt blocks were piled against the wall, and the bison were after pulling back to the corral to feed grass and water. The alpacas and elk deer on the side kept calling, and the tribesmen from the traveling tribe watched in wonder. Brother, why do they have so many wild beasts in their tribe? They also build sheds for the wild beasts to live in and feed them grass and water. These wild beasts are still so obedient. Why don't they run away? Yu Fu's brother Yu Yi asked. Road. You ask me, how do I know? Didn't you see that when you came back in the afternoon, those horned beasts were carrying heavy things on their backs, and they could still see people? Their tribe raised so many beasts to work for them, right? I haven't been here for 2 years. How come this tribe has become so powerful? They have so many bluestones to make walls, and they also raise wild animals to help them work. There are also a lot more people. When we came 2 years ago, their people were almost the same as our tribe. Now they even have more wild animals than we do. Yu Fu said with emotion. Yes, brother, we are running around every day. It would be great if there were wild beasts to ride on. Otherwise, we can ask them to exchange them. They have so many wild beasts, and they will definitely exchange them for us. Yui suggested Road. It's nice to have wild beasts to ride on, but I just don't know what they're going to use in exchange for them. Yu Fu said uncertainly. Use the news from the spring party. There are so many of them, they must be going to the spring party. Yui continued to give ideas. Friend, I have prepared the food. Do you want to tell me the time of the spring festival now, or do you want to wait until after eating? Luo Chong inspected the tribe and saw that there were no problems, so he came to Yu Fu for news. Alright, I prepared all the meat for you. If you don't tell me, After Yu Fu listened to the translation, he looked at Yu Yi and turned to Luo Chong and said, well, can we exchange this news for your horned beast, and we can do without the food? Huh? The tribesman who acted as the translator was stunned. What did he say? Luo Chong asked confused. He said he wanted to give up the food and wanted to exchange the news for our cattle, the translator said. Ha, interesting. I encountered blackmail. The food was not enough, and I actually wanted a cow. I really thought your bad news was so valuable. Luo Chong laughed angrily after hearing what the translator said. Chief, is that what you tell him? Tell him, if you don't trade the cow, If you want to tell him the news, give him the food. If you don't want to tell him, just get out of here. Luo Chong said in a bad tone. Yu Fu and Yu Yi looked at each other. They didn't expect Luo Chong's reaction to be so big and his attitude to be so tough. It seemed that these horned beasts had a high status in their tribe and could not be easily replaced. Then let's get food. The spring festival will be held on the third sunset after the full moon. It will be held in Dream Valley, which is 5.5 days' journey to the southwest. Yu Fu thought about it for a moment, and finally did not fall out with Luo Chong. There are many ways to cooperate, and it is not just this one. Seeing how Luo Chong treasures those horned beasts, there is no rush for this matter, and the strength of the Han tribe being powerful is not something they can afford to offend. As you know, go and prepare food and a place for them to live. Luo Chong heard the exact time and place, and did not embarrass them too much, and immediately ordered his tribe to prepare food. The place for dinner is in the open space of the wall. There are more than 400 people from the Han tribe and the upper tribes. The place is too small to fit in. The women gathered together in 2s and 3s and brought a few bricks or stones to build a temporary stove, with earthenware pots placed on top and firewood lit below. The men carried wooden buckets and shuttled back and forth between each clay pot to add water to the pot. Others brought salted fish or bacon, and put some wild vegetables in the pot. The older children held a bunch of them. Bowl, or lead your younger brothers and sisters to wait nearby. Seeing the Han tribe's large number of containers and sufficient food, as well as the novel way of eating boiled meat, the Yu tribe members were stunned. They took the large pottery bowls that had just been given to them and looked at them carefully. They didn't understand. What kind of stone is this made of? Yu Fu also found the translator with a pottery bowl, and together they walked to sit next to Luo Chong. Leader Han, we don't mean to make you angry. We just need that horned beast very much. You can exchange it with us on other terms. Our wandering tribe travels here and there every day. If you are looking for something, you can let us go and find what you want us to do, and we can do it, but we want this, and your horned beast. Yu Feng tapped the pottery bowl in his hand and the pot in front of him with his chopsticks, and finally pointed at the cows in the corral. Oh? Luo Chong immediately became interested. It's interesting. Isn't this a mercenary? Luo Chong also dealt with mercenaries in his previous life. If they were driven by profit, it would be good to find some special rare resources for Luo Chong, such as population, ore, crops, etc. Yes, they were just wandering around every day anyway. You can have this. Luo Chong was very interested in Yu Fu's suggestion. Luo Chong also wanted to go around like the Yu tribe to see what kind of resources were available everywhere. Unfortunately, the Han tribe couldn't do without him. There were still more than 300 people in the entire tribe. Needs management. Let the Yu tribe help you find something. What are you looking for? The Han tribe now has crops to plant, beasts to train, and metal tools. What they need most now is clothes. You can wear animal skins in winter, but in spring, summer, and autumn, do you still wear an airtight animal skin skirt or a painful grass skirt? Of course not. What Luo Chong wants most now is cloth, but there is no material for weaving. There is no cotton, there is no flax or ramie, there is only sisal around the Han tribe, but the quantity is not much, barely enough to make rope, and it is not suitable for weaving. The best material for weaving should be ramie, that's right. One of the characteristics of ramie is that it grows very fast. In fact, this thing is not planted once and harvested once a year as people misunderstand, but harvested 6 times a year. Ramie grows very quickly, just like cutting leeks. One crop after another, harvesting at least 5 or 6 times a year. But Luo Chong has never been seen near the tribe. Now it seems that it is just right for Yu tribe to help find it. After Luo Chong thought carefully, he said to Yu Fu, your proposal is very good, and I agree to change it for you. I need a kind of grass now, and it needs to be alive, or it must have seeds on it.
Oh?
What kind of grass is it? Is it used to treat diseases?
Yu Fu asked.
No, it's a kind of grass that grows that high. Luo Chong stood up and gestured at his waist. The roots of its leaves are round, but the heads of the leaves are particularly pointed. Its stems and the roots of the leaves are hairy, which is not easy to break when pulled. Many thin threads can be torn off its skin. Can you listen? Do you understand? Luo Chong introduced Reimi's appearance in detail, and then asked Yu Fu if he understood. However, Yu Fu really didn't understand very well, and he didn't know if there was something wrong with Luo Chong's words or with his translation. There was no other way, so Luo Chong had no choice but to find a wooden board, use charcoal to draw the shape of the Reimi leaves, and draw the shape of the Reimi leaves with his arm. To describe the hair on Reimi, tell him these two biggest characteristics. I think I've seen this kind of grass. Is it enough to just bring this grass back? Or how much does it cost? Yu Fu took a look at the board and then recalled it. Luo Chong thought for a while and went back to the cave to get an earthen jar. Then he felt that it was not enough, so he brought another basket. After you find it, dig it out with the roots and soil, and put it in this jar. If there are a lot of them around, pick some back, fill this basket, and then tell me where you found it. Luo Chong handed 2 things to Yu Fu. Then how many of these, pottery and horned beasts, can I get? Yu Fu asked the question he was most concerned about. To complete what I said, 1 clay pot, 10 bowls, and only 1 horned beast. Luo Chong said. Isn't it too little? I know that it takes a day's journey to get to a place with this kind of grass. I only get this little after walking so far. Yu Fu said with some dissatisfaction. Don't you know the value of containers? For pots like this, we usually need 2 women to trade them. Even pottery bowls need to be exchanged for a boy. If you don't like it, you can exchange it with one of yours. Look at you. It takes a whole tribe to change a few. There are also cows. It is very difficult for us to catch them, and we may not encounter them yet. These are things we never change. It's good to give you one. If you really need it, you can continue to receive the task, and I will give you a suitable price. Luo Chong explained. Yu Fu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. He just saw that there were many containers from the Han tribe and thought that the containers from the Han tribe were less valuable. Well, then I will go pick that grass for you tomorrow. Can I let my people stay here first? I will come back in 2 days, and then take them away, and take away what you want to give us. Something? Yu Fu asked. Luo Chong thought for a moment. It is spring now. If you can really find Reimi and collect it, you can plant it. There are 2 ways to plant Reimi, one is direct sowing, and the other is twig cutting. The seeds this season there are no more, but the twigs can be collected, but the time cannot be too long, otherwise they will dry up halfway and it will be a waste. If you can really find it, then your tribe can stay, and I will take care of their food. I will go with you tomorrow. We will set off in the morning and come back before dark. I am afraid that you will get the wrong things and run away in vain. Even if you go there, I won't give you those things, Luo Chong said. Yu Fu thought about it for a moment, and what if what he brought back was not the kind of grass Luo Chong wanted? He didn't run away in vain, but at this time. You can go with me, but it's too far there. We Yu tribe members can walk very fast. It will take another day. It's impossible to come back in 1 day. Yu Fu said. Haha, you can't, but I can. Let's eat first. I'll tell you how to get there after you eat. Luo Chong said with a smile. In this way, Yu Fu finished his meal in confusion, and Luo Chong took him to the corral. We'll ride over there on antlered deer tomorrow. It will be very fast. Luo Chong took the reins and pulled out 2 big antlered deer, put saddles on them, and led a group of people, and the 2 deer came out of the fence. Can you ride this one? Can it run fast? Youfu's brother Yui asked, curiously. Of course, it's much faster than walking by yourself. Come on, I'll tell you how to ride. Luo Chong said affirmatively, and then began to instruct Yufu on how to ride an antlered deer. Put your feet into this copper ring, hold the handle on the saddle with your hands, push on the copper ring hard, then sit on it and grab the reins with both hands. It's so high when you're sitting on it. How do I let it go now? Yufu rode the beast for the first time. He felt nervous, excited, and a little excited. Luo Chong also turned over and sat on the other horned deer, and handed a thorn stick that was usually used as a whip to Yufu next to him. Take this and follow me. Hold the reins in your left hand and the whip in your right hand. If you want it to go, just pinch its belly with your legs, like this. Luo Chong said while demonstrating. Ah, it's gone, it's gone. Youfu also did the same thing and shouted excitedly when he saw the deer starting to walk away. Grab the reins on both sides of its head. If you want it to turn in that direction, pull the reins on either side. Yufu pulled the rope nervously and excitedly, causing the antlered deer under his crotch to spin in circles. When you want it to run fast, put your legs on its belly and whip its butt, like this, drive. Luo Chong explained the essentials of riding and demonstrated at the same time. With a whip of his whip, the horned deer jumped out. Yufu also followed Luo Chong's example, and the big horned deer rushed out suddenly. Yufu leaned back and almost didn't fall, but he quickly sat up straight again and controlled the big horned deer to chase Luo Chong. When running, lean forward and sit firmly. Luo Chong shouted as he ran. He is running so fast, how can he stop it? When it stops, pull the reins back, like this. Youfu also pulled the reins and stopped. This deer ran so fast, it almost threw me off. I can ride a deer too. The 2 of them rode the deer back again, running back and forth in the open space to the west of the wall. Youfu gradually got used to the feeling of running wildly after a deer. Brother, I want to ride too. Can you let me ride for a while? Yui shouted as he chased after him. Under the bright moonlight, 2 men rode antlered deer and chased them for a while. Finally, they stopped. A group of men led the 2 antlered deer back to the corral. Chief Han, can you add another deer like this to the transaction? Yufu fell in love with this magical vehicle after just one ride. It's okay if you want the deer, but you can't ask for the cow if you want the deer. You can only choose one of the 2. You have to know that the reward I give you is already very high. This is because it is our first time to cooperate. For your sake, otherwise I wouldn't give you that much, Luo Chong refused. Well, then, I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. When Yufu heard Luo Chong's rejection, he could only look forward to the next cooperation. Early the next morning, after Yufu repeatedly promised to find Raimi, Luo Chong and Yufu set off with 2 deer each, so that they could keep moving at a high speed. If the deer got tired along the way, they could change to another horse, and you can load more Raimi when you come back. Before leaving, Luo Chong asked the tribesmen to reclaim wasteland along the north bank of the artificial river. When he came back, he could directly plant the Raimi he collected. Although Yufu didn't know what planting was, he told his tribe to help and not to eat the food of the Han tribe in vain. The tribe members of the Yu tribe nodded in agreement. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this kind of thing to help others. The 2 rode a bighorn deer and headed northwest. Luo Chong was holding the reins in one hand and a bronze spear in the other, with a bow and arrow on his back. Yufu was also holding his own bone spear. They looked like 2 people going out. Reconnaissance scout. Traveling all the way, it originally took a day in Yufu's opinion. The two set out at just after 5 o'clock. When the sun climbed to the top of their heads, they finally arrived at the place Yu said, which was a place covered in green. There were a lot of Ramis on the hillside, but Luo Chong was shocked. Chief Han, is this the kind of grass you are looking for? Yu pointed to the entire patch of Rami on the hillside. It's true that it's the Rami I want, but are you sure it's not someone else's property? Damn it, you brought me here to steal food, right? I saw that on the entire hillside in front of me, a stream flowed down, dividing the entire hillside into 2 halves. On both sides of the stream, the hillside covering an area of at least 2,000 acres was covered with lush green Rami. When I went there, I couldn't see any other plants. The entire hillside was covered with Rami. If anyone dares to say that this is a natural formation, Luo Chong will definitely beat him to death. This cliff is artificially planted. Luo Chong reined in the reins and sat on the deer's back, looking around as if no one was there. Did he just steal a handful and leave? Or do you want to trade with the owner? It's the kind of grass I want, but these grasses must have owners. Are there any tribes nearby? Luo Chong gestured to Yu. Well, there is a tribe here, but they don't welcome foreigners, so we haven't been here much before. Yu said. Damn it, you must have done this on purpose. You brought me here to steal other people's Rami even though you knew they didn't welcome foreigners. You're really cheating on me. Let's come down and take a look first. If no one shows up, we'll leave immediately after picking. As Luo Chong said, he got off the deer and walked along the creek on the hillside holding the reins of the 2 deer. No one shows up yet? Luo Chong drank some water from the stream. The bighorn deer beside him was also drinking water and nibbling a few Rami leaves. Rami leaves are edible, and there is no problem for people to eat them. They are also medicinal materials, which can help women with miscarriage and stop bleeding. In ancient times, they were also often used to feed chickens, and some people used Rami leaves to raise silkworms, but there was no such thing as mulberry leaves. That's right. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and there was still not even a ghost. Damn it, no more waiting, just do it. Luo Chong took down a large basket from the back of another big-antlered deer, took out his beaked dagger and started harvesting frantically, loading it into the basket while cutting. Chief Han, why don't we dig out the roots and just cut the tops? Yu also took his own bone knife and harvested frantically into the basket. Stop digging, just cut. Hurry up, in case someone is in trouble. Luo Chong said without raising his head. Yu didn't quite understand. Seeing that Luo Chong was just immersed in harvesting, he had no choice but to follow suit. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a sound of banging wooden sticks from behind the 2 of them. Luo Chong was startled at that time. He lay down and wiped himself. He was dead and was discovered by others. Stop it, let's go quickly, get on the deer and go quickly. Luo Chong put the cane basket on the deer's back, turned over and rode on the back of another deer. However, Yu had just learned how to ride last night, and his movements were of course not as skilled as Luo Chong's, so he was naturally a little slower. Just after this slight delay, Luo Chong, who was sitting on the back of the deer, saw many people coming around. Looking around, he saw that there were at least 30 or 40 people, and they were all adult men. TSK, this must be the encirclement of others. Yofu finally climbed onto the back of the deer at this time. The 2 of them shouted and started to break out down the hillside. They were about 300 meters away from Ma Tian. When Luo Chong and the others rushed to the group of people, the crowd suddenly stood up. A few lines of twine. Damn it, you're done. The 2 of them rushed over at a very fast speed, and were instantly stopped by several ropes. With a thud, they both fell off the back of the deer, and then immediately after, their heads were covered by 2 large nets made of hemp ropes. Luo Chong was heartbroken. It suddenly became cold. What does it feel like to be caught stealing something, being covered in a net and being carried away like a pig? 30 or 40 men were divided into two groups, holding arm-thick wooden sticks inserted into the big net, and carried the two people up the hillside. Others led 4 big antlered deer and followed behind with Luo Chong and their belongings. Moreover, the person leading the way at the front of this group of gentlemen was actually a girl. The girl had a proud smile on her face, with long black hair hanging loosely behind her head. She wore a piece of linen around her waist as a skirt, and she also wore a bellyband like linen on her upper body. It had a vacuum inside and was exposed at the back, revealing her healthy breasts. Wheat-colored skin. The rough linen cloth is worse than the modern sacks used to carry vegetables. It is full of big holes and small holes. It is estimated that even if it is made into a bag to hold rice, it will definitely be exposed, but it can be regarded as the most primitive woven fabric. Naturally, the bellyband couldn't cover much of the spring sunshine. The mountains that were beginning to take shape inside were looming, but Luo Chong was not in the mood to appreciate it. He is still hanging in the net, playing on the swing. He is not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. He can only stare resentfully at Yufu in the other net. "Mp, I blame you. This tribe that can weave linen," Luo Chong temporarily called them the Bian tribe. A group of men from the Bian tribe carried Luo Chong and Yufu back to the tribe's residence. The leader of the Bian tribe also came to the two people and asked Luo Chong, quite surprised, "Their leader is actually a woman." Luo Chong was hung in the net and looked at the female leader in surprise. She was wrapped in the same mesh linen as the girl, but she was not wearing a bellyband, but a robe, and she still had a hood. The kind where even the hair is covered and only a face is exposed. Why did Luo Chong know that she was the leader? Need to ask? It's pure hand-woven linen. Others around her wear short skirts, but this woman basically covers everything except her face. You don't have to think about what kind of status you have to wear such a tight skirt. The girl wearing a bellyband just now also stood beside the female leader, looking at Luo Chong with a smile, with a look of pride on her face, and said to the female leader, "Amu, that's him, it was me just now. I want to reward the one who discovers it first, and you have to reward me with this man." It turned out that just when Luo Chong and Yufu arrived in Madian, they had been discovered by the girl with a bellyband sitting on the hillside, but she did not make a sound, but observed for a while. The girl was very curious about Luo Chong. This was the first time she saw someone riding a tall beast and running. Moreover, the boy was dressed very energetically. He did not have messy hair like others, but had all his hair tied up. On the top of his head, there was a shining copper crown. The sun's rays shone on the copper crown and reflected into the girl's eyes. Little stars suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. Her first thought was to keep Luo Chong as her face. The Bian tribe is a tribe similar to a matriarchal clan. Women have the greatest rights in the entire tribe. Their leader is a woman in her 30s, Chong. Chong, who is in his 30s, has the best weaving skills in the entire weaving tribe. Women in the weaving tribe often compete with each other on their weaving skills to determine the leader. The first generation of female leaders of the tribe discovered that ropes made of hemp leather were strong and durable, so they invented hemp ropes and became leaders. Later leaders also invented rami cultivation to collect large amounts of hemp. Later, some people learned to weave linen cloth, and this leader Chong made a net out of hemp rope, which made it easier for the men to hunt, so he became the leader. Men who form a tribe can only be attached to women. When boys born in the tribe reach adulthood, they will join other tribes at the spring festival. Because the same tribe cannot intermarry, men born in their own tribe will become fools if they stay. Girls born in the tribe stay in the tribe for life. Even if they go to the spring festival, they still go to find a son-in-law. Women in the tribe never marry outside, and this girl wearing a bellyband is Chang's daughter. Fluttershy. Xiao Dai is 12 years old this year and has just grown up. They have also received news about the Spring Festival these days. Xiao Dai was thinking about what kind of man she wanted to find these days, but she didn't expect that one of her own would come to her door. Seeing Luo Chong running into the hemp field, Xiao Dai was very excited, but she had no reason to stay with him. However, when she continued to peek for a while, she realized that something was wrong. The boy actually stole the hemp grass from their tribe. Xiao Dai was very angry at first, and she wanted to stop her directly, but then she thought this was the chance to keep him, so she turned around and ran back to the tribe, telling her mother that someone was stealing hemp and asking the men to hurry to catch him, and specifically told him to catch him alive and not to hurt the boy, so the scene just happened. Shang walked up to Luo Chong, who was hanging in the net bag, looked up and down, and asked Xiao Dai, "This is the boy you mentioned, he is indeed very special. You said he came here riding this horned beast?" "Yes, they both came here riding this horned beast. They ran very fast. Eminem, please reward him as a man to me. I don't want to go to the Spring Festival." Xiao Dai shook Shang's arm and said, he said pleadingly, "But I don't think he looks like an ordinary person." Chang's eyes swept over Luo Chong's body keenly, especially the copper crown on Luo Chong's head. This was the first time she had seen such a golden and shining thing, and the more hollow pattern on it, and that the relief of Chinese characters made this decoration look extremely luxurious, just like the linen clothes she wore, which could never be worn by ordinary people. Even if this is not a tribe leader, he is still the tribe leader's child. Forcing such a person to stay will be very troublesome and may even provoke a fight between the two tribes. It is by no means as simple as Xiao Dai thought. Are these all his things? Yes, they were all taken from him, and this. A male tribesman handed Luo Chong's bow, arrows, and spears to Shang. Shang took Luo Chong's bronze spear from the tribe and stroked the golden spearhead. It was heavy, cold, sharp, and sharp. It seemed to be made of the same material as the ornament on Luo Chong's head, but it was smaller than Luo Chong's bronze crown. The color is lighter, not so yellow. Is this their tribe's weapon? If all their tribes had weapons like this, then Luo Chong couldn't be left behind. It was never a good idea to provoke such an enemy. Shang took Luo Chong's bow and arrow again, but couldn't understand what it was for. Xiao Dai on the side took the long bow, looked at it, and pulled the bowstring again. It felt a little difficult, and it took a lot of strength to pull the string. Amu, look, this is made of twine, and they can also twist twine. Xiao Dai said, while pulling the bowstring, as if playing a piano, as if she thought it was an instrument. Damn it, I have a long bow. Loosening the string will damage the bow. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai's ignorant behavior and had the urge to slap her to death. Unfortunately, he was beaten to death by a few big men. Hanging in the net, there is absolutely nowhere to exert force. Changzhe took out a feathered arrow from the quiver and looked at the feathers stuck to the tail of the arrow, the straight arrow shaft, and the equally sharp bronze arrowhead. She was sure that this was also a weapon, but she didn't know that it was so small. How to use the spear? These two women never realized that bows and arrows are used together. Shang took the long bow again, looked at the bowstring made of hemp thread, and asked Luo Chong, "What is this for?" Although Luo Chong didn't understand what she said, he knew what she was asking without even thinking after seeing the two of them studying it for a long time. "You, let me go, and I will tell you," Luo Chong said while hanging in the net, gesturing. Chong couldn't understand what Luo Chong was saying, but she also knew that Luo Chong wanted to come out. She didn't speak, but took out a handful of hemp grass from the big basket carried by the horned deer on the side. "Why did you steal our hemp?" "I didn't see anyone around, how did I know this was yours?" Luo Chong gestured, but he didn't see anyone at the time. Chong couldn't quite understand Luo Chong's words, but he could guess a rough idea by looking at his gestures. At this moment, Chong was still thinking about how to deal with Luo Chong. At this time, Yu Fu from another network spoke. We didn't see anyone when we were picking these grasses. We don't know if they belong to you. You'd better let us go. We are both leaders of the tribe. If you catch us, your tribe will be finished. The people in the surrounding tribes were stunned when they heard this. Why do you know what our tribe says? Chong asked in surprise. Seeing that the guy who caused his arrest actually communicated with him, Luo Chong wanted to slap him, but also admired him. How could this guy know so many tribal languages? I am the leader of the Yu tribe, Fu. I have been to your tribe before, but I was still young at that time, so you don't remember me. We leaders of the Yu tribe have to learn a lot of tribal words, because we often do deals with foreign tribes. Yu Fu explained. Yu Fu is not exaggerating about this. He does know the languages of many tribes. Although each tribe has its own dialect, in fact, these dialects are more like dialects of a language. They evolved from humans who live in close proximity. The language is actually similar. For example, mom, other names in the world are similar, such as amu, ama, mother, mom, mum, mom, mother, even mom, and I. The pronunciation of these names are actually similar. The wandering tribes are extremely good at this. They are good at distinguishing similar parts of these dialects. In addition, they have been wandering around and come into contact with many foreign races. They are very good at languages. Those who can become leaders also know the most languages. Chong thought for a moment and found out that a member of the Yu tribe did come here 2 years ago, so she confirmed Fu's identity, but she was still a little confused about Luo Chong's identity, so she continued to ask, what about him? He is also from your Yu tribe. Why do you say he is also the leader? He is not from our tribe, he is the leader of the Han tribe. There are many people in their tribe, no less than yours, and they also have more powerful weapons than spears. You'd better not keep him, otherwise the tribe is finished, and the members of our 2 tribes will definitely come to find us. Yu Fu looked at the number of people forming the tribe around him, first told Shang the identity of Luo Chong, and finally warned Xiao Dai. When Chong heard that there were so many people in Luo Chong's tribe, he already wanted to let Luo Chong go. If 2 tribes with about the same number of people were fighting, both sides would probably lose in the end. This was not what Chong wanted to see, and according to Yu Fu's wishes, the Han tribe seems to be quite powerful. But when Xiao Dai heard that she couldn't keep Luo Chong, she immediately quit. There are a lot of people in our tribe. We are not afraid. What weapon can he have that is more powerful than a spear? That short spear? You see, this thing can't be thrown far. If you lie, I will keep him. Xiao Dai thought that the powerful weapons Fu mentioned were those arrows from Luo Chong. In fact, this understanding was not wrong, but she didn't know how to use the arrows, so she threw them as if they were throwing spears. Of course, the result was not far away. Yu Fu looked at Xiao Dai's unruly look and just sneered, without saying a word. He didn't tell her what that thing was. In fact, Yu Fu himself didn't know very well. At first, he only saw Luo Chong shooting an arrow at his feet. And the arrow was fired from a bow, but he didn't know the specific method. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai's actions and was so angry that his heart ached and his liver hurt. He didn't know what this guy, Yu Fu, said to her, so the girl threw away her arrow angrily. Xiao Dai was even angrier than Luo Chong when she saw Yu Fu's disdainful sneer. You lied, I will keep him. Shang didn't fool around like Xiao Dai, and she was very sensible. Although she didn't know bows and arrows, she could tell how powerful they were just from the copper spear. The copper spear was very sharp, and a good weapon meant that there would be no shortage of food. The population will definitely not be short of food, and with the copper crown on Luo Chong's head, Shang is very sure that Luo Chong is the leader of a large tribe. Shang grabbed Xiao Dai, who was losing his temper, and continued to ask Yu Fu, since you two are the leaders, why did you come to steal our hemp grass? It's not that I want it, it's that he wants this kind of hemp grass, but there is none near his tribe, so he asked me to help them find it. He said that if I find it, he will give me a horned beast, but I only know that it is here, not yet. I knew this was yours, so I brought him here. Yu Fu continued. Oh, what do you want the hemp grass for? Do you want to make this thing? Shang asked Luo Chong while gesturing with the hemp grass, and pointed at the long bowstring in Xiaodia's hand. No, I want to plant. Luo Chong shook his head, first pointed to the ground, and then pointed to the hemp field in the distance. Oh? You can also plant it? Then what are you planting these hemp grass for? Chong suddenly became interested. She didn't expect that other tribes could also grow hemp grass. Stop asking, let us out quickly. If we don't go back by sunset today, members of our two tribes will come looking for us tomorrow. Yu Fu urged Chong Fengren. Xiao Dai was about to have a fit after hearing this, but Shang pulled her back. I can let you go, but you destroyed our tribe's hemp grass. We will have a lot less this year. How are you going to compensate us? Compensation? What compensation? What compensation do you want? Yu Fu asked in surprise. He really hadn't thought about compensation. AMU, you can't let them go, I'm going to keep him as a man. Xiao Dai immediately became anxious when she heard that Shang was going to let him go. Dai, we can't keep him. He is the leader of another tribe. We can't keep a leader. Shang advised Xiao Dai. Hey, what kind of compensation do you want? Tell us quickly and let us go as soon as possible. Yu Fu urged impatiently. He already regretted bringing Luo Chong here. He didn't know if Luo Chong would return this time. He will be given pottery and horned beasts. We want to keep these weapons and the horned beasts. Chong thought for a moment and pointed at Luo Chong's bow and arrow, golden gun, and the horned beasts. Impossible, that's not mine, and he won't give it to you. We won't agree. Yu Fu said without even thinking. He was joking. He still wants these things himself. The key is that Luo Chong will give them to you. Luo Chong watched Chong pointing at his weapon and the horned deer, and asked Yu Fu in confusion, what are you talking about? What does she want to do? Yu Fu explained, she said that we destroyed their hemp grass and wanted to leave weapons and antlered deer as compensation. What the hell? Why did we destroy her hemp grass? I cut it directly and didn't uproot it for her. It's impossible to keep my things. Luo Chong was very angry after hearing this. It was just a few straws. Even if he compensated, it would not be possible to use so many things. He felt that the other party was blackmailing and trying to cheat. However, Luo Chong suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he continued to ask Road. She just said that we destroyed their hemp fields? Do they only pick hemp grass once a year? Ask her. Luo Chong expressed his doubts. Yu Fu didn't know what Luo Chong meant, so he could only translate for Luo Chong. The leader of the Han dynasty said that we did not destroy your hemp grass. He also asked you if you collect hemp grass once a year. Shang was stunned after hearing this question. Isn't Remy harvested only once a year? Luo Chong didn't have to wait for her answer. Just looking at Shang's expression, he knew that they didn't understand the growth habits of Remy, so he said confidently. Fu, tell them, I won't give them weapons or antlered deer, and I will continue to collect hemp. In exchange, I can tell them how to harvest hemp 5 times a year. Is this okay? Listen to me and say it like this. So Yu Fu repeated Luo Chong's words, and the tribesmen around him were immediately shocked. Can hemp grass be harvested 5 times a year? Isn't that a direct 5-fold increase? This method is indeed valuable. You must know that the Wen tribe grows these Remy grass not only for the use of their own tribe, but also uses the weaved linen cloth and hemp rope to trade with other tribes, sometimes in exchange for food, sometimes in exchange for population. In fact, there are very few feminist tribes around here, and most of the tribes are unwilling to send boys to such a feminist tribe. Therefore, the tribes sometimes pay a certain price and use the linen fabrics they produce in exchange for boys. Therefore, the yield of hemp grass can be said to determine the development of the tribe, but if it can be harvested 5 times a year as Luo Chong said, then the tribe will not be short of hemp grass at all, so Luo Chong's one who harvests it 5 times will the method is very tempting to them. Put them down. Chong waved his hand and said to his tribe. Eminem, you can't let go. Xiao Dai didn't agree to let Luo Chong go, but how could those men listen to her and let them go in a hurry? Luo Chong stood up and adjusted his animal skin skirt, stretched out his hand toward Shang, and pointed at his weapons. First tell us how to pick hemp grass 5 times, and then I will give you weapons. Shang looked at Luo Chong and said. Luo Chong didn't understand, but he knew what she meant without even thinking. Now was not the time to give in. He had to take the initiative in the negotiation. In the current poker game, Luo Chong's technique of picking hemp 5 times a year was equivalent to Wang Jia. I am still scared of Wang Jia, now I should form a tribe to beg him. Luo Chong didn't speak, but looked at Chong confidently and firmly. The two looked at each other for 2 minutes. Luo Chong didn't even blink or speak, he just stretched out his hands and looked at Chong. Chong was defeated in the end. When she was stared at by Luo Chong, she felt that those eyes were not like human eyes. No, they were not like the eyes of an 11-year-old boy. Those eyes were very cold and very cold. Terrifying, but also very confident, as if she dominated everything, as if she would die tragically on the spot the next second if she didn't give him a weapon first, so she obeyed. Here, return his weapon to him. Chong turned around and said to the tribesman behind him. In fact, he was trying to escape Luo Chong's gaze. The tribesman handed the golden gun to Luo Chong and his arrow pot. Yu Fu, who was released, also picked up the arrow thrown by Xiao Dai. Luo Chong smoothed the feathers on the tail of his arrow, and then looked at Xiao Dai, who was holding a long bow. Xiao Dai angrily hid the long bow behind her back, turned her head and snorted. Xiao Dai, give that thing back to him. This time, Luo Chong didn't need to say anything else, Shang took the initiative to start talking. Xiao Dai turned back with tears in her eyes, and handed the bow to Luo Chong without letting go. Shang is her mother, but she is also the leader. Xiao Dai dare not listen to her words, but Xiao Dai is still angry that Yu Fu looks down on her. She really wants to know what weapon is more powerful than a spear, and her intuition tells her she must have something to do with this stick tied with twine. Luo Chong took the long bow, but before taking it back, he heard Xiao Dai ask, "Can you tell me what this is for?" "Tell me and I will give it to you." Luo Chong looked at her inexplicably, then looked at Yu Fu aside. What did she say? She asked you to tell her how to use this thing, and she would give it to you. Oh. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai again and nodded, and then Xiao Dai let go. Then Luo Chong took out a piece of white insect wax from a small bag on the side of the arrow pot and smeared it on the bowstring a few times. The bowstring was fluffed just now, because Xiao Dai had unloaded it. Then Luo Chong took out another arrow. Looked around, looking for a suitable target. Xiao Dai, Chong, and Yu Fu all looked at it carefully. At this moment, Luo Chong suddenly saw a little wild boar hanging up in a net not far away. It was still alive and struggling in the net just like him. Luo Chong's mouth twitched when he saw it, and then he pointed. Pointing at the little wild boar, he asked if he could attack that one. Shang nodded. That was originally the food caught today, and it would be fine even if it was killed. The wild boar was hung almost 30 meters away from Luo Chong. It was still struggling, but the impact was not significant. Luo Chong raised his bow and knocked an arrow, pulled the string with 3 fingers, and let go without taking much aim. Zhung, whoosh. The sound of the bowstring being released sounded, and the bronze arrowhead flew out instantly. The eyes of the people staring at Luo Chong flashed, and then they all turned to look in the direction where the arrow flew out. The distance of 30 meters was reached in a blink of an eye. The sharp bronze arrow easily penetrated the flesh of the little wild boar's side. Coupled with the strong penetrating force at close range, the arrow flew directly out of the other side of the little wild boar's body with a trembling sound. On a wooden post in the back, the wild boar suddenly howled miserably, and then 2 tiny pillars of blood spurted out from both sides of its body. The wildly twitching body soon stopped moving, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Luo Chong's arrow actually came from the wild boar's body, shot through its side and through its heart. Wow, that's how it is used. This thing is so powerful. Xiao Dai was not afraid at all when she saw the dead pig, but instead exclaimed for the magic of this weapon. Chong was also shocked. It turned out that this was a kind of weapon used together, and it was also very powerful. If the wild boar was replaced by a human, Chong didn't dare to think about it anymore. What's more important is the number of arrows. If one arrow can save a life, there are 40 or 50 in Luo Chong's arrow pot alone, which is more than the men in their tribe. If all Luo Chong's tribe were like this. Equipment. Shang began to be afraid. She had realized that the power of this weapon was its quantity. The arrows were not as heavy as spears. One person could carry dozens of them. What a terrifying weapon this was. It must not be compared with that Han man. The tribes are at odds. Luo Chong secretly glanced at a few people, and seeing the surprise and fear on their faces, he couldn't help but cursed in his heart, this b-boy pretends to be comfortable. If I don't give you some force to deter you, you still think I'm as easy to catch as that pig, you should be afraid this time. As for the fact that they can imitate bows and arrows, Luo Chong has never thought about it. Making bows and arrows is such a simple technology. Just finding the right materials is very laborious, especially straight arrow shafts. Luo Chong is just lucky and talented. Using the sharp thorns of the man-eating tree, if you make your own arrow shafts, you won't be able to make a few arrows in all the years of the monkey. Luo Chong pulled out the arrow, wiped it with a ramie blade, and put it back into the arrow pot. Then he turned around and led the horned deer towards the field. Where are you going? You haven't told us how to pick hemp grass 5 times. Chong shouted hurriedly when he saw Luo Chong was about to leave. Luo Chong heard the shouting and turned to look at Yufu. She said you haven't taught them to pick hemp grass yet. Go to Madian. How can we teach here? Tell them to teach in Madian. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he continued walking. Then a group of people followed Luo Chong to the hemp field, and again came to the place where Luo Chong started cutting hemp grass. After several people arrived at Luo Chong's side, he pointed to the hemp grass on the ground and said, "Don't pull out the hemp grass directly, but cut it from this place. It won't take long for it to grow again. Before the water freezes, you can do this at least 5 or 6 times. Hemp grows very quickly and will grow again even if it is cut." Yufu on the side consciously acted as the translator for Luo Chong, and the people in the surrounding tribes were very surprised. They used to pull it out directly, and only collected it once a year. How could they know that this kind of operation existed? Are you telling the truth? Is it that simple? Chong asked in surprise. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively after hearing Yufu's translation. How do you know that you have grown hemp grass before? Shang continued to ask. I planted it when I was a child. Luo Chong continued to nod, but of course he was lying. He didn't grow it when he was a child. There was no Rami around the Han tribe, but he couldn't say this, otherwise there would be no way to explain it. Then why did you come to cut our hemp grass and take it back to plant? What do you do with the hemp grass? Shang asked curiously. Weaving cloth, just like the one you have. Luo Chong pointed to Shang's linen clothes. You can also weave? This sentence was asked by Xiao Dai. Not to mention her, even Chong was surprised when she heard Yu Fu's translation. She didn't expect that Luo Chong could actually weave. Of course, I can weave better cloth, whiter and denser than yours. Luo Chong glanced at the linen cloth on their bodies. Hey, it's almost the same as a mesh sieve. Is this called cloth? Then can you teach us? Chongbu doubted that Luo Chong was lying to her. Luo Chong's bronze wares, bows and arrows, and the horned deer used for riding all showed that Luo Chong's tribe knew more production skills, so she directly chose to believe. No, I only teach my own people. Unless you join my tribe, I will make an exception this time by telling you how to pick hemp grass. Luo Chong, who had just been released from the net, began to deceive people in his tribe again. It was impossible to join another tribe, especially a male-dominated tribe. Chong had never thought about it. Besides, she had never seen Luo Chong's weaving skills with her own eyes, nor had she seen any finished linen on Luo Chong. So Shang cannot make a decision easily. Forget it, we won't join your tribe. Chong shook his head and said. Luo Chong spread his hands and said it didn't matter. He just wanted to arouse Chang's interest and never thought about the other party joining his tribe directly. Nearly an hour had passed since he was caught. The rami leaves harvested before were all wilted. Luo Chong poured water on them from the stream and said to Yu Fu next to him, "Tell them, I said it. The way to gather flax, now I will continue to harvest, fill these baskets and take them away to make them agree." Yu Fu translated the original words, and Chong agreed after thinking about it. This was what she had agreed to exchange before. She had no reason and did not dare to refuse, but she had other ideas. Chief Han, I can give you the hemp grass, but can we exchange things with your tribe in the future? Luo Chong turned to look at Chong, and then at the tribal people behind her, and said with a smile, "Okay, but our tribe only needs men. If your tribe doesn't want them, you can use those boys to my tribe to exchange for things. My tribe is over there. You can reach it by walking at sunset. There is a deerskin hanging in the sky with the word Chinese on it. That is my tribe." Chong nodded to express his understanding, and Luo Chong stopped talking nonsense and started harvesting hemp with Yu Fu. They were in a hurry just now and didn't really pick much, but now they started harvesting wildly again. 20 minutes later, all 4 large baskets were filled, but this time Luo Chong did not cut from the bottom, but all the top twigs, so that he could use the limited 4 baskets to hold more. The rami seedlings went back. Then they poured water on the rami seedlings, and Luo Chong put the big basket on the deer's back. The 2 of them brought 4 deer over, 2 for riding and 2 for camel basket. Luo Chong stepped on the stirrups and climbed onto the deer. Xiao Dai, who was standing aside, suddenly grabbed the reins and said, "Can you please not leave?" Luo Chong looked at Yu Fu beside him. Yu Fu had a knowing smile on his face. She said she wanted to keep you as her man, and asked if you could stay. Luo Chong's young face turned red after hearing the translation. He was hanging in the net just now, but he didn't understand a word Xiao Dai said. He didn't even know what this little girl was thinking. Well, by the way, Xiao Dai seemed to be better than Xiao Dai. Luo Chong is 1 year older. I have my own tribe, and I can't stay here. Luo Chong shook his head seriously. Xiao Dai burst into tears when she heard Yu Fu's translation. She held her mouth and asked aggrievedly, "Then do you have a name?" "My name is Xiao Dai." "What is your name? Can you tell me?" "Han tribe, Luo Chong." Luo Chong pulled the reins back from Xiao Dai's hand, clamped the deer's antlers between his legs, and jumped out with a driving sound. "Then how are we going to find your tribe in the future? We don't know your Chinese characters." Xiao Dai shouted from behind. Luo Chong did not stop, but took out an arrow, bent his bow and shot it 2 meters in front of Xiao Dai, and then ran away on the deer without looking back. Xiao Dai took 2 steps and pulled out the feathered arrow. She looked at it carefully twice and finally found 2 square symbols on the wooden pole at the tail of the arrow. One side said Han and the other side said Chong. Amu, this totem is the same as the one on his head. Xiao Dai pointed the arrow shaft to Shang. She didn't know what it was and thought it was the totem of the Han tribe. Put it away and don't break it. Let's try to see if we can make the same weapon. This weapon is really powerful. Yu Fu and Luo Chong rode the deer and ran wildly. The deer rushed back to the Han tribe without stopping. When they arrived, it was almost 3 hours before dark. Yu Fu couldn't help but sigh, it was faster to ride on a deer. On the north bank of the man-made river, members of the Yu and Han tribes have cultivated a small piece of farmland, about 5 acres. Luo Chong used a shovel to draw ridges on the ground and asked the tribesmen to insert the rami seedlings directly into the soil. Pour some more water on top. Chief, what is being planted this time? Is it food? The rat wizard and the elder also came to Luo Chong's side. No, this is for making ropes and clothes. Clothes, what are clothes? This was the first time the elder heard this word. It's something we wear on our body. The animal skin coats we wear in winter are clothes. Clothes can also be made from this grass, but they are very thin. They are clothes for summer. Luo Chong explained to them. The tribesmen nodded one after another, and they learned a new word, clothes. What is worn on the body is clothes. After the mission of the Yu tribe was completed, they came to Luo Chong to ask for their reward. Although something happened in the middle, Luo Chong did not break his promise and gave them a pottery pot and 10 pottery bowls. The horned beast could only choose one, and Yu Fu directly asked for it. He picked up the antlered deer he was riding today and said with a smile that he was already familiar with it. As for the fact that the 2 of them were captured alive by the tribe, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding and didn't even mention it. There was nothing to say about it. Both of them are the heads of the clan. There is no benefit in telling the story of being captured alive. On the contrary, it will easily degrade them. Prestige among the tribe. Early the next morning, the Yu tribe bid farewell to the Han tribe. Chief Han, we will meet again in Minguchun. I hope to see you there. Don't miss the time. Yu Fu patted Luo Chong's arm. Yes, we will definitely go. Maybe we will have another chance to cooperate. Luo Chong also took a few shots of the ambush. Goodbye, friend. Goodbye. The people from the 2 tribes waved goodbye to each other. Luo Chong watched the Yu tribe's team disappear into the distance, his eyes a little lost. He also wanted to go out on adventures with the Yu tribe. He also had a restless heart. Chief, do we have any plans today? The elder walked to Luo Chong and called Luo Chong from behind. Oh. Luo Chong came back to his senses, looked at the elder, then looked at the rice field and asked, what day is the rice today? Ah? Oh, let me think about it, there should be 17 sunsets. The elder counted on his fingers. Luo Chong looked at the sky again. Today is cloudy and a bit stuffy. This is due to low air pressure and high moisture in the air. It is very likely to rain. However, even if it rains in spring, it will not rain heavily, but in this weather, just suitable for transplanting rice seedlings. Transplanting is the transplanting and planting of rice. The seedlings need to be pulled out from the nursery and inserted into the field. It is best to do this on a cloudy day, otherwise the seedlings are likely to be killed by the sun. Generally, transplanting of rice seedlings takes place 20 days after the seeds germinate. It is only 17 days now, which is a bit early. However, the rice seedlings are growing very well. They already have 5 or 6 leaves, and a single plant is already 1 foot tall. There is no problem in transplanting at the right time, and the weather suitable for transplanting is not easy to come by. Let's do it today, while it is cloudy. Today we are planting rice. All adult members of the clan must participate. First, let the men dig holes in the canals and start discharging water into the fields. Chief, what is rice transplanting? Planting is, don't you see that these rice plants are growing very densely now, so they won't grow big, so we need to give it a bigger place so that each of them can grow separately. This is rice transplanting. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said in the most understandable way. The elder nodded in understanding and began to gather the tribesmen to get their tools to work. The men carried copper shovels and dug several gaps in each ditch. The water from the artificial river rushed into the rice fields. In less than an hour, those places became artificial swamps. Luo Chong took the women and started to dig out the seedlings. Luo Chong had never planted the land in his previous life. He didn't know how to do it, so he had to use the most primitive method of digging with his hands. In order not to damage the roots of the seedlings, they directly inserted their hands into the mud, dug out the roots of the seedlings, and then divided them into handfuls and put them aside. Hundreds of people worked together to dig out less than 3 acres of land, and they finished it quickly. On the other side of the barrel, Luo Chong also followed Luo Chong's request and used a ruler to measure and cut out a bunch of 40 centimeters long sticks to control the row spacing when planting rice seedlings. After getting ready, everyone went to have breakfast first, and then came together to learn rice transplanting from Luo Chong. Everyone, take a look. Use 2 fingers to hold the roots of the seedlings and insert them directly into the mud. They must be inserted straight up and down, not crooked, and inserted into the mud, otherwise the seedlings will die. Then use the instructions given to you. Measure it with a small stick and insert the next one. Luo Chong repeatedly stressed that the seedlings should be inserted straight and into the mud. As long as these 2 points were achieved, at least the seedlings would survive. This was the most he could think of. He didn't know any other precautions. Everyone expressed their understanding, but some people also raised questions. Chief, is this grass really edible? Even if it is edible, there won't be enough meat to satisfy our hunger, asked a man from the former Black Rat tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Luo Chong. Obviously, everyone wanted to know this question, but no one dared to ask it. If Luo Chong engages in breeding, they can understand it. After all, it is real meat, visible meat, and fur can be obtained. There are more and more animals, and there is no need to take risks in hunting. Everyone is very enthusiastic about breeding. But when it comes to planting crops, everyone doesn't understand. The tribesmen didn't object to planting peanuts. The Han tribe didn't dare to object, and they believed in the leader. The Black Rat tribe didn't object either. That's because they had eaten peanuts. But no one has ever eaten rice. They have never even seen it. How can they know the importance of rice? They feel that it is not worthwhile for Luo Chong to waste so much time on planting rice, so they have this idea. Ask. Luo Chong was not angry either. He was already very happy to have so many people working with him unconditionally. Innovation and reform were always inseparable from doubts and opposition, even primitive people were no exception. He had something in his heart. This preparation. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo Chong said with a smile, "This grass is indeed not for human consumption. We eat the seeds and stones it produces. Go and bring the bag of rice seeds to everyone." Shirtu ran back to the cave to get the remaining 22 kilograms of rice seeds. When he got it back, Luo Chong grabbed a handful of rice from the bag and showed it to everyone. This is the seed of rice. Its name is rice. If you remove the skin, it is something we can eat. It is called rice. Rice is very hard. It needs to be cooked in a pot before eating. It tastes very good. Let's go to work first. Son, put in all the seedlings, and I will use the rice to cook a pot of rice for you all. You can eat a little later to see if it tastes good and whether it can satisfy you. Facing Luo Chong's presentation of facts and reasoning, everyone had nothing to say. They all went to work, preparing to come back later to taste that thing called rice. To be honest, Luo Chong is really reluctant to part with these 22 kilograms of seeds, but he has no choice. He needs his people to pay attention to rice. This will be everyone's staple food in the future. In the farming era, the common people valued food more than their lives. Heavy. The tribesmen took small wooden sticks and seedlings and planted rice according to Luo Chong's method. The elder and the rat wizard followed Luo Chong. They were old and couldn't do it. At this moment, the two of them wanted to know how to make rice. Rice is not like wheat. It needs to be ground into powder. All you need to do is shell the millet. The method of shelling the rice is not grinding, but smashing. When the ancients did not have modern machinery, they would cut a groove in the stone, put the rice in the groove, and then use a stone hammer to smash the rice, which was also called mortar. Later, someone invented a stone hammer that used the principle of leverage. They installed the stone hammer on a thick wooden stick similar to a seesaw. When working, people only need to keep stepping on the wooden stick, and the stone hammer at the other end of the wooden stick he would keep lifting and putting it down to break the husks of the rice in the stone mortar. Luo Chong didn't have these now, so he found a thicker jar and used a wooden stick to pound rice in the jar, just like pounding medicine. There was a pottery bowl of rice in the jar, which weighed almost 2 kilograms. It was pounded with a wooden stick and soon the husks were peeled off. The rice inside turned into brown rice, and the husk that came off was rice bran. This thing it can be used to feed livestock, and it seems to be a fine feed. Is this rice? The rat wizard grabbed a handful, looked at it carefully, and squeezed it again. It was indeed very hard. Yes, it's very hard. It needs to be cooked before it can be eaten, Luo Chong said with a smile. Then he put the brown rice into a clay pot, washed it with water, and cooked it over a fire in a ratio of 1 to 2 rice to water. Chief, is this rice soup? There is so little rice in it, can it make people full? The rat wizard looked at the rice that only covered the bottom of the pot and asked suspiciously. Rice is very hard when dry, but when boiled with water, it will become softer and larger. When the water inside is boiled, it will become a pot of rice, and then there will be no water in the pot, only dry rice that becomes bigger and softer, Luo Chong explained. Will rice get bigger? The elder and the rat wizard said in unison. They were surprised. This was the first time they heard about food that would grow in size. It would be great if meat could also grow in size if put in water. Some children from the tribe were also gathered around. A strong aroma of rice soon emerged from the pottery pot, making the children around them swallow their saliva. Luo Chong was also very excited. It was such a familiar smell that he hadn't tasted for a long time. Have eaten rice. It didn't take long. While Luo Chong was cooking, the tribesmen also finished planting the seedlings. However, of the 64 acres of rice fields that Luo Chong expected, only 59 acres were planted and there were no seedlings. It seemed that there was a problem with the germination rate of the seeds. Luo Chong, not all the 22 kilograms of seeds that were sown had germinated. Maybe some of them had not matured yet when the wild rice was picked. More than 100 men and women planted 59 acres of seedlings very quickly. Each person was only responsible for an average of 13 meters wide and 25 meters long, and the row spacing was 40 centimeters, so it didn't take much time at all. When the tribesmen came back after washing their hands, they also smelled the fragrance of rice. Is this rice cooked in this pot? It smells so good. It's just this one pot, it's not enough. Nonsense, didn't you see that there was only one bag in total? Even if it was cooked, it wouldn't be enough for us to eat. The leader just asked us to try to see if it tastes good. What does this rice look like? It smells very fragrant. The pot is boiling, the pot is boiling. Wow, this is rice. It's so white and beautiful. What's the point of just looking good? It has to be edible. I want to taste it, so don't squeeze me. Luo Chong brought the cooked rice to a small water vat that was upside down on the ground. There was a large handful of chopsticks placed in the bowl next to it. We don't have much rice now, so each of us can only have a small bite. Stand in line and everyone has a share. Luo Chong said, sitting next to the rice and looking at the tribesmen. The tribesmen quickly stood in line, and each person took a mouthful of rice with chopsticks and put it in his mouth to eat. Well, it smells so good. This rice has a sweet taste after chewing it for a few times. It's so delicious. I want to eat it again. The tribesmen who had not eaten at the back became even more anxious when they heard this, and urged those in front to hurry up. Well, it's soft and fragrant. It's not as fishy as fish. It's still sweet when chewed. I didn't expect that grass could grow such a good thing. Chief, how many grasses does this pot of rice cost? Oh, no, how many rice plants does it take to grow so much? The tribesman who just asked Luo Chong asked again. He had just eaten rice and thought it was delicious, but he didn't know what the yield was. Well, this is also my first time to grow rice. This pot of rice should take 3 or 4 rice plants to grow that much. Luo Chong made an estimate and said. So much. This pot of rice can feed several people. Does that mean if we plant 1 grass, it can feed 1 meal? This is good food, and it is so delicious. A tribesman next to him who was better at calculating immediately made a calculation. Wow, just 1 plant can make a meal. Where did the leader get the rice? A pot of rice was snapped up by more than 300 adults and children. Everyone who had eaten the rice was talking about how delicious the rice was. Although it was just dry rice, for the tribesmen who eat meat and drink soup every day, this kind of fragrant and elegant food, the food is more delicious than meat. After the tribesmen who knew how to count discussed the yield of rice, the doubts about Luo Chong that had just arisen in the tribe disappeared in an instant. Instead, because Luo Chong found rice and promoted rice cultivation, he became more popular among the tribe. Prestige increased again. After everyone was sure about planting rice, Luo Chong went to inspect the rice fields again, straightened the ones that had not been planted, and then started to do other things. Men were assigned to cut wood, catch chickens, hunt, smelt copper, make pottery, and do carpentry. Women fired brick kilns, fished, herded cattle, and refined salt. The method of refining salt ore is similar to that of boiling saltpeter before. First, smash the mineral salt, then dilute and dissolve it with clean water, then filter it several times to remove impurities. Finally, boil the filtrate, evaporate and crystallize. The white salt produced is not only used by your own tribe, and can also be used to make transactions with others. Luo Chong attaches great importance to the Spring Festival. Of course, he is not looking for women, but wants to trade with those strange tribes. The commodities he prepares the most are white salt and pottery, which are necessities for every tribe. There is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Another thing that needs to be prepared is a big car, otherwise how would you bring so many products to such a long distance? Mudu, how are you doing with the 4 wheels I asked you to make? Luo Chong walked to where they were doing carpentry and asked. Chief, the wheels are ready. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. The wood is thickened and there are no tree scars on them. They are all made according to your requirements. Each wheel has 28 thick springs. Mudu pointed at the 4 wheels and introduced. Well, that's good. It's an improvement over the previous carts. Luo Chong praised affirmatively. Chief, why are the wheels you asked us to make different sizes? Are these the wheels of 2 cars? Beryl asked in confusion. Haha, these are the wheels of a car. Didn't I say it's a 4-wheeled vehicle? Luo Chong explained with a smile. Then why are they not the same size? If such wheels were installed on a car, wouldn't the car be crooked? Bucket continued to ask. No, these 2 sets of wheels are not arranged left and right, but front and rear. The 2 large ones form a set and are installed at the back. They are mainly used for load bearing. The 2 small ones form a set and are placed in front of the body. It is shorter than the car body, and it is not a dead wheel fixed on the car body, but a living wheel for steering. After hearing Luo Chong's explanation, Wood Beryl and Wood Dolphin were surprised and asked, "Is this still possible?" Of course, there is nothing in this world that you dare not think of, and there is nothing we dare not build. In fact, the car I am talking about is more like a trailer. This kind of 4-wheel trailer has a large load capacity and has very fast steering. It is flexible and can save the effort of the animals pulling the cart to the maximum extent. It is very easy to use. In the future, this will be the main type of vehicle we will use to transport goods. You must study hard this time to build the cart and strive to build it yourself in the future. Better cars, Luo Chong cheered for them. Yes, leader. Everyone in the carpentry team replied in unison. There are now more than a dozen members of the carpentry team, with only a few at the main or master level, all led by Luo Chong. Although they don't know how to do anything by themselves, they are the first batch and have learned how to do it. Those who read the ruler can understand Luo Chong's request. The others are young people who were later selected from all the tribesmen. Their main job now is to help some masters, playing ink lines, sawing wood, learning dimensions and arithmetic, and accumulating experience. Because of its complex structure, the cart is equipped with many bronze parts to increase its structural strength and service life. The axle center of the wheel, the head of the axle, and the connection parts of the frame are all fixed with a large number of bronze parts, especially the drag steering structure of the front wheel and the connection part with the main frame of the rear body. Not only bronze is used here, you need to apply grease for lubrication when using it. The sturdy front frame has a wheelbase that is slightly narrower than the distance between the rear wheels. There is a small platform on top of the frame with a tow hook on which the rear frame can be hung and connected together. The front of the front frame is an upward, the curved T-shaped thick wooden stick is located on the middle line of the entire vehicle body. When in use, a cow is tied to both sides of this wooden stick to provide power for the vehicle. On the main frame of the rear body is a body with bonnets on all sides, just like the rear body of a modern pickup truck. There is a relatively high driving position in the front of the body, where 2 people can easily sit side by side. And the view is better if you sit high, because the cows pulling the cart are more than 2 meters high at the shoulders. If the driving position is too short, the view ahead will be blocked by the 2 cows, which is very disadvantageous for the driver. With Luo Chong's command and coordination in all aspects, this big car was built in 3 days. The axles and wheels are made of hard oak, and the main frame is made of softer red pine, which is stable and durable. It is shock-absorbing, with a body made of fur, a wooden frame on top, and an awning covered with animal skin. It is also waterproof and prevents the white salt transported from dissolving in water. 2 strong black oxen were put on the front of the cart. One was luxurious and the other was beautiful. Luo Chong dared to say proudly that in this primitive era, this ox cart with wooden wheels was more beautiful than that cart. A Lamborghini with a bull's head is not weak at all. Rolls-Royce and Maserati are all weak. It would be useless to put them in a place with no roads and no gasoline. The leader is really amazing. He can actually create something so powerful. What is this thing called? Have a car, a bullock cart, a 4-wheeler. This cart can pull a lot of things, and there's an animal skin tent on top to protect it from the sun and rain. It's really beautiful. Look, you sit on the front of that car, hold a long whip in your hand, shout twice, and swing the whip a few times. You can pull away so many things, without even using any force. This is a magical weapon. Hey, why is the leader so powerful? He is smarter than our witch and has made so many good things. He became the leader just because of his intelligence. Otherwise, how powerful can he be as a child? Don't say that. I heard that our leader is also very good at fighting. Even the tallest one in the tribe, Dolly, couldn't beat the leader. The leader knocked him down in one go. Is it true? The leader is as good at fighting as he is smart? Shoo, I'm telling you something, but don't say it. Yeah, tell me quickly. I once heard our shaman say that the leader is a god. God is, Now real or fake? Do you still remember the time the leader took us to dig out salt in the mountains a few days ago? Is it something we ordinary people can achieve with such great power? I also heard that the big tree dug the leader out of the soil at that time. The leader, he is a god who can control the earth. Otherwise, how would he know that food can grow in the soil and copper can be burned out of stone? Well, what you said makes sense. I almost believed it. In the blink of an eye, the first month of spring is about to pass. In this nearly month, the Han tribe plowed the land, farmed, mined, and collected salt. They also experienced a battle. Luo Chong designed another black rat. The tribe has also successfully introduced hemp seeds from the tribe. It can be said that the harvest has been fruitful and life is getting better and better. However, the city designed by Luo Chong is still unavailable. Building the city requires too much manpower. The Han tribe now only has more than 350 people at full strength. The Han tribe needs more people, so Luo Chong plans to use pottery and white salt to plunder at the spring festival. The pottery pots specially used for trading are different from those used by Han tribes themselves. The ones for personal use are deep pottery pots with a small mouth and a big belly, while the foreign trade version Luo Chong asked Lane to make is a pottery pot with a small flat bottom and an open top. The pots use wooden lids. The only advantage of these pots is that they can be stacked together, saving space during transportation, and the wooden lids are not easy to break. Put the salt directly into large wooden barrels, tie the lids with ropes, and place hay between each layer of the pottery to prevent it from breaking easily. The pottery is installed in the front of the cart, which is more stable, and the white salt is installed in the back. If the bucket is too heavy, just roll it up, find a wooden board to put on the car, and two people push it together. Luo Chong kept directing the tribesmen to load the cars. Today is still 3 days away from the end of the first month. According to Yufu's news, the spring festival will start on the third sunset of the second month. I don't understand why there is a blind date meeting to be held in the evening. Don't you want to have enough food? However, Luo Chong doesn't care about this. He has already planned to leave early. Go get a good stall first, yes, that's it. In addition, Luo Chong was afraid of wasting time on the road because he had never been to Dream Valley, so he planned to take 6 days to travel the 5.5 days mentioned by Yufu, so that he would not be in a hurry. Dashu, during my absence these days, you will be responsible for managing the tribe. If you have anything to do, listen to the advice of the elders and rat wizards. They are older and have more experience in life, but you can make your own decisions. I don't ask for anything. You just need to protect our people and our tribe, and also take care of those farmlands, Luo Chong told Dashu. Yes, leader, I will definitely protect the tribe and people. Dashu also raised his chest and promised. He felt Luo Chong's trust in him. Luo Chong punched his chest, turned to look at Shude next to him, and then took something prepared in advance from Dezue. Shude, you used to be the head of the clan, and you should have a tin crown like a big tree. But there were too many things in the past few days, and I didn't have time to prepare them for you. I just made them last night, and now I give them to you. Luo Chong asked Dashu to manage the tribe. He was afraid that Shuda would be unbalanced, so he specially prepared a tin crown to appease him. Shuda was really a little emotional at first, but when he saw that Luo Chong had prepared such a beautiful gift for him, his little emotions immediately disappeared and he couldn't put it down, playing with the tin crown. The tin crown is very exquisite, with hollow carvings of cloud patterns, just like the one on the big tree, but there is a lifelike relief mouse in the middle of the front. The mouse wears a feather crown like an African chief, and holds a long stick in his hand. The spear has a majestic expression, even the beard is clearly visible, and it is truly beautiful. The rat was so happy that he stroked the rat on it and asked happily, "Chief, what kind of rat is this? It looks very powerful." "Of course it's awesome. Let me tell you, this is no ordinary mouse. Its name is Jerry. He is the god of war among mice. Even its natural enemy, the cat, cannot defeat it," Luo Chong said with a smile. "Really, leader, have you ever seen the rat god?" asked the rat god. "No, I watched Tom and Jerry every day when I was a kid. I could draw Jerry with my eyes closed. Do you think I'm awesome?" Luo Chong cursed in his heart, but of course, he didn't say it out loud. "Well, let me tell you, the rat god looks like this. He has fought cats for hundreds of rounds and never lost. Come on, I will crown you." Luo Chong praised Jerry again, and then quickly changed the subject. Shuda quickly knelt on one knee at Luo Chong's feet. Luo Chong took off the cowhide headband on his head, put the tin crown on his head, and inserted a tin hairpin to fix it. "Okay, get up." Shuda happily touched the top of his head and said, "Thank you, leader." "Well, Shuda, you haven't been a member of the Han tribe for a long time, so I didn't let you manage the tribe because you are not familiar with the Han tribe yet. During the time I leave, Dashu will be in charge of the tribe. You will be responsible for leading the hunting team to hunt. You will also lead the newly joined tribesmen to practice bows and spears every day, and become familiar with your weapons as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect our tribe and capture the captives. To more prey," Luo Chong told Shuda. "Yes, leader, I understand. We must train hard, protect our clansmen, and hunt more prey." Shuda also stood up straight and promised. "Well, that's it. Elder, Rat Witch, you two should take more care of the farmland, especially the farmland. Check it every day. There should be no shortage of water in the rice fields. During this period, there should always be water in the rice fields. At least there should be enough water. Cover it with a palm," Luo Chong told the two old men again. "Yes, leader, we will take good care of the tribe," the two old men replied in unison. "Okay, let's set off." Luo Chong nodded, turned around and said to the traveling team. This time to the spring festival, Luo Chong only took a few adult men with him, including Dolly and Lulu, who had recovered from their injuries, as well as animal teeth, stones, feathers, and tree stumps. There were 6 people in total. In addition, there were monkeys, Big Mouth, among the 20 teenagers who had just grown up, headed by De Mao and Air Mao. There was not a single girl with them. Xu Zhuang was responsible for driving the cattle cart. Luo Chong and 5 other veterans rode the bighorn deer. Originally, Luo Chong wanted to ride Huishan, but Ruru insisted on following him. In the end, neither of them made it. Luo Chong, he didn't want to expose his target so early. The remaining 20 young men rode 10 bighorn deer, 1 for every 2 people. The Han tribe originally had 19 bighorn deer, but 1 was traded to the Yu tribe. Now there are 18 of them. This time as many as 16 were dispatched. A group of 27 people, 16 deer, 2 cows, and 1 car set off towards Minggu, a 5.5-day journey to the southwest. Luo Chong and Du Ershuang rode forward to explore the road to see where the ox cart could pass. They marked the road along the way. If they encountered a roadblock, they went back and asked their companions to clean it up. The remaining teenagers were responsible for protecting the ox cart and the goods. Fortunately, this road is full of sparse forests and grassy hills. It is not as difficult to walk as the tropical rainforest. It is still possible to find a road that can pass an ox cart less than 3 meters wide. When he encountered a slightly larger slope and the 2 oxen could not pull it, Luo Chong asked everyone to form a team of 16 bighorn deer to pull the cart together in front, while the remaining people pushed the cart behind and trudged forward. Fortunately, there are not many places like this. I only came across one place after walking for a whole day. At night, everyone found an open space to camp. They ate the food they caught with bows and arrows along the way, including rabbits and pheasants. There was still water in the barrel, and there was no shortage of food and drink. A group of people lit several bonfires around the camp, and Luo Chong arranged for the tribesmen to take turns to watch the night, and they were ready to rest. But just after squinting for a while, he heard Beastia calling him. "Chief, leader, wake up, there is another group of people coming behind us. They are from other tribes. They seem to be going to the spring festival as well." "Huh? Where is it?" Luo Chong rubbed his eyes, sat up and asked. In the distance, the shadows of several torches swayed in the night wind, and a group of figures walked quickly towards the Han tribe's camp. When the other party got closer, Luo Chong discovered that the leader of this team was actually wearing linen clothes, and he turned out to be a tribe weaver. There were more people in Shanghai than Luo Chong, 10 adult men, 20 girls, 20 boys, including herself. There were 51 people. They also carried their own goods, including hemp ropes, hemp nets, linen cloth, and even large bone sticks, which were probably used to make bone tools. I'm so thirsty. I've drank all the water I brought. There's no water on this road. How far is the Dream Valley? I don't want to leave. I want to stay in the tribe. I'm not looking for a man anymore. Xiao Dai, who was also carrying a bundle of hemp nets, complained to Shang. What are you talking about? When a woman grows up, she will find a man to have children. If you don't want to, you won't. Don't think I don't know what you think. That Luo Chong is the leader of another tribe. He is not. You will come to our tribe, so give up. If you want to drink water, wait until tomorrow when it will be available. If you are too thirsty, just pull some grass and put it in your mouth and chew it. Shang exposed Xiaodia's little thoughts. After listening to Shang's words, Xiaodai rolled her eyes, held her mouth shut, and casually picked up a handful of weeds from the roadside and stuffed them into her mouth to chew, squeezing out the few juices. Chief, there is a tribal team camping in front of them. Do we want to go there? Asked an adult man who was organizing a tribe. As soon as Xiaodai heard that there was someone in front of her, she immediately shook Shang's arm and said coquettishly, let's go over and take a look. I want to drink water. I'm too thirsty. This grass is so unpalatable. Shang turned around and looked at the boys and girls in the team. Everyone had not drank water for a long time. The water in the snakeskin water bag had been drunk long ago. Everyone was very thirsty at this time. Go and look in front, keep a certain distance, and see who they are. Shang said to everyone. The whole tribe continued to move forward. When they got closer and saw the unique hairstyle of the Han tribe, Xiaodai said happily, is that the Han tribe? Only the Han tribe ties their hair. Let's go ask them for some water. Shang glanced at her and muttered, their tribe is further away than ours. Who knows if they still have water? Luo Chong also walked over at this time. He had already recognized Shang and Xiaodai. Well, why are there green grass clippings hanging from their mouths? Chief Han, do you still have water to drink? We have run out of water. Can we exchange some water with you? Chong gestured. First they made a gesture of drinking water, then shook the empty water bag, and then pointed to the goods they were carrying. TSK, change the water? Let's forget it. Luo Chong didn't care about anything except the population. Luo Chong waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to change and let them follow him. The tribesmen of the Han tribe also woke up and looked at those who made tribes, especially the girls wearing hemp bags and linen bras. Who are they? It seems that I came to the leader to exchange for water. Luo Chong led them to the back of the four-wheeled ox cart, climbed onto the cart, and took a large pottery bowl from the front. The people who organized the tribe were shocked. What? What is this? Is it a house? It actually has a roof. How did they bring the house here? And what the leader is holding is a stone basin. They actually have a house with stone basins, but as for water, just having a basin is useless. Then they saw that Luo Chong came to the back of the bullock cart, tipped a round wooden barrel, and pulled out a wooden stopper from the lid. Immediately, a stream of clear water came out of the barrel. Luo Chong quickly used the bowl as caught, and when the bowl is full, the stopper is plugged in again. Is this filled with water? It's so big, it can hold a person inside. A young man exclaimed with his mouth wide open. Here, drink quickly, no need to change. Luo Chong handed the pottery bowl to Chong. Chong put her right hand on her chest and leaned slightly to express her gratitude to Luo Chong, then took the pottery bowl, but she didn't drink it herself, but gave it to Xiaodai first. Without saying a word, Xiaodai took the pottery bowl and drank it. She drank half of the bowl in one breath, and then handed it to Chong. The two of them drank the entire bowl of water. Looking at the group of people behind who were still waiting to drink water, Luo Chong handed the pottery bowl to Dazue and said, "Put some water for them to drink." Then he turned around and left. Chief Han, you are also going to the Spring Festival, right? So are we. Can our two tribes go together? Chong asked Luo Chong after drinking the water. You want to follow us to drink water all the way, but Luo Chong thought about it and didn't refuse. Apart from the special feminist ideas, the tribe is not a bad tribe. It's okay to have more interactions. Maybe Luo Chong can also abduct their boys. Okay, let's go together. Let's rest today and set off at dawn tomorrow. After Luo Chong said that, he found a place to continue sleeping. The people who organized the tribe also lit a bonfire next to the Han tribe. Some of them were sleeping, while others were curiously looking at the Han tribe people and various things, muttering in a low voice. At dawn the next day, the smell of meat filled the air above the camp. The Han tribe's breakfast had been prepared. They were rabbits and marmots that the night watchman had killed with bows and arrows yesterday. There was no sound when hunting with bows and arrows. Not even anyone who was sleeping was woken up. The tribe members were also attracted by the smell, and then they took out their own bacon and roasted it on the fire. Each of them had a lot of weight on their bodies. They had no time to hunt when they were on the road yesterday, so they could only eat the bacon. Luo Chong also sat in front of the fire, sticking a branch into the liver of a rabbit and roasting it while sprinkling salt and pepper. In an instant, a strange fragrance attracted Xiaodai. Luo Chong. Xiaodai called Luo Chong's name in Mandarin. Luo Chong turned to look at the girl who wanted to detain him as a man in the village, and couldn't help but said, "Girl, you have eye jelly on your face, did you know?" Ah? Xiaodai didn't understand. Luo Chong pointed at the corners of his eyes. Xiaodai was stunned and shyly turned his head and rubbed the corners of his eyes. After she finished wiping her eye mucus, she turned around and looked at Luo Chong's roasted rabbit liver. This is a good thing. Eating liver can supplement a variety of vitamins and can effectively prevent night blindness. Luo Chong used a bird's beak dagger to cut a few slits into the half-cooked liver, and sprinkled some salt inside. When it was cooked, he sprinkled some chili powder, and then broke off half of it and gave it to Xiao Dai. Hey, this young lady has been waiting for a long time just to relieve her stuttering, so she might as well give me some. Xiao Dai took the rabbit liver with a smile and bit off a piece in one bite. After chewing a few times, her face turned red. She opened her mouth and kept fanning it with her hands. Tears came to her eyes, but she still couldn't bear to spit it out. On the contrary, the more you chew, the more delicious it becomes. That look made Luo Chong want to laugh. He looked like a person eating chili before Sun Wukong learned skills. Luo Chong didn't want to tease her anymore, so he handed her a bowl of cold water. What does this taste like? It's so unpleasant, but it's still so delicious. Xiao Dai felt better after taking a few sips of water, and quickly asked Luo Chong what this taste was like. Luo Chong pinched some chili powder and put it in her hand. Xiao Dai licked it, her face turned red again, and she quickly drank water. What's this? Chili, this taste is spicy. Luo Chong said, holding 2 small bags. What about this white one? Xiao Dai asked, pointing to another bag containing white particles. This is white salt. It's salty. If you eat it, you'll have strength. You can walk farther, do more work, and you won't be so tired. Luo Chong pinched a little more salt and put it in Xiao Dai's hand. Xiao Dai licked it again, her eyes widened immediately. She stood up, holding the rabbit liver in one hand and the little salt in the other, and quickly ran to Shang's side. Amu, it's salty, Luo Chong said. It's white salt. Salt is something necessary for the human body. No, it should be something necessary for animals. Not only humans, but also monkeys will comb each other's hair and obtain salt particles crystallized from sweat from the hair. Each tribe will try their best to obtain salt, and eat rock salt or salt brine if possible. Although such impurities are relatively high and may even cause death if consumed for a long time, they still eat it. Some even eat alkaline soil, which also contains some salt. The poorest ones can only obtain a small amount of salt by eating raw animal flesh and blood or animal offal. However, like the Han tribe, they have never seen salt as pure as snowflakes. At this time, Xiao Dai discovered the white, clean, and salty salt, and immediately showed it to her mother excitedly. She knew that this was something that her tribe urgently needed. What, Just when Chang was about to ask what it was, Xiao Dai put the bit of white salt into Chang's mouth. Shang frowned at the salty taste, but he still swallowed it forcefully without spitting it out. This was a treasure and couldn't be wasted. What is this, and where did it come from? Shang swallowed a few mouthfuls of spit and quickly grabbed Xiao Dai and asked. Luo Chong gave it to me. He said it was white salt. He also had such a big bag. Xiao Dai said proudly, as if Luo Chong's salt belonged to her. Really? I think the white salt is very clean. He still has it? Chong asked in surprise. Well, that white salt is as white as snow. I just saw he had a bag as big as a fist. Let's go take a look. Shang put down the barbecue and took Xiao Dai to find Luo Chong. Luo Chong was still eating the piece of roasted liver when Xiao Dai suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Luo Chong, Bai Yan. Xiao Dai said the few words she knew. When Luo Chong saw Shang standing next to him, he immediately understood. The fish was hooked, and generously handed the small bag of white salt filled with snake skin to Shang. Shang took the salt bag and looked at the tiny white crystals inside, which were very pure. He dipped his fingers into a little bit and stuffed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and frowned, and smacked his teeth into his mouth, as if he was savoring how pure it was. How is it like Ma Zai inspecting the goods when trading white noodles? Luo Chong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Shang seemed to enjoy the pure salty taste, and then weighed the small bag in his hands, showing a look of disappointment, as if he felt it was too little. "Chief of the Han tribe, where does the white salt come from? Can you give us some in exchange?" Chong asked, with a gesture. "This is made by our tribe. It can be exchanged for a bowl of white salt and a man." Luo Chong picked up the bowl that contained water and showed it to Chong. "This bowl is a smaller size, and has the capacity of a large pottery bowl. Half of it can hold more than 2 kilograms of salt." Luo Chong put the salt bag into the bowl, slapped it with his hand, indicating that the bowl was full, and then pointed to one of their boys. Chong was surprised. What surprised her was not the price Luo Chong opened, but another meaning expressed by Luo Chong. He had a lot of salt. Chong thought for a moment. Those boys were originally going to be exchanged to other tribes, because the tribe would not keep boys born in their own tribe, as that would make fools, but they couldn't just exchange them out, because the tribe wanted to recruit sons-in-law. But most tribes will not send boys to feminist tribes, so the tribes will exchange these boys for men with other tribes to achieve the purpose of introducing foreign races. But if they exchanged it for salt with Luo Chong, what else could they exchange for a man? Chong hesitated for a while and decided to change. White salt is a scarce commodity. It is something with a price, but no market. At worst, they will make some more hemp products this year and exchange them with other tribes. Anyway, now they know how to harvest more rami in a year. This year, the production of hemp will definitely double. "Chief Han, let's exchange 20 boys for white salt, can you give me more?" Chong bargained. "Well, okay, can you change it now?" Luo Chong thought for a moment, nodded and asked. "You have that many now?" Chong was even more surprised. "Of course, change it or not." Luo Chong said affirmatively. When he saw Chong nodding in agreement, he ate the rabbit liver in one bite and waved to Chong to follow him. Several people came to the back of the ox cart again. Luo Chong climbed onto the ox cart and stood up a large wooden barrel. Chong and Xiaodai also climbed onto the cart and looked at the car full of pottery and several large wooden barrels. Even more surprised. "I couldn't see clearly last night when it was dark, but now I see, well, so many things are actually containers. If you pick one at random, you can at least replace one person. The Han tribe is too rich. The bucket containing salt is specially made. The lid at one end of the bucket is removable and can be opened. There are 4 wooden pegs on it that can be inserted into the bucket lid." Luo Chong found a small wooden hammer from the bucket of the cart, smashed the wooden pegs out, and then took off the cover. There was still a layer of rabbit skin inside. When he opened the rabbit skin, he found a bucket full of white salt. In terms of volume, a full 100 liters. Wow, so much white salt. Chong and Xiaodai were shocked again. It seemed that they had no other expression except surprise when they were with Luo Chong. Luo Chong brought another pottery bowl from the front that was as big as the one before, but was not wet with water. He scooped out a bowl of salt from the bucket and piled a tip on the mouth of the bowl, so it weighed almost 3 kilograms. "So many, one person, no more. What do you pack them in?" "I don't have a bag for you," Luo Chong said to Chong. Chong recovered from her surprise and pinched a little white salt from the bucket to taste it. Putting so much white salt in front of her eyes made her feel a bit unreal. "It's salty, Xiaodai, please ask the tribesman to get an animal skin bag." Chong confirmed that the content in the bucket was salt and quickly asked Xiaodai to get the bag. When the bags were brought, Luo Chong began to pack salt for them. What surprised Luo Chong was that Chong was very good at arithmetic, even though he only counted 20. "But think about it, if you can't count, how can I weave linen without counting the dense threads without fainting?" One person exchanged 3 kilograms of salt, and finally filled 2 bags. The 2 bags of white salt were wrapped in layers and carried by the 2 strongest adult men of the Wen tribe. The 20 young men of the Wen tribe also became Han tribesmen. People. Chong was deeply stimulated when he saw that there was still more than half of the white salt in the bucket and Luo Chong's smiling face. The Han tribe was so rich that she had a strong urge to hug her thighs. It seemed that joining a male-dominated tribe would not be a bad idea. Such an idea suddenly appeared in Chang's mind, which shocked her. Luo Chong put the lid back on the bucket, pinned it shut with a wooden peg, and called the tribesmen to continue their journey. The total number of people in the two teams did not change, but the 27 people in the Han tribe became 47. Luo Chong made another big profit. He made a small fortune before the spring festival. This was a good sign for a good start. It made Luo Chong feel quite happy. The team set off again, but this time the speed dropped slightly, mainly because the formation of tribes was holding them back. In the past, all members of the Han tribe rode deer or drove carts, and no one walked, but that was no longer the case. Shang and Shuzhu were sitting on the driver's seat of the ox cart, and Xiao Dai was sitting in the back bucket of the ox cart. She wanted to ride a deer with Luo Chong, but Luo Chong didn't let her go, so she had to ride in an ox cart. But the ox cart was not bad, she didn't have to walk, and there was a shed to provide shade. Although it was just a truck, she also felt very fresh. The rest of the people could only walk behind the convoy. The 20 newly joined teenagers and the 20 teenagers led by Luo Chong took turns riding the deer. First, they could give the tired people a rest, and the other was to teach these newcomers how to ride. Technique. After walking southwest for 2 more days, they met another team, including Luo Chong's acquaintance Yu Fu, who was also riding a big antlered deer. Yofu was riding on the back of the deer, with his 2, 3, and 4-year-old sons sitting in his arms. He was followed by his tribe, and traveling with them was another tribe, the Snake tribe. There are 30 people in the Snake tribe's team. No, there are 30 people standing on the ground, and 1 person who is not standing on the ground. 10 of them are warriors who have grown up long ago, and the remaining are 10 teenagers and 10 girls. Their leader is an old man with white hair and white beard, who is the shaman of their tribe. This snake, which is the most special one Luo Chong has seen since he came to this world, because this old guy is sitting in a sedan carried by 4 people. It's a sedan, but it's not very impressive. The thing he's sitting on is more like a sliding pole, as the mountain people in southern China call it. The sliding poles are made of 2 strong bamboo poles, with a bamboo chair made of woven bamboo tied in the middle. They are usually carried by 2 people. It is very convenient for walking on mountain roads, and because the bamboo poles are elastic, the people sitting on them will move up and down. Shake, very comfortable. But the sliding pole this old guy was sitting on was not made of bamboo, but 2 long saplings. There was no chair in the middle, but a flat raft made of wooden sticks, with hay and animal skins padded on top. 4 strong men carried it, and the old guy sat cross-legged on it, with a green snake lazily basking in the sun wrapped around him. If he shaved his head bald, held an alms bowl in his hand, and hung a string of big rosary beads, Luo Chong would definitely mistake him for Fahai. Xiaoqing, you have suffered, ahem. Chief Han, I didn't expect you to come so early. I thought you would come a day later. Let me introduce to you. This is the snake shaman of the snake tribe. The one on his body is the snake god of their tribe. Their snake god is really amazing. No matter what kind of poisonous snake bites you, as long as you let the snake god bite you again, you will be healed and you will not be poisoned to death. I was bitten by a poisonous snake when I was a child. My father took me there. The wound healed by the snake god must be great. Yufu proudly showed off to Luo Chong that he seemed to have a good relationship with the snake tribe, but the snake god he was talking about. It is definitely false to say he is a god, but it may be true if he can cure snake venom. In his previous life, Luo Chong had heard that some ancient mountain doctors were good at raising medicinal snakes. Most of them raised poisonous and overbearing venomous snakes, trained them since childhood, and used them to treat snake venom. To explain it with modern science, after being trained, the medicinal snake secretes not pure venom, but an antivenom. You must know that to treat such poisonous snake bites with modern medical methods, you can only find the corresponding antivenom to detoxify, and the antivenom happens to be extracted from the snake venom. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. Therefore, Luo Chong believes in the fact that domesticated venomous snakes directly secrete antivenom, because it can be explained theoretically and scientifically. It's just that this approach is very strange. Not everyone has the courage to accept this overbearing treatment method of fighting poison with poison. But facing a doctor from the primitive era, due respect must still be given. Luo Chong put his right hand on his chest and nodded slightly towards the snake witch. The snake witch also nodded in return, but the old guy kept looking at him. Luo Chong's bullock cart. Riding a deer is no longer uncommon. After all, that guy Yu Fu rode a deer with the snake witch, but Luo Chong's ox cart is much more advanced than the snake witch's sedan, which is equivalent to a Rolls-Royce. The difference from a human-powered three-wheeler is that it is not of the same magnitude. Even though the snake witch is as old as he is, the old man who has seen a lot can only secretly praise this time. You have gained a lot of experience. Chief Han, we are still less than 2 days away from Minggu, why don't we go together? Yu Fu suggested to Luo Chong. Okay, no problem. It's safer if there are more people, so let's go together. Luo Chong also agreed. In this way, the 4 teams set off again, with a total number of nearly 160 people. Luo Chong and Yu Fu were riding deer in front. This time Yu Fu led the way. He knew which road was easier to walk and could allow the bullock cart to pass. The snake wizard followed the bullock cart in a sedan and watched carefully. How are the bullock carts made, and the wheels that keep spinning in circles? Yu Fu looked at the dozen riders behind Luo Chong and was very envious. It would be great if his Yu tribe could ride deer like this, so he asked Luo Chong again. Leader Han, do you still have tasks for us to do? I also want to get some more horned beasts. Luo Chong glanced at him, and then at the tribesmen riding deer behind him. To be honest, he really didn't want to trade animals anymore, because the Han tribe themselves didn't have much. Fu, why do you have to ask me to exchange horned beasts? I caught these horned beasts, you can catch them yourself. Luo Chong asked doubtfully. But we can't catch any alive. Sometimes we can only kill a few deer with spears when we see them. We can't catch them, and as soon as we get close, they will run away. Sometimes we can't even kill one. It's very difficult. Yu Fu spread his hands helplessly. I won't use horned deer as reward for the time being. As you said, it's not easy for us to capture these horned deer. If we do missions in the future, we can only use other things as rewards. Luo Chong also spread his hands. Said. Luo Chong's answer disappointed Yu Fu, but he understood it, but he immediately thought of another idea. All he wanted was transportation. Why did it have to be an antlered deer? It would be good to get an ox cart, and it could carry such lots of stuff. Chief Han, can you give me an ox cart like that? I can do anything for you. Yu Fu pointed at the ox cart and said excitedly. MP, who wants you to do anything? I'm not gay. Luo Chong felt a chill at first, but he immediately began to think about doing anything. Well, it seemed that he could really find something for him to do. I won't give you such an ox cart. It's too big and too laborious to make. It's impossible for all my people to make carts for you. They have other things to do. But I can give you something smaller than this, which is the kind of car with only 2 wheels and is also pulled by animals, but the price will be very expensive. Do you dare to ask for it? Luo Chong said with a raised corner of his mouth. What do you need me to do? Yu Fu immediately became interested. In exchange for people, give me 50 adults, and I will give you a car, but there are no cows. If you want cows, you will need 10 more people. How about this price? Luo Chong snickered sinisterly. 60 adults? This price is indeed high. Even if I give you all my tribe, I won't get a car. Youfu said with a sad smile, but he did not object to the price. He, you must have a way to get people, right? Luo asked, pointing at Youfu. Yes, that's right, I can get you at least 100 people, but I want a big cart with 4 wheels and 2 oxen to pull the cart. Youfu looked very confident and asked for payment. He was very determined, as if he didn't have to negotiate if he didn't give me a big car. Luo Chong did not refute immediately, but was curious about where his confidence came from. A leader of a small tribe with about 50 people said that he could get more than 100 adults. Who can believe this? If he is really so powerful, how can his tribe do it? Only this few people. Tell me, who are the more than 100 people you have? I want people who are willing to join my tribe. I don't want those who were taken by force. They will run away. Luo Chong asked curiously. Savage. What? And savages? Luo Chong was shocked at that time. When Luo Chong heard about the savages, his first reaction was that they were the savages from Shenanjia, Bigfoot, snowmen and other mysterious creatures, but that was not what Youfu told him. Yes, savages are those who wander alone. Most of them are people who have been abandoned by the tribe, and there are also people who have left the tribe. Some tribes had difficulty surviving the winter and had to give up some people. Some of these people died, some survived alone, and some were punished and expelled from the tribe. Some of them had old injuries, or disabled. Do you want such a person? Youfu introduced the situation of the savages he mentioned, and vaccinated Luo Chong in advance. These are all nonsense. Don't tell me you don't want them when I get them. Old wounds? Disability? Can I have such a person? Luo Chong thought for a moment, and it should be no problem. Old injuries, if you can still survive until now, then the injuries on your body are almost healed. Disability, the Han tribe themselves have disabilities, aren't they just cripples? The worst thing is not to let them go hunting, pottery, metallurgy, carpentry, farming, kiln burning. The Han tribe has so many jobs to choose from, but they still worry about not having a place to place them. As for those who made mistakes and were expelled, if they persisted despite repeated admonitions, they would be directly demoted to slaves, digging rivers, moving bricks, and mining. Some of them would be given hard work. After thinking about this, Luo Chong made up his mind and said to Youfu, no problem, I want all these people. As long as you can send them to my tribe, I will give you an ox cart like that. But I have a time limit. I want you to send me to the Han tribe before the second ring of the moon. Okay, the Han leader is really happy. It's settled. Before the next Huanyue, I will definitely send you 100 people to the Han tribe. Youfu also happily agreed to Luo Chong's conditions. I'll be waiting for you at the Han tribe then. Luo Chong extended his palm to Youfu. Then let's leave now, instead of going to Dream Valley with you. There are too many places to run to. We'll see you next time around the moon. Youfu also drove the deer over, and struck Luo's palms as a promise. Goodbye, friend. Youfu drove the horned deer to the snake shaman's sedan, said goodbye to him, and then led his people away. The entire team once again turned into about 100 people. The team continued to march southwest, and in the evening, when they passed a gently sloping hill, Luo Chong and One Ear, who were scouting the road ahead, suddenly discovered 3 adult moa and the nests they dug out on the ground. Chief, what should I do? Do you want to catch them? Duer looked at the big birds and licked the corner of his mouth. Of course, if they are hit by us, can we let them go? I'm here to watch. You go back and call someone. Luo Chong immediately ordered. Yes. Luo Chong rode a deer and confronted the moa at a distance. The three moa were eating something next to the nest. They were too far away and he couldn't see clearly. Luo Chong didn't move, and neither did the moa. She was willing to talk to him and seemed to be having a good time. After a while, the large troops from behind also followed. What Luo Chong didn't expect was that not only people from the Han tribe came, but dozens of people came with them, including the newly joined teenagers and snakes. 6 warriors from the tribe, 6 warriors from the organized tribe, plus Luo Chong's original team came over. The corner of Luo Chong's mouth twitched as he looked at it. Why are there so many people here? There are only 3 prey in total. Chief, I told you, but their 2 tribes insisted on participating, saying that we had killed all the prey along the way, and they almost ran out of food. One Ear scratched his head and said. Tell them that one of these 3 moa birds will be divided among them, but the bird feathers belong to us. We don't need their help. We can't even catch up. It's useless to participate. Let them collect firewood. Bar. There are only 16 of our own people, 1 deer per person, and 3 bronze spears per person, and the rest will protect the ox cart. Luo Chong ordered. Yes. After a while, Duer communicated well with the 2 tribes, and the Han tribe's 16 deer cavalry were also ready to go. The large troops behind came to the top of the hillside to watch. The young men who stayed behind handed their bronze spears to the cavalry, and they themselves stood beside the ox cart with their long bows. The cavalrymen held 2 bronze spears in front of them in their left hands, holding the reins at the same time, and held a spear in their right hand on their sides. Luo Chong stepped on the stirrup, stood upright, and shouted to the cavalry, "Brothers, do you want to eat meat with me? Think. Listen to my command and change your formation later. I'll teach you how to hunt on a deer. Are you confident? Have. Everyone line up in 2 lines, and follow me and set off." Luo Chong shouted, and 1 deer rushed out first. The remaining 15 riders divided into 2 columns and followed Luo Chong and rushed down the slope quickly. The 3 moa who were sharing their prey were stunned for a moment when they found a dozen humans riding deer. They had never seen this formation before, and they stretched their necks and screamed weirdly at Luo Chong, trying to scare the group of people away. Drive away. It's a pity that Luo Chong was rushing towards them, so how could he return without success? Everyone is here, separate to my left and right, form a horizontal formation, and charge. When they were 300 meters away, Luo Chong stood up and shouted again. The team quickly separated and formed a horizontal line. Each person had 2 bronze spears in his left hand and stretched out a spearhead on both sides of the body. He leaned forward with his upper body to maintain a fast-charging posture, and used his right hand to whip the antlered deers but several times. Accelerate, then hold the spear to your side, with the tip of the spear facing forward, and drive away. Seeing that these people were not scared away, the MOA was so frightened that they ran towards them. However, Luo Chong's 16 riders had already rushed within 100 meters. Throw your spear and stop them. Following Luo Chong's shout, more than a dozen people quickly sat upright, raised their spears with their right hands, and leaned back slightly to gain momentum. Whoosh, woo. As Luo Chong was the first to throw out the spear, a dozen more spears followed and flew out. With a distance of tens of meters, coupled with mobile shooting and the muzzle speed gained from the giant horned deer's sprint, a row of spears flew directly in front of the fleeing moa, and stood in a row on the ground, blocking the way of the moa. The 3 moa were startled, turned around and ran to both sides. Raise your spears, surround them, and charge. A dozen riders picked up another spear, urged the big antlered deer to get off, and formed a semicircular formation to surround it. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the moa unexpectedly charged towards Luo Chong. Luo Chong leaned slightly and stretched his spear straight forward. At the moment of collision with the moa, a spear struck him. The prothorax of a moa. The powerful penetration force obtained from the sprint caused the spear to directly penetrate the body of the moa. The sharp bronze spearhead protruded directly from the back of the moa. Luo Chong slightly pulled the reins and drove the horned deer past the moa. The moment the two bodies were dislocated, he pulled out the spear exposed on the back of the moa. Plop. During a charge, moa fell to the ground and died, and Luo Chong was victorious. The other two were also beheaded under the deer. At the moment of the confrontation, one of them was hit in the neck by the tip of Erma's spear in front of him, and was stabbed in the back by Dazue's deer spear. He threw himself on the street. The other one, the most ferocious, encountered the beast's tooth. At the moment of the confrontation, it opened its mouth to peck the beast's tooth. As a result, the animal's tooth slightly raised the tip of the gun and gave it a direct entrance. In addition, the speed of the deer's sprint the animal fang pierced it with a shot, and directly tore off the moa's head. Wow! The Han tribe is so powerful, and so is Luo Chong. Xiaodai shouted while jumping in the carriage of the bullock cart. Listening to Xiaodia's shouts, Shang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Luo Chong was not the only powerful Han tribe. Not only were they rich, they also had powerful warriors. Such tribes should never be offended, and they should find ways to make friends with them. Otherwise. Xiaodai, do you like Luo Chong? Chong thought for a moment and asked. Yeah, I like it. Xiaodai was startled when she heard it, and then nodded quickly, without feeling shy at all. Then if you and Luo Chong are asked to run away, go to his tribe. Don't you want me anymore? Aren't women in our tribe not allowed to marry outside? Xiaodai stuttered a little, tears rolling down her cheeks. Although she liked Luo Chong, I never thought I would marry into the Han tribe, and I was even more reluctant to part with my mother. But he is a leader, and there is no way he will join our tribe. Forget it, think about it again and make a decision when we go back. Shang continued. Yeah. Xiaodai hummed softly and nodded. After Luo Chong and his party pulled the three moa back, the group began to camp on the spot and prepare to spend the night here. The feathers of the three birds all belonged to the Han tribe, and the other meat was shared with everyone. When everyone was eating over the bonfire, Xiaodai secretly glanced at Luo Chong from time to time, even making Luo Chong look at him. Harry. Luo Chong stood up uncomfortably and went to the outside of the camp to enjoy the breeze. The night breeze was blowing, and there were stars hanging in the clear night sky. The Big Dipper and the constellations did not exist. Luo Chong could not recognize any of them. He turned and looked to the southwest, which was the direction of Dream Valley. Not far ahead was a hill. The hill was not very high in altitude, but it covered a large area. That is, the slope was relatively small. There seems to be fluorescent light floating on the other side of the mountain ridge. Is it a firefly? Are there fireflies in this world? At this moment, the snake who had been sitting in the sedan for a whole day finally moved on his own. He walked to Luo Chong and looked in the direction Luo Chong was looking. Dream Valley is a beautiful place. The beauty is so unreal, just like in a dream. There are luminous bugs and luminous plants. There is also a lake that sprays water in the valley. At night, even the lake is bright, and it is a good place for you young people to fall in love. Unfortunately, I am old, and now I can only lead the way for you children, cough cough cough. The snake was talking casually, and he didn't know whether he was talking to himself or to Luo Chong. Anyway, Luo Chong didn't understand a word of it. As for how beautiful Dream Valley is, he still had to find out on his own. Have a taste of it. The hissing sound of the spirit snake spitting messages sounded in his ears, making him just want to leave this strange old man quickly. He had such a poisonous snake hanging on his body. You really used it as a scarf. The whole night was silent, and the team continued to set off early the next morning. Under the guidance of the snake shaman, they found a winding Z-shaped mountain road up the mountain, making it easier for the ox cart to move forward. Everyone hurried on continuously without taking a break at noon. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they walked left and crossed the small ridge and entered the scope of Dream Valley. Minggu is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a basin in the middle. There is also a freshwater lake covering an area of 3,000 to 4,000 acres in the middle of the valley. The entire terrain is like a basin half filled with water. As for how beautiful it is indeed beautiful here. The grass is lingering, the ground is covered with flowers, countless bees are shuttled among the flowers, butterflies as big as palms are dancing in groups in the air, and pairs of birds are flying. The branches in the forest sang happily, and the whole valley was filled with a strange fragrance of flowers and the rhythm of spring. The most numerous tree in the valley is a kind of willow tree that Luo Chong has never seen before. This willow tree is very tall and has very thin and long branches. The most important thing is that its branches are white and the willow leaves are light pink. There are many branches between the willow leaves. There are almost transparent spores, and I don't know if they are catkins inside. In short, it is very strange, but it is also very beautiful. Countless pink and white branches sway in the wind, like the dancing long hair of a girl, swaying the budding hearts of countless young coquettish people, and a hormonal atmosphere continues to permeate the valley. Luo Chong looked at the mirror-like lake in the center of the valley, waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go to the lake." When a group of people came to the lake, Luo Chong realized what a lake that spouted water meant. On the wide lake, 6 water pillars kept gushing out, standing on the lake for a long time. The lowest of each water pillar was 1 meter high, with a diameter of 50 or 60 centimeters, and the spray is sometimes high and sometimes low, just like an artificially controlled fountain, even more spectacular than Baoda Spring. Luo Chong was puzzled at first. Looking over the entire valley from the top of the mountain, there were no rivers or streams at all. Where did the water in the lake in the middle come from? It turned out that there was a spring underground in the lake. The lake water is crystal clear, so pure that it can wash away people's hearts. Standing on the shore, you can see the smooth and round pebbles of various colors on the bottom of the water, as well as countless white underwater plants like moss, plus the pink-white willow trees on the shore. The reflection turned the entire lake white. It is no exaggeration to say that such a place is definitely a wonder of the world. It must be an internationally renowned scenic spot on Earth. But to say that it is as beautiful as a dream is too much. I'm afraid it's nothing to you, primitive people. Just knowledge. Seeing such beautiful scenery, the girls couldn't help but play among the flowers, chasing the gorgeous butterflies and weaving beautiful garlands. The young boys who were in love with each other were so excited that they looked at each other and stood there, like a group of stupid geese. Luo rushed up and kicked their butts. "What are you looking at? I've never seen a woman. Quickly clean up the camp and unload some goods. With these good things, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a beautiful young lady," Luo Chong said teasingly to them. "Hey hey hey." The teenagers scratched the backs of their heads with silly smiles, and began to clean up the camp. The bullock cart was parked aside, and 16 horned deer and 2 black cows were tied to a willow tree nearby. There was rich green grass here, which would allow them to happily eat for a few days. A dozen people worked together to move a large stone slab and placed various pottery and white salt on it. The Wen tribe also set up camp next to the Han tribe. They tied a net made of hemp rope between 2 trees to make a hammock. Other linen cloth, straw sandals, and ropes were also put out one after another to form a small tan. It seems that there are many who have the same trading purpose as Luo Chong. The Snake tribe is also camping on the other side of the Han tribe. Their products are mainly snake skins and some grasses, which are said to be able to cure diseases. It seems that this snake tribe is very good at curing diseases. Over the course of the afternoon, more tribes arrived one after another. Luo Chong, who had never seen a few humans in this world, opened his eyes. There were so many people. They are vertical tribesmen dressed in leaf suits. They have strong limbs and are good at climbing, especially when wandering on trees and vines. They can hardly touch the ground for a whole day. The Zhu tribe, who came here with raisins and brown sugar, have learned how to dry grapes and use grape juice to fry brown sugar. The Ao tribe carries a huge turtle shell on their backs and looks like a ninja turtle. A tattoo tribe with tattoos all over their body. The Kama tribe is good at using flint to make fire. Everyone has a three-pointed wooden fork, and what they are best at is inserting fish. More tribes slowly arrived, and by the time the sun set over the western mountains, there were about 20 tribes, and their number reached nearly 1,000 people. At the moment when the afterglow of the setting sun disappeared, all the young people in the valley were stunned, and then they all exclaimed. Luo Chong also finally understood why this place was called Dream Valley and why the spring festival was set at night, because the entire valley lit up at this moment, making people feel like they were in a dream, so intoxicated that they wanted to forget everything. Trouble, never wake up again. In the lake in the valley, a faint blue light illuminates the entire lake. It is the blue light emitted by the white moss at the bottom of the lake. Under the ripples of 6 springs that are constantly spouting, the water surface is filled with layers of blue color light waves. Countless flowers in the valley are also blooming with colorful fluorescence. On the tall white weeping willows, the white branches are more dazzling than during the day, like LED light bars dancing in the wind. A spring breeze blows, flooding the sky. Catkins with light pink fluorescence sprouted out, like countless small lights rippling in the wind. Even the butterflies that looked just a little gorgeous during the day were dancing like fireflies at this time. The palm-sized butterfly wings were flashing with gorgeous patterns and light spots, and they were beautiful, but also somewhat coquettish. On the shore of the lake, all the boys and girls stood blankly in place, shocked by the dreamlike beauty. Even Luo Chong, who prided himself on being well-informed, was no different. He wanted to say calmly as usual, "I've never seen this scene before," but at this time Luo Chong could only sigh, "I've never seen this scene before." The calmest ones are the old people who have been here many times. In addition to feeling that the valley is beautiful, they have long lost the sense of surprise when they arrived for the first time. The leaders of each tribe shouted to their tribesmen to stop running around and start preparing for this year. The content of the spring party. The form of the spring festival is actually more like a market or a temple fair. Everyone puts out the special products of their respective tribes, and then the boys and girls shuttle to each other in front of various stalls. When shopping, if they see something that their tribe needs, they can propose a deal. If a girl sees a little brother she likes, she can tie a strand of her long hair to the boy's weapon. If the boy agrees, he can propose marriage to the leader of the other tribe with a gift, and then he can take the girl away. If a boy falls in love with a beautiful girl, he will catch a fluorescent butterfly in the valley and give it to her. If the girl accepts it, the boy will take the gift to the leader of the girl and ask for her hand in marriage. If 2 teenagers fall in love with a girl at the same time, they will have to fight for the right to choose a spouse in a duel. Both parties cannot use weapons. As long as no one is killed or seriously injured or disabled, the final winner can take the girl away. Speaking of which, actually more like wrestling. The respective leaders introduced the rules to their tribesmen. Only Luo Chong looked confused. In the end, he made up the rules of the spring festival taught by the tribe's Chong Lai, which made Luo Chong, the leader, a little embarrassed. Ahem. Luo Chong pretended to cough to cover up his embarrassment, and shouted to his tribesmen, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Why don't you go catch the butterflies? After a while, all the girls will be picked out." "First of all, leader, why don't we go pick out the girls first? Why do we need to catch the butterflies first?" A young man from the Han tribe asked shyly. You're stupid. You've fallen in love with a girl. There's no point in confessing your love to someone without butterflies. Why don't you just catch butterflies again? Hurry up, it's so stupid. Luo Chong shouted. Oh, yes, brothers, let's go catch butterflies, but how to catch them? I have only hunted wild boars. Ha, catch it with your hands, what else can you use? Catching butterflies is different from hunting. 40 teenagers ran to catch butterflies while yelling. Other tribes were also idle. Some started wandering around, some went to flirt with young ladies, and some started trading. But Luo Chong, he was cooking. Before finishing yesterday's moa meat, Luo Chong cut the meat into small pieces, inserted twigs into skewers, and grilled them directly. While turning them around on the fire, he sprinkled salt and chili powder, although there was still some scarcity. Human, but the flavor is much better than adding nothing at all. Shirtu also caught a few fish in the shallow water by the lake. The fish had silver-white skin and no scales. The body was narrow and long, like a swordfish on earth. After Feather slaughtered the fish, he set up a stone slab next to Luo Chong, lit a fire under it, smeared some lard on the stone slab, and fried the fish on it. Beastia also built 2 stoves with stones and stewed 2 pots of fish soup with lake water. For a moment, the smell of barbecue, the sizzling sound of fish being fried on a stone slab, the gurgling steam, and the boiling fish soup as white as milk attracted the hearing, smell, and sight of the girls around. Many tribes of boys and girls stopped to watch the Han tribe's novel eating methods and the Han tribe's special costumes. Their men all had their hair tied up and wore shiny gold decorations on their hair. Some people were looking at the Han tribe curiously. Of goods. Young men from the Han tribe were catching butterflies and fluttering in the flowers. Suddenly a young man said, "Brothers, something seems wrong." "What's wrong?" "It seems we don't have to catch butterflies anymore. Look, those girls have all gone to our tribe." "Huh? It's true. Let's go back quickly." "Brothers, they are all going back. The girl has been delivered to the door." Just like that, a group of energetic young men came back shouting, some caught butterflies, and some were empty-handed. There was indeed a circle of little girls surrounding the Han tribe. In fact, it was not just the Han tribe's delicacies that attracted them. Next to the stall of the Han tribe, the ox cart that looks like a small house is attractive enough. There are also more than a dozen deer and cows tied to the surrounding willow trees. Some girls went there when their leader said they were disbanding. Edge ran away. Deer and cows tied with ropes indicate that these are people's private property, and no one without a good eye will come to hunt. Doing so would mean war, and since people can raise so many living animals and still not eat them, this shows that there is no shortage of food at all. Such tribes must be very powerful, and ordinary tribes would not dare to offend easily. Girls think much more simply. In their eyes, deer and cows are food. Although they are still raised, they are not considered a kind of food reserve. This alone is enough to make them excited. Who doesn't want to get married? To a tribe with plenty of food. If there is food, they will not have to starve when they get married. If there is food, their children will not be given up easily. If there is food, there will be no shortage of animal skins to keep warm in winter. Isn't this kind of life what they want? Their needs are actually very simple: to live better, that's all. The girls stood together in 2s and 3s, looking at the young men from the Han tribe who had just returned from catching butterflies. They looked at their appearance and whether their bodies were strong enough. Some brave girls came over and touched the bronze spear in the young man's hand. Sharp weapons symbolize the boy's hunting ability, and also determine whether they can have enough to eat in the future and whether the men can protect themselves. A girl from the Cha tribe went over to look at the boy from the Han tribe, and finally stood next to Dezue, caressing Dezue's bronze spear, then twisted a strand of her long hair and scratched the blade of the bronze spear. Her hair was cut off instantly, the girl was stunned, and then she tied her long hair around the copper spear with a smile on her face. Dazue stood there and giggled. The friends around him pushed him from behind. Dazue stumbled forward and hugged the girl in his arms. Then he froze with his face flushed. The girl was not shy and kissed Dazue on the cheek, then broke away from his arms and ran back to her tribe's stall, quickly. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and propose marriage." Mao urged on the side, appearing more anxious than Dazue himself. Oh, propose marriage, but I don't know what gift to bring?" Dazue recovered from the kiss, and then suddenly realized that he had not prepared a gift at all. "Go ask the leader and let him think of a solution. The leader should pay more attention." "Oh, yes, let's go to the leader. Leader, hey, what gift should I bring to propose marriage?" As Big Mouth spoke, he ran to Luo Chong, shook the copper spear tied with a lock of hair, and asked sheepishly. "Haha, it's a good thing that you have a woman. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Come on, take this, and I'll make sure you take the girl home." Luo Chong teased Dazue, took a small pottery bowl from the side, and scooped out half a bowl of white salt and handed it to Dazue. These things, let alone as gifts, were enough to buy the girl back. I don't believe the other party would disagree. Dazue happily held half a bowl of white salt and ran to Cha tribe's stall happily, accompanied by several friends who cheered him up. "Dear leader, please let me take that woman away. This is my gift to your tribe." Dazue put one hand on his chest and bent down slightly. He first bowed respectfully to the leader of the Cha tribe, and then brought half a bowl of white salt in front of him. Chazho took the lead and looked at the pottery bowl. Although the container was a bit small, it was sincere enough, but he didn't recognize the white sand in the bowl. Leader Cha took the pottery bowl and smelled it with his nose. There was no smell. Then he pointed at the bowl and asked, "What is this, and what is it used for?" Although Big Mouth didn't understand, he could still see the confused look on Leader Cha's face. He pointed to the bowl and said only one word, "white salt," and then dipped a little more in his hand and put it in his mouth. "White salt." Leader Cha repeated, and then he pinched a little and put it in his mouth. The next moment, the unique salty taste of sodium chloride exploded in his mouth. Leader Cha almost escaped death, and his eyes opened instantly. The boss, and then swallowed the salt while resisting the salty taste. "This belongs to your tribe? How many more are there? Do you want to replace them?" The leader asked 3 questions in a row. Dazue looked confused when he heard this, completely confused as to what was going on. Looking at the nervous and anxious look on Leader Cha's face, Dazue thought he was dissatisfied, and then tentatively pointed at the girl with his finger. Leader Cha was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered what Big Mouth was here for, and then he nodded affirmatively, and led the girl to Big Mouth, where Big Mouth held the girl's hand and laughed sillily, and then followed a few friend took the girl back. Leader Cha turned around and handed the half bowl of white salt to a warrior of his tribe, telling him to keep it safe, and then followed Dazue to the Han tribe's stall. I saw some pottery neatly stacked on the stall of the Han tribe, including 10 pots, dozens of bowls, and a pot full of white salt. Luo Chong was afraid that a large bucket would be too conspicuous, so he only placed a pot of salt outside. The leader of the Cha tribe did not speak directly, but stood in the crowd and looked at the Han tribe. It seemed that this tribe had never been here before, but when he glanced around, he saw 2 familiar figures, one with a scar on his face. One is a beast with 2 saber-toothed tiger fangs hanging around its neck. The images of these 2 people are really easy to remember, but their leader, why is he so young? There were several leaders of other tribes in the crowd who stopped to watch. The slingshot tribe that can make slingshots out of animal sinews usually makes soup, but instead of using earthenware pots, they use animal skins. They make a skin bag out of the animal skins, fill it with water and food, and boil it until it is boiling. If a stone is thrown into the skin bag, the water and food inside will be boiled, which is very primitive. The leader of the Dan tribe was also attracted by the pot of fish soup. He fell in love with the clay pot that could directly cook the soup. There is also the Zhu tribe that uses grape juice to fry brown sugar. They also need a container that can be heated directly to fry brown sugar. The Zhu leader is also attracted to the clay pot. There are also the mushroom tribe who are good at distinguishing mushrooms, the Ao tribe who wear tortoise shells on their bodies and like to use the lids of giant tortoises as shields, the cave tribe who are good at digging holes, the tooth tribe where all warriors wear animal tooth earrings, play the sneaky flying stone tribe. The leaders of these tribes were purely attracted by the Han tribe's cattle and deer, as well as the truck. There are still some leaders of the bear tribe, tiger tribe, wind tribe, sickle tribe, fire tribe, zone tribe, and thorn tribe who have not come over. They are still looking after their stalls, but some of their tribesmen are surrounding here. A group of people watched as the cooks pinched a little bit of the white sand and sprinkled it on the food. They couldn't help but be curious. The sand quickly melted after being sprinkled on fried fish and barbecue, which made them even more curious. What is that? Everyone watched for a while, and finally someone couldn't help it anymore. Leader Ye, who was wearing 2 animal tooth earrings, pointed to the pot of white salt. What is this? Is it edible? Luo Chong smiled and took a bunch of cooked barbecue and handed it to him, then pointed at the clay pot and said the word white salt. Leader Ye took over the barbecue and repeated the name white salt in Mandarin. The crowd around him also whispered, white salt. It turns out that the white sand is called white salt. It is something to eat. Everyone has learned a Mandarin word. Chief Ye took a bite of the barbecue. The spicy, salty, and aroma of the barbecue instantly conquered his taste buds. Well, it smells so good. But something felt strange. Then he took another bite and tasted it carefully in his mouth. As he chewed it, the leader was suddenly stunned. It was salty. This meat was salty. How salty is this meat? Leader Ye asked in surprise, pointing to the remaining half of the barbecue. White salt. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively, pinched a little white salt and put it in his hand, signaling for him to eat it. Then he grabbed a handful and pinched a little for the leaders around him. Leader Ye immediately put the salt into his mouth, frowning and savoring the salty taste carefully. The surrounding leaders saw that Chief Ye seemed fine after eating the white salt, so they all followed suit and tasted the white salt. The moment it entered the mouth, a pure salty taste burst out. Several leaders were stunned at the same time, and then continued to taste it with a deep frown. They had all eaten salty things before, but this was their first time seeing white salt that was so pure, without any impurities, and without a trace of odor. Gulu. Several leaders swallowed their foam one after another, and then asked in unison, white salt, how do I change it? Luo Chong smiled lightly. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he stopped showing off. He picked up a small pottery bowl, scooped out a bowl full of white salt, and then pointed at a young man in the crowd. So much white salt, I'd give it to a boy. Several leaders were stunned, seeming to think that Luo Chong's asking price was a bit high, but they thought about it carefully and felt that it was not unacceptable. Such good white salt, such pure salty taste, God knows how the Han tribe got it. What if this thing is very rare? What if collecting this thing requires risking one's life? What if it is particularly difficult to make? It is understandable that a man should be exchanged. Leader Ye wanted to haggle with Luo Chong again. He picked up a large pottery bowl from the side, filled it with a bowl full of salt, and pointed at a young man. No, it's too much, it's not fair. Luo Chong shook his head, took the big pottery bowl, poured all the salt in it on top of the small pottery bowl, and piled it into a peak. In fact, it was still the amount traded with the tribe, which was about 3 kilograms. That's it. For another boy, no more. There has been a saying since ancient times that what you buy is not what you sell, and Luo Chong is certainly no exception. In fact, the bottom price in his heart is 3 pounds of salt, but when selling something, he will not directly quote the bottom price, but leave it to the other party to pay back the price. Room for price. Although Luo Chong didn't give him a big pottery bowl, he still gave him a lot more than the original one. This made Qingshu feel that Luo Chong was very considerate of him. He looked at the white salt in that pot and thought, I thought I must buy more, but the other leaders hadn't spoken yet. It would be bad if someone snatched it from me soon. Leader Ye thought for a moment. There were more than 200 people in his tribe, and there were 17 boys brought out this time. So he gritted his teeth and stretched out his 2 palms. I want white salt for 10 people. 30 kilograms of white salt for 10 people will be taken back to the tribe when the time comes. People who work a lot can eat more, and children who don't work much can eat a little every few days, so that they can eat for a longer period of time. Okay, but you bring your own bag, I don't have anything to pack for you. Luo Chong nodded, holding the bowl again and indicating that there was no place to put it, and asked them to bring their own bags. The tooth leader turned around and said something to a warrior beside him. The warrior quickly ran away and soon brought 10 young men with animal tooth earrings and 2 python skin bags. Luo Chong personally filled a bowl with salt for him. After each bowl, Qingshu carefully grabbed another handful and put it on the bowl. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he poured it into the bag, making Luo Chong, who was holding the salt, dumbfounded. Bowl after bowl of white salt was put into the bag, and 10 young men stood behind Luo Chong one by one. They looked at the salt in the pot and it was about to bottom out. The leaders of other tribes around him couldn't wait any longer. Leader Fisher, do you still have the white salt? I want it for 15 people. Leader Ao, we also want 10. Defeated, go back quickly and get someone to bring the bags, otherwise they will be gone. The leader of Cha, who had been watching for a long time, also stood up. Their Cha tribe made a living by fishing. They had plenty of food and a lot of people, more than 400 of them. Seeing that others were exchanging people for salt, he didn't care. Without showing any weakness, Bai Yan opened his mouth and spoke to Luo Chong twice, holding out his 2 palms and gesticulating with Luo Chong twice. Even the relatively small Pearl tribe asked for it in the palm of a hand. We want white salt for 5 people, leave some for us, you 2 go back quickly and get a bag. Luo Chong watched them crowding their heads one by one, indicating the number with his fingers, and shouted with a smile, don't worry, they are all there, you all have them, go and bring them over, and exchange them for a bowl of white salt each. Children and old people are not deceived. Ha ha ha. I'm crazy, ha ha ha. Luo Chong was laughing wildly in his heart, but he had not lost his reason yet. He turned around and whispered a few words to Beastia next to him. Beastia nodded, turned around and explained to a few old soldiers, and then led the 2 people to move. Here are 2 large wooden barrels for salt. Dolly led 10 young men from the Han tribe, holding bronze spears, to guard Luo Chong's stall. Duer led 10 other people to guard the ox cart and livestock. Feathers, stones, and tree stumps were responsible for 3 people. When new tribesmen are received, their hair is tied up with hemp ropes on the spot to distinguish them from other tribes. Seeing that the white salt in the pottery pot at the stall had been purchased by the tribe, the leaders of several other tribes were very anxious. They were afraid that the white salt would be gone, so they shouted loudly to their own tribesmen, urging them to hurry up. But in the blink of an eye, they saw someone moving 2 large round wooden barrels from behind Luo Chong, and there were several more guards with spears around. Luo Chong wheeled the half-barrel of white salt to the stall, smashed open the wooden pegs on it with a mallet, and showed them the half-barrel of salt left inside. Several leaders around were shocked when they looked at this round wooden barrel. It was the first time they had seen such a large, delicate and round container, and it also had a lid that could be locked. This thing is so advanced. When they saw Luo Chong pouring out another basin of white salt from the big bucket, they felt relieved and began to trade with Luo Chong. One by one, the boys had their hair tied up and stood behind Luo Chong. Luo Chong's half bucket of salt was quickly empty, so he opened another full bucket for them. There are more and more people here, and many of them have come to the Han tribe stall, including the tribal leaders who were not here just now. The trade here is really too attractive. During the entire spring festival, even if there was a trade, people rarely traded people, and there was never a large-scale trade that could trade so many people at one time. What the hell is this? What kind of treasure will make so many people rush to buy it? Several leaders came forward and saw Luo Chong filling them with white salt. One bowl could change one person, and they all asked their tribesmen standing around what it was. Chief, that's called white salt. It's salty and can be eaten. Their tribe will exchange that bowl of white salt for one person. Oh? Really? The leader of the tiger tribe asked in surprise after hearing what his warrior said. Then several leaders also squeezed to the front. When Luo Chong saw that so many customers were coming, he was naturally not afraid and immediately greeted them with a smile. He pinched a little white salt for each of them and put it in their hands for them to taste. After several people had tasted white salt and learned about the price, they also called their tribesmen to come over to trade. There were at least 5 people, and as many as 20 people. For a time, the Han tribe stall became the entire spring fair. At the center of the focus, even some girls who originally wanted to flirt with their little brother gathered around, because the Han tribe has the most men. But soon, a special situation happened. A fire leader with a naked upper body and a flame totem made of burned scars on his chest came to Luo Chong. He first looked at the Han tribe people and then looked at them. For things from the Han tribe, they finally took out 30 young men to trade for white salt. 30, those were all the boys brought by the fire tribe this time. The remaining 10 from their tribe were all warriors in their prime. Haha, there are so many of you, so you are so willing to take action. However, Luo Chong also accepted all comers and had no reason to refuse the hard work that came to his door. He accepted all the hard work as ordered, took out the same amount of white salt as others, and exchanged it with the fire tribe. After trading like this for several hours, Bayan's transaction was finally over. The main reason was that no one could come up with anyone. Among the 18 tribes who came to participate in the spring festival, except for the Han tribe themselves, the other 17 tribes had done it with Luo Chong. Trade. Each tribe has a small number of 5 people and a large number of 30 people. On average, there are more than 10 people in a tribe. Among the 17 tribes, excluding the tribes that have been traded with Luo Chong before, the other 16 tribes have been collected by Luo Chong. 195 young men, plus the 20 people who organized the tribe before, the number has reached an exaggerated 215, but the Han tribe only spent a few hundred kilograms of salt, but this is not the end. Due to the crazy buying behavior of the Han tribe, the main purpose of the spring festival was directly disrupted. A large number of boys were bought by the Han tribe, leaving many girls with no one to choose from. In the end, they had to come to the Han tribe. Choose men. Especially before the trade, some boys and girls had already completed the mating process and were then traded to the Han tribe. So those girls who found their belongings had no choice but to join the Han tribe with their men. At this time, some leaders quit. The Han tribe took too much advantage. Not only did they take away a boy for a bowl of white salt, but some even kidnapped 1 or 2 of their girls. Is this okay? So they all asked for compensation. Luo Chong was not stingy, and directly compensated them on a per capita basis according to the previous marriage proposal. When he married a girl from the Han tribe, he gave a small pottery bowl and half a bowl of white salt as a gift in return. The leaders were satisfied. But some leaders didn't want the small pottery bowl, so they made other requests to Luo Chong. There are 23 girls in the Tan tribe, all of whom are married to the Han tribe, or to the boys who have just joined the Han tribe. However, the leader of the Tan tribe does not want pottery bowls, he wants pottery pots from the Han tribe. Luo Chong also met his request. As long as he married 3 girls from the Han tribe, he would directly give a pottery pot as a gift in return. Finally, the leader asked for 6 pottery pots and the rest all asked for white salt as a return gift. One girl directly gave 1 square meter bowl of white salt. The Ao tribe directly used the tortoise lids as pots. They did not ask for any pottery pots. The girls who were married to the Han tribe all used white salt at a discount, and Luo Chong also exchanged it directly for him. The Zhu tribe needed earthenware pots to fry brown sugar, and finally asked for 3 earthenware pots. They even had to take one of the large wooden barrels used by the Han tribe to hold salt. They said it was for grape juice. Luo Chong exchanged it for the price of 10 girls. He just didn't know if they could make wine from wooden barrels. The leader of the Cha tribe saw the Han tribe cooking fish soup in earthenware pots, and asked for several earthenware pots and some white salt to go back. The Thorn tribe did not live near a water source. In the end, they asked for 2 large wooden barrels as a return gift. One was for salt and the other was for water, with only a small hole in it. Some tribes saw that Luo Chong was willing to trade for anything, and even proposed to trade a cow, but Luo Chong did not agree. In the end, each tribe got what they needed, some wanted white salt, some wanted earthenware pots, and some wanted wooden barrels. In the end, even the Han tribe's few wooden barrels used to hold salt had to go, and even the leader of the Fire tribe he also asked Luo Chong for a bronze spear, but Luo Chong did not exchange it for him. Instead, he gave it to him in exchange for a clay pot and white salt. After one transaction, the goods brought by the Han tribe were sold at high prices, and the number of people also increased rapidly. There were 343 girls who were directly married to the Han tribe. On average, every boy had 1 or 2 women. Mainly the Han tribe is too rich, and many girls are willing to marry into the Han tribe. Together, these people number 558, which is more than the entire Han tribe. Of course, it is not that there are no girls in other tribes who are unwilling to marry. You must know that the boys traded by each tribe to Luo Chong are counted from bottom to top. The most elite and strongest boys of each tribe are sold by each leader himself. To put it bluntly, whichever one is the weakest will be sold to the Han tribe first, so some girls were assigned to various tribes and married to boys they thought were strong. The biggest disadvantage this time was probably the tribe members. They originally planned to recruit sons-in-law in the spring festival, but because the Han tribe was buying men aggressively, they couldn't recruit any sons-in-law. Shang wanted to exchange hemp nets and linen cloth for men, but other tribes did not agree. Compared with linen cloth, white salt was obviously more important. If he really wanted to have a few boys at his disposal, then of course he would just exchange them for salt. Who could I will ask for your linen that is not warm? At worst, I will be naked in the summer, and it is not as cost-effective as animal skins to exchange for linen. Therefore, in the end, the tribe weavers were completely reduced to soy sauce, and their leader Shang looked helpless. Compared with Luo Chong's white salt, their mesh linen cloth was not attractive at all. Xiao Dai, what do you think? Do you want to join the Han tribe and marry Luo Chong? Chong asked Xiao Dai, feeling a little tired. Amu, I. Many girls have married into the Han tribe today. Why didn't Luo Chong choose any of them? Doesn't he like women? I always feel that he doesn't like me either. Xiao Dai, regardless, he didn't say whether he was willing or not. Indeed, there are indeed many girls who are attracted to Luo Chong today. The Han tribe is so rich, and Luo Chong is not bad in appearance. Not to mention he is as handsome as Panin, but he is above average anyway, and he is still so young. Is also the leader of a large tribe with hundreds of people, and is the first choice target in the minds of many girls. Some brave girls even took a strand of their long hair and wanted to tie it to Luo Chong's weapon, but they found that Luo Chong was a leader and didn't even have any weapons on him. What the hell, that's it. Why don't you do it so brilliantly? Are you a monk who eats fast and chants Buddha's name? Could Luo Chong be a monk? Of course not. His orientation was very normal, but few of those women could catch Luo Chong's eyes. At that time, when Luo Chong was loading salt for others, a girl from the Wen tribe came towards him with a lock of hair. She was so frightened that Luo Chong's hand holding the salt trembled. The leader who bought the salt almost became anxious at that time. What the hell do you mean? Why did you deliberately sprinkle some salt when you put it in for me? He didn't know what Luo Chong had seen. Girl, even if you want a tattoo, don't tattoo it on your face, okay? Moreover, the tattoo is so ugly. What is the drawing, a frog? Luo Chong wanted to put a bowl of salt on her face at that time, but in the end he was so frightened that he threw all his weapons at Dolly next to him. After a while, another girl from the Zong tribe came. If the calluses on her hands were touched on Luo Chong, half of the skin would probably be rubbed off. Hey, such a girl, she has to be hanging on a tree and vines like a mountain. Look at your hands, they are thicker than Luo Chong's. It was not easy for Luo Chong to find someone who could barely score 50 points. Luo Chong smiled at him with his mouth open, and Luo Chong almost vomited. His mouth was full of big yellow teeth, and his front teeth were still sticking out. The most exaggerated thing is that a woman from the Bear tribe, with tall and thick heels like flowers, actually ran up to Luo Chong and stretched out her arms to show off her biceps. Damn it. I want a girl, a cute girl, not a special female Tyrannosaurus, okay? Your muscles are useless, I'm not looking for a female wrestler. After the wave of drafts, Luo Chong almost collapsed. He even suddenly felt like returning to Earth. Of course, this was impossible. I don't think Luo Chong looks young. He may not be an adult yet. Maybe he doesn't want to find a woman so early, or maybe he doesn't see the one he likes. Chong himself was not sure either. Said. Then will he like me? There are so many girls today that he doesn't like. Xiao Dai said without confidence. How about you try it? How to try? This is the Spring Festival, of course the rules of the Spring Festival will be followed. Chong said encouragingly. But he gave his weapons to others. Other girls don't know about Luo Chong's weapons, don't you? Chong continued to encourage. Then what if he doesn't like me, and doesn't agree? How will you know if you don't try? Then I'll give it a try. Xiao Dai thought for a moment, seemed to have made up her mind, and said softly. Then Xiao Dai braided a strand of her long hair into a fine braid, cut it off with a stone knife, held it in her hand, and rushed towards Luo with her hands behind her back. At this time, Luo Chong was still sitting in front of the stall eating his barbecue. Xiao Dai suddenly walked over from Luo Chong, took out her little braid and tied it directly on Luo Chong's wrist, and gave it a slap. Dead knot. Damn it, what's going on? I didn't even get a weapon, okay? Are you bringing someone to tie someone up? Luo Chong turned his head in confusion and looked at the young lady who wanted to kidnap him and make him a man in the stronghold. What are you doing? You yourself are your weapon. Xiao Dai said proudly, as if she thought she was very smart, and then waited expectantly for Luo Chong's reaction. Unfortunately, neither of them understood what the other said. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai seriously, and suddenly felt that this young lady was not bad. Of course, it might be an illusion. In fact, there is no harm without comparison. After seeing the group of monsters just now take Xiao Dai, and if they are better than each other, the acceptability will be much higher. According to Luo Chong's aesthetics, Xiao Dai can be given a score of 60 points. The women in the weaving tribe are good at planting hemp and weaving. They are not tall and thick, and they often twist the hemp thread. There will be no calluses and barbs on their hands, otherwise the thread will definitely get hung up, so how can we weave cloth? Xiao Dai's figure is relatively slender. At least the part exposed from her belly band is okay. Even though her skin is not that white, it is considered healthy. I guess it can be whiter after a good wash. She is almost 165 centimeters tall and is not short. She is 1 year older than Luo Chong. Girls develop earlier than boys. She is currently about the same height as Luo Chong. If Luo Chong did not tie his hair and wear a crown, he would probably be shorter than Xiao Dai. A little bit of it. Xiao Dai's facial features, of course she is without makeup. She is definitely not as cheating as the beauties from Earth. She can't even unlock her phone after taking off her makeup. The facial features can also be rated at 65 points. At least they are straight and relatively clean. There are no buck teeth, weird tattoos or scars, etc. The eyes are not particularly big, but they are not small either. At least it looks amazing, so that's okay. In primitive times, what else do you want? After taking such a young lady back and training her, she would almost meet Luo Chong's requirements. However, there was one thing that Luo Chong still couldn't agree to. I won't go back to your tribe with you. I have my own tribe. Luo Chong shook his head and said. Xiao Dai was about to shed tears when she saw Luo Chong shaking his head, but after hearing Luo Chong say such a long sentence, it obviously couldn't be something like I don't want you, so what did he say and why did he shake his head? Luo Chong saw the doubt in Xiao Dai's eyes and said it again with gestures. I will not go to your tribe with you. I, the leader of Shiga, have my own tribe. I will not agree to it unless you join my tribe. Luo Chong pointed to himself, then to the stall of the tribe, then waved his hand, tapped his copper crown, pointed to his tribe, then pointed to Xiao Dai, asking her to join that group of people. He nodded. Oh my God, after this gesture, Xiao Dai finally understood what Luo Chong meant, and immediately burst into tears and laughed, even spitting out the snot bubbles, and wiped the snot with her arm, and then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Luo Chong, favorability 10-10-10. Well. The road to training a young lady is very difficult. There is still a lot of road to go in the future. Then Luo Chong took Xiao Dai to the lake and let her wash her face. After washing, Xiao Dai had dinner with Luo Chong again, and then went back to the tribe to report the situation to her mother, and took away a pot of white salt that Luo Chong gave her. For the rest of the night, each tribe also rested in their own camps. Everyone had been on the road before. After arriving, they started various transactions and flirted with girls. At this time, they were all very tired, and only some were energetic. The boys and girls, who had nowhere to vent their anger, hid in the rolling fields among the flowers. Even Xiao Dai stayed by Shang's side, listening to Shang telling her about human genetic education and the 108 taming styles. After Luo Chong arranged for his clansmen to take turns on duty, he also took an early rest. Early the next morning, the tribesmen hunted some more prey for breakfast, including fish in the lake, birds flying in the sky, wild ducks and giant geese swimming in the water, snakes hanging on the trees, mushrooms growing on the ground, and things hidden underground. Rabbits and groundhogs all turned into food and entered the stomachs of the tribesmen. After Luo Chong had breakfast, he also took Xiao Dai to visit other people's stalls. Luo Chong had been selling things since he first came here, and he had never seen what other people's specialties were. The stalls of the snake tribe are full of snake skins and several kinds of medicinal herbs. According to the introduction of the snake shaman, there is a kind of medicine that is specially used to treat trauma, stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. It is a plant rhizome that looks like ginger. It has been dried in the sun. It needs to be mashed or ground into powder for external application. This is a good thing, a pure natural anti-hemorrhage and trauma medicine. Luo Chong directly wrapped it for him, then picked out a beautiful golden python skin, and finally exchanged it for 3 clay pots. The stalls of the Dan tribe were full of wooden forks for making slingshots, as well as finished slingshots. Luo Chong was not interested in them. They were just for shooting birds. If they were exhausted, they could shoot pheasants, but they used them to make slingshots. Animal tendon Luo Chong was very interested. What a good thing, you have ruined it, to make a slingshot. There are so many animal tendons, why not use them to make a compound bow? Luo Chong directly used 2 clay pots and 4 large bowls to replace all those animal tendons. Luo Chong has no interest in the bastard cover of the Ao tribe. He doesn't want to be a ninja turtle, and he doesn't need to use the turtle shell as a shield. If he wants a shield, Luo Chong can make it himself. Wooden shield, rattan shield, copper shield, what do you want? No. However, the small turtle shell on their stall is very delicate. This turtle shell is only the size of the mouth of a small pottery bowl. It has a lid and a bottom, with a round upper part and a lower part. The plastron has 9 pieces in total, but the carapace has 14 grids. It looks very much like the turtle shell that people use for fortune-telling. Although Luo Chong didn't know how to tell fortunes, he thought it was very beautiful and finally bought the turtle shell in a big pottery bowl. The purpose of his trip is consumption. No matter what you use or not, I will buy some. The purpose is to take the initiative to send pottery to others. One is to make friends with the tribes, the other is to get to know these tribes, and the third is to be afraid of others. Jealous that he had too many good things, he would have evil thoughts when the time came, so Luo Chong took the initiative to give them some benefits. It would be better if he could also buy what they needed. There were a lot of large red and olive green raisins in the Zhu tribe stall, as well as brown sugar condensed into lumps. Luo Chong bought some and kept them for Xiaodai to eat. It seems that all women need brown sugar. The stalls of the vertical tribe all have rattan products, such as baskets, dustpans, baskets, straw sandals, and bamboo hats. Luo Chong bought a pair of nice-looking straw sandals for Xiaodai, and also bought a lot of bamboo hats. These things are actually good things. They can block the sun and can be used as a shield in close combat. The Kam tribe sold flints, and Luo Chong also bought some. The Tiger tribe and the Bear tribe sell animal bones and skins. However, there are no black stripes on this tiger skin. However, the entire tiger skin is complete and the fur on it is very thick. It can be used to make a coat. Luo Chong bought it. One of the bear skins in the Bear tribe is pure white. I don't know what kind of bear skin it is. Anyway, it can't be a polar bear. This skin was also collected by Luo Chong. It's just right to take it home and make a bed. As for those animal bones, Luo Chong didn't ask for them. Most of these bones were used to make bone weapons, but the Han tribe had metal, so the animal bones were not used. There were some beautiful stones on the cave tribe stall. I don't know where they dug them out. One of them was black and one white. Luo Chong took a fancy to it. The white one was a borax rock crystal that looked like a hedgehog. This thing is a chemical raw material. It is useful for metallurgy and glass burning, and can also be used as a herbicide. The other kind of black is graphite, also called teff stone, because it is mainly used as a pigment and is one of the main raw materials of pencils. And because graphite is relatively soft in texture, it is often used as a lubricant. When it cannot be opened, I often sharpen some pencil lead and pour it into the keyhole. This principle is used. The element of graphite is also relatively pure, almost equal to pure carbon. It is also an indispensable material for making iron and steel. I don't know where they dug it, and whether they found diamonds. You must know that diamonds are formed from carbon elements under high temperature and pressure. In the end, Luo Chong took all these two kinds of stones into his pocket and gave the other party a pottery pot and several pottery bowls. The most bizarre thing is a blue poisonous mushroom with yellow spots from the mushroom tribe. It can be used to paralyze nerves when applied externally, and it can be used as a stimulant when taken internally, causing hallucinations. The mushroom tribe often uses the juice of this poisonous mushroom to smear their weapons for hunting. Even if the wounds of the prey are not fatal, they will be unable to move due to nerve paralysis. What a good thing! It can be used for fighting by others, and it can be used as an anesthetic for oneself. It would be a fool not to use such a useful thing, so Luo Chong bought them all. At various stalls in Rumengshui Valley, Luo Chong weighed pottery and white salt and bought various things. Some were very important, such as medicine, and some were dispensable, such as animal skins and food. Xiao Dai took Luo Chong's hand and followed beside them. The two of them spent a lot of money and almost consumed the pottery pot they brought. Of course, Luo Chong's goal was achieved. The leaders were very happy when they saw Luo Chong buying their things with a lot of pottery. Most of their tribes have exchanged their population for white salt, but they also like pottery, but they really can't spare any extra people to exchange it. Seeing that the Han tribe has so many pottery, they still can't get it, and they say they have no idea at all. That's false. I don't know how many people are jealous because of this. Now, Luo Chong has personally delivered the pottery to his door. Although there are not many, each tribe has a few, which is almost enough for their senior officials. Of course, the leaders of the tribes are very happy, and the jealousy just now are also great. Lowered, and his favorable impression of Luo Chong, a young leader who knows how to get things done, greatly increased. At this point, the purpose of the spring festival has been completed, and some tribes have begun to leave one after another and go back to their respective families. The Han tribe was also going back. Luo Chong had his team organized and prepared to go home. The Snake tribe and the Bian tribe were on the way with Luo Chong, so they would follow on the way back. The 558 boys and girls were temporarily organized into 20 square teams, each with about 28 people, divided into 4 columns, led by a boy from the Han tribe. One Ear and Feather rode an antlered deer in front to clear the way, and Stump drove an ox cart to follow in the middle of the team. Snake, which did not continue to ride in the sedan chair, but sat on the ox cart, was Shang. Bian tribe and Snake tribe also followed in the middle of the team. Luo Chong and Dolly followed behind on deer. Xiao Dai stood in front of Luo Chong's horned deer and pulled his reins. "What are you standing there for? Come up and follow me home." Luo Chong bent down and stretched out his hand to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai happily grabbed Luo Chong's hand, and was pulled in front of her by Luo Chong. The two of them rode a deer and walked at the back. A spring breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers blew by, and Xiaodia's long hair hit Luo Chong's face. Looking at the smooth back exposed from behind his belly band, he, a little virgin who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt a little distraught. Calm down, wait until the training is done before eating. Yes, that's it." In order to distract himself, Luo Chong began to train. Well, he started to teach Xiao Dai how to speak Mandarin. He recited everything he saw along the way in Mandarin, and then asked Xiao Dai to repeat the learning. Let's start with the most basic nouns, that is, the names of various things. Luo Chong grabbed Xiaodia's hand from behind and taught her, hand. Fluttershy, hand. Luo Chong, left hand, right hand. Xiao Dai. Luo Chong, eyes, nose, mouth, ears. Xiao Dai. Luo Chong, legs, waist, back, belly, chest. Fluttershy. Blushing +1 +1 +1 +1. Shy +2 +2 +2 +2. Ahem, omit the word 2W here. When they camped at night, Dolly and the others also came over with a pig leg. Xiaodai was pulling some grass to feed the deer. Luo Chong had already lit a bonfire. Seeing Dolly and the others, they asked, "How's it going? What happened to the people I asked you to stare at?" "Chief, out of the 30 people from the fire tribe, 6 are leaving marks along the road." Beast Tooth Hui reported. "I have long seen that the fire leader is not a good person. He really wants to play tricks on us. No other tribe has taken action on all the boys. Their tribe is so weird, and they are so arrogant that I can't tell. When we wanted to return the gift, other tribes asked for pottery and white salt. The fire tribe actually wanted our bronze spears. Why did they want our weapons? Did they take our weapons away and then attack us? Haha, I really don't know what they think, they have to do it so obviously." Luo Chong said angrily with a smile. "Chief, what should we do now? Destroy all those marks and kill all the fire tribe teenagers?" Dolly asked. "Kill them for what? Why don't you want the coolies who came to your door for nothing? If you don't want to live a good life with us, then don't live with them and dig rivers and move bricks for me." Luo Chong smiled evilly. "Do you want to leave a mark there? What if the fire tribe catches up with them?" Shirtu asked again. "They left a mark to show that they would not attack immediately, it was just to guide the people behind. There are so many of us now, and they don't dare to come here even if there are not enough of them. They must go back to the tribe to gather people first, and then chase after us along the marks. According to their thinking, when the time comes they will cooperate inside and outside, and with their people as internal coordinators, they will definitely be able to give us a fatal blow, but they will definitely not attack now. I stayed behind for a day today, and I didn't find anyone following us. Now we ignore those marks and let them stay, but we can't go back to the tribe directly, we need to take a detour." Luo Chong analyzed it for them. "A detour? Where to detour? Why a detour?" Dolly asked in confusion. "Listen to me first, and ask if you don't understand anything later," Luo Chong said to Dolly, and then assigned tasks to them. "Beastia, tell Doer later and let him lead the way to Tuga Ridge. We will go to Tuga Ridge first, and then go home from Tuga Ridge. Don't go back in a straight line. Dolly, look at the 30 boys from the fire tribe and divide them into a separate team when they arrive at Tuga Ridge. Shirtu, you go with everyone for 2 more days. After 2 days, you ride the deer directly back to the tribe to call for support, and ask Shuda to lead the hunting team to camp in Tuga Ridge in advance to wait for us. When we arrived at Tuga Ridge, we directly controlled the 30 people from the fire tribe, set up ambush around them, and waited for the fire tribe to arrive on their own, and then we would kill them all in one fell swoop." Luo Chong told everyone his overall plan. Leader, how do you know that the fire tribe will go to Tuga Ridge? Don't they attack our tribe directly?" Dolly asked doubtfully. "You are stupid. Someone has been leaving marks for them. If we take the person who left the mark to Tuga Ridge, then the people who follow the mark will definitely follow to Tuga Ridge." Beastia has already understood Luo Chong's words. Plan, turned around and explained to Dolly. "See, use your brain more, study hard, and think more about problems when you encounter them. Is there anything else you don't understand?" Luo Chong patted Dolly's shoulder and said. "Oh, so that's it. We used the marks they left to lure them to a fake residence, and then set up an ambush. When they come to attack, we will kill them all in one fell swoop. This method of the leader is too powerful." After being reminded by Beastia, Dolly understood Luo Chong's plan and said with admiration in his heart. "Yes, that's it. Everyone understands, right?" "Understood. Understood." Several people replied one after another. "Okay, let's do this for now. Keep it confidential and don't talk nonsense. Tell the captains of each team not to sleep too hard at night. Each team must arrange for people to take turns keeping watch. There are also some of you who take turns sleeping at night, while those who are awake patrol on deer. Although the fire tribe will not attack us so quickly, we must remain vigilant enough. Are you clear? Luo Chong told several people again. It's clear. Several people answered in unison. Okay, let's all go eat and rest. Just leave a piece of pig leg for me. Luo Chong moved a stone and sat by the bonfire. Dolly cut off a piece of pork leg meat with a bone knife and left, leaving Luo Chong and Xiaodai behind to barbecue. Luo Chong, are they okay? Xiaodai sat next to Luo Chong and asked, resting her head on Luo Chong's shoulder. It's okay, don't worry about them. I'll give you barbecue. Do you want chili? Luo Chong held the barbecue in one hand and the bag of chili in the other and waved it in front of Xiaodai. Chili? Let it go, I'll eat it, it's delicious. Xiaodai nodded quickly when she saw Luo Chong taking out the chili pepper. There was no talk all night, and early the next morning, the Han tribe's team continued to set off, heading home. After walking peacefully for 2 days, the Snake tribe's team was about to part ways with the Han tribe. The white-haired snake witch, with the poisonous snake still hanging around his neck, came in his sedan to say goodbye to Luo Chong. Chief Han, your ox carts are better than sedans. They don't need to be carried. I'm old and can't walk on my own. From now on, it will all be your young people's world. You are good. The girl you are looking for is also good-looking. She will definitely be able to. I'll give you a few more babies, and I hope to see you again in the future. The snake witch still muttered, regardless of whether Luo Chong could understand or not. After speaking, he nodded to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also quickly held his chest and leaned slightly to salute the snake witch. The snake witch waved his hand and let him go. The man carried himself away. After the snake tribe left, Shirtu rode a deer and came to Luo Chong, chief. Well, you go back and tell Dashu what happened to the tribe. Let him organize artificial grass houses for the newcomers to live in first. Then you and Shu De will take the hunting team to camp in Tuga Ridge. Remember to bring more weapons when you go, especially bows and arrows, there must be enough feathers, and bring a few tanks of grease. Luo Chong gave the instructions again in detail. Yes, chief. Go ahead, be careful on the road and be fast. Chief, I know. Shirtu agreed, hit the deer on the butt with his spear, and ran away as fast as he could. Luo Chong, where is he going? Xiaodai sat in Luo Chong's arms and turned around to ask Luo Chong. He returned to the tribe and built houses for the tribesmen. Luo Chong put his chin on Xiaodai's shoulder and said. Feeling the warm breath on her neck, Xiaodai was so embarrassed that she turned her head and stopped asking. At the same time, the leader of the fire tribe, which was 2 days' walk south of Ermengshui Valley, also returned to his place of residence and was preparing manpower to attack the Han tribe. The fire tribe is a large tribe with a total population of nearly 2,000, but their population structure is very abnormal. There are many adult males, about 300, and about 500 adult females. There are only 100 or 200 older children, and those under 5 years old there are more than 700 children, and none of them are girls. This is so extreme. The person who caused this extreme phenomenon is Li, the current leader of the fire. He is only 19 years old this year, in his prime, but his leadership career has been less than 6 years. 6 years ago, the fire tribe had less than 300 people. At that time, Li was not the leader, and because this guy liked playing with fire since he was a child, his chest was burned by flames, leaving a huge and hideous scar. It was the summer when he was 7 years old. One day at noon, his father went out to hunt and his mother also went out to collect food. He lit a fire and played in the thatched house. This child was very obsessed with flames, especially looking at yellow and orange colors. He felt it was a pleasure to listen to the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the flames. As it turned out, while the unlucky child was enjoying himself, the sparks from the flames ignited the entire house. The dry thatched house burned very quickly, and the fire burned fiercely. The demon was stunned and stared at the flames, as if he saw something in the flames. Gods. The shaman who stayed behind in the tribe saw the fire here and ran over in a hurry. Regardless of the raging fire, he grabbed the dazed Li. The child had a large burn on his chest, but he didn't cry out in pain. Still staring at the fire in a daze. Wu, who had just pulled Li out of the sea of fire, did not bother to scold him when he heard loud cries coming from the thatched house. It was Li's younger sister, who was less than 3 years old. Wu wanted to go in and rescue the little girl, but the thatched house built with thatched grass could not withstand the burning of the flames. Before Wu could lift his legs, he heard a roar and the thatched house collapsed. When the waiting parents came back in the evening, they saw that the thatched cottage they lived in every day had turned into a pile of ashes, and their daughter, who was less than 3 years old, had also turned into a ball of black charcoal. Li's mother cried hard while holding the black mass of charcoal, and Li's father whipped Li half to death with a cane. From then on, Li was bullied by his peers every day, scolding him for burning his sister alive. His parents also treated him coldly and gave him very little food. However, Li remained stubborn and continued to hate the flames. He was so obsessed that every time after being beaten by his companions, he would secretly run to a distance and continue to light a fire, as if only flames could warm his heart. Li, who was short of food and clothing, began to hunt to support himself, but he was young and could not catch any animals. Later, by chance, he caught a rat with long brown hair. The rat's reaction, slow, has almost no eyesight, has grown fat, and runs slowly. Li tied up the rat and threw it into the flames and burned it alive. The rat struggled crazily in the flames and screamed miserably. Li sat by and watched with enjoyment, waiting for the rat to cook, but after waiting for a long time, the rat was still burning. Later, after many cruel experiments, Li finally discovered the reason. The long hair on rats is very resistant to burning, and a rat can burn for a long time, so Li named this kind of rat fire rat. The discovery of fire rats made Li even crazier. He even built a pond with stones and raised fire rats in it, just to burn 2 of them every day so that he could fill his stomach and enjoy it at the same time. After growing up like this, he challenged the leader, killed the previous leader directly, and took the leader's position. Anyone who disobeyed was killed by him one by one instead of defeating him. Because Li was bullied and looked down upon since childhood, his temper became very violent and his personality was very cruel. He began to lead his tribe to attack other tribes, killing all the men who resisted, killed all the children under the age of 6 in the other tribe, and took back the women to use as fertility machines. The next time he went to attack other tribes, Li would let the captured men rush ahead. If they were unwilling, he would threaten their women or burn their older children alive as a warning. The hearts of the prisoners gradually collapsed and they were forced to join the attacking team. After they captured one tribe after another, after being baptized with blood and seeing so many trophies and women, the hearts of the prisoners gradually became crazy and twisted. He willingly joined Li's group, and those who were still stubborn were all lit up by him. In this way, under the leadership of Li, the fire tribe expanded rapidly, with more and more warriors. The number of women captured once reached thousands, and they were all imprisoned in a dark and damp cave in the fire tribe's residence. The captured women were forced to give birth to children. If they gave birth to a boy, they would be released from the cave. If they gave birth to a girl, they would directly kill the baby girl, because girls born in their own tribe cannot give birth to children in their own tribe and raise them. It's also a waste of food. Some women were young when they were caught and could not withstand their cruel torture and died directly. Some women died during pregnancy due to the poor conditions in the cave. There were also women who were already numb and kept giving birth to children for the fire tribe, and eventually died of illness due to continuous childbirth. In addition, there was no medical technology in this era, and people often died due to difficult childbirth and massive hemorrhage. Therefore, the mortality rate of captured women is extremely high. From the peak of more than 1,000 to now, there are only about 500 people left. Of these 500 people, more than half are currently pregnant with children. The women do not have a moment to cultivate themselves. They will eventually die from giving birth to too many children, for one reason or another. There are also women who have given birth to a child for the fire tribe and want to run away, but if they are caught, they will end up being very miserable. Li will burn the escaping woman alive in public, scaring other women so much that they no longer dare to think of running away and can only numbly becoming a slave to give birth to children for the fire tribe. It is precisely because of this that the fire tribe has such a deformed population structure. More than 700 boys under the age of 5 were born in the past few years, and this does not include the hundreds of girls who were killed just after birth. Infant. As soon as the spring festival ended, Li rushed back to the fire tribe with 10 warriors. He wanted to gather more warriors and prepare more supplies to attack the Han tribe. This spring festival gave Li a new perspective. He and Luo Chong were both crazy about robbing people. Luo Chong used white salt and pottery to make others willingly join the Han tribe, but he used bloody and brutal killings. Forcing those captives to be his soldiers, and forcing those women to give birth to their children. Comparing the two, Luo Chong's method seems to have opened a new door for Li. It turns out that kidnapping can still be like this. But will he have the same virtue as Luo Chong? Of course not. The first thought in his mind is to snatch back all the good things from the Han tribe, and then master these techniques himself, so that he can rule more people. It can also make his rule easier, instead of being like now, where the caught women can only be locked up. Chief, there are so many people in the Han tribe. More than 500 people were taken away this time alone, and the other 200 were adult men. Can we defeat them? Asked a soldier who followed Li to the spring festival. Haha, what are you afraid of? There are many people in their Han tribe, and there are also many people in our fire tribe. Don't look at the many people they brought back this time. In fact, they are of no use at all. Those more than 500 people are either women or have no hair. Boys who grow up have basically never even participated in hunting, let alone killing people. And the leader of the Han tribe, who is clearly an unweaned child, came out with so many good things to show off. This time I will let him see that the good things he cannot keep are all ours. This time we only need to bring out about 200 people and set a fire for the Han tribe first. When the fire is strong, the young boy and his hundreds of child soldiers are not scared enough to scream, then we will take advantage of the chaos and rush in. The hundreds of women of the Han tribe, as well as their stone pots and white salt, are all ours. By the way, there is also their horned beast. I want to ride it this time. Li said to his subordinates confidently. Well, setting fires is really effective. Every time we attack, we set fires first. Those people will run and scream in fear. But there are so many people in the Han tribe and their residence is not small. I'm afraid we won't be able to light them. So many places. The soldier who asked the question just now expressed his worries again. That's why I sent 30 people there. As soon as I give a signal, they will set fires everywhere in the Han tribe, which will definitely cause chaos. By then, they will not be at our mercy. Now I want to laugh when I think of that idiot leader of the Han tribe, ha ha ha. When I told him to trade 30 people for him, he was shocked. Later, he smiled and nodded at me. A kid is a kid. It seems that this Han tribe has no one left. I really don't know how they let such a fool become the leader. Li said with a proud laugh. The leader is really awesome. I didn't expect you to have made arrangements so early. It seems that I am too worried. If I follow the method you said, there seems to be no use in large numbers. We will definitely be able to get those good things back this time. Li's men immediately began to slap their horses. Ha ha ha. Well, go and prepare things quickly. Remember to bring more fire rat skins. That thing is most useful for setting fires. Be prepared. The women you snatched this time are all so young. When the time comes, let you have a good time. He, thank you, chief. The fire tribe was busy preparing combat supplies. They prepared a large number of weapons, which were similar to stone axes. A stone with no edge was tied to one end of the stick, and then a layer of long-haired fire was wrapped around it. Rat skin can be lit and thrown at the enemy during combat. It can damage the enemy and set fire part-time. After the fire rat's fur is ignited, the flame will be very hot and will not go out in the wind. Moreover, after the hair burns, it will produce a kind of colloid. If it hits a person, it will stick to the person, and the flame will directly burn the person, which is very difficult to deal with. While a group of people were making this kind of incendiary bomb, two men came out from the fire tribe's cave. They carried the body of a woman and walked towards the outskirts of the tribe. When passing by the settlement, the women with big bellies were all excited. He looked at the corpse numbly, with no expression on his face, like a wooden man without a soul. And the men who were making weapons were talking and laughing. Haha, another one died. I remember you made a bet yesterday that no one would die today. How about you guessed wrong? Remember you have to give me a meal. TCH, look at how proud you are. If you lose, you lose. Isn't it just a meal of meat? It's not like I can't afford to pay for it. Okay, work quickly. I heard from the leader that there are hundreds of young women in the tribe we are attacking this time. Please be smart and stop chatting there. The two men carrying the body walked through the residential area and dumped the body in a nearby mass grave. They didn't know how to bury it. As long as they dumped the body here, the body would be gone in just one night. Perhaps wolves and leopards took it away. With this thought in mind, the two of them dropped the body and turned around to go back. But in an instant, a black shadow flashed behind them, and Voldemort suddenly jumped out from the grass on the ground. The two people who threw the body were stunned for a moment, and then they heard the evil wind behind their heads, and they hurriedly turned around to check condition. But as soon as one of them turned his head, he only heard a buzz sound in his ears, and then saw a big stick as thick as an arm hitting his head. There was a muffled sound, and the skull of the person who was beaten was suddenly split open, and the brains burst out. Red and white splattered on the ground around him, and his companions were also bloody. Kill, 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 save. The remaining person turned around in fear and ran away, shouting for help as he ran, but before he could even take 2 steps, there was another buzzing sound behind his ears. The next moment, the man fell directly to the ground, with red and white brain matter flowing out from the back of his head, and his body began to twitch unconsciously. The murderer withdrew a 2-meter-long straight wooden stick and inserted it into the grass with a pop. He pulled out a rough bone knife from the back of his waist with his right hand and calmly cut off the heads of the 2 men. He also tied the hair of the 2 heads together, used his big stick to pick up the 2 heads and carried them behind him, then bent down to pick up the body of the woman on the ground and put it on his shoulders, and walked towards the jungle at a fast pace. He left silently, as if he had never appeared. Only the 2 heads hanging on the wooden sticks behind him were still dripping with brains. He is like a pigeon killer. A killer with feelings. He cannot get a woman. Also, don't have children. He is alone. Wandering in the vast mountains and wilderness. In the residence of the fire tribe, several men who were making incendiary bombs gathered together. Did you hear anything just now? Ah? What's the sound? I heard it, it seemed like someone was shouting kill. Why haven't the two people who threw the bodies come back yet? Several people were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. Let's go take a look and get the spears. When the men carefully walked to the mass grave, they saw only two headless corpses, and the corpse of the woman who had just been dumped here also disappeared without a trace. Everyone was shocked. Quick, go back and tell the leader. When several people carried the two headless corpses in front of Lee smashed the pottery bowl in his hand. Damn, it's that guy again. When I catch him, I will cut off his flesh and eat it in front of him. On the fourth day after the spring festival, in the procession of the Han tribe going home, Chong, the leader of the tribe, also came to say goodbye to Luo Chong. Their tribe's residence was nearby, and they could no longer leave with Luo Chong. Luo Chong stood aside holding the horned deer, watching Xiao Dai and Chong hug each other and say goodbye to each other. Emma, I can't bear to leave you, woo-woo. Silly boy, you have grown up and have your own man. You are going to have a baby in 2 years. Why are you still so clinging to Eminem? Woo. Eminem, will you go to the Han tribe to see me in the future? Maybe you have to eat white salt to form a tribe. If I go to the Han tribe to exchange for salt in the future, you have to ask your man to give me more salt. Shang touched Xiaodia's head and said. Emma. Xiaodai cried out shyly when she heard Shang's teasing, and then secretly glanced at Luo Chong. Silly girl, you should live a good life in the Han tribe. The Han tribe also grows hemp and can weave linen. Then I will help your man more. I think he is not bad for you. Okay, go back with your man. He is a leader, you still have your own affairs, don't keep him waiting too long, Shang and Xiaodai told him, pushing Xiaodai away from his arms. Well, Eminem, you must go to the Han tribe to see me. Xiaodai glanced at Luo Chong, then turned to Shang and said. Yes, I will. Chief Han, please take good care of Xiaodai. Chong nodded to Xiaodai and saluted Luo Chong. Luo Chong also quickly returned the greeting to Chong and nodded towards her. Shang took Wentuo away. Xiaodai stood beside Luo Chong and held his hand, watching Wentuo's leaving back, shedding tears silently. Luo Chong squeezed Xiaodia's hand and said to her, when you miss her, I can take you back to the tribe to see her. Xiaodai looked back at Luo Chong, dumbfounded and a little confused. We, riding deer, can go to the tribe for half a day to see your mother. Luo Chong repeated. Really? Xiaodai asked in surprise. Yes. Luo Chong nodded seriously. Hearing Luo Chong's affirmative answer, Xiaodai immediately hugged Luo Chong's neck and kissed him on the face. You are so kind to me. Luo Chong wiped Xiaodia's tears, the two mounted the deer, and the team continued to set off. After the team had walked for another long time, Xiaodai felt something was wrong. She remembered that the direction Luo Chong had gone home from the tribe at that time was now heading further north. It was obviously not the same road. Luo Chong, where are we going? This is not the way home. Xiaodai asked, turning her head. This is the way to go home. Luo Chong said with certainty. Of course, what Luo Chong said is not a lie. No matter where he goes, he can turn back. Xiaodai glanced at Luo Chong suspiciously, but couldn't see anything from Luo Chong's face, so she stopped talking. Until the evening, the team finally arrived at the foot of the hillside of Tuga Ridge. At this time, Dolly and Shuda rode an antlered deer and came to Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded to them and said, start from the back. The two nodded and turned around to leave. Xiaodai sat in front of Luo Chong and looked at it inexplicably. Who was the one with the silver tin crown and what were they going to do? Luo Chong led Xiaodai riding a deer to the thunder beast's grave, and then stopped there without leaving. Xiaodai looked back at Luo Chong in confusion, and then she saw a scene that surprised her. Shuda, Dolly, and the people from the hunting team walked past each square team. They called the fire tribe teenagers out of the team, took away their spears, and asked them to help move them along the roadside. Sawed logs. The other boys and girls in the team were thankful that they were not left to work, but they never imagined what those dozens of people would face next. A group of several teenagers moved the logs to a place where the team could not see them. Then they saw nearly 100 adult men and women waiting there with spears, bows, arrows, and ropes, looking at them coldly. The fire tribe boy who was carrying the logs immediately felt something was wrong. He dropped the logs and tried to escape. As a result, he was surrounded by the hunting team who were waiting for the battle, and was beaten with sticks and spears. The youths of the fire tribe also wanted to resist, but their weapons were taken away and they had to carry heavy logs for a while. Now they couldn't even breathe evenly. How much fighting power could they have? After being beaten with sticks, they were beaten one after another, pinned to the ground and tied up. In the chaos, a very strong fire tribe boy almost ran out. He was punched in the face by Shuda and knocked down. 3 of his teeth flew out. His mouth was full of blood. He was pinned to the ground and beaten again. Kicked, then tied up. Xiaodai covered her mouth and looked at this scene in surprise. She was stunned for a while and turned to look at Luo Chong in disbelief. Why, arrest them? Luo Chong didn't say anything. He pulled the reins to urge the horned deer to turn around, walked back along the place where the team just passed, and pointed out some places for Xiaodai to see. There are arrows carved with sharp stones on trees, broken shrubs on the roadside, bone ornaments lost in the grass, and hair hanging on low branches, but these things all have one thing in common. That is pointing to the direction of the Han tribe's march. Xiaodai opened her mouth in surprise. She also saw the purpose of these things, which was to mark the route. They are leaving marks to lure their tribes to attack us, kill our people, and take away our women, pottery, and white salt. Luo Chong explained to Xiaodai. Xiaodai was obviously frightened by Luo Chong's words. She had been living in a tribe since she was a child, and had never experienced such a thing. She had never even heard of it. How could she have imagined that there would be such a terrible thing, and that there would be other people? The tribe came to kill people and steal things, and even wanted to steal herself. When did you find out? Xiaodai said with some fear. I knew it during the spring festival. Luo Chong urged Jiao Lu to take her back. Then, what should we do? Otherwise, let's run away and form a tribe. Eminem must have a way. Xiaodai was worried, but also thought innocently, as if her Eminem was omnipotent. No, you, go back to the tribe, I will kill them here. Luo Chong shook his head and said, and the 2 of them came to the place where they had just arrested people again. Xiaodai immediately shook her head. I won't leave, I want to be with you. Alas! You are a woman. Fighting and killing are men's business. You go back to the tribe and I will stay. Luo Chong sighed and said. No, I won't leave, and I want to stay. They are women too, why don't they leave? Xiaodai asked, pointing to the dozens of women who had just followed the hunting team to arrest people. Luo Chong glanced at the women, and suddenly felt dizzy. At first, Luo Chong said that most of the rats would bring bows and arrows, but only the first batch of people in the Han tribe had trained in archery, including dozens of women. So Shuda called even these women over. He couldn't just use the bow and arrows without anyone else. Who would use the bow and arrows? People who have never been exposed to this thing might not even be able to shoot arrows. Looking at Xiaodia's firm eyes, Luo Chong nodded helplessly. A primitive woman is not so delicate. Didn't she also see Luo Chong shoot a wild boar before? It would be better for her to see the killing this time. Anyway, she won't be able to do it during the battle. Just let her go up there. I let you stay, but you have to be obedient. I won't let you fight. You can only watch from here. Do you understand? Well, I am obedient, and I will follow you and watch. Xiaodai nodded immediately and said. Luo Chong. Shu De, who had tied up 30 teenagers, also came over, followed by 2 women. When they came to Luo Chong, the 2 women unfolded an animal skin with a pile of small black stones on it. Chief, these were dug out from their bodies. They are all flints, used for making fire. Shu De and Luo Chong reported. Luo Chong nodded, picked up a piece, looked at it, and said to Shu De, "You did a good job, now bring them all over to me, then go and light some fires, get a bucket of water and some white salt, bring me another piece of meat." Yes, I'll get ready right now. Luo Chong asked people to prepare things, and planned to interrogate the dozens of teenagers. However, the large army of the Han tribe on the other side did not stop at Tuga Ridge. Instead, they headed east, with their backs to the sunset, preparing to advance to their residence overnight. The boys and girls in the team are very tired. They have been walking for more than 5 days, and have not reached the Han tribe yet. Now they have to walk at night. The boys and girls are very resentful, mainly because they are tired, and also because they are tired. They were bored and just walked every day, so they asked their leader how much further they wanted to go. The leaders of each team told them that they would be there soon, and it was still half a day's journey at most, so the leader decided to travel all night, and promised them that the tribe had prepared food, and they could have a midnight snack when they got there. In order to stabilize their emotions, the leaders of each team also introduced them to the situation of the Han tribe. The Han tribe raised many wild animals, had endless food, and fished from the river every day. Everyone could have their own pottery. I can't eat all the white salt, I can put in as much as I want, as long as I'm not afraid of dying. The boys and girls laughed, full of expectations for the Han tribe, described by the leader. They talked and laughed all the way, and their fatigue was relieved a lot. Everyone was holding torches, and there were hundreds of people together, so it was not necessary to walk at night. Fear. At the camp in Tugiling, 30 Fire Tribe teenagers had their hands tied behind their backs and were forced to kneel in a row in front of Luo Chong. Behind each of them stood a member of the hunting team, holding their shoulders with one hand and pulling them with the other. Hair, forcibly controlling them to look at Luo Chong. Dolly had already prepared what Luo Chong wanted, and several bonfires were lit. Next to it was a small wooden bucket with a bowl of white salt in it. There were also a few rough thorns inserted in the bucket. There was also a copper shovel for digging on the fire. "Xiaodai, go and feed our deer, and then cook some broth for us," Luo Chong said to Xiaodai, trying to push her away. "No, I want to watch here." Xiaodai grabbed Luo Chong's arm and shook her head in opposition. "You forgot what you promised me, obedient, go quickly and cook us something delicious." "Okay, come back soon, I'll grill you some meat and make soup." Xiaodai couldn't resist Luo Chong, so she had to follow a few women. After Xiaodai left, Luo Chong looked at the young men kneeling in a row and interrogated them with gestures. "There are 30 of you in total, and 6 of you are leaving marks along the road. You should be in a team of 5. Which of you is the leader?" A group of teenagers were pulled by their hair and forced to look at Luo Chong. Some of them did not understand what Luo Chong meant, and some understood but were unwilling to say anything. Their faces were facing Luo Chong, but their eyes were wandering around, not daring at all. He looked at Luo Chong. "Chief, I know who those 6 people are," Beastia standing aside said. Beastia was mainly responsible for surveillance along the way. He had been keeping an eye on these people for several days, and it was easy to recognize them. "Very good, pull those 6 out alone." Luo Chong looked at them with his hands behind his back and nodded. "Yes." Beastia took the order, walked over and clicked several people in succession, and the soldiers guarding behind them pushed 6 people out. When the 6 teenagers who had left marks saw that several of them had been identified, they already knew that they had been discovered and that they had been watched for a long time. They had no chance to take any chances, and knelt there dejectedly. They didn't know that Luo Chong he would do anything to them, but he would probably let them die. Luo Chong looked at the 6 people, including the guy who had been beaten up by Shudo when he tried to escape just now. This guy was kneeling there with his mouth covered in blood, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and his eyes were staring at the ground. You brought so many flints, because you wanted to set them on fire. When do you plan to set them on fire? What's your plan? If anyone tells me, I can save him from death. Luo Chong gestured and asked them again. Several people looked at it, but they didn't understand much. TSK, it seems that the way to ask is wrong. How should I say it? Luo Chong thought for a moment and said bluntly, what did your leader say to you? If you say it, you can live. If you don't say it, you will die. Luo Chong looked into their eyes. This time, some people understood, but still no one spoke, and no one seemed to be the first to speak. Although they understood Luo Chong's words, they still didn't dare to say it. The fear left by Fire Chief Li was too deep for them. If they betrayed Li, they would only end up being burned alive. They had witnessed it many times. Rather than being tortured by fire, the kind of torture in the fire, the heartbreaking pain, it would be better to be killed directly by Luo Chong. TSK, you all want to die so much, right? Beast Tooth pulled one out, untie his hands, and let 2 people hold him up. Seeing that none of them spoke, Luo Chong pointed at the one with bruised and swollen skin and said, this guy has the toughest bones, so let's operate on him first. After setting him up, Luo Chong took out the red-hot copper shovel from the bonfire nearby and stood in front of him. He raised the copper shovel to his chest. The hot breath made the young man's eyes widen in an instant. Beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead and dripped onto the copper shovel. The moment the sweat touched the copper shovel, it immediately evaporated into a wisp of water vapor. Luo Chong noticed that just now, the boy's pupils shrank suddenly. He was afraid. Tell me, I will let you live. If you don't tell me, I will roast you and make you unable to die. Do you want to try it? As Luo Chong spoke, he shook the copper shovel in front of his chest again. A few strands of his hair touched the copper shovel, and a plume of smoke immediately emitted a burnt smell, which was the smell of burning protein. The young man's body was struggling, and he wanted to retreat crazily, away from the burning red thing, but he was held tightly by someone, and his constant struggle looked like trembling to Luo Chong. Luo Chong glared at him and stretched out his copper shovel in front of him. There was a sound of sizzling squid, and then the smell of barbecued meat filled the air. I said, don't bake me, woo-woo, don't bake me, I said, woo-woo. The boy closed his eyes tightly, tilted his neck back and struggled wildly, jumping up and down on the spot, his muscles tensed, the veins between his head and neck bulging, and he cried heartbreakingly. Damn it, it would have been fine if I had said no earlier. You have to force me to do it. Luo Chong took the copper shovel back and cursed. The remaining 29 teenagers looked at it dumbfounded, with a layer of sweat oozing out from each of them. Then a gust of evening breeze blew through them, making them feel chilled. They all became alert. The soldiers of the Han tribe on the side were also stunned. After being stunned for a while, they couldn't help laughing again. Luo Chong glanced at them, and they immediately tried their best to suppress their laughter, and their whole bodies trembled. Shaking. Why are you laughing? Why don't you let him go? Let him talk. Luo Chong took the copper shovel and sat next to the bonfire again. The boy was let go and instantly collapsed to the ground. He was covered in sweat as if he had just climbed out of the water. He looked down at his chest. Why is everything okay? Looking again at Luo Chong, who was sitting by the campfire, he was holding a piece of fried brown animal meat and sprinkling salt and chili on it. Tell me, what are you waiting for? Do you still want to try it? Luo Chong waved the piece of meat he had fried at him. The young man looked at the piece of animal meat that Luo Chong was holding. His heart was extremely complicated. After being silent for 2 seconds, he made gestures and spoke. The leader asked us to leave a mark and wait for him to bring his people over. When the sun sets, he will light smoke in the distance. When we see the smoke, we will set fire to the house. When you run around, he will lead his people to kill you. The young man was afraid that Luo Chong wouldn't understand, so he gestured twice in a row. How many sunsets will it take for your tribe to get here? Luo Chong continued to ask. It's 2 sunsets in Minggu, and I don't know where I am. The young man thought for a moment, but he didn't understand because it was not a straight line. Okay, take them down, tie their hands and hang them on the tree, keep their feet from the ground, give them a bowl of salt water every day, feed them once every 3 days, and send a few people to take turns watching them. Luo Chong knew the news he wanted and felt that he couldn't ask anything else, so he announced how to deal with them, then waved his hand, turned around with the piece of fried meat, and went to find Xiaodai for dinner. Yes, leader. Beastia and the others responded, and began to drag the teenagers towards the woods. Luo Chong took the fried meat to find Xiaodai. On the way, he was still analyzing the intelligence he had just obtained. It would take 2 days of walking for the Fire tribe to reach Rumengshui Valley. Although they didn't know which direction they were in Rumengshui Valley, it was impossible for them to walk there in a straight line. They came from Tugiling because they didn't know the way. So if they want to attack Tuga Ridge, they can only walk back for 2 days to gather people and supplies, and then walk for another 2 days to Rumengshui Valley, and then they can follow the marks to find Tuga Ridge, and this process will take 5 days at the fastest. God, it would take them at least 9 days to reach Tuga Ridge. It is now the night of the 5th day after the spring meeting, which means that the Fire tribe will attack Tuga Ridge as early as 4 days later in the evening. At that time, they will set off smoke in the distance first, and when Luo Chong's side is on fire, they will kill him. Knowing the enemy's overall plan, Luo Chong would be a fool if he couldn't win again. When the time came, Luo Chong would just light a fire by himself as soon as they let off the smoke, then set up a formation and wait for them on the hillside. After thinking about this, Luo Chong felt a lot more relaxed. He happily came to Xiaodai with the fried meat. Xiaodai was cooking broth in a clay pot. When he saw Luo Chong coming over, he asked curiously, Luo Chong. Chong, you killed them all? No. Then just now, I heard someone shouting and crying? Xiaodai asked doubtfully. Oh, that's why I punished them just now. I tied them to a tree and told them not to give them food, so they cried. Luo Chong made up his mind. Really? Then why did you ask that guy to prepare meat, bonfire, white salt and water? Xiaodai still didn't believe it. Of course the meat and bonfire are barbecues. Look, isn't it? I roasted them for you and brought them back. The remaining white salt and water are for them to drink. We can't starve them all to death. I have no intention of actually killing them. Luo Chong continued to make up nonsense. Bring the chili and I'll put it in the soup. Xiaodai didn't expect Luo Chong to really answer and give an explanation for everything, but she still felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Luo Chong didn't want to tell her, she stopped asking and hummed and continued to cook the soup. After everyone had finished dinner, Shuda led Luo Chong to the thatched shack they had built in advance. He looked at the backs of Luo Chong and Xiaodai and snickered obscenely from behind. What's so funny? Go back and arrange for the tribesmen to take turns to stand guard at night. Keep an eye on those 30 people and don't let them escape. Luo Chong turned back and glared at Shuda. Yes, leader. Shuda shouted immediately. Why are you still standing here? Is there anything else? Luo Chong asked strangely when he saw that Shuda was still there. Leader, do you know how to have babies? If you don't know, I can teach you. I already have 5 babies. Shuda asked with a wretched look on his face. Go away, you will stand guard all night tonight and you are not allowed to sleep. When Luo Chong heard that Shuda actually wanted to teach him this, he angrily cursed, damn it, I've lived 2 lifetimes, and you still need to teach me. Yes, leader, I promise not to let anyone get close to here. Shuda answered seriously. Damn. Seeing Shuda running away with a wretched look on his face, Luo Chong almost found a stone to hit him to death. He turned around and entered the shack. The inside was quite clean. There was a pile of dry thatch on the ground, and 2 more sheets on the thatch. Short-haired horse antelope skin, Xiaodai was lying on it with a red face. However, there was no fire or lights in the shack, and Luo Chong, who was in the dark, didn't notice it and just lay down next to Xiaodai. After a while of rustling sounds, Xiaodai pulled Luo Chong's arm over, rested her head on Luo Chong's arm, and got directly into Luo Chong's arms. Luo Chong didn't react at all. Since the end of the spring festival, he had been sleeping like this when he was rushing out for the past few days. Xiaodai had to rest his head on his arm every night. She was worried about letting Luo Chong sleep by herself. With a team of several hundred people, no one was very familiar with it. What if someone else took Xiaodai away? In the dark, thatched shack, Luo Chong held Xiaodai in his arms, looking at the roof of the shed with his eyes open and thinking about something. Suddenly, Xiaodia's slightly trembling voice rang in his ears. Luo Chong. Well, why aren't you wearing a bellyband? Hearing Xiaodia's call, Luo Chong came back to his senses and suddenly felt that the girl in his arms seemed different from usual. After feeling it carefully again, oh my god, she was actually naked. Ah, Eminem said that if I stay with you like this, I can give you a child. Xiaodai stuttered, her voice sounding like a mosquito's hum, and she put a small hand on Luo Chong's chest and pulled it. Stop, don't move yet. Oh my mother-in-law, you have taught her all these tricks, I am still a child. Luo Chong held down Xiaodia's flailing little hands and cried in his heart. Luo Chong, don't you like me? When Xiaodai heard that Luo Chong refused to let her move and even had her little hand grabbed, she felt aggrieved and sobbed in a tearful tone. In the dark shack, Luo Chong felt that the girl in his arms was shaking, and warm tears were flowing down his arms. He quickly turned to his side, hugged Xiaodai, and comforted her. No, I don't dislike you, really. It's just that we are still a little young now. I don't want you to have a baby so early. It will be bad for your health. Luo Chong explained quickly. But, my mother-in-law is just like me. Xiaodai said in disbelief. I know that it is possible to give birth at this age now, but it is not good for you or our children. If you give birth to a baby at such a young age, it is very likely that it will be difficult to give birth. When the time comes, you and our what to do if the child dies? Luo Chong continued to persuade Xiaodai. What is dystocia? Xiaodai asked blankly when she heard that she might die during childbirth. Difficult labor is because you are too young and your body has not yet grown up. When the time comes to give birth, you may not be able to give birth. By then, the woman will bleed a lot and the child will suffocate to death. You must have seen this before. Really? I've seen sisters from our tribe give birth before, and 2 of them died like this. Is it because they were not old enough? But my mother-in-law said that women only give birth at this age. She also said that a woman giving birth is like a man fighting a wild beast. He must use force, otherwise he will be killed by the wild beast, but she did not say, this is because of my young age. Xiaodai stopped crying, looked up at Luo Chong and said. Haha, your Eminem metaphor is really true. Luo cursed and continued to explain to Xiaodai. That's because Eminem doesn't understand. The big reason why they can't give birth to children is because they are too young, so you can't have children now. What will I do if you die too? Humph, how do you know that? You're not a woman. Xiao Dai still didn't believe it. Then I can also make white salt, make pottery, and make ox carts. Can your mother know it? She doesn't know as much as I do. Luo Chong helped Xiao Dai wipe the tears on her face. Humph, then, how do you know so much about how your pottery is made? I have seen Oing's grindstone basin in the tribe, and the stone basin he grinds is different from your pottery. Xiao Dai snorted. With this sound, curiosity was aroused. Do you really want to know? Then put on your clothes first. Luo Chong took Xiao Dai's bellyband from behind. Xiao Dai was so embarrassed that she pushed Luo Chong away, turned her back to put on her bellyband, and after a while, she turned around and lay on Luo Chong's body. Undressed, please tell me. Okay, let me tell you, pottery is actually made by putting soil in fire. Luo Chong said, stroking Xiao Dai's smooth back. So, what about white salt? White salt is made by soaking stones in water and boiling them. Luo Chong, when can I give birth to your child? We have to go through 3 more winters anyway. I don't, not for another 2 winters at most. Okay, 2 winters then. Xiao Dai snorted, lay on Luo Chong and stopped talking. After a while, Xiao Dai asked again. Luo Chong. Why aren't you sleeping yet? What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about our tribe. There are almost 1,000 people in our tribe. How much do these people need to eat, what they eat, where they live, what they do every day, and so many things. Then have you figured it out? Well, I was just thinking about it. When I get to the Han tribe, I will help you plant a lot of hemp grass and weave more linen cloth for you and our children. I am very good at weaving. My mother-in-law taught me it myself. When I come back, I will weave it for you. Look. Which one is better, the cloth you weave or the cloth I weave? Xiao Dai lay on Luo Chong and fell asleep with half-hearted thoughts, but Luo Chong was still thinking about the problems just now. The Han tribe originally had about 350 members, and now more than 550 people have joined. Before the end of this month, the Yu tribe will send at least 100 people to themselves. The population of the entire Han tribe will soon exceed the 3-digit mark. Now, again, the previous loose system management will definitely not work anymore, and the Han tribe needs reform. In the past, there were only about 300 people in the Han tribe, and there were only 4 tribes members, and there were only a few dozen adult men in total. As a result, now the archers who need to fight in wars have to use women to make up the number. Now the number has suddenly exceeded 1,000, and the origins of the members have become more complicated. There are more than a dozen tribesmen. What the Han tribe needs to come up with most now is the surname, no marriage within the same clan, and the household division system. Each of the more than a dozen tribesmen are given a surname, and everyone must also have a name. The men must live alone with their spouses and form their own families. They can no longer marry in groups as before. Of course, everyone still lives together and it is still under public ownership, which is more conducive to the development of the Han tribe. The advantage of this is that the tribe can reproduce within itself, and there is no need to go to the spring meeting every year to find a partner. The population of the Han tribe comes from more than 20 tribes. These people are not of the same race, and they have no blood relationship, so their offspring can definitely find mates in their own tribes and achieve internal digestion. Even if everyone becomes relatives and the same race in the future, based on human genetics, after more than 5 generations, even if they are of the same race, they will not have any blood relationship with each other. There will be no problem at all for these relatives to form families again. In ancient times, there was a saying that cousins are made for each other. Of course, if they are within 3 generations of cousins, they are still close, but if they are more than 5 generations, who knows each other, then even if they are relatives, they are distant relatives. Far away. The second focus of reform is the issue of class management system, or hierarchical management system. In the past, the Han tribe worked at sunrise every day, and after getting up in the morning, they had to ask the leader Luo Chong to temporarily arrange tasks. Now there are more than 1,000 people who can't come to the leader one by one and ask, "Chief, what should I do today?" Isn't that too nonsense? It is estimated that half a day will pass by the time Luo Chong finishes arranging everything one by one. Therefore, according to Luo Chong's preliminary idea, the Han tribe should be divided into at least 3 to 4 levels. The leader oversees all affairs of the entire tribe and makes strategic directions for development. The elders are at the same level as the witches, but they will not be assigned actual duties. They only have one title and cannot make any decisions. They only have the power to make suggestions to the leader. But in the end, it is up to the leader to decide whether to adopt it or not, so the level of elder is equivalent to no one, and the power is completely eclipsed. That's right, it's dictatorship. Dictatorship represents power. Power can bring all the forces together, form a centripetal force in the tribe, bring everyone together, and make it easier for Luo Chong to command the entire tribe. If you say this today and he says that tomorrow, then there is no need to do anything, just disband, and everyone will go back to their homes and find their own mothers. In serious cases, it may even directly cause internal strife and then lead to the disintegration of the tribe. The next level down is the clan leader, such as Dashu and Shuda. These two people were once the leaders of the tribe and have rich management experience. They can be assigned some practical duties and delegate some power to them. They can manage their own teams and directly follow Luo Chong's orders. They only need to be responsible to Luo Chong, who is also the most powerful person besides the leader. But having only 2 people in this class is definitely not enough. The Han tribe has many aspects of work projects, and it is impossible for them to manage them all. First, they are not the most professional, and second, their power is too great. If someone has dissatisfaction with Luo Chong, he is likely to lead a rebellion. The simplest way to solve this problem is to set up more teams and recruit more captains to divide their power and let them check and balance each other. No one can do without the other, so that stability can be maintained. The current jobs of the Han tribe include pottery making, charcoal making, brick making, metallurgy, logging, carpentry, fishing, gathering, mining, refining white salt, hunting, so many projects. Among them, kilns are required for firing pottery, charcoal, and green bricks. They can be specially divided into a group called kiln workers, and a top leader is directly responsible to Luo Chong. Metallurgy and carpentry are 2 broad categories that can be divided into 2 departments, and may even be divided into more departments in the future. For example, metallurgical copper smelting, iron smelting, steel smelting, the production of daily agricultural equipment and military weapons, and woodworking such as vehicle manufacturing, shipbuilding, furniture manufacturing, weapons, and ordnance. In the future, professional departments can be established to separate management. In addition, there is 1 team for logging, 1 team for mining, and 2 teams for fishing and gathering. However, these teams are temporary and more departments may be added and some departments may be reduced in the future. For example, those who specialize in raising animals, and those who weave cloth, these important jobs can be divided into a special category, and each has a captain to manage them. The rank of these captains will be the same as that of the 2 clan leaders. In addition, the most important thing is to have an army, but it cannot be an army that is out of work. When the tribe needs work, they need to help. This army can be the same group of people as the hunting team. It is divided into 2 parts every day. 1 part goes out to hunt, and the other half stays to train, defend the entire Han tribe, and do a good job of standing guard and guarding. When there is a lot of work in the tribe, such as spring plowing, autumn harvest, mining, city construction, and other large-scale projects, they are also asked to help. In this way, they can be regarded as workers and peasants. In addition, a group of slaves will appear in the Han tribe. This group of slaves will also be handed over to the army to guard and supervise their labor. In general, the army has many tasks, including defense and offense in wartime, daily guarding of Han tribes, custody of slaves, and the task of acting as bodyguards. You must know that the road for transporting ore is not very safe. If you encounter a monster like a man-eating ape again without protection, someone will definitely die again. Then there is the issue of the structure of the military, that is, the issue of military system. The modern military system has developed over thousands of years, and now almost all armies in the world are similar. This shows that the modern division and brigade system is the most complete in the world and the most suitable for soldiers. It has clear classification and flexible operations, and easier to be controlled and commanded by officers. But Luo Chong was not prepared to directly use modern military systems, as that would be a bit too inconsistent. You can imagine that when a group of primitive people were fighting with spears, bows and arrows, Luo Chong suddenly shouted, "2nd Battalion Commander, pull out my Italian cannon, that picture is simply too beautiful." Therefore, the military system Luo Chong planned to adopt was the Weisua system of the Ming dynasty. The guard system is the most similar to the modern military system. Its smallest unit is a small flag. A small flag has 10 people, which is equivalent to a modern squad. Further up is the general flag. Each general flag governs 5 small flags, totaling 50 people not counting officers, which is equivalent to a modern reinforced platoon. Moving up from the general banner, there are hundreds of households. 100 households have 2 general banners. The officers and soldiers total more than 100, which is similar to a modern company. There are also thousands households above the 100 households. Just like the literal meaning, 1,000 households make up 1,000 households, with a total of more than 1,000 people. This is a bit different from modern times. 1,000 households is not too much, not too few. Less, if you want to say it is a battalion, then it is a bit too much. It is probably a battalion established during wartime. For example, in today's peaceful times, a regiment only has more than 1,000 people. In the guard station system, the higher up the 1,000 households are the guards commanders. A guard station has 5,000 households under its jurisdiction, more than 5,000 people, there are more people in a modern brigade. However, this is not needed now. The adults and children of the Han tribe together only make up 1,000 households, and this guard system cannot be copied directly. Luo Chong does not know how to make the military household system of the Ming dynasty, so why should his father join the army? To die, to seize his son and force him to join the army, and to force his nephew to join the army if he doesn't have a son. Such nonsense. The last additions were a group of child soldiers, which not only wasted military pay, but also severely reduced the combat effectiveness of the country's regular army. This was how the Ming dynasty was defeated before. In the end, even the peasant Li Zicheng couldn't defeat him. Therefore, Luo Chong's guard system was modified after careful consideration. The smallest unit is still a small flag, with a staff of 12 people, including a small flag commander and a deputy small flag commander. 3 small flags form a general flag, with a general flag and 2 deputy general flags, a total of 38 people. 3 general flags consist of a unit has 3 officers, the unit chief, the deputy unit chief, and the unit commander, plus a private soldier of the general flag. In this way, the establishment of a unit is 155 people. The responsibilities of the unit Sima are mainly responsible for the logistics and communications of a unit of soldiers, as well as the responsibility of supervising the army. The unit commander has the power to mobilize troops but not command, and the unit chief has the power to command but cannot mobilize troops. Unless they receive an order from Luo Chong himself, they can't do anything. In addition, among the soldiers of the general banner added to each unit, 3 small flags are responsible for different tasks. 1 small flag is responsible for protecting the 3 highest officers, 1 small flag is responsible for passing orders to each flag, and the remaining one is responsible for everyone. Cook. The 3 units form a customs, with 3 top officers, the customs chief, the deputy chief, and Guansima, plus the soldiers of the 2 general banners. The specific responsibilities are the same as the unit-level system. There are a total of 541 people in a customs establishment. The 3 passes formed a guard, with a commander, a deputy commander, the 4 highest officers of the guard Sima and the army, and a unit of 155 soldiers. The establishment of a guard totaled 1,782 people. Among them, the main responsibility of joining the army is to manage military discipline. In terms of military discipline, joining the army is the biggest. If the commander violates military discipline, the joining army can also apply military law to him. In addition, joining the army is also responsible for daily training and providing reference opinions to the commander during combat. And the soldiers of that group are not only responsible for the safety of the commander, the army's communications, and logistics escort, but the most important thing is to protect the military flag. As long as there is 1 person in a guard post, the military flag must not fall down. As for why we have to use flags as units, it's actually very simple. The pattern of fighting is already there at this time. Luo Chong doesn't have a telegraph machine, a telephone, a walkie-talkie, or a walkie-talkie. How can you command the army? In the Legion-style battle formation command, you can only control the advance and retreat by blowing trumpets, beating drums, ringing gold, that is, beating gongs. When changing formations, you can only use semaphores to communicate. When it is necessary to change the formation, the Supreme Commander issues an order, and the soldiers are responsible for beating drums to convey the signal for the formation change to the various units. The flag-bearers send out various flags according to the commander's orders. Commanders at all levels control their own troops according to the flags of the Supreme Command. Only in this way can the entire huge army be driven like an arm. Of course, this is all a thing for later, it is a goal. Now Luo Chong can only think about it. With a total of 1,000 people in the Han tribe, he can only form a unit of 155 people at most. What is the pass and what is the guard? Now it is even counting the children who are nursing, there is not even a single one. Thinking about various management systems in his mind, Xiao Dai, who was lying on his body, was already breathing evenly. It was quiet outside the shack, and the footsteps of the hunting team patrolling could still be vaguely heard. No matter what, we have to wait until we return to implement any reforms. For now, we should win this battle first. Luo Chong twisted his numb neck, picked up an animal skin and covered himself and Xiao Dai. And fell asleep beautifully. There was no words all night. Early the next morning, at dawn, Xiao Dai was lying on Luo Chong's body and dreaming beautifully. Suddenly she felt someone was doing her hair and patting her back. I thought it was Luo Chong who woke me up again. So Xiao Dai rubbed her face against Luo Chong and said in a daze, well, Luo Chong, let me sleep a little longer, it's not yet dawn. Xiao Dai twisted her body and wanted to continue sleeping, but she still felt like someone was patting her. The back of her neck was still hot and wet, as if someone was kissing her. Xiao Dai was instantly ashamed, but suddenly she felt something was wrong. She was lying on Luo Chong's body, so who was kissing her neck from behind, When she slowly turned around, she suddenly saw a long, wet nose dangling from her body. Ah, Luo Chong, there is a monster. Xiao Dai exclaimed in fright, pulled Luo Chong up, then hid behind Luo Chong and shook Luo Chong hard. Well, stop shaking. It's an elephant raised by our tribe. Its name is Ruru. It eats grass and won't bite. You don't have to be afraid. Luo Chong rubbed his confused eyes and looked at the cute man standing at the door of the shack, licking the flesh of his nose. He turned around and comforted Xiaodai. Really? Really? Ah, there are more behind. Xiaodai hid behind Luo Chong and asked in surprise. Suddenly she felt something moving behind her. Then she turned around and looked back, and saw that the wall of the shack behind her had been torn apart. There was a big hole, and there was also a long nose that pulled grass from the shack and stuffed it into its mouth. Luo Chong turned his head and looked, and slapped himself on the forehead. Damn, you won't let go of the grass when you see it. My grass skirt was eaten by you, and now you are eating your own grass shed. When Xiaodai and Luo Chong came out of the shack, they saw that Ruru and Huishan were already having breakfast in front of their shack. The two of them were getting bigger and bigger, and their appetite was getting more and more, which made Luo Chong worried. Xiaodai saw that these two fools were really eating grass, and she was not as scared as before. She walked around them and looked at Luo Chong's two pets, curiously. While Luo Chong was, I went to find Dolly, who was on guard duty. Dolly, today you asked the tribesmen to build more grass sheds on the top of the hillside opposite Tuga Ridge. They can be built with twigs, grass, or even shrubs. These straw huts are not for living in people, but for lighting fires. It doesn't matter the quality, just the quantity. Even if you pile up firewood to make up the number, the distribution area should be large, and the distance in the middle can be lengthened. When the time comes, the fire will be lit, so that a sea of fire can be clearly seen below the hillside. Luo Chong began to arrange countermeasures against the fire tribe. Chief, are you burning it for the fire tribe to see? Dolly scratched his head and asked uncertainly. That's right, go and do it quickly. In 3 or 4 days, the fire tribe will be coming. We must disguise this place as a large residence within these few days. Luo Chong explained. Yes, leader, I understand. Dolly responded and went to find someone to do something. On the Tuga Ridge side, everyone was under the command of Luo Chong to create a suspicious formation and prepare to catch all the invading enemies. But not far to the northeast of the fire tribe, which was dozens of kilometers away, that Gai Yufu also led nearly 100 people. The team is marching. Of this team of less than 100 people, more than 50 are members of the Yu tribe, and the remaining 30 or so are savages, collected from various places. They are both men and women, and there are also children who are not very old and have their buttocks bare. The adults around me are all very thin, and many of them have old injuries or disabilities that will never recover. In a jungle, not far ahead of them, next to a huge rock, a large earth bag like a tomb suddenly bulged out from the ground. At the joint between the earth bag and the rock, there was a large, dark hole heading underground. Extending. On the ground outside the entrance of the cave, a woman in her 40s was cooking something with a clamshell as big as the mouth of a bowl. On the grass not far away, an 8-year-old girl and 4, 5 or 6-year-old girls, they were digging something on the ground with branches. Suddenly, a little girl seemed to have dug something. She happily ran to the middle-aged woman to show off. Mother-in-law, look, I dug up a big earthworm. Here, you can eat it. The little girl stretched out her hands covered with soil, still holding the big twisting earthworm in her hands, and kept swallowing her saliva. The middle-aged woman turned her head and glanced in the direction of the little girl, but she could only see a vague outline. There were no black pupils in her eyes, only a cloudy white. If Luo Chong were here, he would be. It can be seen that this is a cataract. Good boy, you can eat by yourself. My mother-in-law is not hungry. She is old and cannot eat so much. The woman said, stroking the little girl's hair. Then, let's cook it and let's eat together. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then threw the earthworm directly into the clam shell, then took the branch and started digging again. After a while, the 8-year-old girl came over with some mushrooms and said, Mother-in-law, I found some mushrooms. Let's cook them for our sisters. Okay, it's the older woman who can do it. You go and get the sisters back. There are some chestnuts in the cave. You go and get some for the sisters. The middle-aged woman smiled kindly. The little girl hummed and turned around to call her little sisters. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a strong adult man riding on a tall deer with horns, looking down at them. The little girl was startled and quickly shouted to her younger sisters, "Daya, Arya, come back quickly." While shouting, she picked up the two nearest children. Several little girls ran behind the middle-aged woman in panic. One of the children accidentally knocked over the clam shell that was cooking. The half-cooked wild vegetables, earthworms, and mushrooms inside were scattered all over the floor, covered in black charcoal ash and mud. Wow, woo-woo, mother-in-law, I'm scared. Child, don't be afraid. Stand behind. Who are you and what are you doing? The middle-aged woman stood up and pointed forward with a not-so-straight wooden stick. While comforting the child behind her, she looked warily at Yufu, who was riding an antlered deer in front of her. Blind Granny, I'm Fu from the Yu tribe, and I'm here to see you. Yufu got off the deer's back and slowly approached the women. Fu? What are you doing here? Haha, come to see us? What's so interesting about me, a blind old woman and a few undergrown children? We don't have anything to give you in exchange. The woman was relieved when she heard that the Yu tribe was someone she knew. The Yu tribe often traveled around and had contact with savages from all over the place. The Yu tribe would even purchase the prey or medicinal herbs caught by the savages and help them. They went to the larger tribes to exchange for what they needed and benefited from it. Everyone takes what they need and does not invade each other. The savages also think this is fair, so they all have frequent contact with the traveling tribes. Yufu also said directly, "Mother-in-law, there is a big tribe asking me for help. That tribe is willing to take you in. Do you want to go or not?" Yu Yi, who was following you, quickly pulled you down. "Brother, that Han leader didn't say he wanted such a small child, and he also followed a blind mother-in-law. You lead these people over. If he doesn't, what should we do with the bullock cart? He will want it. He is a capable leader. Our wandering tribe has few people and no fixed residence. We can only earn enough by hunting and running errands for others to support so many people. But the Han tribe is different. If you can feed hundreds of people, you won't think these few people are too many. Look at what these children eat. If you were able to feed them, would you not take them in?" Yufu pointed to the clam shell that had been knocked over on the ground. A little girl was still wiping her tears, picking up half-cooked wild vegetables and earthworms from the mud mixed with grass ash and charcoal, rubbing her eyes and stuffing them into her mouth. "Looking at the food that I finally found." Yui was silent watching this scene. His own child was over 3 years old. If he was asked to watch his child pick up these things on the ground and eat them, he would definitely not be able to bear it. "What kind of tribe are they? What use are these girls like me? They have given you a lot of benefits, allowing you to come so far to find us." The blind mother-in-law asked suspiciously. She and others were originally abandoned by the tribe. She was blind and couldn't see clearly. She couldn't even see the way when she went out to collect food. She could only waste food if she stayed in the tribe. Even if she was abandoned by the tribe, I understand, it's just a pain to follow these girls like me. That autumn, when food was stored for the winter, the men died and injured several people while hunting. The tribe had no choice but to abandon the girls, otherwise the food stored would not be enough for the entire tribe to survive the long winter. Now that she heard that there was another tribe that wanted to take her in, the woman's first thought was that she didn't believe it, because she knew that these people of hers were worthless. They are a large tribe with hundreds of people, and everyone in their tribe has a stone basin. They call the red stone basin pottery. They also raise a lot of grass-eating horned animals to help people work. It is just a matter of taking you in. They are not a bad tribe for the sake of increasing the population. As for me helping them, it's because their leader promised me that as long as I bring him enough people, he will give me 2 obedient horned beasts. How about you go? Yufu explained to the blind mother-in-law. After hearing Yofu's explanation, the woman was obviously a little moved. It didn't matter whether she was dead or alive, but it would be great if these children could be raised by adults. Are you telling the truth? Each of them has a stone basin and a live horned beast? The blind mother-in-law continued to ask. She wanted to confirm again. Yufu did not answer directly, but brought the big horned deer to the blind old woman, took her hand and touched it. This is the horned beast they raised. It is very obedient and can be ridden and walked. There are many more in their tribe. There is no shortage of food for you people. Go, at least for those children. Yufu continued. Advising. The blind mother-in-law touched the warm body of the horned beast and her body began to tremble. She already believed that what Yufu said was true. Okay, take them away. I, an old woman, won't go. I'm blind and can't collect food. If their leader sees me and thinks I'm useless and doesn't take these children in, then I, this old woman, well, it's a sin. Mother-in-law, we won't leave, we are afraid, we won't leave. Several little girls came over and hugged her thighs. Good boy, go ahead. If you go, you won't have to suffer with your mother-in-law. Then you will be able to eat animal meat every day and have warm animal skins to wear in winter. No, woo-woo, we are following mother-in-law, we are not leaving. Yufu looked at them, young and old, relying on each other and reluctant to leave, so he could only continue to persuade, you should go with them. There is no one to take care of their children. What if they go and get bullied? What if their tribe doesn't let them go? If I accept you, the worst thing you can do is send your children away and leave alone. You can't bear to let them continue to suffer with you. After listening to Yufu's words, the blind mother-in-law also felt that it made sense. Her life was worthless. If she could find a good home for a few little girls, even death would be worth it. Okay, I'll go with you, children. Grandma will go with you. Let's go to a big tribe with many people. You are all good children and you can't suffer here with your mother-in-law. In this way, 1 old, 5 young and 6 women also joined Yofu's team, and they continued to walk towards the cliff ahead. Brother, where are we going? You are going to massacre the tribe, but aren't they killing the tribe and there is no one left? Yu asked doubtfully from the side. There are people in their tribe. I have seen traces of people living there. There are definitely people alive in their tribe. The 2 tribe that Yufu mentioned was originally a small tribe of about 80 people. They lived at the foot of Yashan Mountain because their ancestors found that wild beasts often fell to their deaths on the cliffs. This was simply food falling from the sky, so he settled there. They lived a peaceful life there without fighting against the world. Over the past few hundred years, they had grown to a population of nearly 100. But just last year, the Fire Tribe, not far from them, set their sights on them. Under the leadership of Fire Chiefly, the Fire Tribe captured the 2 tribe, which had less than 100 people. All the men and children of the tribe were killed, and all the women were kidnapped. Only their leader, Xue Tu, was extremely brave because of his supernatural power. Despite being seriously injured, he escaped alone and was never seen again. But just last month, at the beginning of spring, Yutua passed by the original site of Tutu and Yufu once again found traces of someone having been there, so he concluded that there must be people alive in Tutu. The crowd marched forward for more than an hour, and finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. The original residence had been burned to ashes, and grave mounds bulged out on the ground. At a glance, there were 40 or 50 of them. It was simply A cemetery. The few little girls who had just followed the team took a look at the cemetery and quickly hid behind the blind mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, I'm afraid there is a dead man's head over there. I saw the direction that the little girl was pointing. Among the graves, in front of a grave that was obviously new soil, there were 2 branches stuck on the ground, with 2 tattered human heads hanging on them. They looked very fresh. Look. There are also human heads stuck in branches like this, in front of the grave mound next to it. After careful counting, there are 9 heads, but 7 of them have already dried, and I don't know how long ago they were. If you see it, I know there are still people alive. Yu Fu pointed to the cemetery with fresh heads and said to his brother, then turned to the empty space around him and shouted, Shuatu, come out, I know you are definitely still alive, I'm looking for you, something's wrong with you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the tree nearby, and then suddenly a strong man with a height of 1.85 meters jumped out of the tree. The strong man had a tiger skin skirt wrapped around his waist and was dirty all over. Yes, there was a foot-long scar on the bulging muscles on his chest. His long hair blocked his face, making him look like a madman. Only the 2-meter-long, straight and smooth wooden stick in his hand seemed incompatible with his slovenly image. It was a weapon passed down from generations of leaders of the 2 tribe. Why did you come to me? I am alone now, and have nothing to trade with you. The man named Shuatu made a hoarse voice from his throat. But you still have yourself. There is a tribe looking for me. Now you have nowhere to go. It's just a good time to find a tribe to join. You are not very old. Look at what you look like now. Are you still in the new tribe? Let the tribe find a woman and live a good life. Yu Fu directly stated his intention. No, I won't go anywhere. My woman is here, and my 2 children are here. My people are all lying underground. I want to kill all the people in the fire tribe and bury them with them. Shuatu excitedly pointed at the cemetery and shouted, his hoarse voice like the roar of a beast from hell. Yu Fu looked at him, and then at the heads, but did not give up, and continued to persuade Shuatu, but you are alone, no matter how powerful you are, how many can you kill? You can kill, there are not as many men as they captured at one time. When will you finish killing them? The tribe I'm talking about has hundreds of people, and they have powerful weapons and no shortage of food. You can join them first. Only if you can persuade the entire tribe to take revenge with you, can you possibly kill all the fire tribe. Shuatu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. What Yu Fu said made sense. After all, he was just a killer on his own, and if he wanted to exterminate other people's clans, he would need a large number of manpower, so he asked Yu Fu where is the tribe of several hundred people you mentioned? How powerful are their weapons? Can they beat the fire axe of the fire tribe? I won't tell you where it is. If you want to go, you can only come with me. I will also exchange you for things from their tribe. Yu Fu said straightforwardly, not minding being overheard by Shuatu. And Shuatu did not respond at all. He knew that Yu Fu would not come to him for no reason. This Yu tribe has always been unwilling to do anything early without benefit. As for their powerful weapon, it is a thin spear with long arms, which is no thicker than a finger. It has bird feathers tied to its tail. It is thrown out with a stick tied with a string. It flies very fast and far. The most important thing is that the spears are very small, each of them can carry dozens of them, you know how powerful they are. Yu Fu continued to introduce the situation of the Han tribe. Shuatu couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Yu Fu's description of the weapons of the Han tribe. Spear throwing is a skill that many tribes have. So when both parties use the same weapons, whoever carries more will have the advantage. They can actually carry dozens of thin spears alone. Well, although it is a thin spear that is not as thick as a finger, it is still a spear. If it pierces a person, it will kill someone. Such a weapon is really amazing, but even if I want to go, I have to wait until I bring all my people back before I go. I can't leave them behind. Shuetu said, pointing to the dozens of graves in the area. Yu Fu looked at Shuetu's resolute look and sighed. It seemed that there was no chance of taking him away, but Yu Fu was decisive. Since Shuetu didn't want to, he wouldn't waste time here. Luo Chong gave him the task as time limited. Since you don't want to go, forget it. But when you bring back your tribe, you can also join my Yu tribe and find a woman to live with again. It's better than being a savage here. Yu Fu resigned. With these words, he led his team away. Now he has only completed 1/3 of the task Luo Chong gave him, so he must hurry up. After watching the Yofu tribe leave, Shuetu stood alone in the cemetery and secretly clenched his fists. Although he wanted to join the tribe Yofu mentioned, he still couldn't let go of his tribe and glanced at the two with the fresh head. He silently picked up his wooden stick and started a new hunting journey again. After walking in the mountains and forests for a whole morning, he looked for some food to satisfy his hunger. Soon, Shuetu came to the corpse dumping place where he had ambushed the Fire Tribe tribesmen last time. There were no corpses here today, so Shuetu found a tree and climbed up to observe the Fire Tribe from a height, but soon, he discovered something unusual. The Fire Tribe was gathering warriors, and each of them brought several stone axes wrapped in fire rat skin, which were the fire axes mentioned by Shuetu, as well as 2 stone spears per person. All the captured women and children were driven back to the cave. There were nearly 50 adult men guarding the entrance of the cave, so as to ensure that the women and children would not escape after most of the men went off to fight. The women are all numb. This is not the first time this has happened. They know that this is the Fire Tribe going out to attack other tribes. Soon there will be a group of women here who will endure endless suffering like them in this devil's cave of pain. Other adult men from the Fire Tribe were gathering quickly, each carrying weapons and food, and the number gradually reached about 260 people. This is a very strong fighting force, with 260 adult male warriors. The total population of some small tribes is not that large, just like the former 2 tribe. A group of people quickly formed a long queue. Although the team was not very neat, it was still very intimidating. Under Huoli's shouts, they began to move towards Shuegu. Shuetu could see clearly from the tree. He knew very well what the Fire Tribe was going to do. Is another tribe going to be as unlucky as him? No, he couldn't just watch indifferently. If he had the ability to save all this, but doing nothing is any different from being their accomplice. Just thinking about it for a moment, Shuetu immediately decided that he had to do something, but it was impossible for him to stop the Fire Tribe alone. Although Shuetu had well-developed limbs, his mind was not simple at all. And also very smart. He decided to follow the Fire Tribe. Firstly, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill a few people to avenge his own tribe. The other was to see what the Fire Tribe's goal was. When he was almost there, he would take a detour to the front of the Fire Tribe. Report to their target tribe and let them escape first, completely destroying the Fire Tribe's purpose this time. Li led a large group of people all the way to Rumengshui Valley, but he had no idea that there was a killer who hated him so much that he was quietly following behind, preparing to make him return without success this time. In this way, the team marched for 2 days and came to the area of Rumengshui Valley. This made Shuetu, who was following behind, very confused. Could it be that they were not going to attack other tribes, but were here to participate in the spring festival? But soon, Shuetu knew that he was wrong. The Fire Tribe did not stop at Rumengshui Valley, but was looking for some traces nearby. The carpet search of more than 200 people allowed them to quickly determine the target. Next, the Fire Tribe searched for traces along the way and moved toward the northeast of Rumengshui Valley. After walking like this for another day, Shuetu suddenly discovered that even the Fire Tribe themselves did not know where their target tribe was. They could only determine the direction of progress based on the signs along the way, and this tribe was still far away from the fire tribe. Ah! What on earth does this tribe have that makes it worthwhile for the fire tribe to gather all its warriors at once and spend several days traveling such a long distance to attack them? Full of hatred and curiosity, Shwetu followed the fire tribe for several days until he was still one day away from Tuga Ridge. Shwetu finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Maid, who are the fire tribe going to fight? They have gone too far. The blood massacre has no patience anymore. Since the target is still a little far away, let's avenge ourselves first." In the middle of the night, Shwetu lurked in the woods and finally waited for his target. He didn't dare to get too close. The fire tribe's camps had torches and bonfires. It would be easy to be discovered if he got too close, so he chose specializing in sneak attacks on those who went to the woods to pee. It was still the simplest violent assassination. Before the two fire tribe warriors could make a sound, their heads were smashed by Shwetu's wooden stick and blood flowed. They died. After quickly cutting off the two heads, Shwetu fled quickly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the night watchers to discover that someone had gone to the woods and not returned. At first, some people thought that those who had just been forced to join took the opportunity to run away, but when they went to look for it, they saw two headless corpses. Huli was so angry that the guy who cut off other people's heads actually followed him here. He was so arrogant that he simply didn't take him seriously. Furious, Li drove all the tribesmen up and went to search for that guy with torches in the middle of the night, but the blood slaughterer had already run away, so how could he wait for them to search him? The soldiers who returned without success made Li even more angry. The soldier who reported the situation to him was also unlucky because of this. Li used him as a punching bag and beat him up when he caught the slightest mistake. Finally, he was beaten again. The lamp calmed his mood. In fact, even if Li was angry, he wasn't that angry, but because he didn't expect that the Han tribe was so far away, and they hadn't arrived yet after walking for so many days. He had already left impatiently, even if there hadn't been a bloody massacre tonight. This time, he could hardly bear it anymore. Li looked at the man who had been burned to death with a stern expression. Next to him stood a soldier who was sent out to explore the road. But when the soldier came back and saw Li burning people, he was so frightened that he stayed there and did not dare to speak. "How far away? Why don't you say anything? Do you want to be burned to death like him?" Li squeezed a question through his teeth. Chief, we're not far away. Back, there's still one day left. The mark is gone. There's a hillside there. I didn't dare to go up, for fear of being discovered by them. The subordinate said tremblingly. "One more day, tomorrow night, I will burn down your tribe." "Mad, you actually ran so far to attend the spring festival, do you think no one can catch up with you?" Early the next morning, the fire tribe continued to march towards Tuga Ridge, preparing to launch an attack that evening. At their target location, Luo Chong was also making final preparations with his tribe members. Luo Chong stood on the preset archer position, holding a long bow with the bowstring fully drawn and throwing an arrow down the hillside. With a whoosh, the arrow crossed a high arc, then fell rapidly, nailing straight to the ground. About 350 meters on the ground. Wow! It flew so far, I can't even see it. Where did the arrow fall? Xiao Dai stood on tiptoe, building a pergola with her hands and looking forward. It's just below the hillside. After a while, we will mark the landing point of the arrow. When the enemy rushes up, as long as they enter the marked line, it means that they have reached the range of our bow and arrow. At that time, we can take action. As Luo Chong explained, he walked a few steps horizontally along the position, and then shot a few more arrows down the hillside. The arrows connected into a horizontal line down the hillside, which was the range marking line of the long bow of the Han tribe. Bestia on the side had already been waiting there with dozens of people carrying copper shovels and straw men painted with lime. After watching Luo Chong finish shooting the arrow, he nodded to him and quickly led the people down to make marks. They would stick a straw man in every spot where the arrow landed. As for why it is a straw man and not something else, the reason is also very simple. If the distance is too far, it will not be obvious with stones or wooden sticks, and it is difficult to distinguish, but the target of the straw man is much easier to distinguish. Moreover, these straw figures have been painted with white lime water, so they can be clearly seen even in dim light. In addition, a few white straw men were inserted there, which looked artificial at first glance. People who didn't understand it thought it was some strange custom of the Han tribe. This would not make people suspicious and make people believe that this is a place of residence. However, little did they know that the moment they stepped past the straw man, they had already entered the forbidden land of death. The preparations were completed quickly. By noon, all 117 people on Tuga Ridge were ready, and a dozen antlered deer on Rarui Mountain had also been placed in the woods. Luo Chong did not arrange cavalry this time, and asked all the tribesmen who could archery to participate in the infantry battle in order to obtain the maximum output rate of the arrow formation. TSK, there is still no bow suitable for mounted archery. The longbow is too big. Although it is very powerful, it can only be used by infantry. It seems that we need to develop compound bows as soon as possible. It is best to make crossbows as well. Come out, so you don't have to worry about the lack of archers, because crossbows basically don't require much practice and are much faster to learn than bows and arrows. At this moment, Shiwatu, who was following the fire tribe all the way, suddenly discovered something strange. The fire tribe actually stopped to eat at noon. What does this mean? Before, I had 2 meals, morning and evening, every day. Why did I eat so early today? Did I go somewhere? Are you preparing to attack? However, when Shiwatu walked around the perimeter but found no one, he was still very anxious. He thought that his guess was right. The fire tribe was definitely preparing to attack, but his plan to report the news in advance was blocked. If it can't be implemented, should he just watch another tribe suffer the same fate as himself? No, absolutely not. Shiwatu immediately came up with another idea. While the fire tribe was still eating, he would follow the marks to find the target tribe in advance and remind them to escape quickly. Although it was more dangerous to walk in front of the fire tribe and be easily discovered by them, but now I don't care about that much. Doing what he thought of, Shiwatu immediately took a detour to the front of the fire tribe, looking for something that looked like a mark on the road ahead. He originally thought it was a mark unique to the fire tribe, and it would definitely not be easy to find, but he didn't expect that he just looked at it briefly. After a while, I found several kinds of marks, and they all pointed in the same direction. This is it, that's right. In fact, this is why the fire tribe is more cautious. They themselves are afraid that the person leaving the mark will make a mistake, so they arranged for several people to leave the mark using different methods. In this way, even if one of them makes a mistake, he only needs to follow more points to the same mark. If you follow the mark, you won't go wrong. I didn't expect that Shiwatu would get an advantage now, and I didn't expect that their plan would be seen through by Luo Chong from the beginning. Shiwatu ran wildly along the mark, hurrying on his way, and at the same time, he had to guard against whether there would be people from the fire tribe following him. After walking like this for almost 4 hours, Shiwatu saw the row of white straw men, and those marks were heading in front of the straw men. It seemed that their goal was this straw man tribe. Taking a deep breath, Shiwatu walked out of the woods without hiding his figure and walked towards the hillside of Tuga Ridge. But Luo Chong and the others on the top of the hillside did not show any panic at all, and were eating leisurely now. Although the war was right in front of them, the tribesmen were very confident and confident. They were fighting a well-prepared battle. After several days of preparation in advance, Luo Chong had rehearsed for them even the formation to be used. In addition, their leader was so calm and composed, so they were even more confident. Luo Chong and Xiaodai were eating grilled fish. The fish was transported in buckets from the Han tribe yesterday. Everyone hadn't eaten it in a few days, and now they were eating it with great appetite. At this moment, a tribesman on guard duty suddenly came over and reported, "Chief, a man came down the hillside and came up on his own. What should we do?" No, that's not what the script says. Doesn't it say to light the smoke first and then light the fire? Why did you send someone over? Call a formation? Or persuade to surrender? Luo Chong, with questions on his head, said, "Let's go and have a look." Then he and the warrior came to the edge of the top of the mountain. Shuda was already standing here with a dozen people holding bronze spears. Luo Chong walked among them and looked at Xuetu, who was alone and strolling down the hillside. "Tsk, this man is quite courageous. Chief, should we kill him?" Shuda asked from the side. "No, let's see what he wants to do first. I think he may not be an enemy. The fire tribe is planning to take advantage of the chaos to sneak attack on us. It doesn't matter if we send a person up now. Let him come up, but we still have to be careful to guard against him." Luo Chong analyzed the surrounding tribesmen. "Yes." Everyone responded. But Xuetu, who was walking to the top of the slope, was very surprised. He saw a group of people with their hair tied up on the top of the slope looking at him. They seemed to be holding weapons. What was going on? Could it be that this tribe had returned from hunting so early? Or maybe they had already taken precautions. Xuetu stopped thinking about it. He was not looking for trouble anyway, he was here to help. It would be better to advise them to leave quickly. When Xuetu came to the hillside, a dozen men quickly surrounded him and pointed their spears at him. Xuetu was not timid and spoke directly, gesticulating and saying, "I want to see your leader. I'm here to report that there are other tribes who want to attack you. They will be here soon." At this moment, the tribesmen surrounding Xuetu also made way for an empty seat, and Luo Chong, wearing a golden crown, walked over from outside. "I am the leader." Xuetu looked at Luo Chong, who was obviously the leader in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This leader is so young, is he an adult? But time was very tight now, so he didn't waste any time and continued to gesture. "There are other tribes that want to attack your tribe, kill your people, and steal your women. There are many of them, and they are coming soon. You should run away quickly." Xuetu said in a hoarse voice, fearing that Luo would rush. I couldn't understand it, so I made several gestures in succession. When Luo Chong understood what Xuetu meant, he was also startled. This guy actually came to report a message. Is there such a thing among primitive people? Which tribe are you from, and why did you come to tell us this news? Luo Chong asked with suspicious gestures. After reading Luo Chong's question, Xuetu's expression suddenly froze, and then he looked sad. "I am the leader of the two tribe. My tribe was killed by them, and I am the only one left. I don't want you to be like me, so I came to report the news. You should run away. There are many of them and you can't defeat them." After Xuetu made several gestures, Luo Chong was also surprised. He didn't expect that this was the enemy of his enemy, but the enemy of his enemy is not necessarily a friend. "Thank you for the reminder, but we will not run away. Anyone who dares to attack our tribe will be defeated by us," Luo Chong said confidently. "No, there are many of them and you are few. If you don't run away now, you will kill your tribe and the fire tribe will kill all your children." When Xuetu heard that Luo Chong was unwilling to run, he immediately became anxious and shouted excitedly, as if he remembered the scene where his child was killed by the fire tribe. After hearing Xuetu's furious shouts, Luo Chong did not refute, but waved his hand, and the tribesmen surrounding Xue immediately stood in a semicircle, leaving half of their line of sight so that Xue could see the surrounding situation. Looking at the situation around him, Xue eyes widened immediately. He saw hundreds of tents set up in the large open space around him, but they were all very crude. Some even used 3 branches to form a tripod. And a small bundle of branches and thatch were piled on top. This is not for people to live in. And there are no traces of long-term human life around. The most important thing is that there is not a single child here. An answer instantly appeared in Xuetu's head. Isn't this where your tribe lives? Luo Chong nodded to him and said, we have known for a long time that the fire tribe is coming to attack us. I also deliberately left those marks on the road to lure them here and then kill them. Xuetu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. No wonder it was not dark yet. They had so many adult men gathering here and did not go out to hunt for the tribe. They had been making preparations for a long time. Even the fire tribe, they knew about the markings in advance and took advantage of them. But you have too few people. You can't defeat them. They have fire axes. Xuetu shook his head and said, how many of them are there, and have you seen them? Xuetu nodded and glanced at the 100 or so tribesmen around Luo Chong. There are nearly 3 of you, and the fire tribe is all grown men. If you can't beat them, you'd better run away. When Luo Chong heard that there were less than 300 people, he couldn't help but smile and shouted loudly to his tribe, brothers and sisters, the fire tribe only has less than 300 people here, and each of us has 50 arrows. Tell me, are you afraid? Not afraid. The clansmen had confident smiles on their faces and shouted in unison. Even their morale had increased a bit, leaving Xuetu stunned. Where did they get their confidence from? We won't run, but you can't leave either. You saw our preparations. We can't let you go. It would be bad if you ran to tell the fire tribe. I hope you will cooperate and wait until we are defeated. The fire tribe will let you go. Someone, tie him up. Luo Chong waved his hand again, and Shu De and Dolly immediately stepped forward with the rope, preparing to control Xuetu first. Wait a minute, you don't need to tie me up. Can you really defeat the fire tribe? After hearing what Luo Chong said, Xuetu also agreed very much. If it were him, he would not let the messenger go. He felt that Luo Chong, the young leader, was indeed very smart. Maybe he did have a way to win. Indefinite. Of course, otherwise would you think that I would lead my own people to death here? Luo Chong said very confidently. Then you don't have to tie me up. I can fight with you. I want to avenge my people. Xuetu said pleadingly. But I don't trust you. I can let you watch, but you still have to be tied up. Luo Chong shook his head and continued with a wave of his hand. Shu De and Dolly quickly stepped forward to hold Xuetu's arm, but Xuetu shook his shoulders and easily broke away, scaring the surrounding tribesmen who quickly pointed their spears at him. You don't have to tie me up. Don't worry. At worst, I'll just be here for you to watch. I won't cause trouble for you. I can still help you when you can't beat me. Xuetu broke away from the 2 of them. Bound said. Luo Chong also didn't expect that this guy was so strong. Even the 2 generals of the Han tribe couldn't hold him. This guy was so strong. After thinking for a while, Luo Chong said, in this case, we won't tie you up, but if you escape or make trouble, we will kill you first. How about? Xuetu did not speak, but nodded silently to express his approval, and he was not unhappy in his heart. He was also a smart man, and he also believed that Luo Chong's caution was necessary. Luo Chong looked at him and nodded, and also waved his hand. The tribesmen withdrew their surroundings, and began to pack away the pots and pans they had just cooked. Xuetu, on the other hand, followed Luo Chong holding his big wooden stick. How are you going to fight them? There are so many of them? Luo Chong glanced at this guy, frowned and said, "I won't tell you, and you don't want to help. You just watch when the time comes. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not reminding you." Qingshu spread his hands aside, indicating that he would not ask any more questions, and then looked at the tribe with tied hair, curiously. Soon, more than an hour later, the sun gradually set to the west, the sunset glow turned the entire sky red, and large groups of fire clouds floated in the sky. The remaining blood of the setting sun seemed to indicate that today's night was destined to be an unstable night of blood. The fire tribe came, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they piled a large pile of dry firewood at the forest line at the foot of the hillside, and cut many fresh branches, leaves and shrubs and piled them on top, preparing to smoke according to the predetermined plan. Just when the setting sun was about to be swallowed up by the horizon, not far down the hillside, a thick column of black smoke rose up into the sky. Luo Chong, who had been paying attention to the situation below on the top of the slope, also saw the black smoke. After waiting for almost 5 minutes, Luo Chong calmly said 2 words, "Light the fire." A dozen tribesmen held prepared torches, and quickly shuttled between the hundreds of thatched huts. The greased hay and branches were quickly ignited, and the fire soon became one, and the flames soared into the sky. The whole mountain. In the eyes of Huoli from a distance, the color was even more beautiful than the Huashaoyun just now. "Brothers, our spy is here, ha ha ha. Follow me, and fight in. The white salt, pottery, and young women are all ours. Kill them all with me." Huoli looked at the fire on the top of the slope and shouted crazily. Qingshu looked at the plume of smoke at the bottom of the hillside, and then at the sea of fire on the top of the hillside. He couldn't help but murmured in surprise, "Isn't it what you guys have agreed upon, and you even led yourself to set the fire?" Luo Chong stood on the edge of the top of the hillside, looking at the fire tribe below who had rushed out of the forest line. Each of them held a torch in one hand and 2 spears in the other. "Hey! What are you going to do? They are coming up. If you have no other choice, run away." Qingshu looked at the fire tribe charging up the slope and couldn't help but shouted to Luo Chong anxiously. Luo Chong ignored him and turned around to command his people. "Everyone is here, arrayed in predetermined positions." Following Luo Chong's roar, the 117 clan members, except for Luo Chong and Xiao Dai, all stood in 3 horizontal rows, with 38 people in the first 2 rows and 39 people in the last row. There were 2 meters apart in the middle of each row. Distance. The tribesmen all stood sideways facing to the right, holding long bows in their left hands, and an arrow pot slung on their waists, each holding 50 arrows. Looking at the feet of the tribesmen, 3 straight lines have been drawn with white lime in advance. Looking at the 3 neat rows that formed in an instant, as well as the equipment that the tribesmen all had the same and didn't know what it was called, Qingshu suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of blood boiling. But could he defeat the fire tribe in this way? Qingshu glanced at Luo Chong again. Luo Chong was still looking down the mountain calmly. 1 minute passed and the fire tribe was still 300 meters away from the white straw man at the foot of the mountain. "Everyone is here, prepare to launch, pay attention to the string-pulling movements, don't be nervous, listen to my command." Luo Chong shouted to the tribesmen loudly. After hearing the order, the tribesmen all looked sideways in the direction down the hillside. They raised the long bow in their left hand high and drew an arrow with their right hand and put it on the string. But before they pulled it apart, the arrows were aimed at the front. The sky above the heads of platoon soldiers. Qingshu couldn't help but stared at it. The sharp spearhead was thinner than a finger, the length of an arm, and there were short spears with bird feathers tied to their tails. Each person could carry dozens of them, tied with a thin rope. The wooden stick is fired. Isn't this the weapon that Yufu said? Isn't this the powerful tribe that Yufu asked him to join? At the foot of the mountain, Huoli ran wildly with his clan members, and soon reached a place 50 meters away from the white straw men. Looking at the row of white straw men in front of him, Huoli shouted loudly to his warriors. "Young men, burn the totem poles of the Han tribe for me. I will burn all the Han tribe to ashes, and kill them." The Fire Tribe warriors who rushed at the front waved the incendiary bombs in their hands, and threw them at the white straw men. The fire rat skin wrapped on the stone axe had been burning for a while, and some of the hairs were burned into a sticky glue. The moment the stone axe came into contact with the straw man, the burning hairs instantly stuck to the straw man, directly igniting it. That hay without a trace of moisture. Whoosh, 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 with the sound of stone axes whistling in the air, the straw men were lit one after another, forming a more eye-catching range-marking line at the foot of the mountain. Luo Chong, who was on the top of the slope, raised a contemptuous smile and cursed secretly. The Fire Tribe really thought he didn't die quickly enough. Soon, the Fire Tribe rushed to a place 10 meters away from the scarecrow. "Everyone is here, ready to shoot, ready, release arrow." Zheng, 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 zheng. The sound of bowstrings being released one after another sounded, and arrows shot straight into the sky. Second round, prepare, shoot arrows. The third round, prepare, shoot arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At a distance of 350 meters, the frantic Luo Chong asked the tribesmen to shoot 3 rounds in a row before the first round of arrows hit the ground. The arrows were as dense as locusts, one after another. Luo Chong ordered the release of arrows when the Fire Tribe was less than 10 meters away from the straw man. When they all ran in front of the straw man, the first round of 115 arrows fell from the sky, giving everyone in the Fire Tribe a chance to react. Without any of them, he suffered a fatal covering blow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The first round of 115 arrows fell from the sky and fell accurately into the Fire Tribe's attacking team. In an instant, there was a muffled sound of arrows penetrating the flesh. In the blink of an eye, the Fire Tribe's team of 260 people lost more than 50 people, all of whom were hit by arrows. Fall to the ground. Some people were hit by 2 or 3 arrows and died on the spot, while others were hit in the head by 1 arrow. The luckiest ones were only hit in their arms and legs. These arrow wounds were not fatal, but they could be regarded as a direct loss of combat effectiveness. This is not about how powerful the Han tribe's longbows are. The key point is that the Fire Tribe has no protection. You must know that it is the second month of spring, the weather is not low, and most of the men are shirtless and wearing animal skin skirts. Or a grass skirt, let alone any armor, and no shield. It's equivalent to using your body to bear the arrow feathers completely naked. That's not a total death. Ah, what is this? It stabbed me to death. Where did it come from? Someone come and save me. Ah, I'm bleeding, please save me, I'm going to die. The Fire Tribe warriors fell to the ground wailing, and everyone stopped running forward. They all looked at the injured people to see what happened. It seemed like some thin sticks fell from the sky, and then some of them fell to the ground. What's going on? Get up. Get up quickly. We are about to rush forward. Help the living people up quickly. We will continue to rush forward. The leader of the Firely kicked and beat the tribesmen who fell on the ground, asking them to get up quickly. There were also some people who were not hit by arrows, or who were not killed by arrows in their limbs. They helped each other to get up. Everyone wanted to continue moving forward, but the next second, the second round of 115 arrows arrived. There was another muffled sound of popping, and some of the soldiers who had just helped each other to get up were directly strung together. The wounded who had only been hit by arrows in their limbs were hit by 1 or 2 arrows again, and this time they could no longer stand up. There were soldiers who had just escaped the first wave of arrows. Some of them went to help the wounded, but they happened to be hit by the second wave of arrows. Ah, those ghosts are here again, they are flying from the sky, a dash. A warrior who had just been hit by an arrow on his shoulder looked at the sky in front of him in horror and shouted. As soon as he finished shouting, another arrow hit his head directly, and he died on the spot. In a few breaths, the fire tribe once again lost more than 60 people. Even Huli was hit by 2 arrows in one of his thighs. The other warriors looked at the sky with deadly spikes flying in front of them in horror, but they couldn't. They couldn't see clearly where these things came from, because they didn't see the enemy at all. At this time, someone suddenly noticed the blazing white straw men around them, and then suddenly thought of something terrible. Those white straw men are the guardian gods of their Han tribe. We burned their gods, and their gods came to punish us, ah. The third round of arrow rain has arrived again. Shwetu stood next to Luo Chong, watching his performance with a confused expression. Under Luo Chong's order, waves of arrows flew into the sky, and then disappeared without a trace. Shwetu was anxious, keep jumping in place. They haven't come up yet. Your spear was thrown too early. Can it hit from such a distance? It's a waste of time. Wait until they come up before throwing it. Luo Chong looked at the foot of the mountain, shook his head, pointed to the fire below and said, they can't come up. Shwetu followed Luo Chong's finger and was stunned for a moment. He saw that the 260 torches of the fire tribe were in a mess the moment they passed the straw man. The light and shadow of the torches were shaking, sometimes gathering into a group, and then again. They dispersed quickly, and then there was chaos again, but instead of continuing to rush forward, sporadic torches began to run behind. Luo Chong saw that the firelight at the foot of the hillside was stagnant. He guessed that they were also stunned. Such a dense 345 arrows fell on the fire tribe's team, and it was estimated that at least half of them would be killed. Now is a good time to expand the results of the battle. So he immediately issued a new order. Everyone is here. The enemy wants to escape. Now we fire 5 rounds. Then we all move forward and shoot to catch up. Yes. When the tribesmen heard that Luo Chong said that the enemy wanted to escape, they were very happy. This showed that the 3 rounds of volleys just now had caused a lot of damage to the enemy. But it's not possible to escape now. You will fight when you say it, and you won't fight when you don't want to. Are the Han tribes so easy to bully? So the tribesmen set up their bows and arrows one after another and started a new round of shooting. You know, they knew at the beginning that the number of enemies was 2 or 3 times their own. It would be false to say that they were not afraid at all. Although Luo Chong had arranged the arrow formation and other things for them before, this was the first time after all. They didn't know if it was useful or not. Now that they had a definite answer, they felt a lot more confident, and their archery speed was also faster. This time the order was for 5 consecutive rounds of shooting. As long as they shot 5 arrows in a row, they could not see the target at all. They just shot towards the sky in front of them. They only pursued speed and did not care about where the target was. They only observed the effect. As long as the leader is keeping an eye on the matter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More dense arrows flew down the hillside. The fire tribe, which had just suffered 3 rounds of arrow rain, had lost more than half. Only about 140 of the 260-man team were still alive, and more than 100 people died on the spot. And the rest have at least 1 arrow stuck in their body. Moreover, the bronze arrow clusters of the Han tribe are all flat arrowheads with 4 edges and 2 edges. The arrows also have 2 edgeless barbs extending from the back. It is easy to get in, but if you want to pull them out, you have to take a piece of meat with you. No, sometimes the secondary damage caused by pulling out the arrow is more severe than being hit directly by the arrow. But someone just did this. Huli pulled out 2 arrows from his thighs, and immediately brought down 2 pieces of meat. His thighs were bleeding profusely, but he couldn't care about this. All he could think about was thinking about what a tribesman said just now, those straw men are the patron saints of the Han tribe, and the gods of the Han tribe are punishing them. Thinking of this, Huili immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat behind the straw man. Quick, retreat immediately." It's a pity that his reaction was a step too slow. Before he finished speaking, a denser rain of arrows came again. When the fire tribe warriors saw so many spikes falling from the sky, some started to run back before Huili finished speaking. Those who were hit by arrows and couldn't run fast were holding on to those around them who were not hit by arrows, begging, "Let them take them with them." In the end, it was only such a delay that the muffled sound of popping sounded from the ears again. Those who were not dead were immediately chilled this time. Many of the people who were pulled were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, and then were followed closely. The next wave of arrows hit him relentlessly. By the time the 140 people from the fire tribe fled behind the straw men, there were only less than 50 intact warriors left, and less than 30 wounded with arrows in their bodies. They rolled and crawled away from the death zone. When they looked back, they were immediately frightened. It was not that they were afraid of the dead, but that in front of the row of burning straw men, the ground was filled with countless arrows, but on the other side of the straw man, there were no arrows at all, forming a sharp contrast on the empty grass. Then this situation seems very strange. Is that straw man really that evil? Huili and some of the faster runners had stopped a long time ago. They looked at the arrows flying one after another, but they couldn't fly past the border made of straw men, so they simply stopped running and sat down on the spot. Get some rest. Huili was panting, looking pale as he looked ahead at the countless dead and wounded. No, a lot of clan members had died. Now those wounded could no longer breathe. For the first time, fear arose in his heart. In Li's heart, he always believed that the flame was omnipotent. The flame helped him defeat one tribe after another, making the fire tribe become stronger and stronger under his leadership. But today, the flame of his belief angered the Han tribe. The gods brought such a severe punishment to him. Among the 260 soldiers brought out, not even a fraction of the original ones could go back with him alive. Thinking about this, Li couldn't help but regret. Why did he come to attack the Han tribe? Was he really wrong? His face began to turn whiter and whiter, big beads of sweat oozed from his body, and his eyes became more and more black. My body is getting colder and colder. Li desperately opened his eyes and stretched out his arms to pick up the fallen torch. He hoped that the flames would bring him light and warmth, but the 2 blood holes on his thighs were like a dream in the water valley. The fountain bleeds endlessly. It turned out that just when he was pulling out the arrow, an arrow inserted into the inner thigh hooked the main artery of the leg. In less than 20 seconds after escaping behind the straw man, Li was completely cut off from life. The arm that desperately wanted to reach the torch fell down feebly. Those around who were still looking back at the arrows secretly sighed that they were lucky to have escaped. When they wanted to ask the leader what to do next, they found that the leader had fallen to the ground dead. "Chief, leader, the leader is dead too. What should we do now?" No one knew what to do, or they even opened their mouths in a hurry before they came, because the god of death on the mountain was already rushing towards them. In the Han tribe's arrow formation on the top of the slope, the tribesmen had just fired a round of 5-shot bursts. Before they could rest, Luo Chong's order came again. "Everyone is here, move forward 20 steps, fire 2 rounds, hurry up, don't let them run away." The tribesmen didn't have time to reply, so they followed Luo Chong's request and took 20 steps forward to the edge of the top of the slope. They stood in a row with Luo Chong. Then, without waiting for orders, they opened their bows and knocked arrows in a 2-shot burst. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 230 arrows flew out. Before the arrows could hit the ground, Luo Chong's order came again. "Go forward 20 steps, throw 2 rounds, and let's continue chasing." So the tribesmen began to take action again. As for the physical strength of the people, Luo Chong also had an estimate. The British longbowmen in the Middle Ages could shoot 25 arrows in a row. Luo Chong and the others had only fired a few rounds, not to mention that these primitive people were stronger than modern people. Behind the straw man at the foot of the hillside, the remaining 60 or 70 people of the Fire tribe were still arguing about what to do now. They said one thing and another, but because they were not leaders, no one from the various forces listened to the other. Started a quarrel right here. They thought that the back of the straw man was safe and the feathered spikes could not fly over. But the next second, another 230 arrows flew in, and more than 30 people died on the spot in an instant. There were no wounded this time. Every soldier who was hit by an arrow had more than 2 arrows stuck in his body. There were also people who kept running. They were constantly hit by flying arrows along the way. They fell to the ground with several arrows in their bodies. They might as well have "It would be better to stay where you are and take an arrow." This time no one cared about who to listen to, and they all ran away as hard as they could, heading all the way into the woods. However, people kept falling to the ground after being hit by arrows. By the time the Fire tribe fled into the woods, there are only single digits of people left alive. And Luo Chong and the others had also chased them to the battlefield below the hillside, following Luo Chong's bloody slaughter all the way. Looking at the corpses on the ground and the arrows that were inserted everywhere on the ground, as dense as weeds, their jaws dropped. Down. Damn it, this short spear is really a divine thing. Looking at the corpses on the ground, even the tribesmen who had been shooting arrows just now were a little surprised. They did not expect that there would be such a big result. In fact, this is also related to the tactics formulated by Luo Chong. If we really look into it, we find that the archery skills of these tribesmen are actually unqualified. Their training time is still too short. If they are allowed to shoot at a 100-meter fixed target one by one, they may not be able to hit it, let alone a moving target. But Luo Chong formed them together and did not require precise shooting. He only asked them to project from a long distance without even aiming, as long as the firing speed was fast enough. This is the correct way to use bows and arrows on the battlefield. Range-type coverage strikes have never been mentioned in terms of precision shooting. Precision shooting is what the cavalry does and has nothing to do with the infantry. The infantry only seeks maximum output. Chief, have they escaped? Shuda and Beastia watched row after row of arrows inserted in the distance, extending towards the forest. There were more than 20 corpses lying on the road, and they didn't know how many enemies had escaped. There must be some who have run away, but not too many. Didn't that bloody massacre say that the Fire tribe is 2 or 3 times as powerful as us? You can tell how many they have escaped by counting the corpses on the ground. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield, retrieved all the arrows, counted the bodies and piled them together, and then dug a hole and buried them at dawn tomorrow. Luo Chong looked at the more than 200 corpses on the ground and couldn't help but secretly sighed. Although he often performed missions and participated in battles in his previous life, he had never seen so many dead people at one time. After arranging for the clan members to clean up the battlefield, Luo Chong stood aside and thought about something. At this time, Shuetu also pulled out a few arrows from the ground and walked over, handing them to Luo Chong with a look of emotion on his face. The short spears of your tribe are very powerful. It would be great if our tribe also had such good weapons. Luo Chong took the arrow, glanced at Shuetu, and said to him, "This time, you come to report." "Thank you. You can pick some trophies to take away." But Shuetu shook his head numbly. He thought for a moment and said seriously to Luo Chong, "A few days ago, Fu from the Yu tribe asked me to join a tribe that uses this kind of short spear. I didn't go. Unexpectedly, I followed the Fire tribe and met you. Maybe this is God's intention. Can I join your tribe?" "Oh?" Luo Chong was surprised when he heard what he said. He didn't expect that this guy had been deceived by Yu Fu, but it was a pity that he was not deceived away, and now he was sent to his door. Seeing that Luo Chong did not agree directly, Xiutu quickly continued, I can help you find the fire tribe. I know where they live. These people were all killed by you. Now there are only about 50 men in their residence. The rest were women and children. There are more than 1,000 women and children. As long as you lead this team under my control, I can bring all those people back to you. Didn't you ask the Yu tribe to find people for you, so you won't be short of people? Luo Chong still didn't speak, but looked at him with interest, which made Xiutu look at him. It wasn't until he saw that Xiutu's patience was about to run out that Luo Chong spoke. It's impossible for me to hand over my people to your control, let alone let them avenge you. How do I know if there are people in the fire tribe you mentioned? What if you take my people to die? I won't go, Luo Chong said, shaking his head. Everything I said is true. Xiutu shouted. Just as Luo Chong said, he really wanted to use the strength of the Han tribe to take revenge, so he was a little anxious, but after he finished shouting, he immediately calmed down. Luo Chong was right, even if it was replaced by he himself wouldn't believe it, and he had no way to prove what he said. When Xiutu heard the shouts here, he also ran over, looked at Xiutu with vigilance, and then reported to Luo Chong. Chief, there are a total of 248 corpses here. The arrows have been recovered almost, but there are still dozens of them that have not been found. It is too dark to find them. Then stop looking for it now, close the team and take the clansmen back to rest. We will discuss the rest tomorrow and arrange for someone to keep watch at night. Luo Chong immediately made arrangements, then turned to look at Xiutu. You want to join my tribe, I can agree, but I can't believe what you just said, but I have a way to know whether it is true. What can I do? Xiutu asked, curiously, when he heard that Luo Chong was still sure what he said was true or false. Come with us. We captured some fire tribe teenagers a few days ago. They must know how many people there are in the fire tribe. They will know when they ask tomorrow. Luo Chong explained. Really? Xiutu was immediately happy when he heard that Luo Chong was still alive. Luo Chong didn't say anything, but nodded affirmatively. That's great, then I'll join your tribe. If you don't let me take care of those people, then go to the fire tribe and take me with you. I must avenge my former tribe. Xiutu did it immediately. Decided. Okay, I can promise you this. In this way, a group of people picked up the arrows and returned to the top of the mountain. Xiao Dai was also anxiously waiting for Luo Chong on the top of the mountain. When everyone chased down just now, Luo Chong didn't let her go down. She waited until she saw Luo Chong. She felt relieved after bringing her clan members back safely. The battle had been highly tense, and the battlefield had been cleaned just now. The tribesmen were also very tired. After receiving Luo Chong's order, everyone went back to rest. Luo Chong also called Beastia to make arrangements, go and get some food and give it to the 30 young men so that they can be full. Tomorrow morning you will lead people to watch them and let them dig holes and collect their food. Bury the clansmen. Yes, Chief. There is actually a reason for Luo Chong's arrangement. He still doesn't want to create any slaves now. The main reason is that there are only 30 people now, which is not much. It is not worth it to have some people to watch them. It's better to scare them tomorrow and let them know that their tribe is finished, and they have completely given up their will. Now even if they are let go, they have nowhere to go. It is better to join the Han tribe directly, otherwise they will be dead. Under intimidation, threats, and coercion from both sides, I believe that these young men who are not yet firm in their minds will make the right choice. Early the next morning, these young men, who had only had a full meal for several days, began to dig holes at the foot of the hillside under the supervision of their tribesmen. They saw that all the tribesmen who came to attack the Han tribe died here. I was very surprised, and at the same time I regretted why I came to work as an undercover agent after listening to Li's words. After the pit was dug, the teenagers were lined up to stand by the pit, and Luo Chong walked up to them and lectured them. You are all the people of the Han tribe who were exchanged for white salt, and you all got your own women at the spring festival. You could have lived a good life in the Han tribe as long as you didn't help the Fire tribe to fight us. Now that the Fire tribe is finished, whether you want to jump into this pit and die with them, or whether you want to join the Han tribe and live a good life with your own women, you can choose for yourself now. When those teenagers heard what Luo Chong said, they immediately cried and shouted to join the Han tribe without even thinking about it. That scene, TSK, really made them cry. A group of half-grown children burst into tears. They shouted that they wanted to join the Han tribe, but they were afraid and regretted it. Many of these people were kidnapped by the Fire tribe. Except for the team captains, they didn't even know about leaving marks. Only the 6 team captains knew the specific tasks. They were just soy sauce. It is really unjust to die like this. They don't want to die. They also want to live a good life like others. Okay, since you are willing to live, I want to ask you a few questions now. How many people are there in the Fire tribe? Where are they living? And how many women and children are there? Who can tell me? I know, Chief, I know. I also know that I can lead the way. Chief, I was captured by the Fire tribe. My sister is also there. The Fire chief forced me to do that, otherwise he would burn my sister to death. I can lead the way for you. Please rescue my sister too, she is only 8 years old this year, woo-woo. The teenagers were talking one by one, and soon Luo Chong learned about the situation of the Fire tribe from their mouths, and he couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the Fire chief was still a psychopath. However, after understanding the population of the Fire tribe, Luo Chong also decided to bring those women and children back, although they could not do anything and would even become a burden to the Han tribe. After all, it was not easy to feed more than 700 children who could not do anything. But if they are not brought back, the remaining dozens of men in the Fire tribe will not be able to support them. Whether these children can survive by then is a question. Although these children were forced to give birth, they were also innocent, and Luo Chong couldn't just sit back and watch them die like this. Okay, let's bury the whole. Let's wait until we get back to discuss the rest. We need to hurry up and get home before sunset. Luo Chong felt confident and made arrangements for the tribesmen. In this way, more than 200 corpses were buried underground. The Han tribe had almost no spoils from this battle. Luo Chong also looked down upon the stone axes and spears of the Fire tribe, but it would be good to replenish the population to some extent. Everyone spent the whole morning packing their things and started heading to the Han tribe at noon. It was not until evening that everyone returned to the Han tribe's residence. The living area has changed a lot. The small wall can no longer accommodate so many people. The new tribesmen have been placed outside the wall, and a cluster of pointed huts has been built along the side of the cave for them to live in. There is also a simple fence built with thick branches outside. In the evening, all the tribesmen gathered together to eat, and Da Shu also came to report to Luo Chong what had happened during this period. During Luo Chong's absence, everyone's life was normal. Even for the new group of tribesmen, Da Shu didn't know how to deal with them, so he asked them to find things they were good at in the Han tribe. Members of the Mushroom tribe and the Wen tribe joined the collection team and collected some new edible plants for everyone. The teenagers from the Wen tribe also found a deep red plant dye that they used to make tattoo pigments. Luo Chong didn't know what the plant was called. It was a low tree. The sap in the leaves and stems was dark green, but it turned dark red after being oxidized for a period of time after being exposed to the air. This thing has coloring properties. It was very good. It could be used to dye cloth in the future. Luo Chong noted it down and gave this plant a name, Hongyanko, which is a grass that can produce red pigment. Youngsters from the Cha tribe and the Ao tribe joined the fishing team. They are good at swimming and can fish in the water. They have also obtained a lot of food for the tribe in the past few days. The Dan tribe and the Thorn tribe fell in love with the carpenter. The Han tribe's cars, wooden buckets, and bows and arrows were all made by the carpentry team. Moreover, when these newcomers knew that these things were created by the leader, they admired Luo Chong even more. Directly regarded as a god by them. The Cave tribe and the Kama tribe have also found their own interests. The Cave tribe has participated in the work of making pottery and bricks, and the Kama tribe is currently learning metallurgy and copper smelting. The Zhu tribe did not find grapes here, but they found new sugar-making materials, which were the roots and root nodules of the man-eating tree, especially the syrup in the root nodules. They collected them directly and heated them in a clay pot. Stir-fry to make brown sugar. In fact, Luo Chong can also make sugar, but he doesn't have that much free time. As long as it is an edible plant with a relatively sweet taste, he can make brown sugar by squeezing the juice and directly heating and frying it, add water to dissolve the brown sugar, filter it, and add activated carbon is bleached and faded, and the faded transparent sugar liquid is recrystallized to become white sugar. The larger crystallized crystals are rock sugar. Making sugar is that simple. The other teenagers from the tribes all joined the hunting team. As the team expanded, everyone began to hunt around, gradually sweeping into the surrounding forests and getting a lot of food for the Han tribe. However, this is not a long-term solution. Human beings are becoming more and more united and powerful. Sooner or later, the surrounding animals will be eaten to extinction by them. Therefore, Luo Chong's new order is to try to avoid those animals that eat grass in the future. Catch them alive, bring them back and raise them, and slowly expand the population. The first rabbits of the Han tribe have also multiplied, and now there are more than 500 of them. This batch is already born from the batch of bunnies that Luo Chong just brought back, as well as the first batch of bunnies born in the Han tribe. This time all involved in reproduction. Rabbit breeding in the Han tribe has entered a period of rapid development. The size of the rabbit population this year will explode. To say that these rabbits are also magical. The creature at the bottom of the food chain, the faster it reproduces. In this way, this can ensure that their populations can continue and not lead to extinction. After Dashu finished reporting the situation, the senior leaders of the Han tribe also gathered together. Luo Chong, Shu De, Shu Wu, elders, Dashu, and Shiwatu began to plan the next development of the tribe. The rat which was the first to make suggestions to Luo Chong, Chief, there are too many new tribesmen. Our walls can no longer protect the entire tribe. There are also those thatched huts. It's okay to live in them now, but they won't be able to live in them in winter. Well, it's freezing, and there's no way to light a fire in the thatched hut. The elder also added, our food this year is also a problem. There are too many people. We may need to stock up on food for the winter early. Although it is just spring, we need to prepare early, as well as animal skins for the winter. If the animal skin is not enough, people will freeze to death. Luo Chong nodded after listening to what they said. These two old men were indeed thinking about the development of the tribe. Although they did not give any useful solutions, the two issues they raised were indeed very important. I have thought about these two questions. Do you have anything else to do? Luo Chong asked after they finished speaking. Chief, there is also the matter of attacking the Fire tribe. If we defeat them, we can increase the population by more than 1,000 people. Shuetu added. Several other people looked at Shuetu in confusion. Oh, let me introduce to you. This is Shuetu, the leader of the two tribe, and he has now joined our tribe. Luo Chong introduced to them. Several people nodded to Shuetu, and then the elder asked, "Chief, do we need to add more than 1,000 people? Then we may not be able to feed that many people." Luo Chong shook his head and said to them, "It doesn't matter. Most of the more than 1,000 people are 3 or 4-year-old children. Although they can't do much work, they can't eat much. If we work harder, we can still feed them." When several senior officials heard what Luo Chong said, they couldn't object and could only nod their heads in agreement. It wasn't that they didn't want to increase the population, they just felt the pressure was high. "Since you have nothing to say, let me tell you the solution. Now you have seen how fast the rabbits raised in the tribe give birth, so we have to find a way to expand the scale. When the time comes, Dashu, you can lead a team of people to continue catching hares. We can catch as many hares as we can. The more we catch, the more we can catch. The more food and hide reserves there are. In addition, if more people are organized to go fishing, fish will become our main food in the future. We need to reduce the number of hunting teams. We should set up more traps to catch prey in the forest, and then only send out a small team to patrol around once a day. First, we can prevent people from attacking us, and secondly, we can save a lot of manpower. The saved manpower is divided into 2 parts. One part continues to cut trees, and the trunks are made into logs to build houses, and the branches can be dried and used as firewood. The other part digs rivers and burns bricks. We build brick houses to live in. Brick houses are stronger and more not afraid of fire. By digging out rivers, more canals can be opened, so more paddy fields can be irrigated, and we can grow more rice to provide food. The carpentry group and the metallurgy group now focus on making various tools, including axes for cutting trees and copper shovels for digging. Tomorrow, I will regroup everyone. Everyone has to do their own thing and contribute to the development of the tribe. Do you understand? Luo Chong told them his future plans. Yes, Chief. Early the next morning, Luo Chong gathered 60 adult men, including 2 people from the original Han tribe, Beast Tooth and Stone, as well as all adult men from the Black Rat tribe, young men from the Tiger tribe, Bear tribe, Fasher tribe, and Du tribe. Each selected a few people, plus Xue 2 and 30 Fire tribe teenagers. A total of 90 people were organized. They also selected 10 adult women from the Han tribe who were good at archery to form a team of 100 people. They were about to go out to attack the Fire tribe. The reason why I brought a woman with me is, firstly, because they can also shoot arrows, and secondly, if all men are sent there, it may be difficult to bring back the women and children of the Fire tribe. Those women may think that the Han tribe and the Fire tribe are just like the tribe. They will abuse them when the time comes. But sending 10 women there can greatly reduce the resistance of those women. Let them communicate more with each other, and let them know how good the Han tribe is. In this way, it will be smoother to bring them back. Several main people in charge came to Luo Chong and listened to Luo Chong assign specific tasks to them. Shude, you will lead the team this time, Beast you will be your deputy, and Xue Tu will lead the way. Listen to his opinions. He is more familiar with the situation of the Fire tribe than you, but the action is decided by you. What do you think about us? We are more familiar with the weapons and fighting methods, and we must give full play to our advantages. This time I will give you a 10-antlered deer. If there is an emergency, I will have someone ride a deer back to report the news. My request is to be quick and to solve the problem quickly. We still have many things to do, and we cannot waste our manpower outside. Under the condition of ensuring the safety of the team, try to come back before this round moon. Do you all understand? Luo Chong told them. I understand. Several people said in unison. Okay, let's go. Luo Chong nodded to them, and the team of 100 people set off. Luo Chong is not worried about this battle. His side has strong force, excellent equipment, and more numbers than the enemy. It can be said that he has every advantage. As long as he is not particularly stupid, he will definitely win. Moreover, rats are big, have animal teeth, and can kill blood. None of these people are stupid. After they left, Luo Chong began to arrange things for other tribesmen. The collection team would collect more vines, while ensuring food for the day. The Han tribe needed a large number of vine baskets and dustpans to hold soil, mainly for digging. The river still needs to be used when building walls. In addition, young men from the cave tribe were sent to dig a hole and a fish pond by the river. The weather is hot now. Even if the fishing team hasn't finished eating the catch of the day, there is no way to save the rest. So just dig a small pond, put water in it, and put the live fish that haven't been eaten that day into it. Store live fish this way. If there is not enough food one day, you can catch fish from this small fishing pond, which can be regarded as an emergency reserve. The other thing is to build 2 more brick kilns, a green brick kiln with a semi-underground structure, which will be built next to the original kiln. We need to dig out the pit first. The hunting team also went to the mountains to dig holes and make traps with ropes and copper shovels. The area where they hunted was not in the same area as the logging field, to prevent their tribesmen from falling into traps when they went out to cut trees. Dazue was promoted to the leader of the metallurgical team by Luo Chong, responsible for all metal smelting and casting. The metallurgical team currently has 15 people, 8 of whom are women, and are mainly responsible for making molds with refractory clay. The first task Luo Chong gave him after his appointment was to make copper shovels, hoes, axes, and saws, tools for cutting trees and digging soil. The leader of the carpentry group is Mutong. There are still 20 members, including men and women. The task Luo Chong gave him is to first cooperate with Dazue to make tools, and then start to make a 2-wheeled cart that can be used by people. It can be pushed and pulled, or it can be pulled by animals. It doesn't have to be beautiful, as long as it can be made fast enough. This kind of human-powered trolley will be the main means of transportation for transporting building materials in the future. After Luo Chong had made arrangements, Xiao Dai also came to find Luo Chong. Luo Chong, what about me, what should I do? Xiao Dai asked, grabbing Luo Chong's arm and swinging it around. Why don't you go plant rami and expand our hemp field as soon as possible? I'll find a way for you if you need anything. Luo Chong thought for a moment and pointed to the small hemp field. But I want to weave cloth for you. Those hemp grass haven't grown up yet. When can I weave cloth for you? Xiao Dai muttered dissatisfiedly. There's nothing I can do about it. The Han tribe used to use sisal, but it grew slowly and wasn't suitable for weaving. We have just started planting rami this year, so it will take some time to accumulate. We will not collect the hemp grass this year. Once the hemp grass grows twigs, we will take cuttings. We will try to double the planting area of hemp grass this year. When there is more hemp next year, we can start weaving again. Luo Chong could only comfort her and said, Well, I'll plant hemp grass for you first, so that I can weave cloth for you in the winter. Xiao Dai could only nod, and then ran to the hemp field full of fighting spirit. After coaxing Xiao Dai away, Luo Chong called the elder and Xu Wu to talk to them about the restructuring and household division. Chief, what is household division? The 2 old men asked in unison. Household division means that every adult man, his wife, and children form a family. Both men and women must have a surname and a given name. A surname represents a tribe or a family. Men and women with the same surname cannot form a family. As we said before, people from the same tribe cannot have children, otherwise they will give birth to fools. But now the main population of our tribe comes from other tribes. We are not originally members of the same tribe. In this way, the children we give birth to in the future will not be members of the same family. They can find spouses in our own tribe, as long as they are from the same tribe. It doesn't matter if they have the same surname. Even if they have the same surname, it will take 6 generations before they can have children together. I said this, do you understand? Luo Chong explained to them that although these 2 old men have no real power, they still have a high prestige. If they can be supported, the matter of household division will be easier. Well, what the leader means is to give each tribe a code name to distinguish them. The same code name means that the 2 people are from the same tribe, so 2 people cannot have children. People with different code names mean that they are from 2 different tribes. People from a tribe can have children. Just like the tree tribe, the black rat tribe, the bald tribe, and the Han tribe, we all come from different tribes, so people from these tribes can have children, right? The rat wizard said what he understood. Luo Chong immediately nodded, indicating that he was right, but at this time, the elder raised another question. Chief, I understand the code name you mentioned, but why do we need to divide households? Do we all have to live separately? Wouldn't our tribe break up? It's not about living separately, it's just about dividing into families, it's not about driving everyone away. Well, let's put it this way, when you look at the huts, it's our tribe. Everyone lives together, works together, and lives together. However, we can let each man own a hut alone and live in the same hut with his own woman and children. In this way, a house represents a family, and the children they give birth to will not be mistaken, and their surnames will not be mixed up, which can ensure that the bloodline of each surname is relatively pure. This is what I mean by household division. They just live in separate houses, but everyone is still a member of the Han tribe and lives in the same residence. Do you understand? Luo Chong explained patiently. I understand, each adult man and his own woman should build a separate house to live in, so that everyone's children will not be confused, right? The elder nodded understandingly. Yes, that's what it means. What about when their children grow up? The rat witch thought of another question. It's still the same. When boys become adults, they start their own business and find a woman to start a family. When their parents get older, their children will be responsible for providing for them. That is, after their parents can no longer work themselves, their children should provide them with the necessities of life such as food and animal skins, just like their parents raised them. Luo Chong continued to explain. Well, that's right. It's not easy to raise a child. When the parents can no longer work, the children raised by them must support their parents. The leader said it well. The elder stroked his own goatee, said in agreement. I also understand, and I agree with this, but what is the code name for the surname and how to get it? The rat wizard also nodded in agreement, and then asked for specific details. Luo Chong took out a prepared wooden board and handed it to the 2 old men. There are 22 surnames on it, all of which I thought of in advance, namely, Gu tribe, Gu, Cha tribe, Chai, Ao tribe, Ao, Faisher, Shur, Dan tribe, Tan, and Wen tribe, Smell. Tiger tribe, Hu, Bear tribe, Male, Sickle tribe, Lien, Fire tribe, Hua, Cave tribe, Shui, Zong tribe, Zong, Thorns, Jing, Ya tribe, Ya, Pearl tribe, Zhu, Snake tribe, Shi, Han tribe, Luo, Tree tribe, Lin, Black rat, Millet, Xia Ding Luo, Xia, Weaving tribe, Weaving, Tu tribe, Tu. Each surname is represented by a Chinese character. This character represents a family. Then add the first name after the surname, and the combination is the name. For example, for me, my surname is Luo, and the first name is Chong. The combination is Luo Chong. The name can also be 2 characters. The first surname represents the origin of the family, and the last name represents the person. From now on, everyone must have a first and last name. The 2 old men glanced at it. They couldn't understand it. They only knew that it was Chinese characters. However, the leader had arranged it, so they just followed it. We understand, Chief. Well, one more thing. I want to establish a clan rule. After our census, we will implement household division. The men must have their own women, and the children must recognize whose children they are, and then start a family. Once a family is established, a man is not allowed to have an affair with a woman from another family. Anyone who disobeys is directly demoted to a slave. He is not allowed to have another woman for life and is directly sent to the mine to continue mining. The same is true for a woman. Once she disobeys, she is demoted to a slave. Slave, since she is willing to have children with other men, let her have as many children as she can. When choosing a spouse, you can only compete when you are just coming of age. Once you establish a family, you must abide by the clan rules. Luo Chong then said a clan rule about human ethics. The two old men also nodded in agreement. After dinner that night, the three announced the matter in front of all the tribesmen. The tribesmen had no objections, especially the young girls who had just joined. They did not have children yet. It was easy to allocate families. After all, the spouses were all, it was confirmed at the spring meeting. What is more troublesome is the tribes that have been integrated into the Han tribe, such as the Black Rat tribe. It is more confusing who is whose spouse and who has given birth to which child. Luo Chong can't figure it out anyway, so it's all left to him. The rat witch will solve it, but Luo Chong only wants the result. The same goes for the Han tribe. The problem of household division is left to the elders. The Shu tribe has a small population, so they can sort it out easily. The Xieding tribe has only 3 adult men left, but there are a lot of women. Luo Chong decided to find new spouses among these women who were still able to have children among the original tribesmen to start a family. Those who had passed the childbearing age should not form families for the time being. Let several women live together with their children. Then there is the issue of names. Luo Chong provided the surnames, but Luo Chong didn't have time to name them one by one, so he just used the surnames and added their previous names. For example, Dashu, whose surname is Lin, is now named Lin Dashu, but Luo Chong is used to calling Dashu, and will continue to do so in the future, and Shuda, whose surname is Millet, and is now called Millet, and the original name was homophonic, but Luo Chong would still call him by his previous name. On the next day, Luo Chong led Dashu and began the final preparations before building the city, measuring the land, accurately determining the points, and laying out the lines. There is a very simple and universal way to find the angle when building a house, or in other words, setting out the building. When the angle is not required to be very precise, you can use the 3, 4, 5 method of the side lines to determine the right angle of the house. To put it simply, it is to use the sum of the interior angles of the triangle to measure 3 meters and 4 meters on the 2 right-angled sides respectively. If the distance between these 2 points is exactly 5 meters, it means that the angle between the 2 right-angled sides is already its 90 degrees. If it's still not 5 meters, then adjust it slightly until it becomes a right angle. Using this method, you can build square city walls and square houses. Even the locations of those square city areas are determined in this way. Dashu was helping Luo Chong lay out lines for a city in the northeast corner, and asked Luo Chong curiously, "Chief, the area you mentioned that is only 10 meters long and wide is used to build a house. Isn't it a bit of a waste?" Dashu asked in confusion. Not all of this 10-meter long and wide area is used to build houses. There are only 3 houses. The rest can be used to build a small warehouse to store firewood and tools, or even dig a dry toilet. Of those 3 houses, one is for adults, the other is for children, and the middle room is used for cooking and burning the Kong. Calculating it this way, in fact, there is not much space for one person, especially children, who can only sleep together. Luo Chong explained to Dashu. "Chief, how was that brick house built? What was used on the roof to prevent it from leaking?" Dashu asked another question. The way to build a brick house is to first dig a trench along the drawn line, then use heavy objects to tamp the foundation firmly, and then build it up layer by layer with bricks and mortar. Once the walls are built, the round logs are placed on the roof as beams, and a layer of straw is laid on the logs, and a layer of mud is pasted on top of the straw, and a layer of tiles is laid on top of the mud. Tiles are flat bricks made of clay, like bricks. They are in the form of sheets and are laid on the roof like fish scales. They are waterproof and have the same effect as fish skin. Luo Chong pulled the thread and introduced the house-building process to Dashu. It turns out that the soil can still be used in this way. Isn't it just like pottery that can hold water? The leader has a way. Dashu said with admiration. Well, your description of pottery is very vivid. In fact, tiles are basically equivalent to broken pottery pieces. Those waterproof pottery pieces can indeed be used in this way. Luo Chong said with a smile. Waiting until the lunch break, Luo Chong was sitting on a big log eating, when suddenly Xiao Dai hugged Luo Chong's neck from behind, and his whole body lay on Luo Chong's back. Luo Chong, look what good stuff I made. Xiao Dai showed off, waving a white thread in front of Luo Chong's eyes. Thread? Is it made of rabbit hair? Luo Chong asked in surprise. Yes, I am awesome. I twist rabbit hair into thread to weave cloth for you. Even M&M can't weave linen cloth, but I can weave woolen cloth. Please praise me. Xiao Dai lay on Luo Chong's back and said, asking for credit. That, isn't it, where did you get the rabbit hair? Luo Chong asked suspiciously. It's the hair that rabbits bit off from their stomachs. I took it after they didn't want it anymore. Xiao Dai said confidently. My Aunt Di, those are the bits bitten off by the female rabbits, before they give birth to their little rabbits to make nests. If you take away all these furs, what will happen to the little rabbits they gave birth to? Luo Chong's mouth twitched violently. Winky face, will the little rabbit die? Xiao Dai felt aggrieved immediately. She didn't know that this was the case. It should be fine. The weather is so warm now, and the little rabbit won't freeze to death. Now that he had kneaded his fur into threads, Luo Chong had no choice but to comfort Xiao Dai. Oh, then I won't pick up those rabbit furs next time, but I really want to weave cloth for you. Xiao Dai lay softly and whispered in Luo Chong's ear. Well, since you thought of making wool, why didn't you try alpaca hair? Their hair is longer than rabbits. Luo Chong reminded her. Who said I didn't try? I fell in love with the hair on them from the beginning. It's so round and beautiful, but when I pulled the hair out of them, they spit at me. They're not good at all. Xiao Dai said hummingly. Luo Chong. Fool, you just pluck the hair from the alpaca. It'll be so painful. Of course they won't want to. When I get back, I'll make scissors for you, cut off all their hair, and then use it for you to weave, okay? Luo Chong patted Xiao Dai's arm and said. What are scissors? Xiao Dai asked, puzzledly. Well, it's a tool that fixes two knives together. They can be opened or closed together. Just open the knives first, put the thing to be broken between the two knives, and then close the knives. If you go up, the thing in the middle will be cut off. Luo Chong extended his two fingers to make a scissor shape and signaled to Xiao Dai. Then hurry up and make me some scissors, otherwise I'll have nothing to do. Those hemp plants grow so slowly. Xiao Dai urged. You look at those hemp grass every day, and of course you feel that they are growing slowly. You can find something else to do. Didn't you let me look at those hemps? How about I follow you around every day? Xiao Dai asked. When did I start walking around every day? I'm very busy, okay? Now I have to build houses for all the tribesmen. I have to watch them every day and teach them how to work, okay. I'll make you some scissors, my dear wife, please let go. Just as Luo Chong was defending that he was not spinning blindly, Xiao Dai lay on Luo Chong's back and bit his ear, causing Luo Chong to quickly beg for mercy in pain. In this way, Luo Chong spent a whole day setting out the wiring for the buildings in the city. After dinner in the evening, he had to carve the wax model of the scissors and make the clay mold using the lost wax method under the supervision of Xiao Dai. The shape of the scissors is two triangular sharp knives with a flat side and a protruding side. There is a round hole in the middle for fixing, and the tail is a slender copper bar. After the casting is completed, after preliminary polishing, a copper nail is inserted into the fixing hole in the middle. The copper nail is knocked flat with a hammer, the two parts of the scissors are riveted together, and the two thin copper bars at the back are put back together. Heat it with fire, then use a tool to shape two semicircular handles, and finally polish the cutting edge of the scissors. It took a total of 3 days to make the scissors for Xiao Dai. 3 days later, Xiao Dai happily took the scissors to cut the alpaca hair. Luo Chong was still giving her instructions from behind. Xiao Dai, after cutting the alpaca wool, put it into the basket first. It must be washed before it can be used to twist the thread. Also, be careful not to hurt your hands with the scissors or prick the alpaca to death. Their hair can still grow back. I know, you're so kind, Moo. Xiao Dai ran back and slapped Luo Chong on the face, then ran away with the scissors. Luo Chong, on the other hand, went to the 2 newly built brick kilns by himself. The 2 cylindrical semi-underground brick kilns have been completed, and the work of digging the river is about to begin. The river channel Luo Chong plans to dig this time is the backwater river 400 meters away from the south side of the diversion river. The length of the entire river channel is slightly longer than the diversion river, about 750 meters long. The planned width and depth of the river channel are both 4 meters, and just like the diversion river. As for why the backwater river was dug first instead of a moat, the reason is also very simple, because Luo Chong wanted to build a house first, but if the moat was dug first to build the city wall, it would be laborious to transport the materials for building the house inside. Moreover, the Han tribe still does not have enough manpower. If the city wall is built first, they may not be able to build as many houses this year. The Han tribe is in great need of houses now. First, because the tribesmen still live in thatched huts, which are very simple, as they are afraid of fire and cannot protect them from rain. People can easily get sick under such living conditions. The adults may be in better health, but the women and children who are coming soon may not be able to bear it. Second, the Han tribe needed a large-scale livestock farm to expand the scale of rabbit breeding. This farm must be clean, hygienic, ventilated and dry, and large enough. Third, the Han tribe needed a large flat and open land, preferably a small square, and paved with green bricks on the ground to dry the rice that was about to be harvested. Rice needs to be dried in the sun. Otherwise, if fresh rice is stored directly, it will become moldy and rotten in a short time, or even sprout on its own in the warehouse. However, the Han tribe currently has no place suitable for drying rice. It cannot be poured directly on the land to dry. At the very least, a mat must be spread. However, the Han tribe currently does not have the ability to make so many mats in a short time and cannot find them. To get the right materials, instead of spending time weaving straw mats, it would be faster to lay bricks directly. The fourth is to expand the scale of rice fields as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming second season of rice planting. The growth cycle of rice, from sowing to harvest, takes about 100 to 110 days, which is just over 3 months. According to the Route Witch's monthly calendar, the spring and autumn seasons here are 3 months each, the hot summer and the cold winter are 4 months, and there are 14 30-day months in a year. In other words, there are only 10 months suitable for rice growth. It is absolutely no problem to grow 2 crops of rice every year. Even after the tribesmen are skilled in planting and master the seasonal patterns of the entire year, it is possible to achieve 3 crops of rice a year. Of course, that's not possible now. After the first season of rice is harvested, the Han tribe will have enough seeds to expand the scale of planting and harvest a batch of rice before autumn. Based on the above considerations, Luo Chong decided to develop the inner city area first and then free up his hands to build the city wall. The soil excavated from the backwater river is used to make bricks and tiles to build houses. Canals can also be dug from both sides of the backwater river to irrigate the rice fields, so as not to affect this year's second rice crop. The day after the 2 brick kilns were built, the excavation project of the backwater river began. The experienced Han tribe elders skillfully used sweet tree roots to lure Ruru and Huishan over, and put 2-meter-wide giant ropes on them. The plow was started to loosen the land along the planned river channel according to the marks drawn by Luo Chong. Then dig a small ditch next to the small river, introduce the river water into the loosened river channel, let the loose soil add water to turn into mud land, and then lead a group of cattle and meat Huishan to trample the mud in these river channels into mature mud. The cooked mud can then be molded into brick embryos, which can then be fired in the kiln after they are dry. This batch of bricks used to build houses has 3 specifications. One is a small brick that is 5 centimeters thick, 12 centimeters wide, and 24 centimeters long, which is specially used for building walls. There is also a large square brick that is also 5 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters long. This kind of brick is specially used to lay the ground. It is mainly used to pave small squares in the center of the city and several main roads. The other is square floor tiles with a thickness of 3 centimeters and a side length of 40 centimeters, which are mainly used to lay indoor floors. Luo Chong thought carefully about whether to lay tiles indoors, and felt that it was still necessary. The main reason for laying tiles was that he would put furniture in the house in the future. The purpose of laying bricks is to harden the ground. Otherwise, if you get a 4-legged table, the ground will be uneven. Can you still write on the table? Also, if Luo Chong wants to promote looms in the Han tribe in the future, and the floor in the houses of the tribesmen is uneven, and children can make mud in the house after peeing, then can they still put looms? Therefore, paving indoor tiles and hardening the floor must be done. In addition to these 3 specifications of bricks, there are also 2 specifications of tiles. They are a kind of flat S-shaped wavy tiles designed by Luo Chong himself. They are 20 centimeters wide and 35 centimeters long. They are very large and also, it's very simple. When laying, just put the buckled side of the S-shaped piece on top of the upturned side of the previous piece, and press them up one by one. Finally, there is a semicircular tubular long strip tile used on the roof ridge. It is mainly used to deal with the joints of the 2-sided tiles at the roof ridge. Only a few of these long strip tiles can be used in a house. The production quantity is very rare, and currently it is mainly made of bricks. This is not the first time that the Han tribe has dug rivers and burned bricks. They already have a group of skilled tribesmen. Let these old people lead the newcomers, and the proficiency will rise quickly. The troublesome thing is that there are a lot of brick models this time. Luo Chong personally designed new wooden brick molds and asked the carpentry team to mass-produce them, and he ignored the rest. Previously, Luo Chong had appointed the leader of the carpentry team and the leader of the metallurgical team. This time Luo Chong appointed Lizzie as the leader of the kiln worker team. It is also the team with the largest number of people at present. The workload is also very heavy, not only burning bricks, but also we need to burn charcoal, burn pottery, and many other things will be burned in the future, but now they are all managed by Lizzie, the elder of the Han tribe. The matter of digging rivers to make bricks was on track, and Luo Chong began to develop a new tool, a tool specially used to press roads and level the land. What to use for paving the road? In his previous life, Luo Chong had seen a roller with 2 large rollers at the front and back. People could sit on it and drive it. It was very efficient and very convenient, so now he also wanted to build a roller. The most common material for making rollers is stone. However, there is no steel in the Han tribe now. It is not practical to use bronze to cut stones. Bronze has too little tin content and is too soft and bends when hit. If the content is too high, it is too brittle and easy to break. Therefore, polishing stone grinding, the plan was directly abandoned by Luo Chong. Later, Luo Chong remembered the way the Egyptians used granite to build pyramids. They sawed giant granite into stone bricks to build the pyramid. The method used was to sprinkle a layer of quartz sand, that is, sand, on top of the granite, and then use a flat copper bar. When the saw rubs against it, the principle used is that the hardness of sand is higher than granite, and then people pull the copper bar back and forth to drive the sand and granite to rub. This method is used to saw the hard granite, but it is better to use this method to make stone mills. Secondly, this method was rejected by Luo Chong again. The easier thing is to directly saw a log and use it as a roller, but the wood is too light and is not suitable for use as a roller. Later, after thinking hard for a long time, Luo Chong finally came up with an unprecedented kind of roller. He used clay to bake a pottery roller. This was what he came up with after seeing the water tank. Putting the water tank down and lying down is not a roller. Of course, the pottery mill for firing cannot be solid because it cannot be burned through at all. The pottery mill, designed by Luo Chong, is in the shape of a coaxial drum. On the outside is a clay tube with a diameter of 1 meter, a length of 1 meter and 2, and a thickness of 6 centimeters. It is ventilated at both ends. Inside is a thin clay tube with an inner diameter of 10 centimeters and a thickness of 5 centimeters. Then let the carpentry team make 2 circular wooden boards with holes in the middle, which can just connect the 2 pottery pipes, one large and one small. Then, fill the sandwich of the 2 pottery pipes with soil and compact them to increase their own weight. Just use a round wooden board to block it. Such a 1 meter diameter clay-filled pottery mill weighs over 1,000 kilograms, and it will definitely be able to roll roads. When using it, a strong wooden stick can be directly inserted into the thin pottery tube in the middle, and it can be pulled away by oxen. If the pottery mill is not in use, or when it is necessary to transport the pottery mill to other places for road construction, you can remove the 2 round wooden boards on the side of the pottery mill and pour out the soil inside to reduce the weight, so that 2 people can roll the pottery mill. It can be carried away, or one person can push it. The soil inside is the counterweight, and the required weight can be freely adjusted. It is simply a heavy infrastructure tool in the primitive era. The first pottery mill trial product was successful. Luo Chong waved his hand and asked Lizzie to make 20 more. Such a super practical and powerful mill only took 1 day to make. Wouldn't it be a blast for those who use stone grinders? While Lizzie was firing pottery mills, Luo Chong began to design and plan the entire city's drainage system, also known as sewers. There must be sewers, otherwise after the city wall is built, if there is a heavy rain, the entire city will probably be flooded. This drainage system is only used to discharge rainwater. The toilets in each household will be cleaned regularly. The excrement can be taken outside the city and collected in a specially dug cesspool. It will be returned to the fields after it has matured into organic fertilizer. In this way, the sanitation of the city can be maintained, and the waste can be reused. After all, manure is also a usable resource for a farming tribe. The drainage system in the entire city is very simple. There are only 2 levels of drainage. The first level is to dig a ditch half a meter wide and half a meter deep in the middle of each alley. The bottom is paved with bricks, and the 2 sides are also surrounded by floor tiles. And then cover it with a 60 centimeters floor tile horizontally, leaving a green brick with holes as a cover at the door of each house. The second level sewer is to dig a trench half a meter wide and 1 meter deep in the middle of the 4 well-shaped main roads and the ring road. The trenches are laid flat with bricks and covered with a cover. Then 8 water outlets were dug from the main sewer on the ring road to the moat, and 2 water outlets under each city wall to achieve the purpose of urban drainage. Once it rains heavily, because the secondary sewers are half a meter lower than the primary sewers, the rainwater in the residential area will flow along the primary sewers, to the secondary sewers on the main road, and finally into the moat. This method is simple to construct. There is no need to dig underground. It can be completed directly on the ground. Moreover, if the sewer is clogged due to long use, the desilting operation can be completed by simply lifting the upper cover, and subsequent maintenance is also very convenient. All the important things were planned and the work of building the house began. Luo Chong has never studied construction or building houses, but he has studied reverse architecture, which means demolishing houses and blasting military targets. He also needs to learn architectural structures, but he is not as professional as others who study architecture. The bricks for building the house were not yet finished, but this did not stop Luo Chong from leading people to lay the foundation. He called 20 boys and girls from the cave tribe to train these children who loved digging into a professional civil engineering construction team. First, take them to build a house and let them learn the whole process. The first thing is to tell them about common sense issues. Houses for people to live in should be facing south to block the north wind in winter, and windows should be open to the south to allow ample sunlight all year round. Then start laying out the lines, find the specific construction site, and then start digging the wall foundation trench. The foundation trench is almost 80 centimeters deep. After digging, start tamping the foundation. The tool for tamping the foundation is a sawn log with 2 handles installed on one end. The log is not very thick, only about 30 centimeters, so one person can operate it with a rammer. He can pick it up and then smash it down, and move it repeatedly, until it can't be smashed anymore. The excavated soil is piled in the house, which will be used to raise the ground in the house. The indoor ground must be higher than the yard, otherwise water will flow into the house when it rains. This is also common sense. Therefore, bungalows are generally at least 1 step higher than the yard, and it is rare for a house to be as flat as the yard. 20 boys and girls work from sunrise to sunset. They can complete the foundations of 2 houses in one day, that is, the foundations of 6 houses. This speed is still acceptable. After the foundation is compacted, they can wait for the bricks to build the wall. After digging the foundation for 2 days in a row, Luo Chong suddenly discovered another serious problem. There was a lack of water on the construction site. Building a house requires a lot of water. The bricks need to be soaked in water, and the mud also needs water. But now there is no water source in the city. To use water, you can only use a small cart to push a bucket and fetch water from the nearest diversion river. This distance, although it is not far, it is still very troublesome because it requires so much water. In addition, in the future, residents will not be able to run to the moat to fetch water every day. First, the water in the moat is connected to the drainage system, so the river water may not be clean. Second, if the city is besieged by the enemy, the city will be cut off. Water source is a fatal problem, so Luo Chong plans to dig a well in the city. Wells have been around since very primitive times, and the specific time of their appearance cannot be verified. Moreover, well water is a very high-quality source of drinking water, and it has many benefits compared to river water. Let's talk about the most obvious thing first, that is, river water will freeze in winter, but well water will not, because the water level of well water is deep underground, and the temperature will not be as low as below zero. This alone is enough to Qingshu decided to dig a well. In the past, the Han tribe could only boil snow water in earthenware pots or break the ice to draw water for drinking water in winter. Is it possible that they would still boil snow water for drinking in the future? Of course it is impossible. And compared with river water, well water is cleaner. The river water flows in the open air, and various debris often falls into it, and various fish live in it. Even Luo Chong often bathes in the river. But well water is different. Well water is groundwater that seeps up from the ground after layers of filtration. No one will go down and mess it up. Moreover, well water is warm in winter and cool in summer. Since there are so many benefits, Luo Chong would be a fool if he didn't dig it. 2 people from the construction team were assigned to dig the well with him, while the others continued to lay the foundation. The location for digging the well was determined by Luo Chong at the entrance of the alley in the residential area. Of course, it was not directly opposite the entrance of the alley, but on the side of the main road. The square city with a side length of 400 meters is divided into 9 square urban areas by 4 well-shaped main roads. Each urban area is a square with a side length of 110 meters. According to the size of a house of 10 meters in length and width, 11 households can be built in one row. There is a 5-meter wide alley in the middle of every 2 rows. A residential area can build 9 rows of houses and 4 alleys. A 90-meter house plus a 20-meter wide alley is exactly 110 meters, so there are a total of 99 households in such a residential area. One house has 1 family. According to the calculation of 1 man and 2 women, plus 7 or 8 children, 1 household can live in 10 to 11 people, and a residential area of 99 households can house 1,000 people. Drill a well at each end of these 4 alleys. There will be 8 wells in one residential area. On average, about 12 households will use 1 well. This can supply domestic water for 1,000 people in the entire residential area. After choosing a location for the well, Luo Chong used a rope as a compass to draw a 1.2-meter diameter circle on the ground, and then began to dig downward. Luo Chong was digging alone, and 2 people were helping to pour the soil with baskets while learning how to dig. There were no special skills, as long as the digging was round and straight. Don't go astray while digging. Then it will be interesting. After digging to a depth of 2 meters, Luo Chong climbed up with the rope and started to change people, then went down and continued digging alone. In order to keep the well vertical, Luo Chong tied a rope with stones to make a plumb bob, and lowered the plumb bob from the center of the well mouth. The people below marked the center point with the plumb bob, and then continued digging around this center point. After another person was replaced, the digging was almost 4 meters deep. At this time, the soil was already very wet. He dug another meter down, and when he reached 5 meters deep, there was ankle-deep water at the bottom of the well. At this time, Luo Chong went down again and continued digging, soaking in the water and digging another meter deep, until he reached 6 meters deep. By that time, the water in the well was already more than 1 meter deep, reaching Luo Chong's waist. Such a well was considered to be dug. However, the newly dug well is still full of yellow mud soup. Later, a layer of bricks will be laid on the well wall to prevent the well wall from being frequently washed away by water and causing landslides. A circle of bricks will also be laid on the ground to prevent a child accidentally fell into the well. It will take 3 people a whole morning to initially dig a well in this way. Although the water inside is still very turbid, it will be no problem to use it to build houses with mud. After pumping water a few more times, it will settle over a few days, and the well will be ready. The water will become clearer and clearer. In ancient times, people dug wells and had the habit of putting turtles in the wells. Firstly, because turtles are auspicious animals, people put turtles in the hope that the well spring would never dry up. Secondly, they used tortoises to test the water. In ancient times, but there is no water quality testing agency. Whether the dug well water is drinkable depends on whether the tortoise in the well can survive. If the tortoise in the well is poisoned, it is better to fill the well as soon as possible. The 2 men had learned how to dig wells, so Luo Chong stopped messing with them and asked them to continue digging wells. Luo Chong went to Dashu and arranged an important job for him, mining in Babao Mountain. Building a building requires a gelling agent, that is, cement, but making cement is too troublesome. Luo Chong planned to use lime directly. After the lime is calcined at low temperature, it will dissolve into powder when adding water. The lime powder and river sand will be mixed into mud to make the gelling agent is not much worse than cement. This building material has been widely used as early as ancient Egypt and Rome. There are lime mines in Babaoshan, and there are a lot of them, but they need to be mined back. The last time Luo Chong took people to mine, he brought back some, but not much. Last time, he mainly brought copper ore. This time, he asked Dashu to go there, specifically to collect lime. Dashu, this time you go mining, I will give you 20 men, for antlered deer, 6 cows, an ox cart and a boat. When you go there, you need to row the boat across. When you get to the edge of the dark forest, hide the boat and leave 4 people to guard it. These 4 people should not be idle. They should catch some live rabbits nearby and bring them back to breed. Then the rest of the people will ride over on deer and ox carts. The 6 oxen given to you will be used to pull the cart, and the remaining 4 will be used for you to build roads. Wait until tomorrow, and you will make the lame man good. Town Yen brings 2. You are familiar with the dark forest. When you get there, you need to find a road wide enough to pass an ox cart. Then use a clay roller to compact the road, and try to shorten the 2-day walk to Babao Mountain to 1 day for an ox cart distance, so that when you are on the road, you can make 1 trip during the day to avoid encountering those cannibals at night. This is lime. You can only mine this one this time. We need a lot of lime to build a house. Once you have dug enough for 1 cart, send 4 people to transport it back in a wooden boat, and the others will go back in an ox cart to continue mining. When the road is built, you can send people to deliver the extra oxen and pottery mills. The 4 antlered deer arranged for you is for you to keep in touch. If there is an emergency, send someone back on the deer to report the news. Do you understand? Luo Chong explained to Dashu the precautions for this operation. Yes, leader, I understand. Let's find a road to build first, others will transport and catch rabbits, and the rest will keep digging limestone. Dashu repeated the key points and confirmed. Yes, that's it. You can take people away tomorrow. Let's make preparations today. Luo Chong patted Dashu on the shoulder and said, I know the leader. At noon that day, after Luo Chong finished arranging tasks for Dashu, he rode a deer to find the young man from the Cha tribe and the people from the logging team. He wanted to build a wooden bridge so that the ox cart could go to the other side of the river. First, let the logging team find a 40-centimeter thick fir, saw it into 4 sections, and set them in pairs. Then drill a hole in the middle and insert a 3-meter-long, 20-centimeter thick fir as a crossbeam. The bottom of the crossbeam is diagonally inserted. 2 right-angle supports are riveted together to make 2 H-shaped bridge piers. The firwood is water-resistant and can be preserved for a longer period of time when inserted in the river water. After 2 sets of bridge piers were completed, Luo Chong asked the logging team to use wooden boats to transport the 2 bridge piers to the middle section of the intersection between the diversion river, the backwater river and the small river, and then asked the young men named Chai who were good at swimming to take turns digging the bridge pier holes into the water. Afterwards, 2 groups of people, both above and below the water, worked together to place the bridge piers into the river bed, and then plugged them with river sand and pebbles to fix them. After the bridge piers were erected, people were asked to drive 2 wooden piles on both sides of the river. The width of the wooden piles and the bridge piers were both 3 meters. 2 sets of wooden piles on the shore and 2 sets of bridge piers in the water worked together to support and fix the bridge body. After the lower support structure was completed, the logging team used oxen to drag in 5 25-centimeter thick, 12-meter-long pine trees to serve as the skeleton of the bridge deck. The 5 logs were distributed among the 3-meter-wide bridge piers. On the beam, the average width is 60 centimeters. All the connection points with the bridge piers were notched with an axe, so that the bridge frame and the beams snapped together, just like the joints of Finnish log houses. After the snap is stable, holes are drilled at the connections with a hand drill, and then wooden pegs are used to dip it in fishmaw glue and smash it in to lock it completely. After the entire bridge pier and bridge frame were completed, Luo Chong went to the carpentry team to find materials to lay the bridge deck. Finally, he selected a pile of oak that had been cut into thick squares. These oaks were all preparatory materials for making oak buckets in the future. This time, he directly recruited by Luo Chong. These oaks are all large trees with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Because they are too large to be transported back, the logging team will directly break the logs on the spot. Now these logs have been sawed into large squares 10 centimeters thick. There are wide ones and narrow ones. The wide ones are as much as 1 meter, and the narrow ones are as much as 20 centimeters. Luo Chong directly asked the logging team to saw these wooden squares into 3 meters long, and then nailed them horizontally to the 5 pine bridges. The joints were also drilled by hand and fixed with wooden pegs. The entire bridge deck is paved with 10 centimeters thick oak boards, and it is an all-wood structure without any metal. However, this wooden bridge made of pure wood is very strong. Finally, hemp ropes were tied to the bridge head piles at both ends of the wooden bridge and the H-shaped bridge pier columns in the middle to make a hemp rope guardrail. The connection between the bridge deck and the soil on both sides was tamped with stones and clay. The entire bridge is completed. Using materials and tools prepared in advance, 40 people spent an afternoon erecting the 3-meter-wide wooden bridge, which would be just in time for ox carts to pass tomorrow. With this wooden bridge, the Han tribe can finally say goodbye to livestock transportation and use vehicles to load mines again in the future. This will greatly improve the Han tribe's resource utilization on the east bank of the river. The women of various clans who were fishing by the river watched with their own eyes the completion of the new wooden bridge across the river, and they couldn't help but secretly admire the leader's intelligence. They had been living here for nearly half a month, looking at all kinds of good things in the tribe and learning all kinds of fresh terms from the Han tribe. When they know that everything in the tribe was created by the leader, they can't help but respect the leader. For heavenly beings. That night, in the thatched houses of each household, the women also talked about the leader's bridge building today, and the tribesmen were extremely satisfied with joining the Han tribe. Life here is so good, with food and shelter, and the best tools and weapons. Although there is endless work, there is never a limit to the amount of white salt. Since they have white salt to eat every day, they can work for a long time. The whole day's work is no longer as tiring as before, and people from all clans are proud to join the Han tribe. The tribesmen in the thatched hut were comparing their present and past lives with emotion, and the expeditionary force led by Shuda also arrived near the target location. A team of 100 people was quietly lurking in the mass grave where people were massacred last time, peeking at the situation of the Fire tribe from a distance. It was already dark at this time. In the Fire tribe's residence, the remaining 50 men did not know that their large army had been wiped out. The less than 10 escaped Fire tribe warriors did not return to their residence. I don't know where they went at that time. The women and children of the Fire tribe were all locked up in the cave. The cave was naturally formed. The entrance was very small and could only accommodate 2 people standing side by side. There were only 5 people guarding the entrance, and those 5 people were unwary. A few people lit a bonfire at the entrance of the cave and sat around roasting fire rat meat for a late-night snack. The other 45 people were making humans in their thatched houses or tents. The words "ah" kept coming from the thatched house. Screams and cries. The leader was not at home, and they had nothing to do. They relied on fire rat meat for food every day. The Fire tribe dug several large pits and built ponds with stones and clay to breed fire rats. They only had to release a dozen women every day. Just collect some grass and shrubs to feed the fire rats. The women who went out to collect also had children who were left behind in the tribe. They would not abandon their children and run away, and even if they did, they would not be able to escape. At night, men who have nothing to do will go to the cave to select some women who are not pregnant and pull them out to make humans. Taking advantage of the darkness, Bestia, Shude, and Shwetu lurked into the Fire Tribe's residence. They were surrounded by empty thatched huts and tents. There were also voices of people coming from some thatched huts, but they were scattered, very scattered. There were only sporadic bonfires lighting the entire residence, and they were far away from the house. They were afraid of burning the house, so the entire residence was pitch black, except for the brighter fire in the cave halfway up the mountain. Captain Millet, what should we do? Bestia on the side asked Shu Xiaoxiao. It's too dark here, there aren't many of them, and they live so scattered. Our bows and arrows are of no use here. I think it's better to attack them directly. The leader asked us to fight quickly, so don't wait. Anyway, there were only that many of them in total. In this way, I will arrange it, Beast Tooth, you lead 10 men and 10 women, each with a bow and arrow, quietly walk to the foot of the hillside, and shoot the random arrows at the entrance of the cave to death. I think there shouldn't be 10 people at the entrance of the cave. If you use 20 bows, fire 3 rounds first. Even if they don't all die, I guess it's almost the same. When the time comes, if you charge up with people, you will definitely win. Shuda also whispered what he meant. Well, I have no problem. This is a good idea. Bestia nodded after hearing this, indicating that he could complete it. What about me? Shwetu also asked in a low voice. You and I will take the rest of the people, in pairs, and go directly into the house to kill them. They are all sleeping in the house. Our bows and arrows are of no use at all. We might as well kill them directly while they are unprepared. Rat. De fumbled for the axe stuck behind his waist and said. Okay, I agree, I'll bring everyone here right now. Shue too happily licked the corners of his mouth and said. I'll ask people to go too. Bestia also nodded and said. Okay, you go ahead. I'll wait here. When everyone arrives, we'll start. Shuda also made arrangements in a low voice, and the few of them nodded to each other and separated. After more than 10 minutes, Bestia led a team of 20 archers up the hillside, and Shwetu also led the remaining 70 or so people to the residence. Shwetu had just told everyone about Rat Da's plan at the mass grave. When he came here, he automatically divided into groups of 2 and 2. Everyone took their own melee weapons and quietly went to the houses with noises. Shuda and Shwetu looked at each other and nodded, then walked towards the 2 houses, respectively. In a tent, a large haystack was spread on the ground, and a layer of animal skins was spread on the haystack. On the animal skins, a man from the Fire Tribe was lying on top of the woman, working hard at the work. The woman closed her mouth tightly and looked sideways at the door with a look of despair on her face. She made continuous sounds from her nose, but suddenly, something shining with white light appeared in front of her. At the door, there was Jerry with the big rat on his head. Shuda didn't speak, and even walked deliberately softly. He slowly pulled out a golden bronze axe from his waist and quietly stood behind the man. The woman kept staring at Shuda's movements without saying a word. She seemed to be quite nervous. She even held her breath unconsciously. Even the intermittent nasal sound she had just made suddenly disappeared. Even the hot spot seemed tight. Somewhat. The man lying on top of her seemed to sense that something was wrong. He looked at the woman beneath him. The woman's eyes were looking behind him, so he also looked back. But as soon as the man turned his head, before he could see anything clearly, Shuda held the axe in both hands, and struck the Huashan mountain with great force, just like Agarwood splitting the mountain to save his mother, and smashed the man's head with the axe. Whole.